Lin Chen was reborn on the seventh day, following the outbreak of the zombie virus. Upon venturing outside, he encountered a beautiful zombie. At the brink of life and death, he realized that purifying the beautiful zombie would activate the apocalypsesurvival goddess collection system. Resolutely, he took the plunge. With the powerful system at his disposal, Lin Chen gradually unlocked special attributes and extraordinary abilities, navigating a post-apocalyptic world where humanity proved to be more terrifying than the zombies, capturing the hearts of beautiful women and ascending as the king of the new world. Chapter 1. The beginning of purifying the beautiful zombie. A mechanical female voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. As he was pinned down by a powerful female zombie, on the verge of being bitten to death, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out. "System Dad, save me. Please load quickly." Isha. The female zombie opened her mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Saliva dripped onto Lin Chen's face, her eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Adrenaline surged through him as he used his knee to firmly brace against the zombie's body. Surprisingly soft? Upon closer inspection, despite her terrifying visage, pale complexion, and blood-red eyes, her features were strikingly beautiful, and she was clad in a maid outfit. Before her transformation into a zombie, she must have been an exceptionally stunning maid. Damn, now is not the time for such thoughts. This female zombie was clearly not ordinary, her combat prowess significantly surpassing that of the typical zombies he had encountered. "System, are you done yet? I can barely hold on." System loading 21. Lin Chen could only grit his teeth and muster every ounce of strength to endure. He needed to venture out in search of food, cautiously descending the stairs with a fire axe in hand. Unexpectedly, he found love around the corner, ambushed by the female zombie, and knocked to the ground. Isha slurp. The female zombie pressed down, extending her tongue to lick Lin Chen's cheek. "Get off me!" Lin Chen roared, veins bulging on his forehead. If this were a human beauty, he would not have resisted in the slightest. Alas, she was a zombie. He would rather remain single for the rest of his life than see the system fail to load. If he didn't hurry, he might not have a future at all. System loading 43. Just 10 minutes prior, Lin Chen had been reborn. June 21st, Saturday, the summer solstice. It was the 7th day since the outbreak of the zombie virus. 7 days ago, a sudden black mist enveloped the entire blue star. The mist lingered for a day before gradually dissipating. Half of those who inhaled it mutated into zombies and began attacking uninfected humans. An unprecedented zombie crisis had erupted. In just a day or two, the entire blue star had descended into chaos and disorder. Now, a week later, it was likely that less than 20 of humanity had survived. The unfortunate survivors began their desperate struggle for survival under the shadow of death. System loading 69. Ding, ding, ding. The phone that had fallen to the side rang with an irritating sound. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, mobile communications still functioned temporarily. Lin Chen stole a glance, only to find that it was his girlfriend, Li Shuishua, the wretched one, calling. In his previous life, he had struggled for over a month with her and her friend, attempting to survive in the apocalypse. Ultimately, due to his failure to find food, the two women had barred him from the safe house, coldly watching him perish at the hands of a zombie. In his dying moments, he realized he had loved the wrong person, feeling like a complete fool. In this life, he was determined to witness the demise of those two foolish women to quell the hatred in his heart. Congratulations, host. System loading complete. A collectible goddess has been detected with the following information. Name, Zhao Xian. Species, zombie. Age, 22. Appearance, 95. Figure, 93. Occupation, student, part-time cafe maid. Base attributes, strength enhancement level 2, speed enhancement level 1. Special abilities, none. Collection reward, full activation of the most powerful apocalypse survival goddess collection system, along with a sanctuary located in a different dimension. The system had finally completed loading. Lin Chen gazed at the information that appeared before him, feeling the weight of the female zombie's pressure. There was no time for deep thought. Only one question remained. How was he to collect this female zombie? Regardless of whether the collectible goddess is human or zombie, purifying her will allow the host to collect her. Purification, in essence, is an exchange that delves into the soul. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. What do you mean? Is the purification you speak of the same as what I am thinking? Exactly. It means precisely what you think. Lin Chen was instantly left speechless, looking at the terrifying female zombie before him. Was this truly feasible? Although she did not resemble the typical zombies with decaying skin and extreme ugliness, instead appearing increasingly attractive, she was still a flesh-eating zombie. How could he possibly bring himself to do that? System, have you gone mad? Are you intentionally toying with me? The system provided no response. The female zombie drooled, greedily attempting to bite her human prey. Lin Chen's strength waned, and as the zombie's gaping maw approached his throat, he realized that if he did not make a decision soon, his rebirth would end before it even began. Screw it. I'm going all in today. I don't care if it's real or fake. You want to bite me, huh? Well, I'll bite you too. Lin Chen steeled himself, casting caution aside. Having become the chosen one in this rebirth, how could he die without truly experiencing life? Orphaned and alone since childhood, he had endured a difficult existence, engaging in a romance only to be manipulated by a deceitful woman, ultimately leading to his demise. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, he is determined to become the sovereign of the apocalypse. The moment he ascends, the female zombie trembles. Her expression appears somewhat bewildered. The ferocious countenance softens, and her monstrous strength gradually relaxes. This is precisely what Lin Chen desires. Purification. I shall purify you with utmost vigor at once. The commotion attracts other ordinary zombies lurking in the hallway. However, these ordinary zombies seem to fear the female zombie, refraining from approaching while she indulges in her prey. Thus, the two are allowed to proceed without disturbance. Half an hour later, the female zombie has been purified. Lin Chen, drenched in sweat, collapses onto the ground. Gazing at the female zombie beside him, everything is transformed. This once pallid, icy-bodied creature now bears a rosy complexion, appearing no different from a normal human. She is the very embodiment of a maiden's beauty. Her attire is disheveled, her alluring figure undeniably captivating. The maid's skirt hints at two delicate, enticing legs clad in white stockings. The stockings cling to her flesh, a sight that would tempt even the most divine. Beads of fragrant sweat glisten on her forehead, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vitality, while a blush graces her cheeks, rendering her utterly endearing. This girl, Zhao Xian, truly deserves her stunning beauty, rated a remarkable 95. Without a doubt, she is a ravishing beauty, indeed a grand beauty. Moreover, there is a small detail. This girl is experiencing this for the very first time. Phew, what a return on investment. System, where's the reward? Lin Chen lies on the ground, panting as he speaks to himself. Reflecting on the recent experience, he finds himself yearning for more. Congratulations, host. The ultimate apocalypse survival goddess collection system has been fully activated. Reward, an interdimensional shelter, please check. A system prompt appears. In Lin Chen's mind, indeed, an image of the shelter surfaces. It resembles a 3-story villa. An interdimensional space. Isn't that an essential skill for protagonists in apocalyptic novels? Excellent, everything is looking up. However, that is not the case. Several zombies loitering in the hallway approach with menacing expressions. Hiss! Zhao Xian, restored to her human form, bares her teeth at the approaching zombies, issuing a warning. Although transformed back into a human, she seems to retain some zombie traits. The advancing zombies no longer exhibit the same fear of the female zombie as before, for Zhao Xian's zombie aura has significantly weakened, and she has just endured a fierce battle, leaving her in a state of frailty. Oh, 5 zombies roar as they charge forward. Both Lin Chen and Zhao Xian find themselves in a weakened state, utterly incapable of confronting the 5 zombies. Chapter 2 Master, I am famished. System, activate the teleportation portal. Lin Chen, sensing the impending danger, shouted fervently. He summoned the last remnants of his hidden energy. Springing into action, the space before him tore open, revealing an abyss of darkness. In a moment of critical urgency, he scooped up the unconscious Zhao Xian and dashed toward the portal. A zombie lunged at him, grasping the hem of his garment, but in the next heartbeat, Lin Chen leaped through the portal, successfully entering the otherworldly realm. The portal sealed behind him, and the zombie's outstretched arm was severed in an instant. That was a close call. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. He had truly exhausted himself. The beautiful girl lay atop him, both of them in a state of extreme fatigue, their bodies devoid of strength, needing a moment to recuperate. Perhaps some brothers might question why they were so weak after merely half an hour of battle. Are you not up to the task? They might jest. To this, Lin Chen could only assert that his fatigue was not due to any inadequacy on his part, but rather because of the sheer strength of the grotesque female zombie, which defied all logic. When he was with his girlfriend, Li Shue, an hour of exertion was merely a warm-up, and he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Moreover, having gone several days without adequate sustenance, the extreme battle had truly left him utterly spent. Do you still remember your human identity? Lin Chen asked weakly, lacking the strength to even push the lovely girl off him. Yet, this situation had its merits. He could feel warmth emanating from her body. No longer the frigidness of before. "What is my name?" Zhao Xian inquired, her speech appearing to be a struggle. "Your name is Zhao Xian, do you remember?" Lin Chen prompted. Observing her dazed expression, he found it oddly endearing. He mused that the zombie virus must have affected her intellect. "Zhao Xian? Okay, master." Zhao Xian replied obediently, her nod causing Lin Chen to be taken aback. The term master sent shivers down his spine. "Wait, are you still in character? Dressed as a maid?" he thought, bemused. However, if she preferred to address him thus, he would not object. "If it means restoring your humanity, then by all means, I shall be your master." System notification. Zhao Xian has merely regained her human appearance. Her race remains that of a zombie. She will retain the abilities inherent to her kind. She possesses level 2 strength enhancement and level 1 speed enhancement, with higher levels yielding greater effects. The host will acquire or upgrade different attributes by collecting various goddesses. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So this enchanting girl is still a zombie? How fascinating. He was also curious about the abilities he now possessed. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 24. Basic attributes, strength enhancement level 1, speed enhancement level 1. Psychic ability, none. Other abilities, none. A panel of attributes appeared before him, devoid of an overwhelming array of bothersome numbers, maintaining a certain simplicity. This simplicity may be attributed to the lack of abilities, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. A smile of delight graced Lin Chen's lips, surpassing even the weight of an AK. With the support of the wall-hanging system, as long as he collects more goddesses, rewards would be his, and his strength would continue to ascend. He was determined to become the king of this apocalypse. After lying together for 4 or 5 minutes, Zhao Xian was the first to regain her strength. Lifting herself from Lin Chen and sitting beside him, her clothing had been torn during the fierce battle, leaving her form exposed, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. After all, her mind had not fully returned to normal. It was possible that it may never do so. "Master, I am hungry," Zhao Xian remarked, gazing at Lin Chen sprawled on the ground, licking the drool that trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her 2 sharp, canine teeth glimmered ominously. Lin Chen's body jolted in response. Did this beautiful zombie wish to devour him, or was she merely seeking another encounter? His recovery was far too slow to keep up with her, and he still lacked the strength to rise. In this precarious situation, whether the alluring zombie sought to consume him or to engage in another bout, his weakened state rendered him powerless. If he had to choose, he would prefer the latter. At least he would not face immediate death. "Master, hungry." Slurp. Zhao Xian leaned closer, repeating her earlier statement, drooling onto Lin Chen's face, gazing at her human prey. A glimmer of greed shone in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Lin Chen understood. This enchanting zombie still retained her undead instincts, craving to consume him. "Xian, I am your master. You cannot eat me. Do you understand?" Lin Chen spoke with urgency, uncertain if his words would hold any sway. "I understand that Xian cannot eat her master. But Xian is so hungry," Zhao Xian replied, her large eyes twinkling with contemplation. She patted her belly, wearing a pitiful expression as drool escaped her lips. It was evident that she still desired to bite Lin Chen. "No, you must listen. Step back," Lin Chen commanded sternly, hoping that his status as master would truly allow him to control this beautiful zombie. "Understood, master," Zhao Xian acquiesced reluctantly, rising to retreat, her expression one of profound discontent. Her unrestrained form swayed as she moved, captivating Lin Chen's gaze. Goodness, who could resist that? He thought, feeling a surge of energy returning to him. But he quickly admonished himself. This was not the time for such thoughts. He turned to the system with a question. Aside from humans, could zombies consume other substances? Zombies require meat to alleviate hunger. It is not mandatory for them to consume humans. They can also feast on the brain cores of fellow zombies to quickly satiate their appetite. In general, zombies do not harm one another. However, if they consume the brain of a fellow zombie, it may provoke an attack from others of their kind. The system responded, and upon hearing that consuming humans was not imperative, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he could keep the beautiful zombie girl by his side. Otherwise, for the sake of his own safety, he would have to either kill her or abandon her. How could he bear to do that? "Xiao, I know you are quite hungry, but could you please endure for a little while longer? Once I regain my strength, I promise to take you to find food Lin Chen comforted her gently. Okay, master, I will endure. Zhao Xiao nodded. Her loyalty to her master surprisingly outweighed her instinct to hunt humans. What a good girl. Lin Chen said with a satisfied smile. This maid, a charming young girl, was not only adorable but also obedient, a true gift from the heavens. Receiving praise. Zhao Xiao beamed with joy. After lying down for about 10 minutes, Lin Chen finally regained his strength and rose from the ground. Shaking off the fatigue, he could distinctly feel the power coursing through his body. A closer inspection revealed that his muscle mass had visibly increased, a direct manifestation of his enhanced strength. The first level of strength augmentation had indeed led to such a remarkable improvement. He threw a punch into the air and could clearly sense that his reaction speed had also been significantly enhanced. This was truly promising. It made him even more eager to discover what further enhancements awaited him. The beautiful zombie girl was a treasure to be collected and utilized. Xiao, you need to wear your clothes properly. You can't be exposed like this. Lin Chen stepped forward to help Zhao Xiao dress appropriately, stealing a few glances at her beauty in the process. Once he found food and replenished his energy, he intended to soar again tonight. Thank you, master, Zhao Xiao smiled, snuggling into Lin Chen's embrace. He had to admit that this maid was incredibly dedicated and remarkable. Good girl. Lin Chen affectionately patted her head. He then walked into the villa before him. The sanctuary provided by the system appeared quite luxurious. Situated in a different dimension, it seemed that zombies could not enter, and he need not worry about the villa lacking the defensive strength of a fortress. Upon entering, he found the interior well furnished, with all the essential furniture, sofas, refrigerators, and large televisions were all present. Lin Chen, feeling quite hungry, began searching for food. However, he found the refrigerator completely empty and the kitchen devoid of any edibles. How could such a lavish villa lack any food at all? System, this is not right. Chapter 3. Such a feeling is truly wonderful. Be content, host. Having a place to reside is already a great fortune, the system responded. Others start with infinite food and firepower. Why do you not? Lin Chen complained. Next to him, Zhao Xiao tilted her head, a large question mark appearing above her head. Who was her master talking to? In order to unlock more features, one must collect additional rewards from the goddesses. Everything you desire shall come to fruition. Persevere, young one. We cannot grant you everything at once, lest you become overly arrogant. The system explained with utmost seriousness. Lin Chen shrugged, rendered speechless. Since it was necessary to gather goddesses to obtain rewards, he would no longer hold back. Come, my dear. Let's venture forth. He grasped Zhao Xian's soft hand, ready to embark on their quest, to slay zombies and seek out supplies. The alternate space surrounding the villa was an endless expanse of pure white. It appeared quite vast, offering ample room for future development. Lin Chen raised his hand and gestured through the air ahead, revealing a portal. Before departing, he casually picked up the severed limbs of a zombie from the ground. He certainly did not want such detritus rotting in his abode. The two stepped through the portal, returning to the familiar corridor. The 5 zombies they had encountered earlier were indeed still lurking in this area. The limbless zombie stood just 2 meters away, cornered against the wall. Upon witnessing Lin Chen and Zhao Xian materialize out of thin air, the limbless zombie momentarily froze. The next instant, it let out a horrific shriek and lunged at Lin Chen, claws bared. Lin Chen quickly bent down to retrieve the axe from the ground, preparing to deliver a fierce blow to the zombie. However, intervention was unnecessary, as Zhao Xian had already leaped into action. With her jaws bared, revealing sharp fangs, and hands transformed into lethal claws, she initiated her assault. Mimicking an attack on a human, she sank her teeth into the zombie's neck, yanking fiercely. Black blood splattered as the limbless zombie emitted a ghastly wail, its head drooping. Zhao Xian followed up with another claw strike, causing the zombie's head to burst open like a ripe watermelon. Black blood splattered everywhere, even staining her form. Though she had regained her human shape, she remained a zombie. Yet her strength had not diminished significantly. This ordinary zombie was no match for her prowess. At that moment, the remaining 4 zombies charged forth, shrieking in unison, their gaping maws a terrifying sight. Xian, let's engage and annihilate them. Lin Chen commanded, brandishing his axe as he surged forward, eager to test the capabilities of his newly enhanced physique. One zombie lunged at him, and he struck down with the axe, delivering a powerful blow to its head. With minimal effort, he cleaved the zombie's skull in two. As the zombie's head was destroyed, It lost all mobility, collapsing like a puddle of mush upon the ground. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. Indeed, the augmentation of his strength and speed made a significant difference. He had previously dispatched zombies, but it had been quite taxing, even against ordinary ones, whose strength and speed surpassed that of an average human. The crucial factor was that zombies were devoid of pain, nearly immortal, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them without destroying their craniums. Yet now, confronting ordinary zombies felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Zhao Xian pounced, simultaneously overpowering two zombies, tearing into them with ferocity. The last remaining zombie, still oblivious to its fate, lunged at Lin Chen. He swiftly swung his axe once more. He shattered the skulls of the approaching zombies with ease. It was a mere demonstration of his newfound physical enhancements, a sensation that was truly exhilarating. As for the other two zombies, Zhao Xian effortlessly pinned them to the ground and crushed their heads. Within the decaying brains of these creatures, there was nothing but a murky pool of black blood. He found no trace of the so-called brain nucleus mentioned by the system. Lin Chen pondered. Could it be that zombies lack brains? Or perhaps the drop rate for materials is exceedingly low. At that moment, the phone that had previously fallen to the ground began to ring again. The caller ID displayed Shue Shue Baby. Yet again, it was that insufferable Li Shue Shue. Communication was still operational, but in a week's time, precisely half a month after the onset of the apocalypse, it would be rendered completely useless. Lin Chen picked up the phone, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Recalling his past life, he had endured over a month in the despairing apocalypse alongside his girlfriend Li Shue Shue and her friend Lu Xinyue, two foolish women. In the end, it was these two lazy, greedy individuals who led to his demise. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he vowed not to repeat the same mistakes. To hell with love. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips as he decided to toy with the two women. He answered the call. Lin Chen, are you dead? Why haven't you answered my calls? Hurry and find some food to bring me. Xinyue and I are starving. Be quick about it, do you hear? Li Shue Shue's tone was laced with anger, a commanding presence as she had already made several calls. Get a move on, or Xinyue and I will starve to death. Came the delicate voice of Lu Xinyue from the side. Since the apocalypse began, those two women had been holed up at home, relying entirely on Lin Chen to brave the dangers and deliver food. Without his support, they would have likely perished from hunger long ago. Just a moment. I'm searching for supplies. Don't rush me. I'll bring you food shortly. Lin Chen feigned reassurance, inwardly cursing them for their foolishness. How dare they expect him to risk zombie attacks to deliver food? They sure had a grand sense of entitlement. Thankfully, he had once been romantically involved with them. Otherwise, the anger would have only grown. All right, you two can sit tight and wait for your fortune to fall from the sky. Dear, hurry back. I'll be sure to express my gratitude. Li Shue Shue quickly shifted from anger to delight, her tone sweetening as she dangled a tempting reward to manipulate him into action. Make sure you're all cleaned up and waiting for me, Lin Chen replied, adopting a teasing tone before hanging up. A cold smile lingered on his lips. Those two useless beings would likely not survive 3 days without assistance. Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment, Li Shue Shue basked in her triumph, boasting to her friend, see? I only need to utter a few words, and I can compel that man to risk his life for food. They merely reclined comfortably on the sofa, awaiting the delivery of complimentary sustenance. Lin Chen gently grasped Zhao Xian's delicate hand, carefully descending the stairs, striving to maintain silence so as not to rouse the nearby zombies. Encountering ordinary zombies was manageable. However, should they confront a particularly formidable specimen like Zhao Xian, the situation could become precarious. It was now the 7th day since the onset of the apocalypse. The ordinary zombies were still relatively weak, and even without enhancements, he could fend off 1 or 2 with the axe in his grasp. Yet, the zombies were gradually mutating and strengthening, with Zhao Xian serving as a prime example. Moreover, as time progressed, the surviving remnants of humanity would likely experience mutations, awakening attributes or abilities akin to those of the zombies. In his previous life, Lin Chen had not been fortunate enough to be among the lucky ones. He remained an ordinary person until his demise. The prospect of human mutation was far from reassuring, for in the apocalypse, the human heart could prove more terrifying than the zombies themselves. In the stairwell, the floors and walls were smeared with blood, and the stench of decaying corpses permeated the air. Get away! Help! Is anyone there? The desperate cries echoed from several floors below. The voice belonged to a woman, and Lin Chen's senses heightened. It sounded achingly familiar. Was it Teacher Bai? Chapter 4. The beautiful teacher of the medical university. Gripping his axe tightly, Lin Chen hastily descended the stairs. After 4 flights, the cries were unmistakably emanating from the corridor. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Is there anyone who can help me? A young woman, clad in a white dress, was cornered by a zombie. She brandished a chair to fend off the creature that sought to sink its teeth into her. The zombie's grotesque visage loomed dangerously close to her exquisite face. The woman was on the verge of collapse, her cries tinged with despair. Teacher Bai, do not fear. I am here to save you. Lin Chen rushed forward. He had not misheard. This was indeed someone he knew. Upon seeing him, a flicker of hope ignited in the woman's despairing eyes. The zombie roared, oblivious to its surroundings, fixated solely on its prey. It was not to be blamed. As an ordinary zombie, it possessed little intelligence. Lin Chen surged forward, swinging his axe with fervor. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head burst open, black ichor staining the once white wall. The body collapsed to the ground, and from the shattered cranium emerged a small, marble-sized object emitting a faint blue glow. Lin Chen was taken aback. Could this be the zombie's brain core, as the system had described? He had dispatched 5 zombies prior without encountering such an object. For now, there was no time to ponder this discovery. He dragged the zombie's carcass aside and knelt to assess the woman's condition. Teacher Bai, do not be afraid. The zombie has been vanquished. Are you unharmed? Lin Chen inquired gently, his voice imbued with concern. Before him stood a woman clad in a white dress. Her beauty as enchanting as he recalled from his past life. Bai Ning, a professor at the medical university, had aided numerous individuals in healing, himself included. I'm Fina. Thank you, she replied, her voice trembling, her body quaking uncontrollably from the terror of death brought on by the zombies. Yet, the presence of the unfamiliar man before her bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. As long as you're uninjured, please take a moment to gather yourself. Lin Chen reassured her. He noticed that Bai Ning had lost a shoe, her foot clad in white socks peeking out from beneath her dress. The socks bore a whimsical cartoon design, quite adorable. Turning around, he spotted the small, white shoe a few meters away and promptly retrieved it, bending down to assist her in putting it on. I can manage this myself, Bai Ning said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her pale cheeks, which had turned rosy from the fright she had endured. Lin Chen straightened, casting a glance at Zhao Xian, who appeared somewhat peculiar. She was fixated on an object emitting a faint blue glow on the ground, licking her lips in anticipation, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Lin Chen then surmised that he was indeed correct. This object was undoubtedly a brain core. Despite having dispatched 5 zombies earlier without encountering such an item, this one had finally yielded a brain core, its drop rate quite low. Master, I want that, Zhao Xian exclaimed, her eagerness palpable as she gazed at the brain core. In her current state, she even sought Lin Chen's permission, a testament to her unwavering loyalty. Truly, this young man had stumbled upon a treasure. Let me examine this, Lin Chen stated as he retrieved the brain core from a puddle of murky black blood. It felt cool and slick to the touch, reminiscent of chilled jelly. To be frank, had it not been for the fact that it was a zombie's drop, he might have been tempted to taste it himself, curious if it could induce a transformation or evolution within his body. However, he dismissed the thought, wary of the potential toxicity that could turn him into a zombie as well. Little darling must be famished. Here you go, Lin Chen offered the brain core. Thank you, Master, Zhao Xian exclaimed, snatching it from his hand and swallowing it whole. A moment later, her cherubic face radiated with a blissful smile, brimming with satisfaction. Lin Chen observed closely, noting that her teeth, hands, and other parts of her body exhibited signs of zombification only during combat. In her normal state, she appeared entirely human, making it impossible to discern her true nature. Bai Ning furrowed her brows, casting a puzzled glance at the two before her. Witnessing this beautiful girl consuming a zombie's drop left her incredulous, even feeling a wave of nausea. Is it truly safe? Could this not transmit the zombie virus? Who are you? Bai Ning questioned warily, sensing something unusual about the pair. In a brief span of time, she had already regained her composure from the earlier fright. Teacher Bai, fear not. We are certainly not villains, Lin Chen reassured, noticing her slight tension. Have we met before? How do you know my surname is Bai and that I am a teacher? Bai Ning inquired, furrowing her brow. She struggled to recollect any prior acquaintance with Lin Chen. Indeed you do not know me yet. I am Lin Chen. I have heard of you through others. You teach at the medical university. We both reside in this apartment building and have previously crossed paths in the elevator, though you may not have noticed me. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Realizing that Teacher Bai was unfamiliar with him, he concocted a plausible excuse. After all, he could not reveal to her that he had been reborn. Such a tale would hardly be credible. Oh, I see. Thank you, little brother. Had it not been for your intervention, I surely would not have survived today. Bai Ning reflected, believing Lin Chen's words. A hint of gratitude broke through her typically aloof demeanor, resulting in a smile that only enhanced her allure. Teacher Bai, there is no need for formality. It is only natural for us to assist one another. Lin Chen grinned broadly, elated by the fact that the beautiful sister referred to him as her little brother. Given their ages, that appellation was entirely appropriate. Concurrently, Lin Chen became acutely aware of a significant matter. According to the narrative of his previous life, Teacher Bai had survived to a later date and would undoubtedly not perish today. Yet, encountering danger today indicated that, since his rebirth, the butterfly effect had been set into motion. Events would not unfold precisely as they had in the past. Detected a collectible goddess. Name, Bai Ning. Race, human. Age, 28. Attractiveness, 96. Physique, 90. Occupation, medical university teacher. Base attributes, none. Abilities, none. Collection reward. Unlock various clothing recipes. A system notification suddenly appeared. Lin Chen observed Teacher Bai's attribute panel, noting that, being human, she possessed no base attributes or abilities. This implied that he would need to unlock and enhance his own attributes, preferably by purifying beautiful zombies. As for the collection reward of unlocking various clothing recipes, he wondered about the system's explanation. Upon unlocking clothing recipes, the host can craft various garments and footwear at the workbench within a shelter. Indeed, all desired styles will be available. Lin Chen struggled to suppress a grin, casting a glance at the adorable maid beside him, whose maid outfit was already soiled and tattered. He envisioned the delightful prospect of crafting various stylish garments for her to wear, which would undoubtedly be a joy. While he yearned for rewards akin to infinite food resources, this reward that promised to enhance the quality of life was equally significant. The outside world is perilous. I must hasten home. Are you in search of supplies? I can share some with you. Bai Ning rose, concealing a plastic bag behind her, filled with the water and food she had bravely scavenged. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Bai, but I shall seek supplies on my own. Teacher Bai, please leave me your number for future correspondence, although I fear my phone may not function much longer. Lin Chen politely declined with a smile, feeling a surge of gratitude. In this apocalyptic reality, it was heartening to witness the glimmer of humanity embodied by Teacher Bai. Very well, do take care. Bai Ning retrieved her phone to note down Lin Chen's number. Teacher Bai, it is still too dangerous for you to be alone. Once I secure supplies and a safe shelter, you could join me, and we could look out for one another. What do you think? Lin Chen proposed, eager to forge a closer bond with his captivating sister. Chapter 5. Promise me that your mouth is meant solely for consuming food, even without system rewards. Lin Chen was determined to strengthen his connection with Bai Ning. In this desolate world, having a companion with specialized medical knowledge was undeniably vital. Teaming up? I believe that is a splendid idea. I shall await your good news. Bai Ning readily agreed. Being a rational individual, she understood that survival in such a treacherous world would be exceedingly difficult alone. Collaboration was essential to forge a greater strength against danger, and this sturdy, somewhat charming younger brother appeared to be a reliable ally. Teacher Bai, then I shall await your good news. When alone, please prioritize your safety. Lin Chen said with a cheerful smile, relishing the company of such an astute person. In his previous life, he had foolishly surrounded himself with two incompetent companions during the apocalypse. How he survived was a mystery. Bai Ning smiled as she bid farewell. The entrance to her home in sight, and stepped inside. Lin Chen noted her house number and, as he departed, dragged the corpse of a zombie away to prevent it from decaying at the doorstep of the enchanting sister. Shiyuan, allow me to wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth. In future altercations, refrain from biting. Just use your hands. Promise me that your mouth is for eating and for kisses, understood? Lin Chen noticed the dark blood at the corner of Zhao Shiyuan's mouth, a remnant from her encounter with a zombie. How could such a beautiful and charming girl resort to biting a zombie? It made it impossible for him to enjoy his meals later. Thus, it was imperative to prohibit such behavior. Oh, all right, master. Zhao Shiyuan nodded obediently. Though she did not entirely grasp the reasoning, she would follow her master's words without question. Dingling. Lin Chen's phone rang from his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was another call from his girlfriend, Li Shue. No, to be precise, it should be termed as his ex-girlfriend from his past life. Merely a few minutes had passed, and already the woman was clamoring for his attention. Darling, have you found food? Are you coming over soon? Hurry. Yeah, and I are truly starving. Li Shue urged in a sweet voice, maintaining a courteous demeanor as she made her request. It's coming. I'm already on my way, Lin Chen casually replied, inwardly cursing, what an idiot. Wonderful, darling, you are indeed reliable. The food has been prepared, as per your request. We are merely awaiting your arrival, Li Shue replied with a charming smile, adept at manipulating men. However, her past tactics had little effect on Lin Chen now. Very well. Let your dear friend freshen up as well, Lin Chen remarked before ending the call. Meanwhile, in a nearby complex, Lu Xinyu fumed. What does that bastard mean? Is he suggesting that we both bathe? Does he expect us to serve him? She cursed vehemently. That audacious man. When he delivers the food. He shall not easily gain my affection unless I am thoroughly catered to. The osical food has stomach grojning odibidi. While they would not starve immediately, they had endured hunger for half a day. Shue, can your useless boyfriend be relied upon? The situation outside is chaotic. I believe we should seek a more powerful ally. Lu Xinyu expressed her concerns. Have no fear. Lin Chen is but an obedient dog and will certainly bring food. We need not worry about sustenance for now. Li Shue replied with a triumphant smile. Little did she know, Lin Chen had undergone a transformation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen tucked away his phone, grasping a fire axe in one hand while holding Zhao Xian's hand with the other. He aimed to descend quietly, avoiding disturbing the zombies in the building. Encountering stronger foes would be problematic, so it was wise to proceed cautiously. As they navigated down the stairs, they stepped over numerous corpses and encountered 2 ordinary zombies, which Lin Chen swiftly dispatched. Although it was daytime and zombies were not afraid of sunlight, they preferred to linger in dark, cool places and were less active during the day. At the base of the complex, bodies lay strewn about, the foul stench of blood making one nauseous. Besides a few wandering zombies, no living souls were in sight. Survivors had hidden away, too fearful to risk exposure. Lin Chen, accompanied by his companion, approached a small supermarket near the apartment complex. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted a dozen zombies lurking inside. Had this been before, entering would have been tantamount to a death sentence. However, times had changed. With his newfound strength and a capable assistant, he felt more than equipped to handle the mindless horde. Xian, unleash your full potential and make it swift. Do you remember what I advised you earlier? Lin Chen inquired. Fighting should not involve biting, Zhao Xian replied earnestly. Exactly. A sharp mind indeed. To my right and to your left. Onward we go. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Zhao Xian received the command and instantly transformed into a ferocious zombie, charging into the small supermarket and wreaking havoc. 2 unsuspecting zombies collided, their heads shattering upon impact. Regrettably, no materials were obtained. It was only then that the other zombies became alert, roaring with ferocity as they rushed forward. Lin Chen also dashed into the store, wielding his axe to annihilate the zombies. With each swing, he dispatched them with remarkable precision, far exceeding his gaming prowess. He effortlessly eliminated 2 ordinary zombies, when suddenly a zombie clad in a sports uniform, clutching a basketball, approached. Lin Chen was taken aback. Could a zombie truly play basketball? He had already deduced that zombies retained traits of their former human professions or interests. For instance, his little assistant, whose vocation was a cafe maid, maintained her professional demeanor. The basketball-loving zombie before him was tall and muscular. It promised to be a formidable opponent. While contemplating this, the zombie unexpectedly hurled the basketball at him. Seemingly attempting a pass, Lin Chen raised his axe to block. With a resounding crack, he cleaved the basketball in 2, causing it to explode. The zombie, witnessing its beloved ball's destruction, erupted in rage, lunging at Lin Chen with wild abandon. True to its basketball roots, the creature exhibited remarkable jumping ability. Enhanced by its zombie transformation, it leaped, striking the ceiling with a thud before crashing to the ground, dazed. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen delivered a decisive blow, shattering the zombie's skull. He had anticipated a tougher challenge, but this creature, though strong, lacked intelligence. From the zombie's head, a glowing blue brain core tumbled forth, indicating that more robust zombies were prone to dropping these valuable items. In a matter of moments, the 10 or so zombies within the store had been eradicated, all thanks to Zhao Xian's prowess. Her lovely maid dress was now stained with black blood, even the white stockings on her legs sullied. How dare these zombies tarnish her pristine attire? Such an affront was unforgivable. Lin Chen picked up the brain core from the ground and approached Zhao Xian. Master, for you. She beamed, handing him another brain core. From the ordinary zombies, they had managed to acquire just these 2 cores. The drop rate was disappointingly low. Not hungry? Lin Chen inquired with concern. Not at all. Zhao Xian shook her head. Very well. I shall keep them safe for you, he replied, tucking the 2 precious cores into his pocket, ensuring they would be preserved for any future needs, should his adorable companion find herself in want. With the zombies vanquished, it was now safe to scavenge for supplies. However, the small supermarket appeared to have been thoroughly ransacked, as if they had arrived too late. Chapter 6. If only there was a chance to revel, this life would be worth it. A glance around revealed the store in utter disarray. Many shelves stood completely bare. Save for a few daily necessities, virtually all food items, rice, flour, oil, snacks, beverages, and alcohol, had been scavenged by survivors. Anything edible, even seasonings, had long been stripped away. Only a few items lay on the ground, tainted by blood, unwanted by anyone. Had Lin Chen truly arrived too late? No, he had anticipated this outcome. The supplies he sought were not the meager offerings upon the shelves, but rather those stored in the small supermarket's storage room. Adjacent to the supermarket, a door led to this storage area, which had remained undiscovered for over 10 days in his previous life. Lin Chen approached the door. The sturdy iron barrier showed no signs of damage. The supplies within were surely intact. He had not arrived too late. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a powerful kick to the iron door. However, the door, crafted with impressive quality, merely warped slightly. Master, allow me. Zhao Xian stepped forward, lifting her exquisite leg to gather momentum. With a single, forceful kick, the solid iron door was effortlessly demolished. Lin Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a man, he found it somewhat disconcerting that he was outmatched in strength by this woman. Indeed, the disparity between level 2 and level 1 enhancements in strength was significant, compounded by the additional racial bonuses of being a zombie. Reminder, Zhao Xian's information has changed. Would you like to view it? The system prompted at a timely moment. Of course, I want to view it. Name, Zhao Xian. Race, zombie. Age, 22. Appearance, 95. Figure, 93. Occupation, student, part-time cafe maid. Base attributes, strength enhancement level 2. Speed enhancement level 1. Special abilities, none. Training points, 110. The data showed no changes, save for the addition of training points. What did the training point of 1 signify? Was it referring to that incident in the corridor? He wondered what would occur when his training points reached 10. Host, you're just curious, aren't you? Hee, I want to tell you. The system chuckled mischievously. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. This system was rather playful. He decided not to dwell on his curiosity. After all, achieving 10 points should be a simple feat. Yet another thought crossed his mind. Having taken no protective measures previously, would Xian be at risk? Logically, she had been a complete zombie at that time, so she should have been safe. He would have to prioritize safety in the future. Bringing a child into this apocalyptic world was ill-advised. Entering the storage room, he hurried to gather supplies. The modest storage area was brimming with various food items: rice, flour, oil, snacks, beverages, and alcohol, as well as some daily necessities. Lin Chen waved his hand, opening the entrance to the shelter. He instructed Zhao Xian to return home while he remained outside to deliver the supplies, allowing her to receive them inside. This method would maximize efficiency and minimize damage. Now, it was time to transport all the useful supplies back home. Rice, flour, grains, oils, and condiments. Nothing is overlooked. Various snacks, beverages, and alcoholic drinks hold significant value even in a post-apocalyptic world, so they must be collected. Numerous daily necessities are, of course, essential as well, such as toiletries, pots and pans, toilet paper, and undergarments. Essentially, anything deemed useful should be taken home. Currently, these supplies are rather scarce and warrant appropriate stockpiling. Once he successfully collects the goddess and unlocks an infinite supply of food and daily necessities through the system, there will be no need to search for resources again. The two busily worked together, relocating the majority of the supplies from the storage room. Most of what remained was unnecessary, such as toilet brushes, garbage bins, brooms, mops, and plastic basins. There was no need to gather an abundance of those items. After finishing their tasks, Lin Chen paused to catch his breath. He surveyed the storage room for any remaining valuable supplies, but it seemed there was nothing left. As the adorable companion emerged, they prepared to leave. Master, I smell meat. Zhao Xian sniffed the air inquisitively. Meat? Where? Lin Chen, with a rather dull sense of smell, could only detect the scent of dust in the air. Over there, Zhao Xian replied, heading toward a pile of inconspicuous clutter. As she rummaged through the assortment, she uncovered, to her surprise, 4 boxes of luncheon meat cans tucked away in the corner. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and a joyful smile spread across his face. Goodness, this is an absolute treasure in the apocalypse. It must be taken, if it weren't for the keen sense of smell possessed by his little companion. Such vital supplies would have been left for others. He promptly transported the 4 boxes of luncheon meat to their shelter, feeling quite pleased as he and the little maid departed. As they passed by the cashier counter, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something of utmost importance and halted, an essential daily necessity that he nearly forgot. How could he overlook such a genuine necessity? On one side of the counter lay various brands of contraceptives. Remarkably, no one seemed to want them. It was likely that the survivors were too preoccupied with survival to think about such matters. Lin Chen grabbed a plastic bag and began to gather the items. Regardless of the brand or style, whether it was 001 or 003, ultra-lubricated or delayed, as long as it wasn't a small size, he intended to take them all. The small sizes could be left for those who genuinely needed them. After stuffing a large plastic bag full, containing dozens of boxes, he figured it would suffice for quite some time. At that moment, 4 men stealthily appeared at the entrance of the small supermarket, wielding iron rods. Upon seeing these 4 individuals, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. What a coincidence! What was happening? All the zombies here had perished. Who on earth had the audacity to accomplish such a feat? The leader of the group, a burly man with a bald head and a diagonal scar across his face, strode into the supermarket, shouting and surveying the surroundings. He was flanked by 3 subordinates, all with shifty eyes, resembling the kind of people who only appear once in a century. The 4 ruffians were left pondering who could have vanquished the horde of zombies within the supermarket. Unbeknownst to them, the individuals responsible for this very act stood before their eyes. They were aware of the small supermarket's storage room and had been observing it for several days. However, the overwhelming number of zombies within the supermarket had deterred them from taking action. Today they had come specifically to scout the area. Lin Chen remained silent, merely observing the 4 individuals with a cold gaze. He recognized them all too well. The leader, known as Brother Dao, was a notorious thug in the vicinity. In his past life, he had risked his life to procure supplies, only to have them stolen by this gang. This group was ruthless, having murdered several survivors in their pursuit of resources. In this apocalyptic world, such lawless individuals thrived. Kid, leave behind all the supplies you found, or get lost if you value your life. Brother Dao barked coldly. His eyes fell upon the plastic bag in Lin Chen's hand, assuming it contained food. Then, he noticed the stunning Zhao Xian beside him and instantly harbored lustful thoughts. Though hunger had sapped him of energy, he reasoned that once he was well fed, he would have a strength for other pursuits. Lin Chen, expressionless, gazed at his adversaries and let out a silent sigh. He felt pity for these 4, for they had unwittingly chosen the wrong path today. Why provoke someone they should not have? Such a beautiful girl must surely be of school belle caliber. If he could indulge even once, it would be worth it, and being bitten by a zombie the next day would matter little. Beautiful lady, come over and let your brothers protect you. The 3 lackeys displayed their lascivious intentions, their hearts brimming with delight at the prospect of enjoying such exquisite beauty. In this world of chaos, they burned, looted, and bullied without fear of consequence. Ha ha ha! Master, they are wicked. Should we kill them? Zhao Xian's beautiful eyes glinted with murderous intent, already harboring thoughts of slaughter. Not yet. Do not kill them, Lin Chen replied calmly, signaling for the cute one not to act just yet. It was not that he was unwilling or afraid to eliminate these 4. Rather, he wished them to experience the dread of the apocalypse. Calling me master? Such a compliant beauty. Brother Dao laughed boisterously. The 3 lackeys joined in with their laughter. With such a stunning woman who was so obedient, the pleasures would be unparalleled. Get lost, do you hear me? Or I will end you, Brother Dao threatened, pointing at Lin Chen. Xian, cripple their legs, Lin Chen ordered indifferently. Understood, master, Zhao Xian responded, her aura of murder instantly surging forth as her hands transformed into lethal claws. What? Let this beauty, Brother Dao sneered mockingly, but his words were cut short. In a swift motion, Zhao Xian appeared before him, delivering a sweeping kick to his knee. Crack! Brother Dao had no time to react as his legs broke and he was sent flying. The three subordinates behind him were left in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This woman was extraordinary. In the next moment, they were met with a similar fate. Qian's strikes were merciless, precise, and devastating. One by one, the trio was hurled to the ground. My leg! Oh no! For thugs clutched their fractured limbs, wailing in agony. The excruciating pain twisted their faces into grimaces, and their gazes towards Zhao Qian morphed into sheer terror. This woman was undeniably a monster. After dispatching them, Qian returned to Lin Chen's side, seamlessly transitioning between the roles of a fierce combat maid and a demure servant. Let them scream, it would attract the zombies. These four scoundrels should experience the dread of the apocalypse. Lin Chen stepped forward, coldly observing the four men. Breaking their legs and leaving them here to await the zombies was a modest retribution. Moreover, shattering their limbs would hinder their mobility should they rise as undead, preventing them from causing harm. Upon hearing his words, Brother Dao and his companions clenched their teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, too frightened to utter a sound. Genuinely terrified of attracting nearby zombies, they did not wish to be devoured by the undead. Qian, let us go, Lin Chen said, turning to leave with a plastic bag in hand. Brother, wait. Brother Dao pleaded. We have never wronged you. I beg you, spare us. Don't leave us here. We will die. He prostrated himself on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. He could not comprehend why this man sought to condemn him when they bore no deep-seated enmity. Was it merely for those recent words? The three subordinates mimicked him, groveling on the floor, their faces contorted in pain and desperation. Pray to the king of hell. It's more effective than begging me. Lin Chen scoffed, not turning back as he departed, leaving the four men with expressions of sheer terror and despair. It hurts so much. What do we do, big brother? If we stay here, we will die. The three subordinates cried out in anguish. Endure the pain. Don't scream. Quickly crawl to the door and shut it. Brother Dao's face contorted in agony, wishing only for a few more moments of life. He fished out his phone and dialed a number. One of his subordinates, gritting his teeth, struggled to crawl towards the door. However, the supermarket's glass entryway had already been shattered. Upon seeing zombies staggering towards them from outside, he buried his face in the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The three men inside immediately understood this was the end. They were either devoured by zombies or transformed into them. At that moment, Brother Dao's call was connected. Boss Qian, please come save us. My brothers and I are trapped in the supermarket, and our legs have been broken. Brother Dao cried out in despair. The one he contacted was the local gang leader of the area. Lin Chen was unaware that such street thugs had backing. Otherwise, given his current approach, you have dealt a lethal blow. Your legs were broken? What happened? Came the cold inquiry from the other end, devoid of any intention to rescue. In this apocalyptic world, a crippled individual held no value whatsoever. As they spoke, two zombies had already appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing them, Brother Dao comprehended that there was no escape. Boss Qian, I'm certain I won T survive. The one who harmed us is a young lad accompanied by a stunning girl. Please, you must kill that boy and avenge my brothers. Brother Dao painfully articulated his final request, knowing Boss Qian was a cunning old serpent, thus deliberately mentioning the beautiful girl to pique his interest. His only hope was that Boss Qian would not let that unknown boy slip away. A beautiful girl? You worthless fools are truly embarrassing me. Boss Qian bellowed in outrage, clearly more concerned about the attractive girl. With that, he abruptly hung up. Meanwhile, the bald Brother Dao was suddenly pounced upon by a zombie. He attempted to resist, but found no escape. In his final moments, Brother Dao's eyes burned with resentment. That wretched boy, even if I become a zombie, I will not let you off. Simultaneously, in a KTV, Boss Qian lounged comfortably on a sofa, sipping beer, flanked by two women, relishing the moment. This hardly resembled an apocalypse. It felt indistinguishable from the days before. His indulgence was naturally due to his underlings raiding supplies. Sent a few people to investigate over there. Damn it, who dares to touch my men? And find that beautiful girl and bring her here immediately. Boss Qian commanded in a furious tone, caressing the two attractive women beside him, his face a portrait of satisfaction and arrogance. The apocalypse was splendid. He could act without restraint. His ambition was to become the king of this domain. After leaving the small supermarket, Lin Chen intended to find a clothing store for women. The outfit that Qian wore was severely soiled and tattered, and he had no women's clothing at home. It was necessary to procure some garments for her. One day, when he gathered Teacher Bai Ning, clothing would no longer be a concern. As they traversed the chaotic, lifeless streets, Cars lay haphazardly, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. They occasionally spotted a few wandering zombies. Most zombies prefer to linger in various buildings, coming out to roam at night. There remains over an hour until sunset. Lin Chen moved with utmost caution, striving to avoid disturbing the zombies, thereby preventing the awakening of nearby hordes that could envelop him. If they were merely ordinary zombies, he could manage, but the prospect of encountering mutated and enhanced ones loomed ominously. A gentle reminder appeared. Detected nearby is a goddess in peril. Name: Sun Xinrui. Race: human. Age: 23. Beauty: 88. Physique: 96. Occupation: secretary. Basic attributes: none. Superpower: none. Collection reward: a Glock handgun with unlimited bullets. Lin Chen furrowed his brow upon receiving the notification. Another familiar face? Indeed, he had encountered Sun Xinrui before. She was his colleague at a cultural company, secretary recently hired by their boss. Merely 2 months into her role, a fresh university graduate, she possessed striking beauty, and her physique was undeniably captivating, which explained the high score of 96 assigned to her form. In his previous life, Lin Chen and Sun Xinrui had no intersection after the apocalypse, leaving him unaware of her ultimate fate. The reward for collecting her was a carbon-based biological stabilizer with limitless ammunition. Certainly, it would prove useful in the early stages when his powers were still weak. She was worth rescuing. Xian, listen carefully. Are there any disturbances nearby? Lin Chen instructed. Xian immediately perked up her ears, diligently attuning herself to the sounds around them. Her senses surpassed those of ordinary humans. Master, over there, she indicated with a pointed finger. Lead the way, but be cautious. Safety is paramount, Lin Chen urged her. The two proceeded toward a nearby building along the street. Upon entering, they encountered 2 ordinary zombies at the corner. Swiftly, they engaged, each dispatching one before the creatures could react, their heads exploding without much noise, a testament to their seamless cooperation. Ascending the bloodstained staircase, they arrived on the 2nd floor, which housed a gym. Inside lingered 7 zombies, unlike the ordinary ones outside. These were clad in tank tops or were bare-chested, their robust muscles evident. They were evidently former gym enthusiasts, now transformed into the undead. This might prove somewhat challenging. Help! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A voice cried out in desperation. At a door, 2 zombies were frantically clawing at it, while Sun Xinrui leaned against the threshold. Should the door be breached, her fate would be sealed. Assessing the situation, Lin Chen realized that he must first deal with the zombies before he could rescue her. Fortunately, these zombies are merely oversized, ordinary specimens, devoid of any mutated or enhanced varieties. Xiaoyan, let us resolve this swiftly. Forward. Before Lin Chen's words could fully resonate, he charged ahead, wielding the axe he had previously acquired, aiming for the nape of one zombie. In an instant, the creature's head was severed, tumbling away as its body collapsed. The remaining 6 zombies were roused, snarling and rushing towards him. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan sprang into action, her hands transforming into lethal claws as she pounced on the zombies. Remarkably, the 2 towering zombies, each standing nearly 6 feet tall, found themselves utterly overpowered, pinned to the ground. Lin Chen leaped into the fray, delivering a mighty blow with his axe to a charging, bare-chested zombie. The creature, displaying an astonishing lack of awareness, did not attempt to evade. The result was a gruesome spectacle, with its head bursting open and a foul, dark blood pooling beneath it. Unfortunately, the wooden axe handle snapped under the strain, leaving Lin Chen unarmed. However, he remained unfazed. The gym was hardly devoid of weaponry. He swiftly grasped 2 30-kilogram dumbbell plates, which posed no challenge for his newly enhanced strength. The plates flew towards the zombies, proving far more effective than the axe. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Sun Xinrui, cowering in despair, ceased her sobbing upon hearing the commotion outside. What was happening? Were the zombies fighting, or had someone come to rescue her? She leaned towards the former, convinced that the terrifying zombies were beyond human capability. Trapped in the gym's staff lounge since the outbreak, her only sustenance had been a meager supply of food and water, which had now run out, leaving her on the brink of starvation. The presence of zombies blocking the door had plunged her into utter hopelessness. In less than a minute, silence enveloped the outside. Is that all you've got? Lin Chen scoffed, casting aside a blood-soaked dumbbell plate. Xiaoyan wiped her hands clean and returned obediently to her master's side. 7 formidable zombies had lost 3 brain cores, a surprisingly high yield. Those inside opened the door, Lin Chen called out, approaching the entrance. Who are you? There's zombies outside. I dare not venture out, Sun Xinrui responded. Shock evident in her voice upon hearing a human's plea. Could it be that someone had come to save her? Maintaining her vigilance, she hesitated to unlock the door. Rest assured, the zombies have been dispatched. Open the door quickly. I will lead you to safety, Lin Chen urged. Aware that time was of the essence lest more zombies converge upon their location. Oh, Sun Xinrui exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she struggled to rise and twist the door lock. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a tall man. A second glance revealed a flicker of recognition. You are Lin Chen from the company? She inquired weakly, leaning against the door frame, her strength waning. You actually recognize me, Lin Chen smiled, gazing at the figure of Sun Xinrui, clad in yoga pants and a sports tank top. My eyes were inescapably drawn to her impressive physique, despite her pallid complexion and a look of hunger that suggested she was on the brink of collapse. Her figure remained undeniably alluring, with curves that were both pronounced and exaggerated. The company's owner, that cunning old fox, indeed possesses a discerning eye for selecting secretaries. I feel as though I'm on the verge of starvation. Please, take me away from here, Sun Xinrui pleaded weakly. Before she could finish her sentence, her legs suddenly buckled, and she fell forward into Lin Chen's embrace. Careful now, Lin Chen said, swiftly catching her as a strong scent invaded his nostrils. It was evident she had not bathed in a week. It would have been surprising if she had no odor at all. As long as you haven't fainted. I can help you, but with conditions. From now on, you must heed my every command and follow my arrangements. Do you understand? Lin Chen declared. He had no intention of rescuing her without gaining something in return. He hoped that the goddesses he would gather henceforth would be as obedient as Xian. His past experiences taught him that, in such a tumultuous world, disobedient women could only bring calamity. Everything you say? How is that even possible? You wouldn't have happened to see my social media and come here to take advantage of me, would you? I want to make it easy for you. Sun Xinrui's demeanor changed abruptly as she straightened herself. Her earlier faintness seemed to have been a ruse to elicit sympathy from him. I don't even have you as a friend. Don't be ridiculous. If you refuse my terms, then so be it. You're on your own here. Lin Chen chuckled, bemused by her thought process. Without hesitation, he turned to leave with Xian. She was unworthy of negotiating with him. Wait, don't go, Sun Xinrui called out, steadying herself against the doorframe. It became clear that her weakness was genuine, not an act. It was then that she noticed this strikingly beautiful girl beside Lin Chen. How could he so callously abandon her here? How could he be so heartless? You still lack the qualities of a true man. What more do you have to say? I am quite busy. Do not waste my time, Lin Chen replied coldly, turning back to her. The only value you possess for me now is that matter. Can you truly bear to watch me suffer without offering assistance? Sun Xinrui retorted angrily, as if Lin Chen owed her something. What is there to feel remorseful about? You made your choice. Do not blame me, Lin Chen answered, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. He intended to employ a strategy of allure and retreat with this woman, convinced that he could ultimately gain the upper hand. However, your demands are truly excessive. Asking me to comply with everything you say is tantamount to compelling me to engage in actions I would never agree to. Sun Xinrui retorted angrily, a hint of bashfulness flickering across her haggard visage. Indeed, what other option is there? Your greatest value to me now resides solely in that matter. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, what purpose do you serve? Lin Chen nodded. He spoke nothing but unvarnished truths. Had it not been for the rewards associated with acquiring this woman, he would have had no interest in engaging with her. There was no shortage of beautiful women around. To state it plainly, the presence of the obedient and sensible Xian sufficed. How could you utter such shameless words? Sun Xinrui's shame and anger deepened. Shameless? I merely speak the truth. With zombies lurking everywhere, I lack the luxury of time to dally. Farewell. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Xian's slender waist and departed. Don't leave. I. Sun Xinrui called out anxiously, torn between seeking help and her reluctance to acquiesce to Lin Chen's demands. Her inner pride forbade her from conceding. Lin Chen did not respond, nor turn back. Throughout the exchange, Xian exhibited no emotional fluctuation. Whatever the master does is justified. I shall accept your conditions. Please, I implore you, do not abandon me here. Sun Xinrui ultimately made her decision, lowering her head in desperation. Overwhelmed by fear and indignation, She began to cry. She wished to take a step forward to pursue him, yet her body had grown so weak that she lacked the strength to even walk. Gazing at the chaos of bodies and blood in the gym, she was engulfed by sheer terror. If Lin Chen were to leave, she would undoubtedly perish alone. Have you reached a resolution? Lin Chen paused, turning back with a smile. I knew I could maneuver this girl. Yes, I am certain. As long as you can save me, I shall comply with your wishes. Sun Xinrui stated earnestly, contemplating that survival took precedence over all else. Nothing was more vital than life. Very well, the contract is now in effect. Lin Chen chuckled as he turned back. Where are you heading now? Do you have any food? I lack the strength to walk, Sun Xinrui weakly requested. As she spoke, her vision suddenly darkened, and she collapsed forward. Lin Chen was quick to react, catching her in his arms. He sensed that she should be fine, merely faint from hunger. He promptly opened a portal and transported Sun Xinrui to the shelter, laying her down on a bed to rest. From the recently acquired supplies, he procured a bottle of water and some sugar, preparing a bowl of sweetened water to feed her. Sun Xinrui remained unconscious, likely to be out for a while. Clad in yoga pants, Lin Chen stole a glance, his gaze wandering. Goodness, it is rather conspicuous. Subsequently, while there was still daylight, Lin Chen took Xiyin outside the shelter. Upon leaving the gym, I swiftly discovered a brand-name women's clothing store. Inside, a dozen or so ordinary zombies lay in wait, easily dispatched by 2 individuals. Once the undead were eradicated, we could unreservedly scavenge for supplies. Master, which garment shall I select? Shiyuan inquired sweetly. Take everything that is clean and attractive, especially those exquisite silks. None should be overlooked. Lin Chen replied with a playful smile. Given the circumstances of this zero-cost acquisition, there was no room for modesty. The only lament was the limited variety of clothing available. For instance, there were no maid outfits. However, that was of little consequence. It was permissible for Shiyuan to wear something else temporarily. The two busied themselves transporting garments to their dimension's sanctuary, regardless of whether they were outerwear or undergarments. Every style was to be collected. As for accessories like bags, they were discarded aside, for such items held little utility in this apocalyptic world. After a considerable endeavor, with only half an hour remaining until sunset, the number of roaming zombies in the streets began to increase. Once night fell, the undead became exceptionally active, rendering it unwise to continue the search for supplies. Thus, Lin Chen decided to conclude his efforts and return home. Although he could have chosen not to return to his apartment. After all, he could establish a residence anywhere. He opted to go back for the apartment house teacher by Ning. Should she encounter danger and seek assistance, he needed to be there promptly. The two hastily made their way back, evading the attention of any lurking zombies, and safely arrived at their apartment. Lin Chen transferred his belongings to the sanctuary, bidding farewell to the cramped bachelor apartment in favor of a luxurious estate. With a beautiful companion by his side, life was certainly improving. Meanwhile, the unconscious Sun Xinrui remained in a deep slumber. Lin Chen thoughtfully provided her with a bit of sugar water, and eventually, she began to awaken. Where am I? Is it safe? Sun Xinrui weakly inquired. Rest assured, it is quite safe. Hurry and eat something, Lin Chen encouraged. Returning to the living room, he retrieved a box of instant noodles. Feeling too lethargic to cook, he decided to indulge in the noodles for the time being, pairing them with a can of luncheon meat. An exquisite delight, given the lack of fresh vegetables and meat. The limited provisions were still a welcome relief. I'm so hungry, Sun Xinrui murmured, mustering her frail body to rise and venture into the living room. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. In the past, she had harbored a strong aversion to instant noodles. The scent of particularly pungent flavors, like pickled cabbage, had been unbearable. Yet now, the very smell of noodles filled her with excitement. She approached eagerly, devouring the bowl of noodles with fervor, reminiscent of a famished ghost reborn. Shiyuan, can you eat this? Lin Chen asked between bites, as the noodles had become a delightful treat for his ravenous appetite. Master, I can give it a try, Shiyuan replied obediently. In truth, all she needed was to consume the brain core, yet indulging in a few morsels of other food would not be detrimental. Within a mere 2 minutes, Sun Xinrui had devoured the instant noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. I want to eat the luncheon meat can, she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with desire. If you wish to eat, then do so, Lin Chen offered, presenting her with an open can while he prepared to relish his own meal. Sun Xinrui seized the can, and eagerly scooped out its contents with a spoon, her face regaining some color as a satisfied smile blossomed upon her lips. Overcome with joy, tears streamed down uncontrollably from her eyes. It was in that moment she realized that she was indeed alive. The simple act of having food was such a profound happiness. Before long, she had finished an entire can, yet the insistent signals of hunger in her mind prompted her to continue. She reached for another can, ready to open it. Be cautious, or you risk bursting your stomach, Lin Chen admonished. Those who have endured prolonged hunger must avoid gluttony, lest their bodies suffer. But I feel so hungry. I want more. There is plenty of food. Do not be stingy, Sun Xinrui complained, her gaze greedily fixed on the bounty on the coffee table. Are you defiant? Have you forgotten the conditions you agreed to? Lin Chen questioned coldly. Chapter 10. Only obedient tools are worthy tools. I haven't forgotten, Sun Xinrui retorted, pouting. Then recite it back to me, Lin Chen demanded sternly. You want me to do everything you say? She murmured. The utterance of such words left her feeling diminished. To obey this man in all matters felt akin to becoming his servant. Just remember, if you defy me, I can cut off your rations at any moment or even expel you, Lin Chen warned. Only obedient tools are worthy tools. Don't be so harsh. She is a girl. Can't you be a little gentler? Sun Xinrui lamented, feeling wronged by his demeanor. Then go speak to the zombies and ask them to be gentle with you. Lin Chen chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. In his previous life, he had been quite protective of delicate souls, yet to women, that was merely seen as servile behavior. It is well known that those who are servile ultimately end up with nothing. No, I will listen to you, Sun Xinrui insisted, shaking her head vigorously. I absolutely refuse to leave this safe place. Now that's more like it, Lin Chen replied, nodding with satisfaction. He then stood up to tidy up the mess. Master, allow me to handle it, Xian immediately interjected, eager to take over. As a diligent maid, how could she permit her master to toil? Very well, you may, Lin Chen said with a smile, then glanced at Sun Xinrui. Pay attention and learn well. Why are your master? Sun Xinrui curiously inquired, struggling to comprehend why such a beautiful girl would obediently heed the commands of this young man. Why question the obvious? I shall take a bath. Lin Chen, disinterested in offering an explanation, prepared to wash away the grime accumulated over several days, a discomfort he could no longer endure. Yuan, why do you listen to him? Sun Xinrui whispered, leaning closer. He is my master, so naturally, I follow his words, Yuan replied with serene indifference. How did he become your master? Did he save you? Sun Xinrui pressed further. A master is simply a master. You too shall refer to him as such in the future, Yuan stated. Why so many questions? This girl is rather peculiar. I refuse to call him master, Sun Xinrui scoffed with disdain. The notion of addressing him as such was utterly unacceptable. She couldn't help but think how foolish this girl named Yuan was. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Chen bathed, she stealthily indulged in the snacks on the coffee table. As she surveyed the surroundings, she discovered the villa was indeed opulent, undoubtedly worth a fortune. Yet, she found it strange that outside the window, an expanse of white obscured any view. Venturing outside the villa, she was utterly astonished. Aside from the villa, there was nothing else. Such an eerie scene could only exist in a dream. She began to question the true nature of this place. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Chen emerged from the bath, clad in a robe. Normally, he would not require such an extended period, but had been far too long since his last wash. The handsome figure, having emerged from the water, appeared even more striking, his complexion noticeably lighter, enhancing his already handsome features. Indeed, he possessed a certain charm. Otherwise, how could he pursue a woman of such beauty as Li Shueshua? Though Li Shueshua's beauty may not rate above 90, she undoubtedly surpassed 80. Observing Lin Chen, Sun Xinrui couldn't help but admire him. He truly was a handsome man. It was precisely because of his good looks that she had paid him extra attention at the company. Yuan, you should wash up now. Discard your soiled clothes. Lin Chen commanded. Yes, master, Yuan obediently complied, heading off to bathe. The living room was left with only the two of them. Where's this villa located? It feels rather strange. Sun Xinrui couldn't suppress her curiosity. An alternate dimension. Quite fascinating, isn't it? Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, unperturbed by the prospect of revealing his secret. After all, without his permission, one could not leave. Are you joking? Sun Xinrui exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief. Given the emergence of zombies, wouldn't it be entirely reasonable for some superpowers to manifest as well? As he reiterated, to survive in this apocalyptic world, you must obediently heed my words. Lin Chen emphasized once more. Oh, Sun Xinrui pondered, beginning to see the logic in his assertion. Once again, Lin Chen glanced at the scene before him, pondering whether he had truly latched onto an exceptionally powerful ally. Uncertainty lingered over whether he should feel fortunate. He reclined comfortably on the sofa, switching on the television. The various channels had long since vanished. However, the television boasted an extensive library of cinematic treasures. Naturally, all selections were wholesome and devoid of any romantic escapades. Lin Chen searched for The Walking Dead, deciding to indulge in this series. Watching a zombie film amidst an apocalyptic backdrop felt remarkably fitting. Must we really watch this? Sun Xinrui complained. It's far too terrifying. But how easily one forgets who holds the reins in this domain. Indulge in the spectacle of foolishness as it unfolds in a world gone awry. Lin Chen warned with a piercing glare. Sun Xinrui hesitated to retort, her frustration mounting as she increasingly deemed this man utterly insufferable. After a span of over 20 minutes, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. It was a call from a certain imbecile. Indeed, the caller ID read imbecile. Lin Chen had humorously amended his ex-girlfriend's contact to reflect this moniker. He was well aware that the woman was undoubtedly famished. Nonchalantly, he answered the call. The system's capabilities were astonishing, allowing communication even from an alternate dimension. Where are you? Weren't you supposed to come? My friend and I are on the verge of starvation, and yet we've yet to see you. Li Shueshue's voice resonated with fury, unmistakably indicating her growing impatience. Lin Chen, what on earth are you doing? My friend and I have been waiting for you all day. Lu Xinyue's voice chimed in, equally irate. The two women had been waiting from dawn until dusk, their hunger intensifying. Yet Lin Chen's promised provisions remained elusive. They were close to exploding with indignation. I intended to bring you food, but darkness has fallen. The outside is perilous. Please endure a little longer. I assure you, I will deliver the food by morning. Lin Chen feigned reassurance, unable to suppress a smirk. Those two foolish women were none the wiser, still oblivious to the jest. Would it truly kill them to seek sustenance for themselves? What? You expect me to wait until tomorrow? Absolutely not. You must bring the food immediately. That insufferable man, refusing to deliver food simply because night had fallen. How utterly unreasonable. Lin Chen, are you even a man? So cowardly. Just because it's dark, you're afraid to venture out? The only difference is a few more zombies lurking about. Lu Xinyue scoffed with disdain. Lin Chen fell silent, haunted by unwelcome memories. At this moment, it felt eerily reminiscent of a time long past. The true natures of these two women had been revealed far too early. Speak up. I demand you bring the food now. Do you hear me? If I do not receive food tonight, you worthless man, keep your distance and do not trouble me again. Li Shueshue furiously rebuked the threats. The adept tactics of psychological manipulation had resurfaced. Did you hear that? If you don't hurry and deliver the food, you'll forever lose Shueshue. She had bathed and was waiting for him, urging him not to miss this opportunity. Lu Xinyue chimed in supportively. Oh, is that so? You shameless harlots. Do you really think I am a mere victim? Lin Chen retorted with a cold smile. Given the circumstances, he was disinclined to continue playing along. Chapter 11. May you two fools meet a dire fate. Lin Chen, what do you mean by that? How dare you insult us? Li Shueshue shouted, clearly astonished that this useless man would dare speak to her in such a manner. How could you utter such outrageous words? Apologize to us immediately. Lu Xinyue demanded angrily. The two women on the other end were undoubtedly seething. They could never have anticipated Lin Chen's sudden change in demeanor. What is wrong with scolding you? Did I err my assessment? Are you not aware of your own worth? Let me enlighten you. I am currently living quite comfortably, while you two fools can look forward to starving. Lin Chen retorted scornfully. His restraint in refraining from uttering more vulgarities was solely due to the mysterious power of the rules that bound him. Given the chance, he would have delighted in delivering a few resounding slaps to those two women for his own satisfaction. You bastard! Are you out of your mind? Get lost! Li Shueshue roared, bewildered as to why the man who had always complied with her wishes would dare defy her. Damn it! This is outrageous. Fine, then goodbye. I wish you two fools a miserable end, Lin Chen replied with a grin. Sitting nearby, Sun Xinrui watched in astonishment. Just then, with a click, the bathroom door swung open. The enchanting Xiang emerged, clad in a white bathrobe, bounding over like a lively little rabbit. Master, I'm done with my bath. Who are you talking to that made you so angry? she asked in a playful tone, her rosy cheeks radiating cuteness. Just some worthless harlots. Lin Chen intended to end the call, but the arrival of the adorable girl was indeed a fortuitous distraction. Lin Chen, how can there be another woman by your side? Oh, I see. You dare to betray me. Li Shuagzua Arupta. You scoundrel. You actually betrayed Shueshua. Are you even human? Lu Xinyue scolded vehemently, defending her close friend. You can say whatever you wish. I won't waste any more time on you. I intend to enjoy a delightful evening with my little darling. Lin Chen sneered disdainfully before promptly hanging up the phone. Those two fools would certainly go hungry tonight. He happily pulled Xiyang into his lap, unable to resist planting a kiss on her fair, delicate face. The girl is delightfully fragrant and soft, truly endearing, with a slight blush on her charming face. Xian willingly nestled against her master. His affection for her filled her with joy and satisfaction. Nearby, Sun Xinrui gaped in astonishment. Were these two truly embracing in front of her? She felt somewhat superfluous, as if she should not be there as an unwelcome observer. Strangely, she felt a tinge of envy within her heart. Do not just stand there as a mere observer. Hurry and freshen up, Lin Chen instructed. From now on, our home shall not be sullied. Oh, understood. Do you have a change of clothes? Sun Xinrui replied shyly, her face displaying evident nervousness. She pondered whether this man's request for her to bathe might harbor ulterior motives. Look for yourself in that room, Lin Chen gestured. All the collected clothes and shoes were placed in one room. Upon entering, Sun Xinrui was taken aback. So many garments. She quickly chose a bathrobe and headed to the bathroom to shower. Standing under the warm water of the shower, she reveled in the sensation. In the living room, Lin Chen embraced the adorable creature while watching television. It was only a bit past 8. The night had just begun, and going to bed would be far too early. Meanwhile, in another neighborhood, Li Shueshua and Lu Xinyue were curled up on the sofa, their stomachs growling in hunger, occasionally experiencing pangs of discomfort. They were truly famished. Damn that scoundrel. How dare he toy with me? May he meet a wretched fate. Li Shuagzua Fumat. I wonder which little minx is by his side. To call a master right off the bat. How disgusting. Li Shueshua continued to rant, her anger reaching a boiling point. She could not fathom how a sycophant dared to rise against her. I told you that useless fool was unreliable. He truly deserves his fate. Shueshua. We need to find a more dependable man, Lu Xinyue suggested, her voice filled with resentment. She had actually been contemplating a backup plan all along. Are you referring to that wealthy second generation, Li Jie? Yes, we can seek him out. He is so affluent that he must not lack for food. Li Shueshua's eyes lit up. She had never harbored genuine feelings for Lin Chen, viewing him merely as an ATM. Precisely, it is Li Jie. Here, his number. Give him a call, Lu Xinyue said, pulling out her phone. She thought that as long as they could cling to the wealthy young master's side, they would surely have sustenance to endure this dreadful apocalypse. Li Shueshua immediately dialed the rich young man's number. Returning to Lin Chen, Sun Xinrui had finished her half-hour shower and emerged. Although her complexion still bore signs of fatigue, her beauty had undeniably ascended to a new level. She approached clad in a bathrobe, revealing that she wore nothing beneath. This led to her impressive figure creating waves with each step she took. Lin Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse and inwardly exclaimed in admiration. This woman may not possess top-tier beauty, yet her physique is undeniably exquisite. Having her as a tool is certainly not a loss. Sun Xinrui also noticed Lin Chen's gaze. Though she said nothing, she felt a sense of pride within. As long as this lad is a seasoned player, she is confident she can handle him. Losing interest, she declared, "Sweetheart, let us take a break." Lin Chen had already lost the desire to continue watching the drama. As the old saying goes, when one is well fed, thoughts wander elsewhere. He now felt a surge of excitement, eager to savor the presence of the enchanting maid. "Yes, master," Shiyuan replied, shyly nodding. "Tonight, you have no business with me. You should rest early," Lin Chen advised Sun Xinrui. He then rose, carrying Shiyuan to the bedroom, urgency coursing through him. He couldn't bear to wait another moment. Sun Xinrui felt a bit speechless. What did he mean by saying she had no part in tonight's affairs? Did he imply there would be a time for her? This lad is quite the dreamer. She wouldn't let him have the upper hand. Grabbing the remote, Sun Xinrui searched for her favorite idol drama, settling onto the sofa to indulge in her show. In the room, Shiyuan shyly inquired, "Master, what would you have me do?" She was aware of what was about to unfold and felt a tinge of shyness, yet there was no fear or resistance within her. "You need not do anything. Just cooperate with me." Now, please remove your bathrobe, Lin Chen said with a gentle smile. He had prepared the necessary precautions in advance. Safety first, after all. As you command. Shiyuan replied without hesitation, promptly shedding her bathrobe, standing there, completely bare and poised. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. No longer indulging in superfluous actions, he immediately focused on the task at hand. Having lacked the opportunity to truly appreciate her beauty before, tonight he would savor every moment. Meanwhile, in the living room, Sun Xinrui was engrossed in her drama. However, as she watched, strange sounds began to filter into her ears, causing her body to stiffen. That sound left her momentarily unsettled. Chapter 12. You need not do anything, just cooperate with me. Sun Xinrui was not foolish. She was well aware of what was transpiring in the room. How could they escalate to such fervor so quickly? Moreover, judging by the sounds, Lin Chen seemed quite adept. Her mind began to conjure various thoughts and images, and her body involuntarily grew warm. Damn it, why was the soundproofing of the door so inadequate? How could she focus on the television now? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Sun Xinrui stealthily approached the door, pressing her ear against it. This allowed her to hear the commotion inside even more clearly. She swallowed hard, feeling incredibly parched. Vivid images swirled her mind. Goodness, that fellow was indeed formidable. Sun Xinrui felt increasingly uncomfortable, unable to endure any longer. So she returned to the sofa to watch television. Yet, she found herself unable to focus on the screen at all. Her thoughts were consumed by the images she wished to erase. Nearly an hour passed. Finally, the strange sounds ceased. Sun Xinrui glanced over, utterly astonished. My word, an hour? That individual is astonishingly powerful. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. She thought to herself, after such exertion, surely he would not continue. Thus, she turned off the television and retreated to her bedroom to rest. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, she felt a wave of happiness. In this apocalyptic world, such comforts were truly delightful. In the adjacent room, Lin Chen leaned against the headboard, allowing his skills to cool down. The fragrant, perspiring Shiyuan lay limply against him. Logically, she possessed a strong constitution and should not be so weak. But let us not forget, Lin Chen had also undergone enhancements. Even as an ordinary person, his combat prowess was formidable. Just ask Li Shue. Now his strength had ascended to new heights. Masters so powerful. Shall we turn off the lights and rest? Shiyuan softly suggested, her lovely face flushed and radiant, clearly having experienced great pleasure. Do you wish to rest already? There is still another round to go. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Once his ultimate skill was ready, he would continue. Faced with such an alluring companion, one round was hardly sufficient. Huh? More? She asked, feeling shy. I'm already exhausted and worry I may not serve you well. Not a problem, Lin Chen thought. This girl was truly heartwarming. He must cherish her properly. Half an hour later, Sun Xinrui lay there, her restless heart settling somewhat. Drowsiness began to envelop her, and she thought she might finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. However, amidst the silence, she felt as if strange noises echoed in her ears once more. Instantly, her senses sharpened. No way, not again. She suspected she was hearing things, so she got up and pressed her ear against the wall, straining to listen. Now she could clearly hear the commotion next door. That fellow had begun to stir again. She was curious. Were all men this vigorous? Soon, chaotic images flooded her mind, causing her body to heat up with discomfort once more. She wanted to drink a glass of cold water, attempting to lie down and rest. Yet, her body felt unbearable. Tossing and turning, sleep eluding her. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The next day arrived, marking the 8th day since the apocalypse began. It was a little past 10 in the morning when Lin Chen awoke from a restful slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the sight of Xiyin nestled upon him, her slumber reminiscent of a gentle, docile kitten. Time to rise. Lin Chen playfully tapped her back. Reflecting on the previous night, he savored the memory of her exquisite charm. Good morning, master, Xiyin greeted, her sparkling eyes fluttering open. As she stirred, a chill enveloped her delicate figure, exposed and vulnerable in the morning light. Lin Chen's gaze fixated on her, a fleeting desire igniting within him. Yet, he chose restraint. The daylight was ill-suited for exhausting one's vigor. Ouch, it hurts, she murmured, shifting her body, a grimace crossing her features. Pain radiated from her abdomen, resonating throughout her form, accompanied by a distinct weariness in her limbs. Are you unwell? It shouldn't be too serious, right? Lin Chen inquired with a gentle smile, well aware that her discomfort stemmed from his own indulgence the previous night. Just a bit uncomfortable. But it's nothing to worry about, master. You are truly remarkable, she replied shyly, her face aglow, her demeanor markedly improved despite her physical unease. The joy of last night lingered in her thoughts, a testament to Lin Chen's kindness. That's good to hear. Now let us get you dressed. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill, Lin Chen advised with a soft smile, his concern veiled as he aimed to maintain his own composure. What style should I wear, master? Xian asked, donning a bathrobe. The maid outfit from yesterday was no longer suitable. A change was necessary. How about a short skirt paired with white stockings? Lin Chen suggested impulsively, yearning to see her in a JK uniform, though the previous day's shopping had yielded no such attire. Understood, master, Xian responded eagerly as she set off in search of clothing. Lin Chen, too, rose from his resting place, feeling a twinge in his lower back. The intensity of last night's activities had indeed taken a toll, though his regular exercise and enhanced physique had mitigated the impact. Suddenly, a notification from the system caught his attention. Zhao Xian's attributes have changed. Cultivation points, 410. The number of cultivation attempts had increased from 1 to 4, indicating that they had engaged in 3 rounds of activity the previous night. He felt utterly drained after such exertion, yet he knew 3 was not his limit. After all, a week without proper nourishment could hardly justify such a meager count. After freshening up, Lin Chen made his way to the living room, only to find no sign of Sun Xinrui. Surely she isn't still sleeping in? He mused, incredulous. This household does not accommodate idlers. He promptly approached her door and knocked. Moments later, he awaited a response. As the morning light graced the room, Shi Yuan appeared, adorned in a delicate pink dress complemented by knee-high white stockings, exuding an enchanting youthful charm. Just splendid. At that moment, Sun Xinrui, clad in a bathrobe and yawning, stumbled into the living room, her demeanor reflecting a complete lack of vitality. It was evident that she had not yet awakened from her slumber. Did you sneak out last night? Lin Chen inquired. Sun Xinrui shot him a look of exasperation. Surely, you must know the reason I did not sleep well, she retorted, her frustration palpable. It's utterly absurd. You must respond when the host poses a question, Shi Yuan reminded her, considering the new member of their household to be rather disrespectful towards Lin Chen. Did you hear that? Answer the question, Lin Chen chuckled. You are not my master, Sun Xinrui replied, her eyes narrowing at Lin Chen, filled with both resentment and an undeniable hint of surprise. She had indeed stayed up later than both Lin Chen and Shi Yuan, plagued by insomnia until the early hours of the morning. She distinctly remembered him visiting thrice. It was utterly astonishing. How could the spirited Shi Yuan endure such an ordeal? How could she possibly be sleepless? If your body is unwell, can't you handle it yourself? Lin Chen teased with a mischievous grin. Chapter 13. One day, the truth will be revealed. Lin Chen was well aware that the young lady had likely let her imagination run wild upon hearing certain sounds. Her insomnia due to physical discomfort could not be attributed to him. It was merely a fault of the room's poor soundproofing. Handle it myself? Don't be ridiculous. I would never resort to such measures, Sun Xinrui exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You wouldn't? I find it hard to believe, Lin Chen scoffed, convinced that she was putting on an act of innocence. Whether you believe it or not, I am indeed a virtuous maiden, Sun Xinrui declared with conviction. Even if she were capable of such actions, she would never confess to a man, as that would lead to social disgrace. You're a virtuous maiden? I find that hard to accept, Lin Chen laughed. Having served as the secretary to the aged, sly boss for some time, and often dressing provocatively at the office, it was difficult to believe her claim. If I truly am, Sun Xinrui insisted firmly. Then I must have stumbled upon a treasure, Lin Chen mused, intrigued. One day, the truth will reveal itself. Sun Xinrui's indignation only grew. This fellow had saved her, yet it seemed he was merely coveting her form. She felt increasingly ensnared in a wretched trap. What to do? Some matters may be beyond your control, Lin Chen smirked disdainfully. For this young lady to thrive in his presence, her only path lay in obedience. Do not linger idly. You and Xian should prepare a simple meal, perhaps frying some eggs and heating up a can of luncheon meat. He promptly instructed. Have something to eat before heading out to gather useful supplies. I cannot cook. Sun Xinrui shook her head. If you cannot cook, then tidy up the house. No one is permitted to be idle at home, Lin Chen directed. Understood. Although Sun Xinrui was reluctant, she had no choice but to obey. What would she do? Under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. Xian immediately fetched a bag of rice, rinsed it, and used the rice cooker to prepare the meal. As a diligent maid, cooking was her forte, though the lack of diverse ingredients limited her creativity. Lin Chen turned on the television, waiting for the meal to be ready. Life had become more comfortable than before the apocalypse. He had never had such a charming maid to attend to him. Sun Xinrui first changed into a bathrobe. Having discarded yesterday's dirty clothes and donned a new athletic tank top paired with light-colored yoga pants, it seemed she truly enjoyed this sporty attire. Coincidentally, Lin Chen also found it pleasing to the eye. Watching this petite figure, so confidently dressed while tidying up, he couldn't help but recall scenes from various films. Many actors had portrayed similar scenarios. When a meal was ready, the three sat down to eat. After a long time without rice, Lin Chen found the meal remarkably delightful. Sun Xinrui even choked up while eating, astonished that in this desperate world, she could still experience such treatment. The feeling of being alive was truly wonderful. Soon, they finished their meal. We will head out shortly to search for supplies. Xian, are you feeling all right? Lin Chen inquired. Master, I am fine. I will not hold you back, Xian promised with a smile. Although she did feel slightly unwell, it did not hinder her ability to act. That is good. We cannot afford to lose such a crucial asset. And you must accompany us as well. Lin Chen then turned to Sun Xinrui. Huh? Am I also going outside? There are zombies out there. I am afraid, Sun Xinrui protested, her face filled with reluctance. Just thinking about the terrifying appearance of those zombies made her dread the idea of stepping outside. Regardless of your fears, we must go out. Remember, you need to prove your worth to me. Lin Chen smirked. He could not allow this girl to remain idle at home. She needed to witness the terrifying reality of zombies. Only then would she understand her situation and the value she should provide. You are so heartless. Sun Xinrui's anxiety began to rise. A few minutes later, the three exited the sanctuary of the alternate dimension, arriving at the room of the single apartment. Sun Xinrui glanced back at the vanishing portal, her face a mask of astonishment. Good heavens, is this what superpowers are like? If only she could awaken some extraordinary ability. Lin Chen stepped out of his room. Along the corridor, for zombies lurked, all female, yet their appearances were unremarkable, and the system did not provide any collectible prompts. Upon hearing the commotion, the four zombies instantly lunged forward with menacing roars. Oh my god, help! Sun Xinrui screamed, leaping onto Lin Chen's back. As a fragile woman, she dared not confront the zombies head-on. Lin Chen felt the forceful impact from behind. Goodness, what a remarkable physique. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Yan's beautiful eyes as she sprang into action. Without the slightest effort, she swiftly dispatched the four zombies, emerging unscathed. Without a trace of blood. Incredible. Sun Xinrui peered over Lin Chen's shoulder, astonished. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed that the demure Su Yan could be so formidable. No wonder the zombies at the gym yesterday were swiftly dealt with. Could you please get down? Body checking is a serious foul, Lin Chen quipped. What body checking? You are so annoying, Sun Xinrui said, blushing and loosening her grip. She had genuinely been frightened, which caused her to lose composure. Look at others and then look at yourself. Besides screaming, what else can you do? Lin Chen scoffed. This was, after all, a form of manipulation. Oh, one cannot generalize about people. Besides, she lacks superpowers. Sun Xinrui struggled to find a rebuttal. In her eyes, Su Yan must possess some extraordinary ability, and there was nothing wrong with thinking so. Just then, a cacophony echoed from the stairwell as a horde of zombies came rushing in. Oh no, it's your shouting that attracted them, Lin Chen exclaimed. Su Yan, let's end this quickly. He shook off his apprehension, gripping a steel pipe he had picked up the day before. Facing the approaching horde, he felt no fear. Rather, excitement surged within him. He and Su Yan advanced to confront the threat, working in tandem, dispatching the zombies with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Sun Xinrui curled up in the corner, terrified. Those zombies truly looked frightful. A dismembered zombie head rolled to her feet, sending her into a panic, nearly losing her wits. Wah! Mommy, I want to go home. The commotion attracted over 20 more zombies from several floors above and below. Fortunately, they were all ordinary zombies, easily handled by Lin Chen and Su Yan. Once the corridor was littered with corpses, tranquility finally returned. After clearing the battlefield, they found 3 brain cores among the defeated zombies. Lin Chen handed them over to Su Yan, suggesting she keep them for when hunger struck. After all, such items would surely be plentiful in the future. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He retrieved his phone and saw it was a call from Teacher by Ning. The sudden call raised alarms in his mind. Could it be that Teacher by was in peril? Chapter 14. Is my brother really that formidable? Brother, help. I'm in the basement parking lot of the apartment, and some thugs are chasing me. The call connected, and Bai Ning's frantic and urgent plea echoed from the other end. In the background, one could faintly hear menacing voices of men threatening her. Do not fear, Teacher Bai. I shall come at once. Lin Chen's expression darkened. As he had surmised, Teacher Bai was indeed in danger. He ended the call and immediately prepared to rescue her. Teacher Bai was of utmost importance. He could not allow her to be in peril. Please return home first. I cannot delay you any longer. Lin Chen stepped forward to grasp son Xinrue's arm, activating the portal to send her home. There were pressing matters at hand, and he could not afford to have her as a hindrance. Thank heavens, I'm finally going home. Son Xinrue exclaimed with excitement, only to be thrust into the dimensional space by Lin Chen. She was already so frightened that her legs had turned to jelly, and she could scarcely stand. Once back in the safe space, her body slumped in exhaustion as she sat on the ground. This place is so much better. The outside world is terrifying. With so many zombies lurking as soon as one steps out, she couldn't help but reconsider. It seemed she could no longer detach herself from Lin Chen's protection. Outside, Lin Chen and Xian hurried downstairs towards the basement. Meanwhile, in the basement, Bai Ning stumbled in her panic, twisting her ankle and falling to the ground. 6 ruffians surrounded her. Run, huh? Let's see where you think you can escape to. Do not be afraid. We are not bad people. Just come with me, and I'll take you to a place where you can live in luxury. I guarantee you will be very happy. The leader, a man with red hair, sneered. Gazing at the stunning beauty on the ground, he felt a burning desire within him. He longed to take advantage of this woman right then and there. However, he knew such a beautiful woman was not meant for him to enjoy first. She had to be taken back for their boss. I won't run anymore. Don't worry. My foot is injured. Let me rest for a moment, and I will come with you. Despite her fear, Bai Ning maintained her composure, seeking to stabilize the situation and buy time. She could only hope that her brother Lin Chen would come to her rescue. Now, that I say, smart girl. No worries about your foot. We can carry you. The red-haired man replied with a satisfied smile. Such a beautiful woman would surely earn him a generous reward from their boss. They were indeed the thugs sent by Boss Qian, dispatched to investigate the situation with Brother Dao and, incidentally, to bring back women for their boss. Although they claimed to be on an investigation, they didn't have the leisure to actually conduct one, considering the zombies that could be lurking nearby. They were not so reckless as to take unnecessary risks. They merely intended to make a perfunctory visit, and upon encountering Bai Ning searching for supplies, capturing her would perfectly fulfill their task. I'll carry her. What do you mean you'll carry her? Step aside. No, let me do it. The ruffians clamored forward, each eager to carry off the stunning beauty. Such a captivating woman. Merely to touch her, or even catch a whiff of her fragrance would surely confer longevity. Get lost. You think such fortune is meant for you? The red-haired leader bellowed, his face twisted in a sinister grin as he scrutinized Bai Ning. He secretly hoped that once their boss grew tired of her, he might have a chance to toy with her himself. To be with such a woman, he would gladly embrace becoming a zombie. Step back. Don't come any closer. Help. Someone help. Bai Ning, realizing that time was slipping away, shouted desperately, wishing fervently for her brother Lin Chen to arrive quickly. Yet, she understood that if Lin Chen were home, he would need to descend countless flights of stairs, making his arrival far from swift. Shut your mouth. Do you want to attract zombies and get us all killed? The red-haired man warned coldly, preparing to forcibly take the beautiful woman away, as lingering here was perilous. Don't be afraid, Bai Laoshi. I'm here. Just then, 2 figures emerged in the distance. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bai Ning felt an overwhelming joy. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to arrive so swiftly. Who dares to meddle? The red-haired man and his 6 companions turned to see a man and a woman approaching, the latter being another breathtaking beauty, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. Bai Laoshi, are you all right? Lin Chen, disregarding the ruffians, inquired with concern. Mifine. Don't worry, brother, there are too many of them. You must be careful. Bai Ning exclaimed, her face betraying her anxiety. In this dire moment, her first instinct was to seek help from this man, who had indeed come as she hoped. It's good to hear you're all right. Let me handle these thugs first. Lin Chen replied with a calm smile, relieved that Bai Laoshi had not been harmed. You're looking for death, aren't you? Wait, a man and a woman? You were the one who injured Brother Dao yesterday. The red-haired man barked furiously. Recognizing Lin Chen and realizing this was the very person their boss had instructed them to find, You know, Brother Dao? That was indeed me, Lin Chen responded, somewhat surprised. Indeed it's you. How dare you touch our people? Brothers, capture him alive and take him back for the boss to deal with. As for the beautiful lady beside him, we'll enjoy her ourselves. The red-haired man ordered with a smug sneer, relishing the dual fortune of another beauty being presented to them. The ruffians, grinning wickedly, brandished their weapons and advanced, outnumbering Lin Chen 6-1. Brother, be careful. Bai Ning called out again, her voice laced with worry. Unacquainted with the prowess of Lin Chen and his companion, one might be apprehensive about his ability to confront a multitude. Teacher Bai, there is no need for concern on my behalf, Lin Chen remarked with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Bai Ning. He then turned his gaze towards the 6 ruffians, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light. You little wretch, why not kneel and plead for mercy? Perhaps you might avoid some bodily harm, sneered the red-haired man threateningly. A bunch of worthless scum. Shi Yuan, assist Teacher Bai. I shall deal with these miscreants. Lin Chen spat disdainfully. In ordinary times, these thugs were already detestable, and now, amidst the apocalypse, they were even more unruly. Provoking him was a grave mistake. Shi Yuan obediently nodded and went to support Bai Ning. How dare you be so brazen? Attack! Cripple him! The red-haired man bellowed. Issuing his command, the 5 thugs promptly armed themselves and lunged forward. Lin Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he brandished the steel pipe used for dispatching zombies, which bore dark stains of blood and had been somewhat dented. For such lowly ruffians, he deemed it unnecessary to engage barehanded. However, he was reluctant to soil his hands. Upon noticing Lin Chen wielding a weapon, the thugs grew cautious, exchanging glances before simultaneously attacking. Blades and clubs came at him from all directions. Yet, Lin Chen reacted swiftly, striking mercilessly. The steel pipe swung in a wide arc, delivering several precise blows to the thugs' faces. Perhaps due to his extensive experience in battling zombies, he instinctively aimed for their heads. Of course, he restrained his strength, exerting no more than 20% of his capability, lest the scene frighten Teacher Bai. The 5 advancing ruffians were utterly defenseless against his assault, collapsing in pain as they were struck, blood streaming from their faces as they thudded to the ground. Writhing in agony, Bai Ning, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished. Is Lin Chen's brother truly this formidable? Chapter 15. Allow me to examine you. Bai Ning clearly did not anticipate Lin Chen's extraordinary prowess, particularly his ruthlessness, compelling her to re-evaluate her perception of him. Equally stunned was the previously arrogant red-haired man, who now gasped in fear, his body trembling. It seems I have provoked a formidable opponent. Why scream so? Does it hurt? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies with such loud cries? Lin Chen taunted coldly. The fallen thugs, upon hearing this, fell silent. Compared to their physical pain, they were far more terrified of the undead. Now it's your turn, Lin Chen said, advancing towards the red-haired man, weighing the bloodied steel pipe in his hands. Curse you all, a bunch of useless fools. I shall fight you to the end. Though the red-haired man was already gripped by fear, he clung to a sliver of hope, brandishing a knife as he charged forward. Lin Chen scoffed derisively. With a swift motion, he brought the pipe down upon the red-haired man's right arm, resulting in a sickening crack as the bone shattered. A knife, measuring over half a meter in length, clattered to the ground. My hand, cried the red-haired man in a piercing wail. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his leg, resulting in a fracture that caused him to collapse to the ground. Spare me, brother. I was wrong. Let's speak calmly. The red-haired man hastily pleaded for mercy, his face contorted in agony as he writhed on the floor. Tell me, who is your leader? Lin Chen inquired coldly. It is Boss Qian. You must have heard of him, right? Brother, please let us go, and I will ensure Boss Qian does not trouble you again. The red-haired man seized the opportunity to negotiate, believing that the reputation of Boss Qian was formidable enough to intimidate Lin Chen, confident that his name was known to all in the area. Boss Qian, you say? Lin Chen's eyes glinted with a chilling light. He was indeed familiar with this title. In his previous life, there was a notorious thug named Boss Qian who wreaked havoc in this territory, robbing resources and causing the demise of many. Since you know of him, then spare us. Otherwise, Boss Qian will certainly not let you off lightly. The red-haired man regained a semblance of arrogance, convinced that the name of Boss Qian would deter this young man. It is I who shall not let him off, Lin Chen retorted, thrusting a steel pipe into the red-haired man's leg. Another agonizing scream escaped his lips. Where is he? If you do not speak the truth, I shall take your life this instant, Lin Chen demanded coldly. The adversary had brought this upon himself, and Lin Chen saw an opportunity to rid society of a menace. More importantly, this gang undoubtedly possessed ample resources that he desired. It was far too troublesome to search for supplies. It was much swifter to seize them by chance. I will tell you, Boss Chen is at Platinum KTV. The red-haired man, now devoid of hesitation, confessed. Excellent. Your task is complete. You may now face your demise. Lin Chen smirked coldly. To prevent you from becoming zombies and continuing to harm others, I must break your legs. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the commotion had attracted the wandering zombies nearby. No, please. Spare us. We do not wish to die. I beg you. The 6 men, including the red-haired one, were all terrified and frantically pleaded for mercy. Lin Chen remained utterly indifferent to their cries. He immediately acted, rendering the legs of these 6 thugs useless. The echoes of their screams reverberated throughout the underground parking lot, invigorating the nearby zombies further. Brother, the zombies are coming. We must hurry. Bai Ning exclaimed anxiously, her heart racing as she observed the oncoming horde of at least 40 to 50 zombies. Do not panic, Teacher Bai. You are quite safe by my side. Lin Chen reassured her with calm composure, unfazed by the encroaching mass of the undead. You bastard. With so many zombies, you won't survive either. I'll have the pleasure of your company in death. The red-haired man's face twisted in a grotesque sneer. Amidst the throng of zombies, it seemed inevitable that the young man would meet his demise. Lin Chen, unfazed, turned his attention towards Bai Ning. With a swift motion of his hand, a portal materialized before them. What is this? Bai Ning exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Follow me, Lin Chen instructed, effortlessly lifting Bai Ning into his arms as he approached the portal. Shi Yuan followed closely behind, disappearing into thin air in the next instant. The onlookers, a group of ruffians, stood dumbfounded, their minds swirling with questions. What was happening? Were they hallucinating? How had they vanished into nothingness? Were they seeing ghosts? Unfortunately, they had little time to ponder their bewilderment, for the horde of zombies was upon them. Even unscathed, the 6 had nowhere to escape. Their eyes filled with despair as they faced certain death at the hands of the undead. Confronted by these ravenous creatures, they would likely be devoured until nothing remained. In the dimension beyond, Bai Ning, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, surveyed her surroundings. Where is this? How did we suddenly arrive at this place? And what a lovely villa it is. This is my sanctuary, Lin Chen replied with a smile, carrying Bai Ning toward the villa. Superpowers, quite extraordinary. I sent it. Superpowers? My goodness, is this real? Bai Ning's face was a portrait of disbelief. As an educated and rational individual, she found it challenging to accept such a fantastical occurrence. Absolutely real. With zombies roaming about, having superpowers is quite normal, Lin Chen asserted confidently. That does make sense, but it still feels a bit far-fetched. Brother, you can set me down. I can walk on my own. Bai Ning reluctantly acknowledged the truth of her situation. At that moment, she realized she was being cradled in the arms of her handsome brother, causing her heart to race and a blush to color her cheeks. Your foot is injured. Please refrain from moving. Lin Chen had no intention of letting her down, having observed her injury earlier. He entered the villa's living room, where he found Sun Xinrue sitting alone on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, you're back, Sun Xinrue exclaimed, rising in excitement. Her gaze fell upon Bai Ning, and she was immediately struck by the beauty and commanding presence of this woman. She anticipated that Lin Chen would return with such a stunning beauty in mere minutes. During that brief period, she had contemplated many matters, and now her expression had shifted noticeably. Bai teacher, let me examine your injury, Lin Chen said, gently placing Bai Ning on the sofa before kneeling to remove her little white shoes. Brother, I can manage myself, Bai Ning protested, her feet instinctively drawing back in modesty. It wasn't merely the intimacy of the gesture that made her uneasy. She worried that her feet, unwashed for several days, might have an unpleasant odor. How embarrassing would it be if he noticed? Please sit still. I will take care of it, Lin Chen replied calmly. With one hand supporting her calf, and the other gently removing her shoe, she delicately peeled off her white cotton sock. Suddenly, a pale pink foot appeared before him. As a man of integrity, Lin Chen was certainly not focused on her foot. He observed closely and noted that Teacher Bai's ankle had swollen. He pressed it gently with his fingers. A sharp hiss escaped her lips, indicating pain. Bai Ning immediately recoiled, her delicate face reflecting discomfort. It seemed the situation was rather serious. It must be a dislocation. Teacher Bai was a professional. How could I assist you in repositioning it? Lin Chen assessed the situation. He had often seen on television that dislocations could be resolved with a swift twist. However, in reality, he lacked the knowledge to execute such a maneuver. This is not difficult. I will guide you, Bai Ning said with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 16, Oh dear, don't smell it. All right, I shall follow your instructions. Teacher Bai, Lin Chen replied with a serious nod. Listening to a professional was undoubtedly the right course of action. With your left hand, support my ankle. And with your right, grasp my heel. Apply force upwards towards the right, Bai Ning directed. Lin Chen felt his cheeks flush. They were undoubtedly growing warmer. It may hurt a bit, but please bear with it, Teacher Bai, he said. Before she could respond, he suddenly exerted force. This was how it was depicted in dramas. An element of surprise was essential. Bai Ning gasped, the pain eliciting a soft whimper. Brother, you really aren't gentle at all. Teacher Bai, did you feel the repositioning? Lin Chen immediately released his grip. Your technique was impeccable. It is nearly back in place, she replied. Her face tinged with red as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brother. I am truly fortunate to have such a reliable sibling today. Otherwise, I would have fallen into the hands of those rogues. Glad to hear you are well. It was nothing, Lin Chen said cheerfully. He sincerely hoped that the system would grant him healing abilities in the future. Otherwise, sustaining injuries in this apocalyptic world would be quite problematic. Unable to resist, he raised his hand to his nose for a quick sniff. It was not unpleasant, with only a faint sour scent. Oh dear, don't smell it. Go wash your hands quickly. Bai Ning's face flushed even deeper. How can my foolish brother even think to smell it? Haha, it's nothing. Lin Chen laughed heartily before heading to wash his hands. From Bai Ning's reaction, he couldn't help but wonder if the 28-year-old teacher was still untouched by the world. The likelihood seemed substantial. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? Beside them, Xian observed without overthinking. After all, her master had his reasons for every action. In contrast, Sun Xinrui watched with a complex mixture of feelings. She could clearly sense that Lin Chen treated Teacher Bai with far more warmth than he did her. This sparked a sense of dissatisfaction and jealousy within her. After all, she had been the one to arrive first. Having glanced outside at the zombies, she had come to a profound understanding of her predicament. Some of her thoughts had indeed transformed. In contemplation, one must firmly grasp the support of Lin Chen. Teacher Bai, surely you still possess provisions. Why venture out in search of supplies again? It is perilous for you to go alone. Lin Chen returned to the living room, pondering the bag of supplies Teacher Bai had found yesterday, which could suffice for 2 or 3 days. I am not seeking food. Rather, I intend to procure some medications. A resident has reached out to me for assistance, Bai Ning clarified. I see. You should rest today. I will take care of the medication matter. What specific medicines do you require? Lin Chen admired her noble character deeply. In his previous life, Teacher Bai had rescued many, including him, a rare beacon of humanity amidst the apocalypse. It would be best to locate a pharmacy and gather various medications. I will take a moment to compose myself and accompany you, Bai Ning insisted, unwilling to remain idle. Teacher Bai, please rest comfortably at home. Hey, you ensure Teacher Bai is well looked after, understood? Lin Chen turned to admonish Sun Xinrui, his tone noticeably different when addressing the two. I am not Hey, I have a name. I will take good care of her, Sun Xinrui huffed, though she complied, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Oh, it seems you have become more obedient. Are you afraid I might cast you out for disobedience? Lin Chen smirked, noticing her change in demeanor. I knew I could handle this little girl. Sun Xinrui crossed her arms, turning her face aside. Deep down, she had acquiesced, but stubbornly held on to her pride. It's all right, brother. I do not require care. I never anticipated my brother to be so strong. The zombies are no match for you. Bai Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment and shifted the topic. Dealing with ordinary zombies is trivial, Lin Chen modestly replied. By the way, brother, those 6 ruffians surely cannot survive, right? They have forces behind them. Could it lead to trouble? Bai Ning expressed her concerns, showing no sympathy for the ruffians' demise. Those scoundrels, who wreak havoc in the apocalypse, are no different from zombies. Their deaths are of no consequence. Fear not, the trouble will not be mine but theirs. I shall dismantle their lair. Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully. To provoke me is to narrow their own escape route. I trust in your abilities, yet do exercise caution. Bai Ning regarded him with profound admiration, increasingly recognizing her brother's capabilities. Understood. You both remain at home. I shall venture out with Xian to gather supplies. Lin Chen called out to Xian as they departed, leaving Bai Ning and Sun Xinrui exchanging glances. The two quickly engaged in conversation, growing more acquainted. Lightning, filled with curiosity, surveyed her surroundings, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the place. On the other side, Lin Chen returned to the underground garage he had just been in. The ground was stained with fresh, mottled blood. The 6 ruffians had been reduced to mere remnants scattered across the floor. The horde of corpses had dispersed, leaving only 4 or 5 zombies wandering nearby. Lin Chen and Xian swiftly dealt with them with precision. At that moment, a phone on the ground began to ring. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Boss Qian. A cold smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips as he answered the call. I've called multiple times, and you don't answer. Are you looking to die? How is the situation? Why haven't you returned? The furious voice on the other end shouted. We can't go back, Lin Chen replied coolly. Huh? Who the hell are you? Boss Qian sensed something was amiss. I'm the very person you seek, Lin Chen retorted with a chilling smile. You little punk, what have you done to my men? Do you know who I am? I am the leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang. Dare to provoke me, and you'll meet your end. Boss Qian bellowed in rage, fully aware that the 6 useless thugs he had sent out were likely in dire straits. Damn it, who is this kid on the line? Does he possess some extraordinary power? What the hell is the Evil Dog Gang? I've never heard of it. Don't worry, I will come and find you, Lin Chen said, ending the call without further ado. With his attention now on him, the opponent's fate had already begun its countdown. On the other end, Boss Qian was seething with rage. What audacity to threaten him. If that little punk dared to come after him, he would be shown the true meaning of death. He should take a moment to realize whose territory he was trespassing on and who the true boss was. As Lin Chen and Xian prepared to leave the underground garage, they continued to eliminate stray zombies along the way. Suddenly, a figure lunged out from behind a car, attempting a sneak attack. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his back and instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Xian, ever quicker, immediately shielded her master, striking out with her paw. She intercepted the zombie that had charged at them with incredible speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a beautiful zombie clad in a light blue Lolita dress. Moreover, this zombie was undoubtedly of the mutated and enhanced variety. Hiss! Xian bared her teeth in warning, firmly gripping the zombie's arm. To their surprise, the strength of both parties was evenly matched. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Had it not been for Xian, he might have been caught off guard. Detected a collectible goddess zombie. Would you like to view the information? The system prompted. Though the zombie before him bore a fearsome visage, it was indeed strikingly beautiful. Dressed in a light blue Lolita dress, she resembled a little princess. Since she could be collected, Lin Chen decided to check the information. Name, Chu Kaiwei. Species, zombie. Age, 21. Appearance, 91. Build, 85. Occupation, student, part-time streamer. Basic attributes, strength enhancement level 2, speed enhancement level 1, defense enhancement level 1. Superpower, none. Collection reward, unlock daily necessities recipe. Lin Chen gazed at the information. This lowly zombie possessed an impressive appearance, scoring over 90. However, her figure was noticeably petite, yet still merited a score of 85, likely due to her slender physique, especially her standard comic-style legs clad in white stockings, which elevated her overall rating. A student and a streamer? The apartment building where he resided indeed housed many female streamers, and he often encountered them in the elevator. Most were heavily made up, appearing unremarkable without the beauty filter, yet a few were genuinely attractive. This girl shared attributes with Xian, but possessed an additional defensive quality. If he successfully collected her, he could enhance his defense. As for the collection reward being the unlocking of daily necessities recipes, that was exceedingly practical. He must collect vigorously. Xian, restrain her. I'll bind her, Lin Chen commanded. He then returned home to fetch a sturdy rope. Xian promptly tackled the opponent to the ground, holding her tightly and securing her hands. The lowly zombie struggled fiercely to break free, but given their similar strength, she was unable to escape. Lin Chen approached and pressed down on the zombie's lower leg, binding her delicate white-stockinged legs with the rope, wrapping it tightly around. This effectively incapacitated the zombie's legs. He proceeded to replicate the process, binding the upper half of the zombie as well. Thankfully, with Xian's assistance, this would have been impossible alone. Arg! Roar! The lowly zombie, Chu Kaiwei, was bound like a dumpling, letting out a warning howl. With her limbs immobilized, she could only wriggle her body. There was no need to worry about the ropes being loosened. Lin Chen had secured them with great force. After all, this girl was currently a zombie and not delicate flesh, so there was no concern about causing damage. Stop struggling. It's futile. Come with me obediently. and I will find a chance to purify you. Lin Chen chuckled. He immediately lifted her up and brought her home. The girl's petite frame made her feel light as a feather. Sun Xinrui and Bai Ning were taken aback upon seeing Lin Chen return with a zombie. What was he planning to do with a zombie at home? Don't be afraid. She can't move. It's safe, Lin Chen reassured them, contemplating where to appropriately house this beautiful zombie. System, could you provide me with a villa to confine the zombie? Denied. The system coldly rejected his request. Brother, why did you bring a zombie home? Bai Ning inquired curiously, daring only to observe from a distance. He must have taken a fancy to the zombie's beauty and harbored ulterior motives. Sun Xinrui remarked disdainfully. You're not wrong. This zombie is indeed more attractive than you. Moreover, it is undoubtedly more useful than you. Shall we not ask you to make room? Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at Sun Xinrui. This girl is rather verbose. Isn't she? No, I was wrong. Sun Xinrui immediately backtracked upon hearing she might be expelled. Not wanted to leave the safety of this place and face the terrifying zombies outside. Teacher Bai, do not overthink it. I actually possess a special method to heal this girl. Lin Chen turned to Bai Ning to explain. His attitude was notably inconsistent. You can heal her? What method? Bai Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued. As a researcher and medical university professor, she found such matters exceedingly intriguing. It's a secret, Lin Chen teased. The method is somewhat unconventional and not convenient to elaborate on. Bai Ning refrained from pressing further, feeling her brother becoming increasingly enigmatic, which only heightened her interest in exploration. Lin Chen then carried the zombie, Chu Kaiwei, into an empty room, placing her on the bed and securing her with new ropes to ensure she could not break free and pose a threat. She seems rather agitated. She must be hungry. Shiyuan, feed her a brain core, Lin Chen instructed. Yes, master. Shiyuan promptly produced a blue zombie brain core from her pocket. Chu Kaiwei swallowed the brain core in one gulp, her previously fierce expression softening into one of satisfaction and enjoyment. Indeed, she was not as irritable now. Let her be for a while. Do not approach her, Lin Chen remarked with satisfaction. The now tranquil zombie beauty appeared even more enchanting. It was imperative to find an opportunity to purify her swiftly. Brother, you can directly visit the hospital's medical supplies warehouse for resources. Once you arrive, I will inform you of what is needed, Bai Ning advised. Understood, Teacher Bai, Lin Chen nodded. Brother, please refrain from calling me Teacher Bai. Just call me sister from now on, Bai Ning smiled, feeling that the constant title of teacher created a sense of distance between them. All right, Teacher Bai. Lin Chen nodded again. Meanwhile, Sun Xinrui felt a twinge of jealousy. Why was Lin Chen so lenient with her, yet not with her? Could it be that her charm paled in comparison to that of this Teacher Bai? Thus, she resolved to take more initiative. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Shiyuan ventured out to attend to pressing matters. Medicine was indeed crucial, especially since the system had yet to unlock any medicinal formulas. With Bai Ning and medical supplies, they could feel a sense of security. Those familiar with gaming understand the significance of healing and support. With healing at hand, one could afford to take risks. After leaving the underground garage, the pair proceeded to the nearby hospital on foot, as they had no vehicle. Although the streets are now filled with abandoned vehicles, without keys or technical means, one cannot drive them. Furthermore, the noise generated by driving would likely attract hordes of the undead, making walking the safer option. It is daytime, and there are not many zombies wandering the streets. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital. The number of zombies here is astonishing. In the lobby, the corridors, and the rooms, the undead roam freely. This scene resembles a hell on earth. If timid Sun Xinrui were to witness it, she would probably be terrified to the point of wetting her pants. Lin Chen wished to avoid disturbing the zombies and quickly passed through the corridor with Shiyin, heading straight for the pharmacy. However, the zombies were still disturbed, clustering together in pursuit. How bothersome. If they did not fight, the chasing would never cease. If they did engage, it would alert all the zombies in the hospital and the vicinity, likely leading to endless trouble. If only there were a Gatling gun, they could dispatch them in a flurry of gunfire. Oh system, when will you provide me with some apocalyptic artifacts? The system remained silent. Just then, a zombie resembling a toad suddenly appeared sprawled on the floor ahead, clad in tattered hospital garb. Lin Chen sensed an ominous presence. This was no ordinary zombie. Master, be cautious, Shiyin warned, immediately stepping in front protectively, baring her teeth and growling at the approaching undead as a warning. System, what level of threat does that zombie pose? Lin Chen inquired. Chapter 18. Regrettably, This feature is temporarily unavailable. However, a gentle reminder, this system has not issued a danger alert, the system replied. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering that the system was clearly implying that the zombie before him did not pose a lethal threat. Huh, what is there to worry about then? Let us deal with it. Xian, you hold it off while I clear out these lesser foes, Lin Chen commanded. As you wish, master. Xian complied, immediately darting forward. The toad-like zombie leaped to engage in combat in the somewhat narrow corridor. Lin Chen turned back, wielding a steel pipe to tackle the dozens of zombies that had caught up. One strike per zombie. Each blow aimed at their heads, the ordinary undead were utterly defenseless. Soon, he dispatched dozens of zombies, their bodies piling up to obstruct the corridor. Behind him, Xian continued to grapple with a formidable zombie, the outcome still uncertain. Take this. Lin Chen charged forward, swinging the steel pipe at the zombie's head. However, the zombie reacted surprisingly quickly, retreating to evade the blow. It opened its gaping maw and let out a low growl. Its prone position truly resembled that of a toad. Could it be that this patient practiced toad techniques before becoming a zombie? Xian, let us go. Find a way to restrict its movements, Lin Chen ordered. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, the advantage was undoubtedly in his favor. Acknowledging her master's command, Xian swiftly launched an assault, roaring as she lunged at the approaching zombie. She adhered to her master's instructions, taking action without uttering a word. The zombie, devoid of any fear, prepared to engage once more, its eyes reflecting an insatiable hunger for delectable flesh. This particular zombie was clearly lacking in intelligence, or perhaps it possessed none at all. A more astute zombie, faced with such an unfavorable predicament, would surely have fled. In truth, at this stage, even mutated and enhanced zombies exhibited little to no intellect. Were they to evolve and gain intelligence at this moment, humanity would find itself in an even more perilous situation. After exchanging several blows, Xian cornered the zombie against the wall, seizing its arms to gain control. What a splendid opportunity. You shall meet your demise. Lin Chen seized the moment, leaping forward. He thrust the steel pipe directly into the zombie's face. The creature was unable to evade the attack, and the pipe penetrated its skull through the eye socket. Its body immediately succumbed to a lifeless slump, collapsing like a puddle of mush. The fallen remains revealed a larger, bluer brain core. Well executed. Our cooperation is simply flawless. Lin Chen praised, gently caressing Xian's delicate face. Thank you, master. You are even more formidable. Xian replied with joy, her cheeks flushing slightly at the compliment. However, there was no time for sweet nothings. They promptly collected several brain cores and hurried to the hospital's pharmacy. After securing the door, they dispatched 5 ordinary zombies inside, allowing them to scour for supplies with peace of mind. Lin Chen returned home to summon Bai Ning. He also urged Sun Xinrui to join in the efforts. But the timid girl was reluctant to leave the dimensional space. It was only when Lin Chen threatened her with the prospect of no food that she reluctantly followed him out, nervously hiding behind him, terrified by the sight of the corpses on the ground. Brother, most of the medications here are useful. The alcohol, iodine, bandages, and surgical instruments like clamps and scalpels will all come in handy. We should take some of everything, Bai Ning remarked, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the medications. In this apocalyptic world, even ordinary cold medicine had become exceedingly precious. All right, let us select the useful ones to take, Lin Chen replied. Sister Bai Ning, you should rest well and refrain from exerting yourself. He immediately set to work. With so many supplies, it was unnecessary to transport everything back home. A modest stockpile would suffice, especially with the system ensuring future abundance. Bai Ning complied with his instructions and returned to the villa to rest. As her foot injury was indeed not conducive to movement, time swiftly passed to midday, and they had gathered a considerable amount of medication. Lin Chen returned to the villa for a brief respite and to enjoy some lunch. Upon seeing rice and luncheon meat, Bai Ning's mouth watered with desire. Though she had some food at her residence, she had been conserving her rations for the long term and had gone several meals without feeling full. Sister Bai Ning, there is no need to be modest. Eat to your heart's content. With limited conditions, we can only make do like this, Lin Chen chuckled. Is this truly making do? Bai Ning couldn't help but retort. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? We could form a team. If you don't mind, you could stay here. Lin Chen proposed immediately. Having the beautiful teacher reside at home would certainly facilitate the deepening of their relationship. Well, since my younger brother has offered, how could I possibly refuse? Bai Ning pondered briefly before acquiescing. This place was indeed splendid, truly exceptional. Moreover, her brother provided her with unparalleled security. Sun Xinrui, who was engaged in her meal, couldn't help but glance over. To her surprise, this teacher agreed so readily. It made sense, given the excellent conditions here. Who could turn it down? But if teacher Bai moved in, wouldn't that make her feel even more unwelcome? No. She must find a way to demonstrate her worth. If she were truly cast out, she would be utterly devastated. Sister is both clever and straightforward, Lin Chen insinuated, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Xinrui. Sun Xinrui pouted. Don't insinuate anything at me. Xia, don't forget to feed that zombie some brain cores later, Lin Chen instructed, shifting his focus. He hadn't overlooked the captured zombie, Chu Kaiwei. If that girl were well fed, she surely wouldn't cause much trouble. Understood, Master, Xia responded with unwavering respect. Brother, I've always been curious. Why does Xia call you Master? What is your relationship? Bai Ningqing inquired, her brows furrowing. Observing such a relationship in reality felt rather awkward. She prefers to address me that way. It's beyond my control. Here's a little secret. She is, in fact, a zombie I purified and saved. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Huh? Purified? What does that mean? Bai Ningqing's head was filled with question marks, wondering if that was yet another of her brother's extraordinary abilities. It's a secret, Lin Chen teased, mainly because it was inconvenient to explain. Bai Ningqing, lost in thought, ceased her inquiries, immediately linking it to the fact that her brother had captured a beautiful zombie, likely for the purpose of purification as well. After a while, the four finished their lunch. Bai Ningqing felt quite full. She hadn't eaten so well since the apocalypse began. This left her convinced that following her good brother would ensure her survival in this terrifying world. Meeting Lin Chen was indeed a stroke of fate. Unbeknownst to her, it was her own benevolence that had forged their current bond. Lin Chen reclined on the sofa, feeling drowsy after his meal, preparing to rest for a while. At that moment, Sun Xinrui, clad in yoga pants, approached. It was hard to resist looking in her direction. Brother, you must be tired, right? Would you like me to massage your legs or need your shoulders? Sun Xinrui suddenly asked with a playful giggle. Her way of calling him brother was irresistibly sweet. The conversation was several times more spirited than usual. What has gotten into you? Lin Chen was puzzled. Why was this girl suddenly behaving so unusually? Her excessive attentiveness surely concealed some ulterior motive. Chapter 19. You are nothing now. How can you say such a thing? I merely wish to show you some kindness. Sun Xinrui exclaimed, her fists clenched, eager to give this fellow a good thrashing. Oh, I see. You must be afraid of being kicked out of the house by me? Then you better perform well and provide me with comprehensive service. Lin Chen smirked. Finally, this girl recognized her own worth. He then turned over and sprawled on the sofa, ready to indulge himself. Understood. Sun Xinrui let out a soft huff. Her charming face displayed her indignation. Yet she obediently began to knead his shoulders and massage his back. Make sure to apply enough strength. Don't hold back, as if you haven't been well fed. Lin Chen demanded. My hands are naturally gentle. I'm already putting in considerable effort. Sun Xinrui replied helplessly. I assure you, I am indeed exerting myself. How about this? Take off your shoes and step directly on my feet. Lin Chen suggested. Sun Xinrui gasped with delight at the corners of her mouth. This is what you requested. I can rightfully place you beneath my feet. Without hesitation, she removed her shoes, stood barefoot on the sofa, and reached for the wall to steady herself as she began to massage him with her feet. Is the strength sufficient now? Sun Xinrui inquired with a smile. This is much better. Lin Chen lay there in utter enjoyment. Sun Xinrui, standing above him, relished the moment of having him beneath her. She was well aware of the psychological victory in this situation. However, she would soon find herself on the receiving end. Bai Ning observed the scene, contemplating thoughtfully. It seemed that her brother's relationships with the other two girls were far from innocent. Brother, let us head back to the apartment later. I need to fetch some supplies for a friend who has sought my assistance. Bai Ning said, her tone one of earnest request, well aware that she needed her brother's consent for her actions. All right, we shall go shortly. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. After enjoying more than 10 minutes of foot massage, he rose to attend to pressing matters. He and Xiyin exited the other dimensional space, resolving to confront the wandering zombies on their way to the apartment. They encountered several individuals searching for supplies outside, including women. Though the outside world was perilous, the threat of starvation compelled them to take risks in search of food. The faces of each survivor were etched with the despair of a post-apocalyptic existence. When would this hellish existence come to an end? Upon meeting one another, the survivors refrained from greeting. Instead, they remained wary of each other, uncertain if the other harbored intentions of murder and plunder. At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures on the street, his ex-girlfriend Li Shueshue and her close friend Lu Xinyue. The two women, leaning on each other, cautiously navigated through the haphazardly parked vehicles. A cold smirk crept across Lin Chen's lips. To his astonishment, these two foolish women had ventured out in search of supplies. Could it be that they were unable to bear the pangs of hunger any longer? Lin Chen, what a pathetic waste of space you are. Li Shueshue's face twisted in resentment and fury upon recognizing him. You let me and Shueshue go hungry. How can a man be so utterly useless? Lu Xinyue chimed in, her eyes filled with disdain. The moment they laid eyes on Lin Chen, they regarded him as if he were a sworn enemy, completely oblivious to the fact that he had risked his life to deliver food to them just days prior. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter these two shameless harpies. Now that they were on the brink of starvation, they finally realized the necessity of seeking sustenance. Lin Chen sneered at them, devoid of any lingering affection for his so-called ex-girlfriend. Shut your filthy mouth, you scoundrel. And who is this woman beside you? She's the real disgrace. Li Shueshue spat venomously, casting a hostile glare at the stunning Xiyan. Lin Chen, you are truly inhuman. You abandoned Shueshue for this woman. Didn't you? How despicable. Lu Xinyue added, her jealousy palpable as she scrutinized Xiyan's pristine appearance, contrasting sharply with their own disheveled and haggard states. Your mouths are as foul as a cesspool and deserve to be silenced. Xiyan, give them a taste of their own medicine. Lin Chen commanded. Understood, master. Xiyan responded promptly. Try hitting me, I dare you. Li Shueshue retorted defiantly. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air. In that same instant, Lu Xinyue received a blow as well, both women taken completely by surprise, their cheeks stinging from the well-aimed strikes. How does that feel? Perhaps you should keep your mouth clean. Lin Chen taunted with a chilling smile. You let her hit me, you bastard. Li Shueshue screamed, clutching her face in outrage. Xiyan, another slap. Lin Chen ordered, disinterested in intervening himself. With a swift motion, Xiyan complied, delivering crisp slaps to both women's faces. Lu Xinyue, covering her face, felt a wave of indignation wash over her. She hadn't even spoken. Li Shuexue stood frozen, unable to comprehend that the once subservient Lin Chen had now transformed into someone entirely unrecognizable. Still want to continue your tirade? Let's see if I don't shatter your foul mouth, Lin Chen sneered. You, Li Shueshue began, ready to unleash another insult. However, Lu Xinyue swiftly covered her mouth, unwilling to be embroiled in further conflict. Shueshue, let us depart. Do not stoop to his level, she urged. She perceived Lin Chen as utterly deranged and completely incomprehensible. The woman beside him exuded an aura of frightening malevolence. Lin Chen, how could you treat me so heartlessly? Am I not the one you cherish the most? Li Shueshue suddenly attempted to play the emotional card, hoping to manipulate Lin Chen. What nonsense! You're nothing now. Lin Chen spat, a wave of disdain washing over him. The mere recollection of his past foolishness made him wish to slap himself twice. Yet, he refrained, instead drawing the adorable Xiyan into his embrace. Behold my new companion. She far surpasses you. Lin Chen, do not revel in your triumph. I shall seek refuge with Li Xiao. The shelter of that wealthy heir is most secure, with no worries for sustenance. Unlike you, a worthless wretch who cannot even sustain himself. Li Shueshue immediately donned a smug facade, having already latched onto the affluent Li Jie. The wealthy heir had offered them a place in his villa, a privilege she had secured through her beauty. A wretch remains a wretch. Hurry off to your rich heir. Just beware of being devoured by zombies on the way. If you were to perish now, it would be an utter waste. Lin Chen scoffed, finding her laughable, believing that clinging to a wealthy heir would guarantee her survival. He intended to retain these two women, allowing them to experience the despair of the apocalypse to its fullest. You shall be the one to perish. You useless scoundrel, if the zombies do not consume you. Starvation will. Li Shuexue raturta angrily. Shin, administer another slap. Lin Chen commanded coolly. Chapter 20. Is this woman devoid of value? Slap. Slap. Two sharp sounds echoed. The two women attempted to evade, but there was no opportunity for escape. Lu Xinyue clutched her bruised cheek, feeling a profound sense of resentment and injustice. Why was she being punished for remaining silent? Damn it, scoundrel. You. Li Shue could hardly endure such humiliation. She leaped up, ready to unleash a torrent of invective. But Lu Xingyue restrained her. Shue, do not stoop to his level. We must leave at once. Consider him already dead, her friend implored, noting the swelling on her cheek. She truly wished to avoid further slaps, forcibly dragging Li Shue away. Be cautious. Zombies are already drawn to the commotion. Do not perish. We must remain strong and survive. Lin Chen kindly reminded with a smile. Due to the noise, some zombies were indeed ambling closer. Hurry, we cannot afford to die here. Lixuix Sue exclaiming panic. As she and Lu Xingyue hastily jogged away. Once they reached the safety of the wealthy heiress abode, they could reclaim a semblance of a good life. Xiang, let us depart, Lin Chen said, disinterestedly turning away. She sincerely hoped that those two fools would manage to survive. The wealthy heir they had sought refuge with, Li Xiao, should be the same Li Jie from her past life. In her previous existence, there was indeed a rich second generation named Li Jie, who had connections with thugs and had committed numerous acts of bullying. It was unlikely that those two women would find themselves in a favorable situation upon arriving at the wealthy man's side. Subsequently, Lin Chen arrived near her apartment. On the way, she encountered a half-bodied bald zombie crawling on the ground, its grotesque visage and unnatural movements quite frightening. Oh dear, isn't that the previous brother Dao? She remarked. In just a day, you've deteriorated so much. Where are your little subordinates? Why haven't they transformed into zombies as well? The zombie brother, Dao, suddenly became agitated upon seeing Lin Chen, seemingly recognizing her as his adversary. He clawed his way toward her, mouth agape, ready to bite. Out of my way, Lin Chen exclaimed, wielding a steel pipe and executing a rather unorthodox golf swing, sending brother Dao's head flying. The bald cranium proved to be quite resilient, shattering only upon striking the wall. Such was the fitting end for him. Lin Chen ascended to the 25th floor of the apartment building, first clearing away 3 zombies in the corridor. She opened the teleportation exit and called for Bai Ning to emerge. Bai Ning's friend, who required medication, resided in Unit 2508. She approached the door and knocked. Scratch marks were visible on the door, clearly made by zombies. Baby, it's me. I brought your medicine, Bai Ning announced. The door opened to reveal a woman clad in a sheer, lightweight nightgown. Upon recognizing Bai Ning, the woman's expression brightened, but the moment she spotted a man beside her, she hastily clutched her neckline, a gesture of caution. Her name was Zheng Bei, an old classmate of Bai Ning. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. Really? Is this necessary? Although you possess some beauty, it's hardly worth hiding behind such defenses. Why bring a man with you? Who is he? Zheng Bei inquired warily, scanning the corridor for any lurking zombies. Her complexion was pale, lips chapped, clearly indicating she was unwell. He is my friend, Lin Chen. Do not worry. He means no harm, Bai Ning assured her. All right, you may come in, Zheng Bei replied, still eyeing Lin Chen with suspicion, before turning to walk back into the living room in her slippers. Beneath her nightgown, her legs were indeed pale, though somewhat too slender, lacking in flesh. The system failed to issue any prompts, suggesting this woman might hold no collectible value. Ding. Name, Zheng Bei. Race, human. Age, 27. Attractiveness, 86. Physique, 69. Occupation, gold medal salesperson. Basic attributes, none. Special abilities, none at present. Collected rewards, a complete set of gaming equipment, including a game library. Suddenly, a prompt emerged from the system. The woman's physique and attractiveness were rated reasonably. Her facial features were indeed commendable, surpassing the majority of ordinary women. However, her flat figure left much to be desired, lacking both curvature in the front and the back. Nevertheless, the rewards collected appeared quite appealing. A complete set of gaming equipment, along with a game library. It would certainly serve to pass the time. System, are there games of the kind I desire? No, the game library is green and healthy. The system replied, leaving Lin Chen feeling a wave of disappointment. Oh, this system, while I can accept a green film library, even the game library must be green? Fine, at least I have beautiful girls around, so it's not overly stifling. Yet, a dilemma arose. Although the collected rewards were satisfactory, the woman before him failed to ignite any significant interest. It wasn't that her physique was lacking, but rather her demeanor appeared somewhat unpleasant. He also made an observation. The higher the beauty and physique ratings of the goddess, the more generous the corresponding rewards. If that were the case, he must raise his standards. System, from now on, Only prompt me for those with beauty and physique ratings of 85 or above. Anything below that standard, simply disregard. Understood. Host. The system promptly set the filtering criteria. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed her into the room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a distinct sour odor. Bai Ning, who walked in front, also crinkled her nose in distaste. Looking around the room, it was in utter disarray, with various items haphazardly strewn about. It was hard to believe this was a young lady's home. Lin Chen instinctively raised a hand to cover his nose, an action that did not go unnoticed by Zhang Beibei. What do you mean, disdaining the smell of my home? My place is certainly not as filthy as yours. She glared at Lin Chen, hostility radiating from her words. Are you out of your mind? Sister Bai Ning, hurry and give her what she needs. I'll wait outside. Lin Chen turned to leave. If it weren't for his respect for Teacher Bai, he would have certainly retaliated against this woman. She is as unruly as a stray dog, barking indiscriminately. Brother, don't be angry. And Beibei, you shouldn't speak like that. Bai Ning's face was filled with embarrassment. She too found her friend's foul temper excessive. Look, he is upset, proving I'm not mistaken. Keep your distance from men like him. He undoubtedly harbors ill intentions. Zhang Beibei posed defiantly, a hint of self-satisfaction in her demeanor. He saved my life. He is not a bad person. Here, that's the medicine you need. Bai Ning sighed, etasperate, as she handed a plastic bag containing pain relief medication. Thank you, Ning. You are the best of me. Zhang Beibei immediately changed her demeanor, smilingly expressing her gratitude. The past few days of hunger were one thing, but the agonizing pain from her menstrual cramps was unbearable. You needn't thank me. If Lin Chen were the one who brought this about, your gratitude should be directed towards him, Bai Ning replied coldly, turning her gaze towards the entrance. She thought to herself, a friend with even a modicum of self-respect would understand the necessity of altering their attitude, at the very least to utter a word of thanks. I care not whether he brought it or not. It is you who provided it to me, and thus my gratitude is solely for you. Ah Ning, that Lin fellow is clearly a lecher. Heed my advice and keep your distance. Zhang Beibei rolled her eyes in the direction of the entrance. Chapter 21. Keep away from such fools. Beibei, your words are rather harsh. Do you realize how many zombies one must vanquish to procure these medications? It is one thing to refrain from gratitude, but to slander others is entirely unwarranted, Bai Ning replied, her displeasure evident as she could no longer tolerate her friend's conduct. Ning, why do you defend that man? You, being so astute, cannot possibly have been deceived by that boy. Trust me, he must be harboring ulterior motives to offer assistance. Zhang Beibei urged earnestly, casting a few disdainful glances towards Lin Chen at the doorway. Lin Chen, of course, overheard but was disinclined to respond. He had completely lost interest in this woman, who possessed only a modicum of beauty. Although he had a desire to engage in gaming, he would never stoop to the level of associating with such a woman. I have not been deceived. Cease your words, Bai Ning said, turning to leave. Wait, do you have any food left? Please share a bit with me. I am so hungry. Zhang Beibei grasped Bai Ning's arm, pleading. In truth, she had relied entirely on Bai Ning's generosity for sustenance over the past few days. I have no food either. However, Lin Chen does. You may beseech him for assistance. Bai Ning stated plainly. With no provisions at hand, she directed her towards Lin Chen if she sought nourishment. What? You want me to beg him for scraps? Why on earth would I do that? I would rather starve or leap from here than plead with him. Zhang Beibei crossed her arms, huffing indignantly. She loathed men and would never stoop to begging one. Oh, how noble of you. With that attitude, I wouldn't offer you food even if you begged. Lin Chen mocked coldly. He was utterly exasperated with this woman, who, even in the apocalypse, could not discern friend from foe. Very well, take care of yourself. I am leaving, Bai Ning remarked, feeling quite exasperated as she turned to depart. Initially intending to seek Lin Chen's assistance, she now felt too embarrassed to ask. Having a friend like this was truly unfortunate. Ning, do not go. Let us stay together for mutual support. Are you truly so desperate for food that this man has taken advantage of you? Scoundrel! Pervert! Stay away from Ning. Zhang Beibei clung to her, now launching an attack on Lin Chen. Enough. Do not say another word. You are being unreasonable. Bai Ning was infuriated. At that moment, her expression of helplessness resembled that of a man. It turns out that women can drive each other to madness too. Ning, how could you raise your voice at me to defend him? Are we still friends? How could you trust a man's words and be swayed by him? Zhang Beibei accused, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she had suffered a profound betrayal. Bai Ning, feeling exhausted and speechless, was truly weary of the situation. Sister, do not associate with such a fool. Let's leave, Lin Chen suggested. You scoundrel, you dare insult me. None of you men are worth a dime. May you perish. Zheng Beibei shouted in a fit of rage. Take care of yourself. I am leaving, Bai Ning said, turning away and departing without a backward glance. She had no desire to squander any more words. Ning, you will surely regret following him. Scoundrel, heed my warning and do not set your sights on Ning. Zheng Beibei screamed hysterically, clearly bordering on a state of mental instability. Perhaps this was merely her normal mental condition. Bai Ning chose to ignore her and exited the room. Brother, let us go, she said, her eyes filled with regret as she grasped Lin Chen's arm and left. Bai Ning, you abandoned me for a man. How heartless. Zheng Beibei yelled. The fact that her sister could believe a man over her infuriated her. You deserve to starve, Lin Chen retorted coldly, thinking that this foolish woman was even less intelligent than that shameless Li Shue. At that moment, a zombie emerged from the far end of the corridor, causing Zheng Beibei's face to turn pale as she quickly shut the door. Brother, I am truly sorry. I did not expect her to behave that way. Bai Ning softly apologised said. It's all right, sister. Just steer clear of such foolish people in the future. Associating with them in this apocalyptic world could lead to your demise. Lin Chen advised with a smile. This was indeed a lesson learned from his previous life. Brother, let us visit my place. I wish to move my belongings to your safe haven, Bai Ning requested, having resolved to reside in her brother's exceedingly secure shelter. Of course, Lin Chen readily agreed, pleased to assist someone as astute as Bai Ning. They soon arrived at her residence. Upon entering, instead of an unpleasant odor, they were greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance. The home was tidy and refreshingly clean. The disparity between women became immediately apparent. Sister Bai Ning, we only need to move your clothing. There is no need to take anything else. Your foot is injured. Please rest while I handle this, Lin Chen insisted. In truth, even the clothing did not require excessive quantities, as he planned to collect the clothing recipes Bai Ning had unlocked, ensuring they would lack for nothing in the future. With that, he proceeded to enter Bai Ning's bedroom. Brother, wait a moment, Bai Ning exclaimed anxiously, but it was too late. Lin Chen had already opened the door, revealing a somewhat chaotic bedroom, with various articles of clothing strewn across the bed. At first glance, a few striking pieces of intimate apparel caught his eye. Oh, and how adorable the cartoon designs were. Brother, I'll tidy up myself. It's rather inconvenient for you to help, Bai Ning said, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Not at all. I'll assist you. I'll take care of all these clothes. You just go and rest, Lin Chen responded eagerly. After all, Bai Laosher had injured her foot and couldn't do any work. It was his duty to help her. With that, he began to gather the clothes. Don't touch that. That one, the one you're holding, it's been worn and not washed. Bai Ning cried out, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson as she saw him pick up a piece of her intimate clothing. How could her brother touch that? It would be utterly mortifying. Don't worry, I'll collect everything for washing, Lin Chen said with an awkward smile, looking at the relatively clean garment in his hand. He thought, was this really worn? It was certainly no big deal. After all, he wouldn't be repulsed. As some older friends would say, a beautiful woman like Bai Laosher could go without bathing for 10 days or half a month and still be perfectly acceptable. I'll take care of it myself. Bai Ning insisted, her face still flushed. She stepped forward slowly, wanting to handle it herself. The intimate garments were manageable, but there were certain items she absolutely could not let her brother see. Otherwise, that would be the ultimate embarrassment. Sis, I told you to rest. Why you seem so anxious? Is there something you don't want me to see? Lin Chen teased with a faint smile. To his surprise, his words struck a chord. Stop guessing. There's nothing. Bai Ning quickly shook her head in denial. However, her flushed cheeks and nervous demeanor had already betrayed her. Following her gaze, Lin Chen looked towards the drawer of the bedside table, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. There must be something interesting hidden in that little drawer. Chapter 22, Bai Laosher's Little Secret. Sis, how about we open the drawer to take a look? Lin Chen suggested, intending to playfully tease her. He walked over to the drawer and reached to pull it open. Absolutely not, Bai Ning exclaimed, her face paling in shock. She quickly inhaled sharply and rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Chenis' waist. She could not allow her annoying brother to open that drawer. It would be utterly humiliating. Sis, why are you so tense? What could possibly be in that drawer that you don't want me to see? Lin Chen teased further. Feeling her soft body pressing against his back, he couldn't help but acknowledge Bai Laosher's undeniable allure. It's just things that are meant for girls. Don't look, Bai Ning explained awkwardly. She feigned an injury to her foot, hoping to divert Lin Chenis' attention. Startled as you are, I shall cease my reading. Every individual harbors their own little secrets. It is but human nature. Lin Chen chuckled heartily. To spare teacher by any embarrassment, he decided against opening the drawer. He could already surmise that it likely contained some trivial toys. Brother, do not let your imagination run wild. Quickly, go over there and tidy up, Ning said, releasing her grip and swiftly positioning herself in front. Sister, do not be so nervous, Lin Chen replied with a grin, turning to the other side of the bed to clean. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Chen was distracted, Ning quickly opened the drawer, discreetly retrieving a small pink oval object and concealing it within her clothing. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her annoying brother had not laid eyes on it. As a single individual, it is perfectly normal to possess a little self-entertainment toy. Lin Chen had indeed caught a fleeting glimpse, but chose to remain silent, smiling to himself. He then called upon Shi Yan for assistance in moving Teacher Bai's belongings. After a flurry of activity, more than an hour had passed. Everything deemed necessary was transported to the shelter. Even a few pots of green plants from the balcony were relocated to provide a touch of nature in the otherwise barren space of the otherworld. Once their tasks were completed, the sky was still bright. Lin Chen took Shi Yan outside to scavenge for supplies, primarily seeking food, particularly meat, as there might still be frozen options available. Fresh fruits and vegetables were a luxury they dared not hope for. After walking several kilometers, they stumbled upon a frozen goods store. Unsurprisingly, it was guarded by around 20 zombies. Thankfully, their presence kept ordinary people at bay, allowing for an easier search for supplies. The two swiftly dispatched the zombies and acquired 3 brain cores. Upon opening the freezer, they were relieved to find that the power had not yet been cut, and the contents remained intact. Most of the frozen goods consisted of hot pot ingredients, including various meatballs, small sausages, fish tofu, and shrimp dumplings, along with common seafood such as prawns, oysters, squid, and scallops. Additionally, there were various meats, including chicken thighs, wings, feet, gizzards, as well as beef, lamb, and fish. Xian, let's carry the freezer home, Lin Chen exclaimed, opening the portal. Collaboratively, they transported the enormous freezer back to the villa, weighing several hundred kilograms. It was a mere trifle for the duo. Out of the 8 freezers in the shop, 6 were taken, while the remaining 2 were left behind due to damage and contamination from zombie blood. They also collected some hot pot base and barbecue dipping sauces. By this time, evening had arrived, and darkness began to descend. Rather than returning to his single apartment, Lin Chen decided to settle down on the spot. He could establish a home wherever he went. His previous intention to return to the apartment was solely for Teacher Bai's sake. Now that she was by his side, Lin Chen had initially planned to confront the gang leader, but venturing out at night was unwise. He would allow that man to live another night. He returned to the shelter, inviting the young ladies to enjoy hot pot tonight. Brother, you are so handsome and reliable. Sun Xinrue cast him an admiring glance, showering him with compliments. Ever since she shifted her mindset, her demeanor had transformed completely. She found Lin Chen increasingly appealing, and she couldn't help but think how striking this man was. Stop flattering me and get to work, Lin Chen commanded. All right, big brother. Sun Xinrue promptly scampered off to lend a hand, eager to please. Lin Chen observed her with satisfaction, realizing that this young lady had great potential. Half an hour later, in the villa, Lin Chen and the 3 young women joyfully relished the hot pot, accompanied by chilled wheat juice to sip on. Meanwhile, a bound figure, the zombie Chu Kai Wei, was deprived of such enjoyment. Just as they were indulging, Lin Chen's phone chimed repeatedly, signaling several incoming messages. He glanced at his phone to see messages from Li Shue. You foolish dimwit. Look at what I'm eating. You'll be green with envy. You must be starving. You useless bum. Li Shue mocked, sending along a few photos, a platter of steak, red wine, a selfie with Lu Xinyue, and a sharply dressed man beside them. It was evident that she and her friend had successfully aligned themselves with a wealthy man and were enjoying a lavish meal. Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully at her blatant bragging. He couldn't be bothered to respond. However, another message popped up. Why aren't you replying? You haven't been bitten by a zombie, have you? That would be delightful. I hope you're dead. Li Shue continued her taunts, sending a few emojis that reflected her schadenfreude. Lin Chen could easily envision her smug expression. That foolish girl claimed he was dead, and he simply couldn't let that slide. Thus, he picked up his phone, beckoned the 3 young women to pose for a photo, and captured a beautiful group shot that included both them and the sumptuous ingredients. He sent the photo to Li Shueshue with the message, "I'm doing quite well. My life is splendid. This will surely infuriate you, you foolish girl." He tossed his phone aside and returned to enjoying the hot pot. Meanwhile, in another villa in the affluent district, Li Shueshue stared at Lin Chen's reply in disbelief. She had assumed he was starving, yet here he was feasting lavishly. This was unimaginable. How could he possibly have hot pot and be surrounded by so many beautiful women? Lu Xinyue, sitting beside her, was equally astonished. She even began to suspect that the photo might be fabricated. What beauties! Let me see. The wealthy young man, Li Jie, sitting across from them, perked up at the mention of beautiful women. In his 30s, he was a well-known scion of a wealthy family in the city, fortunate enough to enjoy a comfortable life even amidst the apocalypse. Li Shueshue dared not defy the commands of the wealthy young man, obediently handing over her phone. Upon seeing the photos, Li Jie's eyes sparkled with delight. "My goodness, what stunning women!" he exclaimed, each one more beautiful than the last, truly exceptional. In comparison to the two women before him, they were far more alluring, igniting a genuine excitement within him. Who on earth is this fellow? Fixating on the figure of Lin Chen in the photograph, his teeth gritted in frustration. Why does this brat deserve the company of such three beauties? He is merely a sycophant of mine, Li Shueshue responded cautiously, refraining from mentioning he was her ex-boyfriend, fearing it might provoke the wealthy young man's ire. What nonsense! A mere sycophant can enjoy such luxuries? Where's this guy? Li Jie asked, clearly displeased. Chapter 23. How about granting you an opportunity tonight? Young Master Li. He resides in a single apartment. May I inquire as to your intentions? Li Shuexua, Raplia Unazli. Wondering if the wealthy man was captivated by the beauty of the women in the photos. Have you encountered these three women? Are they truly as stunning as they appear in the pictures? Li Jie asked in a low voice, his interest solely in the women. Such exquisite beauties must be his to possess and enjoy. We have seen one of them. She is indeed beautiful, Li Shueshue replied, reluctant to divulge that the real-life counterpart surpassed her photographic allure. It seems to be true. How has this little brat managed to win them over? Li Jie expressed his displeasure. Casting a glance at the two women before him, his initial interest had waned, his appetite now directed towards even greater delights. He was already plotting how to acquire those three women for himself. Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with jealousy and dissatisfaction, as the wealthy young man appeared to disregard them in favor of the women in the photographs. They were infuriated. After finishing their meal, he instructed, "Quickly wash up and make yourselves presentable. You two should serve me well. If you satisfy me, you shall reap the rewards." Li commanded coldly. Though the two women were not as exquisite as the goddesses in the photos, they were still quite appealing. Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue were taken aback, astonished that the wealthy young man desired both of them simultaneously. They shared a close bond as best friends, but had never engaged in such activities together. Both displayed reluctance. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Do you know the consequences of not obeying me?" Li Jie's expression darkened. "Young Master Li, we are certainly willing. Rest assured, we will ensure your satisfaction," Li Shueshue hastily replied, signaling to her friend, having finally secured a connection with the wealthy young man. How could they let this chance slip away? She was determined not to perish in this world overrun by zombies. "Certainly, we shall serve you diligently." Lu Xinyue, with a demeanor of utmost flattery, dared not defy the commands of the affluent young master, fearing that failing to endear herself to him could lead to her expulsion. Though somewhat reluctant at heart, she recognized that survival necessitated such compliance. "Very well, this is more like it. Rest assured, as my woman, I shall treat you with the utmost generosity," Li Jie proclaimed with a triumphant grin, regardless of whether it was the end of days or not. Indulging in women was an effortless endeavor for him. The women he desired would invariably find themselves within his grasp. Over an hour later, Lin Chen and the three young ladies had finished their hot pot. In these apocalyptic times, being able to indulge in such a feast was a profound source of happiness. The three ladies, having consumed some wheat juice, displayed signs of mild inebriation. Their tipsy state heightened their allure, particularly by Ning, who, with her enchanting features flushed, became increasingly captivating. A plethora of thoughts surged through Lin Chen's mind, yet he understood the importance of patience. Subsequently, he made his way to a room within the villa to check on the condition of the zombie, Chu Kaiwei. Alas, bound and wrapped like a dumpling, upon sensing human presence, Chu Kaiwei became agitated, baring her teeth and growling. Her behavior mirrored that of an ordinary zombie. Do you see what I hold? Lin Chen asked, brandishing a shimmering blue brain core. If you quiet down and behave, this will be yours. To his dismay, rather than calming, the zombie Chu Kwei grew increasingly restless, thrashing against her restraints, saliva dripping as her eyes glimmered with greedy desire for the brain core. It appears that without purification, you are utterly unmanageable, Lin Chen lamented. He then fed her the brain core, and as she consumed it, an expression of satisfaction spread across her face, and she fell into silence, her gaze becoming somewhat clearer. Lin Chen contemplated purifying this young lady, but clearly, the moment was ill-suited, and the villa was not the ideal setting for such an endeavor. After all, such activities require discretion. While Ziwan would undoubtedly remain unfazed, both Sun Xinrui and Bai Ning would surely be alarmed, perceiving him as a deviant for daring to engage with a zombie. In truth, Lin Chen also grappled with psychological barriers. However, having experienced it once before, he was confident in his ability to overcome them. If he viewed her simply as a beautiful girl, it posed no difficulty. He resolved to find a more suitable location for her purification on another day. After ensuring that the ropes posed no threat, Lin Chen departed the room with ease. He then took a shower and returned to the living room clad in a bathrobe. Bai Ning, captivated by Lin Chen's dashing appearance, found herself entranced. My dear brother, you grow ever more alluring, she mused, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Bai Ning, you should also take a shower, he suggested. Lin Chen, qu'est-ce que tu remarques? Huh? Oh. Bai Ning was taken aback, evidently overthinking the situation. Sister, don't misunderstand. I merely suggested you take a bath. Nothing more, Lin Chen explained with a smile, realizing that his previous words could easily lead to misinterpretation, as if there were ulterior motives following the bath. I didn't think too much, Bai Ning retorted, immediately rising from the living room with a hint of mischief at the corners of her mouth, preparing to surprise her brother. Lin Chen reclined comfortably on the sofa, watching television. Xian Rue, come here. It's time for you to shine, he beckoned with a finger. Okay, big brother, son Xian Rue replied cheerfully, eagerly approaching to massage Lin Chen's shoulders and legs. She was becoming increasingly considerate. Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Since this young lady was so attentive, why not let her be the fortunate one tonight? Just enjoy yourself. Son Xian Rue pouted, a triumphant hum escaping her lips. Delighted by the change in Lin Chen's attitude towards her, she felt elated. Master, is there anything you would like me to do? She had inquired, sensing that she should find something to occupy herself. No need. Having one girl to serve me is sufficient. Lin Chen gently shook his head, preferring not to have two. Understood, master. She then returned her focus to the television. As a genuine zombie herself, one could only wonder what her experience was watching a zombie film. Are you implying that I am the most idle one at home? Son Xian Rue complained playfully, feeling that Lin Chen was subtly teasing her. Isn't that the case? Lin Chen countered. I do plenty, like looking after others and keeping the house clean, Son Xian Rue insisted, defending herself vigorously. Regardless of what you say, you remain the least useful person in the house. Lin Chen laughed, intending to tease her further. How dare you? I'm not useless. I am quite capable. Thank you very much. Aside from fighting zombies, I could do everything else. Son Xian Rue exclaimed, growing increasingly indignant. You really underestimate me. How about I give you an opportunity tonight to prove your worth? Lin Chen asked with a mischievous grin. Huh? How do I prove it? Son Xian Rue asked nervously, her clever mind already formulating ideas. You know how to prove it? Lin Chen chuckled. I don't understand. Son Xian Rue shook her head, her pretty face clearly flushing with shyness, a subtle tint of red appearing. Truly don't understand? Think it over and answer once you're ready. Lin Chen maintained his playful smile. With the conversation reaching this point, how could she possibly remain oblivious? Pretending to be innocent, was she? Oh dear, I genuinely don't understand. Could you be a bit clearer? Sun Xinrui shook her head, becoming increasingly bashful. If she didn't understand, then so be it. You were given an opportunity, yet you squandered it, lamented Lin Chen. Observing the girl's shy demeanor, it was evident she was not yet psychologically prepared. Nevertheless, he was not in want of companionship. If this girl failed to seize the moment, it was of little consequence. I. Sun Xinrui struggled to articulate her thoughts, but found the words lodged in her throat. Though she often displayed a carefree demeanor, she felt a twinge of shyness regarding the dynamics between men and women. After all, she lacked experience. Speak less and act more. Just apply a bit of pressure. Lin Chen advised while focusing on the television. Tonight's fortunate individual would undoubtedly be Xian. As time elapsed, over half an hour later, Bai Ning reappeared in the living room. Freshly bathed, she donned a light-colored silk nightgown, the fabric delicate and alluring. Lin Chen's gaze was instantly captivated. Goodness, this screen is quite fair, he mused. Oh no. The screen is remarkably elongated. Sun Xinrui cast a glance and felt a pang of envy for Bai Ning's figure. With such long legs and an alluring silhouette, she too longed to possess such attributes. Sister, you look truly beautiful, Lin Chen praised without the slightest hint of subtlety, his gaze lingering upon Bai Ning, whose allure was undeniably formidable. Thank you, little brother. You have such a sweet tongue, Bai Ning replied, her smile radiant, almost as if she were about to soar with joy. Her intention to appear more seductive had clearly been achieved. Sun Xinrui, witnessing this exchange as a fellow woman, understood all too well the implications. It was evident that Teacher Bai was making overtures towards Lin Chen, igniting a sense of rivalry within her. She began to regret her earlier hesitance. She should have boldly accepted Lin Chen's proposition. Yet, it was too late for such reflections now. Let's watch television together. There's little else to occupy our evening. Tomorrow, we can look for a gaming console and perhaps indulge in some games, Lin Chen proposed. Although he had acquired the gaming equipment and library through Zheng Beibei, he had no inclination to pursue her. Seeking entertainment, he preferred to procure the equipment himself. It was hardly a daunting task. Who would have imagined that one could lead such a life in the apocalypse? It feels like a dream, utterly surreal, Bai Ning expressed, settling beside Lin Chen, wishing to foster a closer bond with her brother. In the uncertain world ahead, dangers would multiply and complexities would arise. Zombies would evolve into formidable creatures, and humans would emerge as beings with extraordinary abilities akin to her own. But fret not, as long as I draw breath. I shall ensure your safety, Lin Chen reassured. Surrounded by the presence of women, the fragrant air enveloped him. Fortuitously, he was not allergic to various scents, otherwise he would have found himself in distress. Good brother, I will steadfastly follow you from now on, Bai Ning declared earnestly, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Chen. I am quite certain that this man is worthy of trust and reliance. I admire such intelligent individuals as her. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction, placing his hand gently on Bai Ning's delicate shoulder. Bai Ning offered no resistance and leaned into Lin Chen's embrace. Meanwhile, Sun Xinrui observed from the side, utterly astonished. Could it be? The aloof and regal lady is so proactive? Moreover, she felt a pang of annoyance. Lin Chen's earlier remarks clearly insinuated that she was not clever enough. How infuriating this young man is. Brother, I will follow you faithfully from now on. Sun Xinrui quickly mimicked the gesture and moved closer. Go on, give a proper massage. Don't slack off, Lin Chen commanded coldly. His attitude towards the two was strikingly hypocritical. Furious, Sun Xinrui clenched her delicate fists, yearning to strike this man. Brother, I shall also massage you. My technique is quite professional. Miss Xinrui, please do not be upset, Bai Ning said with an amiable smile, playing the peacemaker. She bore no sense of entitlement. Her perspective was not so petty. On the contrary, her demeanor clearly indicated that their shared happiness was far more significant than anything else. Upon witnessing Bai Ning's graciousness, Sun Xinrui felt compelled to abandon her pettiness. I shall not stoop to Lin Chen's level. Meanwhile, in a certain room of a solitary apartment, Zheng Beibei languished in a filthy, chaotic space. Not only was she starving, but the pain of menstrual cramps made her writhe on the sofa, contemplating her own demise. Outside the door, the ominous sounds of a zombie scratching at the entrance struck terror into her heart. What if the zombie broke in? She began to curse her fate. First and foremost, she resented Bai Ning, who, as a friend, had abandoned her for the sake of a man. And that detestable man named Lin Chen was truly infuriating. Not to mention that sycophant who wished to pursue her, who had the audacity to refuse her request for food, citing danger as an excuse. She reached out to several acquaintances, but each claimed they were unable to assist her. She knew it all too well. No man could be relied upon. With no food left at home, she resolved to venture out tomorrow, relying on her own abilities to seek sustenance. As night fell, Lin Chen and his companions began to feel drowsy after watching several episodes of a television drama. You all carry on. Get some rest early, he said. Shiyuan, come with me. Lin Chen rose and wrapped his arm around Shiyuan as they headed to his room. MHM master, Shiyuan replied with delight. relishing the prospect of sleeping beside her master. Bai Ning furrowed her delicate brows as she watched their retreating figures. Having only just moved in, she was still oblivious to the circumstances. So here we go again. Teacher Bai, you best cover your ears while you sleep tonight, Sun Xinrui sighed, offering a well-meaning warning. With that, she rose, feeling disheartened as she returned to her room. The more she pondered, the more she regretted her timidity in not agreeing. If she agrees, tonight she will be the one to enjoy a special treatment. Bai Ning's expression turned slightly awkward as a realization dawned upon her. To her astonishment, it seemed that her troublesome younger brother and Miss Xian had already established such a relationship. This revelation complicated her thoughts. Sitting idly on the sofa, she lost interest in the television. In the room, "My dear, are you still unwell? Shall I be gentler tonight?" Lin Chen inquired with a gentle smile, cradling the petite Xian in his arms. He could hardly contain his anticipation in the presence of such an enticing gem. "I'm feeling much better. I wish for my master to treat me as he did last night," Xian replied with a cheerful smile. Her unique physique allowed her to recover swiftly, and though she might not fully grasp the significance of her master's actions, her happiness was all that mattered to her. In her eyes, it was a manifestation of her master's love. "Very well, I shall indulge you to the fullest," Lin Chen responded without hesitation, fully embracing the delightful gift of the evening. A few minutes later, Bai Ning, seated in the living room, was startled by the sounds emanating from that room. She was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Could it really be that they had commenced so soon? Chapter 25. My abilities do not permit me to be low-key. Fortunately, the television was relatively quiet, allowing Bai Ning to hear everything quite clearly. Without a doubt, it was as she had suspected. Though lacking practical experience, her exposure to educational materials had not failed to ignite her imagination. Swallowing hard, she felt parched and restless, her body growing uneasy. Good heavens! Was her brother truly that vigorous? Bai Ning muttered to herself in disbelief. The noise was so pronounced that it left no room for doubt regarding the villa's inadequate soundproofing. Bai Ning felt her heart race, overwhelmed by the chaos within. She could no longer bear to listen and promptly switched off the television, retreating to her bedroom. The silence enveloped her, the sounds fading away. After taking a sip of cold water, she lay down, intending to rest. Yet, mere minutes later, faint sounds began to filter through the stillness of the room. The tranquility rendered the noises from the adjacent room strikingly apparent, piercing through the silence. Bai Ning polted upriget. Feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, an ineffable unease rising from within. This was unbearable. How could she possibly sleep? Oh, her insufferable brother. Could he not keep the noise down and show some consideration for others? He truly lacked any sense of civic duty. In the adjacent room, Sun Xinrui, too, was engulfed in discomfort. Her room was right next to Lin Chen's, allowing her to hear everything with even greater clarity. Last night, she had already endured insomnia until the early hours, and tonight promised to be yet another sleepless night. She even contemplated whether she should take matters into her own hands to alleviate her predicament. And in yet another room, there lay the zombie, Chu Kaiwei. Now, devoid of any human emotion, she remains entirely unperturbed, blissfully slumbering in a state of sweet repose. Lin Chen, enveloped in indulgence, pays no heed to whether he disturbs others. Or perhaps, he deliberately creates such a commotion to provoke the two young ladies? As dawn breaks the following day, around 10 o'clock in the morning, the gentle voice of Xian calls out, "Master, it is time to rise." She awakens first, perched on her elbows, clad only in her skin. With this scene viewed from a third-party perspective, who could withstand the allure? As Lin Chen opens his eyes, he is greeted by an adorable visage. "What time is it?" He mumbles, rubbing his eyes, still enveloped in the remnants of sleep, feeling quite drowsy. "Master, it is 10 o'clock," Xian replies, sitting up to dress. Upon her luminescent skin, several dark scratches are visible, clearly the marks of Lin Chen's handiwork. A mere glance at them instantly awakens him fully. Such sights in the early morning banish all weariness. "Let us prepare breakfast, or rather, it is time for lunch," Lin Chen declares, having been exhausted from the previous night's revelries. "Very well, master," Xian responds, slipping into a little dress before departing the room. Zhao Xian's information updated. Current cultivation points, 7, 10. The system notifies him, indicating an increase in cultivation points from 4 to 7, as she practiced 3 times last night. Lin Chen stretches lazily as he rises, feeling invigorated. Given the intensity of his previous exertions, His back is entirely untroubled. He savors the moment, reflecting on how delightful the little darling truly is. After a visit to the restroom for his morning routine, Lin Chen exits his room, only to discover that the other two young ladies have yet to awaken. Such laziness is astonishing. He promptly knocks on their doors, rousing them one by one. Settling on the sofa, he peruses the online news. The current state of the internet seems to have plummeted below 3G standards, growing increasingly sluggish. It is likely that within a few days, the network will become entirely unusable. At that point, deprived of basic means of communication, individuals accustomed to the digital realm may feel utterly abandoned by the world. Many online are posting desperate pleas for help. Regrettably, everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Who can aid whom in such dire times? Alarmingly, amidst this chaos, there are still women posting complaints, condemning men as worthless for their inability to protect even women. Lin Chen, upon encountering such posts, wonders if they might have originated from Zhongbei. What folly! In the midst of an apocalypse, they are still squabbling. Shortly thereafter, Sun Xinrui and Bai Ning emerge from their rooms, both appearing lethargic and still half asleep. In stark contrast to the refreshed Xiyin, the two seem drained of vitality. Upon seeing Lin Chen, there is a discernible glimmer of resentment in their beautiful eyes. Did he not sleep well last night? Lin Chen inquires with concern. Sun Xinrui and Bai Ning exchange glances, remaining silent. The two individuals undoubtedly shared the same thoughts. How dare you inquire? Have I somehow disrupted your rest? Lin Chen smirked mischievously and inquired further. If it isn't you, then who could it be? Brother, how can you be so relentless? You leave no room for others. Bai Ning lamented with an expression of exasperation. She had suffered from insomnia nearly the entire night, tossing and turning in discomfort, only managing to fall asleep just before dawn. So engrossed in his own enjoyment, he exhibited a complete lack of public conscience. Sun Xinrui let out a cold snort in agreement. She fared slightly better than Bai Ning. Her insomnia not as severe. My abilities are simply too formidable. There's nothing I can do about it. It's impossible to remain completely quiet. Lin Chen said with a wicked grin, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. His prowess truly forbade him from being discreet. If he were a man of 3 seconds, he certainly wouldn't disturb others, but alas, he was not. He was a man of 3 encounters in a single night. Sun Xinrui and Bai Ning exchanged glances, rendered speechless, unable to find a retort for this scoundrel. Especially Bai Ning, who was taken aback, realizing her brother's astonishing capabilities. After such an extended period of exertion last night, as a professor at a medical university, she understood how unreasonable that was. However, with her brother having awakened supernatural abilities, what could possibly be deemed unreasonable? It was all too reasonable indeed. Just get used to it, Lin Chen chuckled. In any case, he would never temper his actions. The two ladies once again exchanged silent glances, truly wishing to give this rascal a good thrashing. After the four had their lunch, Lin Chen and Xiyin set out to search for supplies. Before departing, he made sure to feed Chu Kaiwei a brain core, preventing her from becoming agitated due to hunger. Upon stepping outside, Lin Chen planned to seek out gaming equipment. He had previously visited an arcade that featured both computers and gaming consoles, so that was their destination. Thus, the two made their way to an office building near the mall, where Lin Chen's cultural company happened to be located. The day the apocalypse began was a weekend, so the office building was not particularly crowded with workers. Those who had transformed into zombies likely never even had the luxury of a weekend off. Ascending the stairs, Lin Chen and his companion endeavored to minimize noise to avoid attracting a horde of zombies. Adjacent to them was the mall, where the number of undead likely exceeded 1,000. If they were besieged, they would be utterly exhausted and unable to fend them off. Just as they were climbing the stairs, Lin Chen's phone buzzed with a series of messages. It was from Li Xuexue. Dear, please save me. Yaya and I are trapped by zombies. I realize I was wrong to treat you that way, and I apologize. Ien Ming grave danger. You're the only one I can think of. Surely you'll come to my rescue, right? Lin Chen furrowed his brow at the message. What scheme was that woman concocting now? How audacious to beg for help. How amusing. This world truly had an abundance of zombies. Lin Chen replied, accompanied by a smiling emoji. Chapter 26. It will certainly be ruined. My dear, how can you utter such heartless words? I am in grave danger and desperately need your assistance. Can you truly bear to see me perish? Li Xuexue replied, her words laced with a familiar tone of manipulation. What do I care if you live or die? Lin Chen retorted, entirely unmoved by her tactics. He could only hope that the woman's claims held some truth. It would be delightful if those two wretches found themselves in peril. My dear, I truly regret my actions. Please forgive me. I feel utterly helpless and long for your presence. Will you come to rescue me? I am at the Platinum KTV. I implore you. Please come quickly. Li Shuagzua Bleda. Lowering herself to desperation. However, upon hearing the name Platinum KTV, Lin Chen's instincts were immediately piqued. The intelligence he had gathered from a thug the previous day indicated that their boss resided at the Platinum KTV. Surely, this was no mere coincidence. Had those two women inadvertently fallen into the hands of their boss? If that were the case, they were undoubtedly in for a world of suffering. Lin Chenis' interest was ignited. He had originally intended to confront that boss anyway, so why not witness the fate of the two wretches as well? Very well. I shall come to find you. Just wait patiently, Lin Chen messaged, planning to toy with the foolish woman a bit longer. My dear, you are the best. I knew you would not abandon me to my fate. You still love me. Li Shuagzua responda instantaneously. Hurry, it is truly dangerous here. I am waiting for you. With a disdainful glance, Lin Chen scoffed and chose not to reply further, tucking his phone away as he continued to ascend the building. Meanwhile, within the confines of Platinum KTV, Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue sat comfortably on the sofa, unharmed and flanking the wealthy heir, Li Jia. The private room also housed their boss, along with several of his underlings. Young Master Li, I told you that the pathetic sycophant would undoubtedly fall for it. A little trickery is all it takes to lure him here, Li Shueshue said, snuggling close to the affluent young man, her face radiating smug satisfaction. Her previous distress had been feigned. The wealthy heir had instructed her to deceive Lin Chen into coming. That foolish man would readily walk to his doom with just a hint of sweetness from Shueshue. Once he arrived, Li Jia would have his way with him. Lu Xinyue echoed her sentiments, her demeanor exuding alluring charm. Splendid. Once that little brat arrives, I shall rely on Boss Chien to deal with him. Loghead heartily. His intentions clear. The exquisite goddess by Lin Chen's side was his true prize. Rest assured, I will ensure that brat never returns. From your descriptions, he is the very one who dares to lay hands on my underlings. I must personally put an end to him. Boss Chien seethed with fury. It has been determined that the individuals Li Jia intends to deal with are precisely the ones he has been searching for these past few days. How fortuitous! Not only can he vent his frustrations, but he can also bestow a favor in return. Boss Chien, these two women are now yours. You too. Go forth and diligently serve Boss Chien. With a wave of his hand, Li Jia dismissed the two women, issuing his command. After all, he was on the verge of acquiring a more exquisite goddess, and his interest in these two women, whom he had already indulged in the previous night, had waned. It was far more pragmatic to gift them away, allowing them to fulfill their final purpose. What? Young Master Li, you must be jesting. We are your people, exclaimed Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue, their expressions suddenly shifting to one of alarm. They could never have anticipated that the very benefactors they had clung to would now discard them like mere commodities for trade. Enough with the nonsense. Serving Boss Chien is hardly a grievance. Disobey, and I shall toss you out to feed the zombies, do you believe me? Li Jia threatened with a raised voice, never truly regarding these two women as anything of significance. Although undeniably attractive, he had encountered countless women of their caliber before. Young Master Li is indeed generous. My brothers and I are fortunate. Boss Chien beckoned with a finger, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he admired the two beauties. Finding them far more appealing than the usual company he entertained at the KTV. Despite their previous entanglements with a wealthy young master, he held no disdain for them. The younger men behind him wore eager expressions, reveling in the prospect of sharing in the spoils. Young master, please do not abandon us. We are obedient and loyal to you. Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue pleaded in a frenzy, desperate to remain by the wealthy young master's side, fearing the fate that awaited them in the hands of these ruffians. The thought of falling into their clutches was unimaginable, and they shuddered at the potential degradation they would face. Get over there, you ungrateful wretches, Li Jia bellowed, infuriated by their defiance. Come here, serve me and my brothers well, and you shall continue to enjoy a life of luxury. Boss Chien commanded coldly, with no recourse left to them. Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue reluctantly complied, trepidation gripping their hearts as they approached Boss Chien. Their aspirations of basking in the comforts alongside the wealthy young master were utterly dashed. That's more like it, Boss Chien said, pulling the two women into his embrace, his hands wandering inappropriately. He planned to savor these two women after dealing with Lin Chen, allowing his subordinates to indulge afterward. Li Xuexue and Lu Xinyue's faces turned ashen, fear clouding their eyes as they found themselves at a loss for what to do. The two frail women could never hope to escape the clutches of this band of ruffians. Alas, who could come to their rescue? The scene shifts back to Lin Chen, who has arrived at the arcade. Inside, there are a dozen zombies. Fortunately, they are mere common varieties, easily dispatched alongside Shiyuan. The arcade's equipment remains largely unscathed. Lin Chen, not overly greedy, simply desires a PS5. Nearby, several 1 terabyte gaming hard drives await, each filled with numerous games. Moreover, a plethora of popular AAA titles, such as Elden Ring and Red Dead Redemption, rest in the drawers alongside an array of game controllers, all of which he intends to take home. He promptly connects the console to the television, and upon powering it on, finds it in perfect working order. The combined library of built-in games, hard drives, and discs likely totals over 100 popular titles, enough to entertain Lin Chen for an eternity. Besides, with so many girls at home, he probably won't have ample time for gaming. Otherwise, the girls would surely be displeased. Lin Chen wishes to indulge in a brief gaming session, but just then, Li Xuexue sends several urgent messages, urging him to hurry. Thus, he and Shiyuan set off, taking some time to arrive near the Platinum KTV. In the vicinity, there are only a handful of zombies. Li Xuexue mentioned being trapped by zombies, yet there are so few here. Glancing toward the KTV entrance, a faint sense of danger looms. Lin Chen suspects a trap. With a disdainful smirk, he thinks, do they dare to play tricks on him? Chapter 27. Do you have any last words? Lin Chen is aware of the peril, yet feels no fear. His purpose in coming here is to eradicate that group, while simultaneously enjoying Li Xuexue's predicament. Shiyuan, be vigilant. Follow my commands, Lin Chen instructs. Understood, Master, Shiyuan replies obediently with a nod. In truth, the Master does not require reminders. She is entirely obedient. Lin Chen approaches the KTV, where the entrance door remains ajar. The interior is dimly lit, and he proceeds cautiously, not out of fear of others, but rather in anticipation of zombies. It would indeed be dangerous if a zombie were to spring forth unexpectedly from the shadows. Just then, with a loud clang, the main door slams shut, and the lights suddenly illuminate the area. Ha ha, the foolish dog actually came. Lin Chen hears a mocking voice, followed by a man emerging with a boisterous laugh. And this lovely beauty beside him is simply exquisite, Li Jie exclaims, his gaze fixated on Shiyuan, ignoring Lin Chen entirely. What a rare gem. She's far more stunning than in the photos. She's definitely my type, and I must have her. Lin Chen frowns slightly, pondering who this insolent fellow is. You dare to come here, you little brat. Surround him, commands Qian Laoda, who appears with a cigar in his mouth, flanked by Li Xuexue and Lu Xinyue. At a single command, a group of 15 or 16 thugs surged forward, encircling Lin Chen and his companion, armed and glaring with predatory intent. Oh, what a lively scene this is. Are you the infamous Boss Chen? Lin Chen remarked with a cold smirk, his demeanor unyielding even in the face of encirclement. He had faced creatures far more formidable than these mere mortals. A handful of thugs was nothing to him. Indeed, it is I, Boss Chen growled, his eyes gleaming with menace. He found it perplexing how such an unremarkable young man could overpower so many of his subordinates. Surely, he must be cunning, employing some devious trickery. However, now that he was here, this brat had nowhere to escape. I believe it is you who are courting death. Having crossed paths with me, Li Xuexue, weren't you supposed to be seeking out the wealthy heir? How did you end up entangled with these ruffians? It was he who orchestrated my presence here, wasn't he it? Lin Chen's gaze shifted to Li Xuexue, noticing a flicker of reluctance in the expressions of the two women beside him. Mind your own business. Li Xuexue raturta scornfully, her irritation palpable at the sight of this insufferable man. She felt that the wealthy heir had abandoned her solely because of this incessant sycophant. He deserved every bit of punishment. Lin, it was I who instructed her to bring you here. You truly are a good dog, obediently coming when called. And you even brought such a stunning beauty with you. Li Jie sneered, unable to tear his gaze away from the enchanting Shiyan, who regarded him with indifference and disdain. Oh, I see now. They are in cahoots. Since we've crossed paths, consider yourself unfortunate, Lin Chen said nonchalantly, mentally adding another name to his list of targets. Although he could not fathom why the two women had not stayed with the wealthy heir, He was disinclined to delve into such trivial matters. Listen well, young pup, I offer you a chance at survival. Have your lovely companion come to keep me company. And the other two beauties with you. Hand them over as well. Li Jie threatened coldly, his eyes filled with avarice. Do you understand? Hurry and deliver them. If you refuse, I will end you without hesitation. Boss Qian added menacingly. No wonder Li had been willing to part with two beauties. It seemed he had something even more desirable. Desire my companions, do you? Huh. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He quickly realized that the images he had sent to Li Shueshu must have reached the wealthy heir, suggesting that Li Shueshu and he indeed shared a past. Had she been cast aside by the wealthy heir only to be offered to these thugs? Unbeknownst to him, his suspicions were entirely accurate. What is your name, beautiful? Come here and follow me. I assure you, a life of indulgence awaits. Li Jie displayed a lewd grin. Master, he uttered, repulsively. How disgusting, Xian remarked disdainfully. What? You still dare to call him master? Unbelievable. Li Jie became increasingly exhilarated upon hearing this. He relished such games. Just last night, he had engaged in a master-servant roleplay with those two women. You're courting death. Do you have any last words to utter? Speak quickly. My time is precious. Lin Chen coldly surveyed the group around him. Such trash deserves no place in this world. They merely perpetuate chaos. What nonsense are you spewing? Yes, snuppet. Qian, loosen this brat up a bit. Show him some color. He was furious. How could this brat still be so arrogant when death was imminent? Truly, he had never faced adversity. Beat him, Qian commanded coldly. This is hilarious. Someone is about to face misfortune. Li Shuagzhua muka glafuli. Truly a fool. Mocking the only one who could save her. Teach him a lesson. Let him feel my wrath. Lu Xinyue shouted triumphantly, despite her own predicament. Witnessing Lin Chen strike back brought her immense satisfaction. A dozen thugs, receiving their orders, swiftly brandished their weapons, ready to strike. Xian, you need not intervene. Lin Chen stated calmly. His eyes glinted with cold light as he weighed the steel pipe meant for dispatching zombies in his hands. Xian complied, stepping back to watch the spectacle unfold. How utterly reckless. Boys, take him down. The thugs immediately sprang into action. They had often engaged in such acts of overwhelming the few with sheer numbers. A mere touch from each of them would suffice to inflict suffering upon this brat. Lin Chen smirked derisively. If zombies could not withstand the steel pipe in his hands, could these men possibly be more resilient? With a sweeping motion, he effortlessly disarmed the thugs of their knives and clubs, leaving their hands stinging and unsteady. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen swung again, targeting the legs of several thugs. Crack! Followed by the anguished screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs. They had no time to react before their legs were shattered. Several thugs collapsed, clutching their broken limbs and wailing in agony. Lin Chen did not pause. He turned and swept again, knocking weapons from their hands, and with another sweep, more thugs fell to the ground, howling in despair. This all transpired in mere moments. The remaining thugs, witnessing this scene, were drenched in cold sweat, retreating in panic. They could hardly believe Lin Chen's speed and precision. Behind them, Li Jie and Qian, who had been anticipating the show, were left dumbfounded. Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue, who had relished the impending disaster, were now wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Why are you hesitating? Continue the attack. Are you incapable of even a brawl, yet claim to be a part of society? Lin Chen remarked coldly. He had tempered his strength, refraining from striking these ruffians with the same ferocity as one would against zombies. Otherwise, their bones would not merely fracture while remaining attached to flesh. They would be cleaved in two. The henchmen dared not utter a sound, trembling as they retreated. Their gazes turned to their leader, Boss Qian. Boss, the situation looks grim. Boss Qian's previously arrogant demeanor was now supplanted by fear as he regarded Lin Chen. Was this young man even a normal human? Beside him, Li Jie's breath hitched, his expression shifting from astonishment to terror. A foreboding sense of disaster loomed. If your lackeys are too cowardly to act, then you shall, Lin Chen commanded, pointing at Boss Qian. Boss Qian shuddered violently, his eyes widening in horror. He instinctively released the two women by his side, retreating in self-preservation. It was painfully clear to him that he stood no chance against this young man. Should he advance, his legs would surely be shattered. Boss Qian, hurry and command the rest to attack him. With so many of us, there's no way we can't overpower him. If they did not subdue Lin Chen, it would be he who faced dire consequences. Boss Qian remained silent, fully aware that Lin Chen's prowess was formidable. They were utterly outmatched. As he pondered his predicament, Lin Chen had already darted forward with lightning speed. A steel pipe struck Li Jie's leg. Ah! Li Jie let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. The excruciating pain from his broken leg was unbearable. Keep barking like a dog, and see what happens. Lin Chen regarded the writhing Li Jie with a cold expression. Stop! Please cease this! Li Jie cried out, his eyes filled with rage that could not conceal his terror. Ah, I shall grant you a few more moments of life, Lin Chen sneered. He then turned to the dazed Boss Qian. What do you have to say? Another shudder coursed through Boss Qian. The gaze directed at him was the most terrifying he had ever encountered in his life. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. Please do not strike. Let us converse peacefully. I apologize. It was my folly for not recognizing your might. Boss Qian trembled, pleading in a panic, fearful that he too would suffer a broken leg. Li Shue and Lu Xinyue had long since retreated in fright. The two could only feel a profound sense of unfamiliarity towards Lin Chen, who now seemed so alien to them. When had this young man become so formidable? Apologies? What need is there for such? I have come here solely to take your life. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, advancing slowly. Brother, I truly regret my actions. I shall kneel before you. Will you spare me? Boss Qian hastily fell to his knees, begging for mercy. I never anticipated that I would attract such a terrifying harbinger of death. He is indeed adaptable, willing to kneel at a moment's notice. What is it that you desire? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. I shall relinquish all the resources here to you. Furthermore, I will also hand over these two women. Boss Qian hastily exclaimed. Beyond resources and women, he could conceive of nothing else. Boss Qian, you cannot abandon us. Li Suexiu protested with disdain and resentment. Shue, what nonsense are you spouting? This is our chance to escape. Lu Xinyue, quick-witted, immediately interjected. She could hardly believe her teammate, Li Shue, was so hopelessly foolish. Oh yes, my dear, I was coerced into deceiving you into coming here. I never intended to harm you. Since you are here, it proves you still love me, right? Li Shue swiftly changed her demeanor. If she could leave with Lin Chen, she would be spared the humiliation from this gang. Love my foot. Shut up. Don't bother me. Lin Chen retorted coldly, unwilling to engage with these opportunistic women. Boss Qian, refusing to remain passive, discreetly signaled to a subordinate, instructing him to ambush and seize the still-standing Shi Yuan from behind. The subordinate understood the cue and took the opportunity, advancing with a knife to capture Shi Yuan. However, he could never have anticipated that the seemingly delicate Xuan was the most formidable presence here. Shi Yuan keenly sensed the impending attack from behind. She swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick. The would-be assailant was struck in the abdomen, letting out a pained scream as he was hurled backward, landing several meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling silent. It was uncertain whether he had lost consciousness or met his demise. The gang members watched in shock, gasping in disbelief. Boss Qian was equally stunned, his face a mask of horror. How could a mere woman possess such strength? This was utterly inconceivable. You think you can attempt a sneak attack? Lin Chen turned back, fury etched on his face. Boss Qian, I desire nothing but your life. With a kneeling pleas for mercy accompanied by deceitful antics, he now had ample justification to send this man to his end. Big brother, no. I beg you to spare me. Please don't kill me. I will bow to you. Is that acceptable? Boss Qian, realizing he had truly enraged Lin Chen, hurriedly bowed in a desperate plea for mercy. Lin Chen remained silent, raising his weapon to strike Boss Qian's thigh. He merely incapacitated his leg, choosing not to take his life, for the real spectacle was yet to unfold. Ah! Boss Qian shrieked in agony, rolling on the ground, just like Li Jie. The remaining gang members, paralyzed with fear, began to retreat hastily. Some individuals contemplated fleeing through the door. However, Lin Chen would not grant them that opportunity. He swiftly advanced and shattered their legs. Let us see how you intend to escape now. In a moment, the KTV was filled with anguished cries, echoing incessantly. Such loud wails will surely attract the zombies, Lin Chen remarked with a sinister grin, resembling a malevolent villain. Silence! Cease your screams, shouted Boss Qian, his voice strained with pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down as the veins on his forehead bulged. He was acutely aware that attracting a horde of corpses would spell disaster. His subordinates, upon receiving the command, gritted their teeth and endured the excruciating pain. Only the wealthy youth, Li Jie, continued to wail like a banshee. Shut up, you fool. Are you trying to get us killed? Boss Qian bellowed. In this life-and-death scenario, He could no longer afford to consider the identity of the person before him. Several injured subordinates crawled over and forcefully covered Li Jie's mouth, stifling his cries. The KTV was significantly quieter now. "My dear, you are so handsome. Take me away. I promise to devote myself to you, loving only you from now on." Li Shueshua rushed over, fully aware that obedience to Lin Chen was her only chance of survival. "Brother Lin Chen, I am here too. I am willing to follow you, serving you loyally. I can fulfill any request you have." Lu Xingyue hurriedly approached, determined not to be left behind. Both women were filled with desperate hope for survival. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The contrasting expressions of these two women were utterly amusing. "Why are you laughing, my dear? I speak only the truth," Li Shueshua said earnestly, though a hint of resentment simmered beneath her composed facade. "I am willing to be your servant, serving you faithfully." Lu Xingyue, displaying her cleverness, boldly declared her allegiance. Chapter 29. How shameless can you be? After this, Lu Xingyue approached Lin Chen, tightly wrapping her arms around his, deliberately rubbing her soft form against him, her demeanor sultry, attempting to captivate this man with her beauty. "Do you truly wish to be my servant? Are you certain?" Lin Chen inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. It was quite unexpected. This woman was indeed audacious. "My lord, I genuinely wish to. From this moment, I am yours, and I promise to be obedient." Lu Xingyue nodded repeatedly, her attitude radiating loyalty, though the authenticity of her intentions remained uncertain. Lin Chen chuckled softly and turned his gaze towards Li Shueshua, as if inviting her to observe Lu Xingyue's display. "Lu Xingyue, how shameless you are, attempting to steal my boyfriend. Keep your distance, you wretched woman." Li Shueshua cried out in fury, stepping forward to pry Lu Xingyue away. "I never expected such disgraceful behavior from a close friend. What do you mean by your boyfriend? You have long since parted ways. You failed to cherish him. But I am different. I will always care for Gigi." Lu Xingyue held on tightly, unwilling to let go. "How utterly shameless you are. My dear, ignore her. I can be your devoted servant, obeying your every command. My heart belongs solely to you." Li Shueshua immediately wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's other arm, playfully pleading. She, too, feigned softness, attempting to win the man over with her allure. Lin Chen found himself caught between two pressing figures, each exerting a gentle yet persuasive squeeze. Sensory perception suggested that Lu Xingyue possessed more substance. However, confronted by the overt advances of these two women, his heart remained unperturbed. He held no interest in either of them. Qian Laoda and the others observed in silence, silently praying for Lin Chen to swiftly take the two women away. Hoping for a chance at survival, Xiang watched the unfolding drama with indifference, showing neither jealousy nor anger. She likely thought to herself, "My master is quite popular. Do you both wish to serve me?" Lin Chen asked with a cold smirk. "Indeed, master. She does not count. I'm the only one." Lu Xingyue and Li Shueshua vied for his affection, both unhesitatingly pledging their loyalty. Their demeanor starkly contrasted with their previous disdain. They had come to realize that in this perilous world, following a man as formidable as Lin Chen was the key to survival. No wonder he had 3 beautiful women at his side. "Humph, do you think you are worthy to be my servants? Release your filthy hands and step aside." Lin Chen admonished with a scornful laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. The mere thought of contact with these two women made him feel sullied. With that, he forcefully pushed them away, causing them to stumble and fall to the ground. "Master, what does this mean? Do you find me repugnant?" Lu Xingyue asked, feeling wronged. She had gone to such lengths, yet still failed to sway him. A sense of resentment brewed within her. This fellow was utterly ungrateful. "My dear, I am sincere. I truly wish to start anew with you." Li Shueshua quickly got back on her feet and approached him again, equally displeased, cursing Lin Chen's ancestry. "I have shown you kindness, yet you take advantage of it. Enough. Cease this meaningless chatter. I want to kill you two wretches, but I'll allow you to linger a few more days. Now leave," Lin Chen stated coldly. He had no desire to see these two women perish just yet. That would be too merciful. "My dear, what do you mean? Are you abandoning me? The outside is swarming with zombies. Are you sending us to our deaths?" Li Shueshua demanda angrily. "That is not my concern. You have 10 seconds. 10, 9. Lin Chen began the countdown, his eyes emanating a chilling aura of malevolence. "I am leaving." Lu Xingyue, ever astute, promptly made her way towards the exit. She sensed that Lin Chen had lost his sanity and would not spare anyone present. Upon observing this, Li Shueshua dared not utter another word and hurriedly followed Lu to the door. The two women opened it, relieved to find no zombies blocking their path, and rushed out together. From adversaries to allies, they now united against a common threat. The gang led by Qian Laoda watched with bated breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. This young man had let two beautiful women escape. What fate awaited them? Please, great brother, have mercy and spare our lives. We shall serve you faithfully. You will be our leader. Qian Laoda pleaded, prostrate on the ground. The other injured ruffians, gritting their teeth against the pain, echoed his desperate cries for mercy. You are but a band of useless wretches. What purpose do you serve? Lin Chen scoffed, his derision palpable. The faces of Qian Laoda and his gang turned ashen. They realized this harbinger of death would not show them mercy. Lin Chen, I can offer you money, whatever sum you desire, Li Jie asserted, suppressing his agony as he spoke. How amusing. What use is money now? Lin Chen chuckled, bemused. In this day and age, currency is naught but scrap paper. What do you truly wish to achieve? Li Jie pressed, desperation creeping into his voice. I warn you, I am the scion of the Li family. Should you dare to harm me, you will surely regret it. You had best release me, or my family will not let you go unpunished. As his attempts at persuasion faltered, Li Jie resorted to threats, invoking his lineage. In this apocalyptic world, who cares for the Li or Zhang families? You have always acted without restraint. Now it is my turn. Lin Chen laughed heartily, regarding them as one might a fool. With that, he slowly advanced towards the door, striking the ground with a steel pipe, the resounding clang echoing ominously. What are you doing? Stop. You'll attract the zombies. Qian Laoda shouted in terror. You are correct. That is precisely my intention. I cannot be bothered to dirty my hands with your blood. Did you ever consider that your malevolence would lead to this day? Lin Chen smirked wickedly, embodying the very essence of death. Great brother, no. We were wrong. Please grant us another chance. We will never harm anyone again. We beg you, we do not wish to die. Qian Laoda beseeched, bowing repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Trembling with fear, should the zombies appear, their current state would surely lead them to a gruesome fate. Lin Chen, cease this madness. If you kill me, you will not survive. Li Jie roared, shaking uncontrollably from fear. Save your words for the king of hell, Lin Chen retorted coldly. Remember to be reborn as a good person. Lin Chen responded indifferently, continuing to strike and attract the zombies. The wandering zombies on the road, along with those emerging from other buildings, were converging toward this location. Soon, dozens of zombies appeared outside the door. Lin Chen closed the glass door, temporarily isolating the zombies outside. The group led by Qian was aware of their impending doom, their faces reflecting sheer despair. Lin Chen, with so many zombies, you won't escape alive. Ha ha ha, you seek your own demise. Even if I become a zombie, I will not spare you. Li Jie bellowed with a fierce rage. Chapter 30. She must be purified swiftly. Do you think I will die? Experience the terror of the apocalypse. Lin Chen scoffed. He immediately raised a steel pipe and struck the glass door, which shattered upon impact. The horde outside instantly roared and lunged forward. Shiyuan, let's go, Lin Chen shouted, gesturing to create a portal. He grasped Shiyuan's hand and returned home. What? What is this? Everyone present was astonished, even believing they were hallucinating as the two living beings vanished into thin air. Was it a superpower? Unfortunately, this was not the time for them to ponder such things. The incoming horde began to feast ravenously. Thank you for the wild buffet. Lin Chen chose to showcase his abilities before these individuals, for they were already as good as dead. In an instant, screams echoed within the KTV, even if these people hadn't suffered broken limbs. Facing such a terrifying horde left them with no chance of survival. Lin Chen returned home and washed his hands before heading to the living room, ready to indulge in a game. He decided on Resident Evil, as it was perfectly themed and atmospheric. It also provided an opportunity to study how to better cope should the monsters from the game manifest in reality. The three young women in the house accompanied him in playing. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the neighborhood, Li Shue and Lu Xinyue walked cautiously down the road. That bastard Lin Chen actually dared to toy with us. Shue, where should we go now? Lu Xinyue replied resentfully. If you ask me, how would I know? Aren't you good at flattering that guy? Your mood changes so quickly. Li Shue turta, visibly displeasa. She was now concerned about her close friend having betrayed her. Oh, Shue, don't be angry, I was just playing along. We are good sisters. I would never abandon you in any situation. Damn Lin Chen, that scoundrel. Lu Xinyue soothed, continuing to berate Lin Chen to shift the focus. I loathe him. He truly had the heart to abandon me. I curse him to an ill fate. Li Shue seethed with biting anger. Uncertainty lingered about the fate of those individuals. With their legs broken, even if Lin Chen refrained from taking their lives, it was likely they would not survive. Li Xiao was among them. "Why don't we return to Li Xiao's villa?" proposed Lu Xinyue, her mind racing. "Indeed, let's return to that villa. There is ample food, and it offers a high degree of safety," Li Shue concurred. Undoubtedly, the wealthy young man's villa served as an excellent refuge. The two swiftly agreed and made their way to the villa, treading cautiously to avoid the zombies. If attacked, their lack of defense would surely spell doom. "Honestly, it is a relief that Li Jie has died. We may now claim his villa as our own. That scoundrel never regarded us as human, and my body still aches from the ordeal," Lu Xinyue scoffed. "The thrill of occupying his nest is exhilarating. Truly, his demise is a blessing. What is a little money worth?" Despite his ostentatious displays, he was nothing but a worthless fool, unable to endure even 2 minutes. Li Shuagzhua exclaimed. Little did the dying Li Jian know that his end would be met with mockery. "Did you not once say that Lin Chen was formidable? Just how formidable is he?" Lu Xinyue inquired with curiosity. "Do not even mention that scoundrel." Li Shue's ire flared at the mere mention of Lin Chen's name. Yet, she secretly acknowledged the truth. Lin Chen was indeed the most vigorous among the men she had been with. This very fact, despite her disdain for his poverty, made her willing to engage in a relationship with him. Lin Chen had been engrossed in gaming, and before he knew it, several hours had slipped by. Ushering in the evening, the attentive Shi Yuan had prepared dinner. Just as they were about to begin, a series of anguished cries erupted from the room of the zombie. Zhu Gaiwei, concerned for the girl's well-being, Lin Chen rushed to investigate. He found Chu Kaiwei bound to the bed, her mouth agape as she struggled violently to free herself from her restraints. The sight was quite terrifying. "Have you not eaten? Is that why you are already crying out of hunger?" Lin Chen jested, assuming her distress stemmed from an empty stomach. "Shi Yuan, feed her a brain core." Shi Yuan promptly retrieved a small snack and offered it to Chu Kaiwei. Based on prior experience, consuming a brain core would typically pacify a zombie. However, after swallowing it, Chu Kaiwei showed no signs of tranquility. Her expression remained twisted, and her agitation was palpable as she fought desperately against her bindings. At this rate, she may lose control. What is going on? Why is the food ineffective? Lin Chen pondered, perplexed. "Master, I sense from her cries that she appears to be in great pain," Shen replied softly, possessing an instinctual connection with her kind. "Pain?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Could it be that her prolonged confinement has caused her distress? "Master, I wish to find a way to soothe her," Xian remarked as she stepped forward, placing her hand gently on Chu Kaiwei's forehead. She hoped to convey a sense of kinship to the girl, attempting to provide some comfort. Remarkably, it seemed to have an effect. Chu Kaiwei appeared considerably calmer. Yet, she continued to emit low, anguished cries, as if expressing some profound suffering. It became evident that she needed to be purified without delay. "Xian, you stay with her while I finish my meal," Lin Chen instructed, promptly returning to the dining table. Only after satisfying his hunger would he possess the strength to purify this girl. "Brother, how will you purify her? Will it be dangerous?" Bai Ning inquired with concern. "Yes, it sounds terrifying," Sun Xinrui echoed, her face etched with worry. She had always hesitated to approach Chu Kaiwei, harboring a deep fear of zombies. Even if they appeared beautiful, they were still zombies. "Do not worry, I have my methods. It is not perilous," Lin Chen reassured them with a smile, deliberately omitting the details of the purification process. He intended to return to his old refuge in the apartment, where it would be more convenient to purify Chu Kaiwei without interruptions. Soon, he finished dinner and departed the shelter alone, leaving Xian behind to continue watching over Chu Kaiwei, just in case the girl lost control and wreaked havoc. Stepping through the portal, he re-entered the familiar KTV, where the lights still shone brightly. A glance around revealed a multitude of zombies, numbering at least in the hundreds. It was clear that the presence of food had drawn such a horde. The ground was stained with blood and remnants of unfinished meals, hinting at the despair of those who had met their end here. The sudden emergence of human presence captured the attention of the zombies, who turned in unison. "Good evening, everyone," Lin Chen said, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile. He sincerely hoped these zombies would show some decorum and refrain from attacking. Alas, it seemed a mere dream. In the blink of an eye, several zombies lunged at him, their claws poised to strike. The surrounding horde also assumed aggressive postures, all converging upon Lin Chen, their singular target. Chapter 31. I saved you. From now on, you shall be mine. Goodness, I am intruding. Farewell. Lin Chen's agile movements allowed him to evade the oncoming zombies. Without a second thought, he slipped through their ranks and made his escape. The zombies displayed a lack of martial decorum, attempting to overwhelm him with their numbers. He had no desire to engage with them. There were simply too many, and fighting would only invite more. As nightfall approached, the zombies grew increasingly active. Lin Chen moved swiftly, while the zombies seemed somewhat sluggish, making it easy for him to break free from their encirclement. He effortlessly reached the exterior of the KTV, with the horde trailing behind him. The streets were now teeming with zombies. Their numbers swelled exponentially compared to the daylight hours. As the wandering zombies perceived the disturbance, they immediately rushed towards him. Lin Chen took a deep breath and sprinted down the street. Behind him, hundreds of zombies began to congregate, forming a dark mass under the night sky. This terrifying scene was one he had only ever encountered in video games. Fortunately, these were merely ordinary zombies, incapable of matching his speed. He accelerated further, leaving them far behind. By the time he reached the apartment building, he had largely evaded the horde. However, the roaming zombies in the vicinity were still drawn towards him. Lin Chen seized the moment to ascend the stairs, dispatching a few of the obstructing zombies along the way. He finally returned to his sanctuary, shutting the door behind him. Grateful for a moment of respite. At night, no one dared to venture out due to the perilous congregation of zombies. Lin Chen returned to the otherworldly villa, where the frenzied Chu Kai-wei remained in her previous state. Were it not for Shi Yin's suppression, she would undoubtedly be even more uncontrollable. Shi Yin lent a hand, and together they lifted the bound Chu Kai-wei out. Lin Chen approached to untie the ropes, securing her to the bed, with Shi Yin leading and Lin Chen following. They carried the cocooned Chu Kai-wei outside. Brother, although I do not know what you intend to do, please be cautious. If you're bitten by a zombie, you two will become one, Bai Ning cautioned anxiously. Meanwhile, Sun Xinrue hid behind, too frightened to approach. The deranged Chu Kai-wei appeared more fearsome than an ordinary zombie. Understood. I will be careful. You all stay safe at home, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. With previous experience, he knew exactly what to do. Departing the otherworldly realm, he returned to his long-occupied sanctuary. While the conditions here were not as luxurious as the villa, the peace of mind it offered was invaluable. Shi Yin, leave this to me. You may return now, Lin Chen commanded. Master, in her current state, do you not require my control? If I leave, you'll be in danger. Shi Yin's small face was etched with concern. It's all right, I can manage, Lin Chen responded with a resigned smile. Although he wished for Shi Yin's assistance, it was somewhat inconvenient. After all, engaging in such activities with the young lady watching would be quite inappropriate, potentially hindering his performance. Complying with his directive, Shi Yin returned home. The room was left with only Lin Chen and the enchanting zombie, Chu Kai-wei. Ah, hiss. Chu Kai-wei writhed on the bed, her continuous growls echoing. With her gaping maw and a visage of sheer horror, any normal person would be too terrified even to approach, let alone engage. However, having tasted the sweetness of success once before, Lin Chen wore a playful smile. Collecting this young lady's bounty would unlock the formula for everyday essentials. Upon unlocking, the small supermarket offers an array of daily necessities, such as toilet paper, towels, toothbrushes, plastic basins, and shower gel, all of which can now be crafted at the workbench, eliminating any shortages. As long as she is regarded as a beautiful maiden, there is nothing unappetizing about her. Moreover, she is indeed a charming young lady. Be good, my dear, and I assure you will experience no pain, but rather immense enjoyment. Lin Chen chuckled to himself, aware that the zombies would certainly not comprehend his words. He had prepared thoroughly, even bringing an umbrella. Ah! Chu Kai-wei screamed in a frenzy. In her eyes, the man before her appeared as delectable prey. Let me purify you. Lin Chen did not wish to waste time, fearing that her cries might attract zombies. He reached out, pressing down on the bound Chu Kai-wei, and without hesitation, he kissed her directly, much like he had boldly kissed Shi Yin before. Such a beautiful girl, what could possibly deter him? At the moment of the kiss, Chu Kai-wei's body jolted violently. It was as if her brain short-circuited, leaving her frozen in place. This response was not dissimilar to Shi Yin's earlier reaction. Lin Chen was elated. Indeed, as he had anticipated, a single kiss could render the beautiful zombie defenseless. With her not struggling, he found it much easier. As he kissed her, he slowly began to untie the ropes binding Chu Kai-wei, facilitating the next step. She appeared to be lost in a state of ecstasy, showing no signs of resistance. Excellent. Lin Chen was prepared to showcase his true skills. He would purify her thoroughly. After more than half an hour, the sudden rain ceased, and tranquility returned. Phew! Exhausted. Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed, bare-chested, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Fortunately, he did not feel as drained as before. After all, he was well-fed and his body had been fortified. Chu Kaiwei lay there, her clothing disheveled. She had been completely drained of her strength and was now unable to rise. Having fully reverted to her human form, her charming little face was flushed and her eyes sparkled with moisture. She was simply an enchanting beauty. To his surprise, this girl was experiencing it for the first time. Do you know who I am? Lin Chen inquired with a gentle smile, pondering whether she would acknowledge him as her master, as Xian had done. The system indicated that her occupation was a student and part-time streamer. Brother, Zhu Gaiwei spoke, her voice soft, delicate, and adorned with a hint of sweetness. Just that single utterance of brother. Who could resist such charm? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled upwards, nearly impossible to suppress. This girl was a streamer. It was perfectly natural for her to enjoy calling him brother. Do you know who you are? He asked with a smile. My name is Chu Kaiwei, she replied. Astonishingly, she still remembered her name, which was a point of superiority over Xian. What else do you remember? Lin Chen asked again. Brother, I cannot recall. Chu Kaiwei shook her head, reminiscent of Xian's own amnesia. I saved you, and from now on, you belong to me. Do you understand? Lin Chen promptly imbued her with the correct mindset. Yes, thank you, brother. Sending hearts to you. Love you. Forming a heart shape with her hands. Her manner of speaking was evidently a remnant of her time as a streamer. Excellent. I shall reward you with a small treat. Lin Chen said with a satisfied smile, producing a brain core to nourish the new darling, aiding her swift recovery of strength. Thank you, brother, love you. Chu Kaiwei consumed the brain core, her face radiant with contentment. Her speech still bore the hallmark phrases of a streamer. Such a good girl. Lin Chen beamed. Feeling fortunate to have discovered such a treasure, he rose to dress, preparing to return to the villa. Yet, just as he donned his trousers, an alarm blared beside him. Warning! Warning! Danger! Zombies are approaching. The system suddenly alerted him. Based on prior experience, the system's warning indicated that the approaching zombies were formidable and likely challenging to confront. Chapter 32. How skilled is this girl? At that moment, Lin Chen heard the guttural growls of zombies outside the door. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded as a zombie collided with the door. The iron door, capable of withstanding ordinary zombies, twisted and deformed under the impact. Sweetheart, we must go. Lin Chen gasped, swiftly activating the teleportation portal. There was no time to fully dress. He scooped up Chu Kaiwei and hurriedly made his escape. Having just endured a fierce battle, he felt somewhat drained and knew he could not jest with such powerful zombies. As he stepped into the portal, Lin Chen glanced back. Crash! The door was utterly destroyed, revealing a female zombie at the threshold. However, he did not have the chance to take in her appearance before safely returning to the alternate dimension. The zombie lunged into the room, left bewildered and empty-handed. What happened? Where's the prey? How could it vanish into thin air? Lin Chen exhaled deeply, relieved to be unharmed. That was a close call. A second's delay could have been fatal. The female zombie that had burst through the door exuded an ominous aura of murderous intent. System. What is the strength of that female zombie? Detected as a collectible entity. Name, Sun Ling Han. Species, zombie. Age, 23. Appearance, 94. Build, 91. Occupation, Sonda coach. Basic attributes, speed enhancement level 3, strength enhancement level 3, defense enhancement level 2. Abilities, none. Collection reward, unlock various food recipes. Upon reading the information, Lin Chen was taken aback. That zombie was indeed extraordinary. Speed 3, strength 3, defense 2. With such attributes, he would be risking his life to contend against her. Even if it were Xian or Chu Kaiwei, there would still be no match. The troubling aspect is that collecting rewards is crucial for unlocking various food recipes. The significance of food in this apocalyptic world is self-evident. Unfortunately, at this stage, defeating that zombie is simply beyond our reach. Indeed, the correlation between reward and risk is undeniable. We must wait for a more opportune moment to devise a strategy. Lin Chen carried Chu Kaiwei into the villa. The three young ladies at home immediately cast astonished glances. This fellow returned home shirtless, cradling a disheveled girl. It is difficult not to let one's imagination wander in such a scene. What transpired during their brief absence? Could it be that they experienced something extraordinary? Brother, is she all right? Bai Ning inquired with concern. Upon seeing that Chu Kaiwei had transformed into a delicate beauty with a rosy complexion, devoid of any zombie traits. It was truly miraculous to witness such a change. She is fine now. She is just like Xian, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. He placed Chu Kaiwei on the sofa to rest and asked Xian to fetch him some water, for he was parched. Hello, Chu Kaiwei greeted with a wave. Her face tinged with nervousness and shyness, seemingly grappling with a touch of social anxiety. The three young ladies at home responded with smiles, finding the girl in the yellow skirt to be extraordinarily beautiful and charming. Particularly, Sun Xinrui felt a deep sense of crisis. The other's beauty surpassed her own. Lin Chen took a sip of water and settled back on the sofa. System, have you forgotten to calculate the rewards? Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected a new goddess. Unlocking daily necessities recipes on the workbench. The host's attributes have changed as follows. Basic attributes. Strength level 2 enhanced, speed level 2 enhanced, defense level 1 enhanced. Abilities, none. Other skills, none. Lin Chen beamed as he observed the changes in his attributes. With Chu Caiwei's assistance, both his strength and speed were elevated by 1 level, and he had gained a new defensive attribute. If he could achieve an overall upgrade to the next level, he would be a formidable opponent against the zombie Sun Linghan. He rose to stretch his limbs, delivering a few punches into the air. The effects of the enhancements in strength and speed were evident. He could distinctly feel his newfound vigor. Lin Chen then approached the workbench, having never utilized its features before. Upon clicking, a previously empty interface revealed a category for daily necessities. Entering it, he found an array of delightful items. He casually selected a pack of tissues, set the quantity to 1, and clicked confirm. In the next moment, a pack of tissues materialized on the operation table. Remarkable. This is what a powerful system should be like. Lin Chen's lips curled into a wide grin. He could already envision the possibilities. Once he unlocked the clothing recipes, a mere flick of his finger would yield an assortment of garments. He would soar to new heights. And after unlocking the food recipes, any dish he desired would be at his fingertips. System, are there no other restrictions on using the tool station? For instance, what resources are required for crafting? The workbench does not consume resources, and there is no limit to the items that can be created. However, the host should adhere to the principle of not wasting. Lin Chen applauded, exclaiming, excellent, this is more like it. He turned back to the sofa. Bought it, just it. His well-defined muscles captivated the attention of the 4 young women across from him, particularly Bai Ning and Sun Xinrui, who could not help but swallow hard at the sight. This young man's physique was undeniably enticing. It was only when Lin Chen perceived their unusual gaze that he realized he was not wearing a shirt. Oomph. I can't be bothered to put one on. It's not cold anyway. If the ladies wish to admire, let them. This is also part of my charm. Brother, how did you help Kaiwei return to normal? Bai Ning inquired with genuine curiosity. As a teacher, she was filled with questions regarding such miraculous occurrences. I believe you already have the answer in your mind. Indeed, it's precisely as you think. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, feeling no need to conceal the truth. After all, it was likely impossible to hide. Really? Just by doing that, such effects can be achieved? This is utterly unscientific and simply astonishing. Bai Ning's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. I cannot explain it either. Perhaps it is one of my unique abilities, Lin Chen casually offered as an explanation. Given that the world had already succumbed to the presence of zombies, what did science matter anymore? Anything that occurred was justifiable. Sun Xinrui, sitting nearby, furrowed her brows. She was not shocked, merely intrigued about how Lin Chen had engaged with the beautiful zombie. If he could manage that, surely she had a fair chance as well. After resting for over 10 minutes, Chu Kaiwei had regained her strength and was able to rise. As she walked, a subtle ache coursed through her body. It was, after all, her first experience, and Lin Chen had not been particularly gentle. Brother, my body feels fine now, Chu Kaiwei said shyly, her timidity evident. Glad to hear that. You should take a shower, Lin Chen instructed. Xiang, please accompany her to select some suitable clothing. He planned to enjoy the company of this young lady later that evening. Okay, brother, love you, Chu Kaiwei replied, making a heart gesture before heading off with Xiang to choose outfits. This affectionate exchange made Sun Xinrui feel a twinge of envy. How could she be so adept at this? She mused. No, I must become more proactive. Brother, I want to play games with you. Shall we engage in a duo game? Sun Xinrui requested in a sweet voice, suddenly adopting a flirtatious demeanor. Her alluring gaze seemed to suggest something more. Be normal. Don't act like a desperate, clingy person, Lin Chen replied with evident disdain, unable to tolerate such overt clinginess. Beside her, Bai Ning quickly discerned that Miss Xin Rue intended to make a move on Lin Chen. This insufferable younger brother was far too sought after. If she did not take the initiative soon, she might find herself entirely overlooked. Chapter 33. The essence lies in enjoying the journey. Brother, I too wish to join you in gaming, Bai Ning said with a playful smile as she edged closer. Given her brother's newfound popularity, she felt compelled to be more proactive and enthusiastic. Bai Ning, are you interested in gaming as well? I thought you both preferred binge-watching series. Lin Chen teased with a subtle smile, sensing something unusual about the two stunning beauties. I've been watching dramas all day and have lost interest. Brother, what game shall we play? Bai Ning fabricated a casual excuse. Anything is fine. Sun Xinrue chimed in, inching closer. Observing Bai Ning's assertiveness made her acutely aware of her own insecurities. If she did not exert herself a bit more, she would be left with nothing while others feasted. Let us play Twin Shadows. It's quite suitable for 2 players. However, it might be slightly challenging, so do your best, and please don't let me down, Lin Chen suggested. Immediately recalling the game they could play. With beautiful companions by his side, the specific choice of game seemed trivial. What mattered was the enjoyment of the experience. Thus, the game commenced. Twin Shadows indeed presented some difficulty, especially for a novice like Sun Xinrue. After only a few rounds, she began to falter. When Bai Ning took her turn, her superior intellect became evident as she and Lin Chen seamlessly coordinated their efforts. This left Sun Xinrue feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. How exasperating it was to feel utterly superfluous, unable to compete even in a game. After Yu Yen accompanied Chu Kaiwei in selecting outfits, she too joined the gaming session. However, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy, and her reactions were sluggish, resulting in a lackluster performance. The group was enjoying themselves, filling the villa with laughter and cheer. After more than half an hour, Chu Kaiwei emerged from her shower, donning a brand new short skirt. With a figure like hers, any style would suit her well. She embodied the spirit of youth, particularly with her long, slender legs that resembled those of a comic book character. Visually striking, albeit slightly slender, yet undeniably fair and perfect. A casual photo shared online would surely excite those who admired legs. Brother, I'm ready. May I join you? Chu Kaiwei asked shyly. Come, join us. Lin Chen readily welcomed her. A family should coexist harmoniously, sharing joy together. Meanwhile, in an alternate dimension, the zombie son Ling Han had long departed in search of other prey. Her interest in Lin Chen stemmed from the unusual scent of his aura. Previously, she had also been a tenant in the same apartment building, teaching kickboxing at the gym. Due to her remarkable physical strength, she inadvertently transformed into a zombie, endowing her with extraordinary power. After leaving, her whereabouts became unknown. At that moment, in a dimly lit room of an apartment building, Zheng Beibei curled up on the sofa, her stomach aching from hunger to the point of tears. The pantry was devoid of food, and she had intended to venture out today in search of sustenance. However, the hall was infested with prowling zombies, instilling a paralyzing fear that prevented her from stepping outside. Thus, she remained trapped within her home, living in constant trepidation. The room was enveloped in darkness. As a complete power outage had occurred, she retrieved her phone, hoping to message Bai Ning for help. Alas, there was no signal. She could neither make calls nor connect to the internet. The total communication blackout arrived even sooner than Lin Chen had anticipated, rendering all means of contact among survivors utterly ineffective. This meant that survivors would no longer be able to communicate with one another. Of course, perhaps short-range communication could be established through devices like walkie-talkies. Oh heavens, who will come to my rescue? Woe is me. I do not wish to perish from hunger. Zheng Beibei's emotions spiraled out of control as she sobbed uncontrollably. She began to regret not having requested food from that insufferable man, Lin Chen. She mused that if she had merely allowed that odious man a slight advantage, he would surely have been more than willing to assist her in any way. Unfortunately, she could no longer reach anyone. All she could do was endure hunger until tomorrow, when she might find another opportunity to seek food. Meanwhile, in the villa of the affluent Li Jie, Li Xue and Lu Xinyue had miraculously returned to the safety of the mansion. Within the expansive villa, only the two of them remained. How irritating. Why has the power gone out? Lu Xinyue complained in frustration. Without electricity, the food in the refrigerator will spoil soon. This place was supposed to be an ideal sanctuary, Yet in just a few days, they would face a dire shortage of provisions. With no mobile signal, their luck seemed to have run dry. Why hasn't anyone restored power or repaired the mobile signal? Li Shue lamented, uttering rather nonsensical remarks. In this apocalyptic era, they still yearn for the comforts of their former lives. Shue, we need to find a reliable ally if we wish to survive, Lu Xinyu asserted. That wretched Lin Chen has abandoned us. I shall remember this grievance. She spoke with concern for their future. Considering the long term, it was imperative to find a protector. Otherwise, the two of them, as vulnerable women, would have little hope of surviving in this desolate world. I will not let him off easily. I want to witness that scoundrel meet a dreadful fate to feel vindicated. In this affluent district, with their allure, they were certain to attract a benefactor. Let us venture out tomorrow and explore this villa area, Lu Xinyu proposed eagerly. The residents here were wealthy, and they were confident of surviving. At worst, they could trade a bit of their beauty for safety. As night deepened, the weight of their situation lingered heavily in the air. Lin Chen and the young ladies had engaged in games for several hours, and were now feeling somewhat fatigued. He decided to turn off the game and urged the girls to rest early. Brother, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Sun Xinrui suddenly tugged at Lin Chen's arm, a faint blush gracing her delicate face. Why not speak openly? Lin Chen smirked knowingly, certain that this young lady harbored ulterior motives. Bai Ning, present at the scene, furrowed her brows, aware that Miss Sun was indeed planning to take action. Her proactive approach put her ahead, while she herself, due to shyness or other considerations, could not be so direct. Come on, brother, Sun Xinrui insisted, pulling Lin Chen toward her room with determination. To achieve her goal, she felt emboldened, recognizing her own competitive disadvantage. She understood the necessity of being bolder to attain what she desired. Upon entering the room, she promptly closed the door. Alone together, Lin Chen feigned ignorance, smiling faintly. What do you wish to say? He intended to tease her a bit. Oh, brother, given the situation, you surely understand my intentions. Sun Xinrui's heart raced, yet she hesitated, feeling shy at the last moment. I do not know. Perhaps you could elaborate? Lin Chen played the fool. How could you not know? You are deceiving me. Very well, I will confess. I wish to accompany you like Miss Xian does. Can you fulfill this request? Sun Xinrui rubbed her hands together, mustering the courage to speak, her cheeks becoming noticeably flushed. After speaking, she found it difficult to meet Lin Chen's gaze, fearing social embarrassment. Even more so, she dreaded rejection, which would be even more mortifying. Chapter 34. A beauty awaits. You must queue. Oh, so you desire my body. Quite audacious of you. Lin Chen chuckled. Yes. I do crave you. What of it? Who told you to be so alluring? Sun Xinrui, both shy and flirtatious, lightly touched Lin Chen's chest with her fingertip. Having broached the subject, she decided to abandon pretense. She was determined to secure this man to satisfy her cravings, as the sleepless nights had left her in turmoil. A fire had ignited within her, one that only he could extinguish. Are you suggesting I stay with you tonight? Lin Chen inquired with a calm smile, feeling an undeniable attraction to this enticing young lady. It would be abnormal not to feel drawn to her. Yes, brother. Please grant me this wish. Sun Xinrui nodded repeatedly, her face alight with joy, convinced that her goal was within reach. The handsome man was soon to be hers. Such a beautiful thought. But did she truly believe it would be so easy? Lin Chen gently shook his head. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Brother, what more do you wish for me to do? You say it, and I shall surely comply. Sun Xinrui shyly remarked. She was determined to fulfill her desires. Yet she internally scoffed at the audacity of Lin Chen, who dared to set conditions despite her overt enthusiasm. How outrageous! If you wish for my agreement, it is quite simple. Just call me master. Utter that one word, and I shall acquiesce, Lin Chen said with a mischievous grin. It was not out of any peculiar preference. He merely wished to test whether this young lady would comply. This? Sun Xinrui furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and disdain. She never anticipated that this fellow would propose such an outrageous condition. Did he truly expect her to engage in that sort of play? What is the matter? Is it too simple for you to accomplish? You claimed you wanted to be like Xian, and she calls me master. Surely, it is reasonable for you to do the same. Lin Chen teased. The current situation felt oddly reminiscent of something she had encountered in her studies. They already refer to you as brother. Is that not sufficient? Sun Xinrui felt deeply embarrassed, truly at a loss for words. Even if you call me brother, It cannot compare to how the lovely Kaiwei addresses me, she retorted. Will you call? Or shall I take my leave? Lin Chen playfully threatened with a smirk. All right, since you wish to hear it. I shall oblige. Master. Sun Xinrui, left without a choice, hesitated briefly before deciding to utter the words. In that moment, she felt as though she could sink into the ground from the embarrassment. What kind of person revels in such games? She thought, how utterly perverse. It seems you're truly eager. Well then, you have passed. Lin Chen exclaimed in unexpected delight. He had merely intended to test her, never anticipating that she would indeed call him. Now you must stay and keep me company. Sun Xinrui gleefully clung to Lin Chen's arm, her flushed body growing more restless. Not tonight. I have an engagement with the lovely Chu Kaiwei. You must wait your turn, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. He had long decided that tonight's indulgence would be with her, and he had yet to savor her presence. Wait. Sun Xinrui pouted her lips, her playful demeanor vanishing. Indeed, there must always be a first come, first served policy. Rest well, and we shall discuss another day. Lin Chen playfully smacked Sun Xinrui's pert backside, which was delightfully soft, before turning with a smile to leave. You were merely toying with me. Sun Xinrui realized, anger boiling within her as she stamped her foot. It dawned on her that Lin Chen had been teasing her from the very beginning. How infuriating. Lin Chen said nothing more, exiting through the door. Sun Xinrui, fuming, resolved to hold a grudge. Just wait, you rascal. When you fulfill your promise, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. Unless I am thoroughly exhausted, I shall concede defeat by tomorrow. Little does she know, she lacked such prowess. Lin Chen returned to the living room, where he was met with an unusual gaze from Teacher Bai, seemingly astonished by his sudden reappearance. Brother, how did you emerge so swiftly? Bai Ning teased with a playful smile. Sister, you have witnessed my capabilities, or rather, heard of them. It is impossible for me to have returned so soon, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What is the situation then? Do not tell me you have turned down Miss Xinrui. Bai Ning inquired, her brows furrowing in curiosity. She mused that the young lady had been quite proactive. Surely her brother could not remain unmoved. Not exactly a refusal, merely that tonight is not particularly suitable. Miss Kaiwei requires further refinement, Lin Chen stated with a gentle smile, speaking candidly. For residing under the same roof made it difficult to conceal certain matters. Everyone was well aware. Sitting quietly, Chu Kaiwei tilted her head, her expression reflecting confusion. Brother, what do you mean by refinement? You rascal. You seem to be quite busy. Please keep it down. Do you not know how to avoid disturbing others? Bai Ning sighed, rising to return to her room. I shall do my best, Lin Chen replied casually, though he knew it was hardly feasible. Xian, you should retire to your room. I cannot accompany you tonight. Kaiwei, come with me to your room, Lin Chen instructed. With these two exquisite young ladies before him, he knew that whichever he chose would bring him immense pleasure. If only there were a day when he could indulge in both simultaneously. What bliss that would be. Yes, master. Xian obediently complied, for she would always heed her master's commands. Brother, what shall we do? Chu Kaiwei shyly inquired, her intellect evidently a bit lacking, struggling to grasp Lin Chen's intent. Naturally, we shall engage in the activities you cherish, Lin Chen responded, effortlessly scooping up the petite Chu Kaiwei and striding toward the room. This girl was remarkably slender and light, almost as if she weighed nothing in his arms. Yet, there was another possibility. Perhaps his strength was so great that she felt weightless. Nonetheless, it should be noted that being excessively thin is not ideal, as it can be quite uncomfortable. It would be prudent to nurture this girl to a healthier weight. That would be perfection. Chu Kaiwei nestled against Lin Chen's chest, feeling no anxiety, only curiosity and anticipation. Upon reaching the room, Lin Chen freed one hand to close and lock the door to prevent any unwelcome interruptions. Brother. Sister, Xian told me to call you master, but I still wish to call you brother, Chu Kaiwei smiled sweetly. Her voice was soft and gentle, devoid of any pretense. There is indeed a difference between a natural charm and one that is feigned. Casually, you may call me whatever you wish. Do you still recall the joy of yesteryears? Lin Chen licked his lips, eagerly anticipating the delight of indulging in this strawberry cake. If one could resist such temptation, they surely are not of sound mind. Indeed, I remember that joy. Will brother be joining us again? Chu Kaiwei's exuberance was tinged with a hint of shyness. She genuinely cherished playing games with her brother. Your happiness is evident, so he must certainly come. Allow me to shower you with affection. Lin Chen cast aside all distractions and seized a moment to attend to his responsibilities. Soon, the room was filled with laughter and merriment. Alas, someone might find themselves restless and unable to sleep. Chapter 35. How did I encounter this fellow again? The next day arrived. By 9 in the morning, Lin Chen remained ensconced in slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Master, is it not time for you to awaken? The sound of knocking resonated from outside, accompanied by Shi Yuan's voice. She had prepared breakfast, awaiting the master's rising. Brother, wake up. Beside him, Chu Kaiwei was the first to awaken, gently patting Lin Chen's body as she called out. Clad in nothing but her modesty, her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, obscured certain vital areas. She resembled a kitten stretching lazily. I hear you, Lin Chen replied, his sleep-laden eyes opening momentarily, instantly revitalized. Such an enticing figure was close at hand, within reach. Who could remain unexcited? It must be said, this method of awakening was remarkably effective. However, from a different perspective, it might necessitate a round of games. Kaiwei, do put on some clothes first, Lin Chen commanded. Although he relished the view, such stimulation in the early morning was quite overwhelming. Should he succumb to temptation and engage in a few rounds, it would not only waste time, but also leave him drained throughout the day. All right, brother. Chu Kaiwei promptly rolled out of bed, her movements as agile as a kitteness. Despite the high intensity of last night's activities, she appeared completely unperturbed. Truly, she possessed a zombie-esque resilience, recovering swiftly. Lin Chen observed her. Though she was somewhat petite, her physique had commendable attributes, particularly her legs. And her entire body was as fair as snow. Yes, her entire form, without a single flaw. No wonder her physique rating soared to 85, categorizing her as quite exceptional. System, please review this girl's evolving information. Name, Chu Kaiwei. Race, zombie. Age, 21. Attractiveness, 91. Physique, 85. Occupation, student, part-time streamer. Base attributes, strength enhancement level 2. Speed enhancement level 1. Defense enhancement level 1. Special ability, none. Cultivation points, 4, 10. The only noticeable change was in her cultivation points. Following 1 purification session and 3 from last night, totaling 4, it was entirely accurate. Lin Chen grew increasingly curious about what effects would manifest once her cultivation points reached the threshold of 10. At present, Xian holds the highest cultivation points, standing at 7. Just one more night is needed to achieve her goal. Perhaps it would be best to resolve it tonight. Lin Chen exited the bedroom and called for Sun Xinrui and Bai Ning to rise. Those two young ladies were still indulging in slumber, which was quite unbecoming. Xian prepared a modest breakfast consisting of millet porridge, heart-shaped fried eggs, and deep-fried dough sticks. Though simple, it was crafted with great care. The scarcity of ingredients at home limited her culinary creativity. Sun Xinrui and Bai Ning finally appeared, both wearing expressions of fatigue, clearly still trapped in the clutches of sleep. They had undoubtedly suffered from insomnia the previous night, and the reasons were all too apparent. Their frustration was palpable, with their hormones likely in disarray. In contrast, Xian appeared quite invigorated, seemingly unaffected by the disturbances of the night, having rested well. This was only natural, as unlike the other two young women, her restless body had found satisfaction. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen prepared to venture out for a stroll, hoping to procure some useful supplies. Although the household currently lacked for neither food nor clothing, it never hurts to stockpile more resources. Moreover, he sought to uncover goddesses of collection value, thereby unlocking additional rewards. The zombies would only grow increasingly formidable. He must enhance his own strength. He set out with Xian and Kaiwei, both of whom possessed combat prowess and could be of assistance. As for Bai Ning and Sun Xinrui, it was wiser to keep them safely at home. It is worth noting that Lin Chen's current abilities had slightly surpassed those of Xian and Kaiwei, as the two young women had not leveled up while he had. Upon departing from the alternate dimension, he returned to the cozy apartment. Lin Chen remained vigilant, attuned to his surroundings. The system had not issued any warnings of danger, suggesting that the formidable zombie, Sun Linghan, was no longer in the vicinity. It remained uncertain whether she had retreated far or lingered nearby. The door had been damaged, indicating that this small abode would no longer be of use. It would be unnecessary to return here in the future. Descending the stairs with the two young ladies, Lin Chen discovered that the emergency lights in the corridor had ceased to illuminate. The power was completely out. Checking his phone revealed a total lack of signal. He quickly realized that the entire city had long since lost access to water, electricity, and communication. This had occurred earlier than in his previous life, indicating that more unforeseen circumstances had arisen, and the world was deteriorating rapidly. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips. With the system's assistance in this life, he harbored no worries about the unfolding events. On the contrary, he began to anticipate the chaos that awaited. Let the apocalypse come with even greater ferocity. As the trio descended, they encountered ordinary zombies daring to obstruct their path, which they swiftly dispatched. Should any brain cores drop, the two young ladies could collect them as snacks. Upon reaching the ground floor of the apartment, a figure of a woman staggered toward them, pursued by two zombies. "Help! Save me! I don't want to die," she cried, her voice laced with desperation and tears. Lin Chen focused his gaze and was taken aback to find that it was none other than Zhang Beibei. The sight of her stirred a deep sense of aversion within him. He deemed this woman to be perilous and felt no inclination to offer her assistance, for he believed she was unworthy of it. Xian and Kai Wei observed the scene with serene expressions, remaining motionless unless commanded by Lin Chen. "Help! Oh no!" Zhang Beibei cried out in desperation, only to suddenly slip and tumble forward, landing with a painful thud. Yet, she scarcely had time to register the agony coursing through her body before she turned, her face a mask of terror, to behold two grotesque zombies looming before her. In that instant, her complexion turned ashen, paralyzed by fear and unable to think. It was over. She was about to become a meal for these monsters. "Help! I truly do not wish to die." However, just then, the two pursuing zombies abruptly halted, as if confronted by an overwhelming horror, and fled in the opposite direction. A few meters away, Lin Chen watched with an expression of bewilderment. Why did the zombies appear as though they had seen a ghost and decided to run away? Could it be that they were frightened off by the presence of the three formidable individuals? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, it made no sense at all. Unexpectedly, despite his lack of desire to save Zhang Beibei, she was nonetheless fortunate enough to escape her fate. "Oh, I do not want to die," Zhang Beibei sobbed in despair, feeling utterly helpless as she awaited her demise. Yet, after a few moments of weeping, she realized she was still alive. When she opened her eyes, she found that the two zombies were nowhere to be seen. Confused, she was at a loss for what had transpired. A wave of pain coursed through her body as she attempted to push herself up, but fear had rendered her limbs weak, making even standing a challenge. To her embarrassment, she discovered that she had wet herself in fright. Frantically, Zhang Beibei turned her head toward the shadowy figure from earlier, anxious that someone might witness her disgraceful state and mock her. However, in the next moment, she discerned that the figure was none other than Lin Chen. Her heart sank. Why'd it have to be this insufferable man? What are you staring at? Get lost, she shouted in a sudden frenzy. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for me, you would have been devoured by zombies long ago. Lin Chen responded with disdain, struggling to contain his amusement at the sight of her humiliation. The zombies left on their own. It was not you who saved me. What does that have to do with you? Zhang Beibei retorted angrily, convinced that her salvation had nothing to do with this odious man. I have no intention of wasting my breath on someone like you. Good luck, fool, Lin Chen said dismissively as he turned to leave with the two young women. Zhang Beibei glared at him resentfully, only to notice that a new face had appeared beside Lin Chen, another young and beautiful girl. But where had Bai Ning gone? Stop! Don't go! I demand to know. Where's Bai Ning? Zhang Beibei called out. It is not concern for Bai Ning's life that drives her, but rather a desire to procure some resources through her friend. She is certain that Bai Ning would never abandon her in her time of need. Venturing out in search of sustenance, she finds herself bereft, encountering danger instead. Now, hunger gnaws at her stomach, and her body teeters on the brink of collapse. Chapter 36. You seek benefits, and I can certainly provide them. What concern is it of yours where Teacher Bai is? You wish to beg her for food, do you? Lin Chen scoffed, seeing through this woman's intentions at a glance. What is it to you? Where is she? I demand to see her. You would harm her, would you? Zhang Beibei questioned, her anger flaring. Observing the two glamorous beauties beside Lin Chen, she felt a surge of envy, her own disheveled appearance starkly contrasting their elegance. She could not fathom why such stunning women would choose to accompany him, nor could she understand why even the aloof Bai Ning would willingly follow him. What merit does this insufferable man possess? Rest assured, Teacher Bai is well cared for in my company, and there is no need for your concern. I have no desire to waste words with you, so farewell. Lin Chen turned to leave, truly unwilling to engage further with this woman. You shall not depart. You must give me some food. Zheng Beibei shouted, aware that this insufferable man surely had provisions. If she could not see by Ning, she would have to demand sustenance from him directly. Food for you? Are you imploring me or issuing a command? Lin Chen asked with a cold laugh. I am commanding you, of course. You must have food, so hurry and give it to me. Zheng Beibei spoke as if it were her right to demand sustenance from him. Goodness, what a foolish and audacious woman. Lin Chen could hardly contain his frustration. It was unfathomable how this woman had the audacity to speak such words. Was she truly so naive as to be swayed by the absurd declarations of her peers? It was utterly exasperating. He motioned for the two ladies to leave, unwilling to engage with such a simpleton. This imbecile deserved to starve. Halt! You only seek benefits, and I can offer you something in return. Zheng Beibei called out again, her panic rising as she watched Lin Chen walk away without a glance back. She was willing to dangle some allure before this insufferable man. Lin Chen, however, remained indifferent, continuing on his path. Even if this troublesome woman were to offer herself freely, he would still find her distasteful. Get lost. I have no need for such trivialities. You scoundrel. You worthless man. Zheng Beibei hurled insults after him. Unperturbed by the danger of attracting zombies with her outbursts, Lin Chen hummed a tune as he departed, contemplating a question for the system. Just to inquire, is it possible to transfer that woman's collection rewards to another individual? The Woman's Collection reward comprises an entire set of gaming equipment and a library of games, which is undeniably alluring to men. It would be a lamentable loss to miss out on such a reward due to her. Certainly, the system will reserve this reward for the host, allowing the option to exchange it upon encountering a new goddess. Lin Chen's lips curled into a joyous smile upon hearing the system's response. What a splendid system you are. Why didn't you mention this feature sooner? You didn't inquire. So, you won't disclose anything unless I ask, is that it? Indeed, Lin Chen found himself slightly speechless. Never mind. The system's aloofness is somewhat understandable. Since the reward can be exchanged, Zheng Beibei holds no value for him whatsoever. That woman can disappear forever. It would be for the best if she never reappeared. Lin Chen strolled down the street with the two young ladies. The scene was chaotic, with vehicles haphazardly parked. Given such conditions, even a tank would struggle to navigate smoothly. Wherever one wishes to go, it seems they must rely on their legs. Shi Yuan, tell Kai Wei. What is the mouth meant for? Lin Chen said with a gentle smile. Kai Wei, the mouth should not be used for fighting. It is meant for eating and sharing kisses with the master. Do you remember? Shi Yuan earnestly instructed her junior. Yes, I understand. Kai Wei nodded, seemingly reminiscing about the sweetness of a kiss. Excellent. Let us set off, Lin Chen said with satisfaction. The three of them dispatched the scattered zombies along their path and arrived at a shopping mall, intending to select some attractive attire. The mall was teeming with zombies, with no less than 100 in sight. If a conflict were to arise, it would likely attract hordes of the undead. Lin Chen preferred to avoid engaging with so many zombies and sought to navigate around them, perhaps due to the presence of Shi Yuan and Kai Wei, who bore the scent of zombies. Lin Chen was able to pass with relative stealth, minimizing their attraction to the undead. Only when too close would the zombies become aware. The mall was plunged into darkness, devoid of light. The dimness revealed various stores where zombies roamed, with no living souls in sight. All merchandise had become wild. Anything could be taken: clothing, shoes, mobile phones, computers, and even gold and silver jewelry. Yet, hardly anyone dared to claim these items. More accurately, no one had the life to do so. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, gold and jewels held little value. Some might ponder hoarding them in hopes of striking it rich when the apocalypse ends. Yet, the pressing question remains, will there truly be an end to this apocalypse? The survival of human civilization is uncertain, and Blue Star may well devolve entirely into a realm of the undead. Lin Chen entered a high-end women's clothing store, where he estimated there to be 30 or 40 zombies. Most were female zombies, with the males being comparatively scarce. System, is there nothing to collect in here? No, the system replied. According to the constraints set by Lin Chen, the system only alerts when both the beauty score and the physique score are above 85. None of the female zombies here meet this criterion. Allow me to shut the door first and resolve the situation swiftly. Lin Chen proceeded to close the glass door of the shop to prevent attracting the zombies lurking outside. With the door secured, he set about dispatching the horde of zombies, ensuring a peaceful selection of high-end garments. Armed with a steel pipe, he struck down each zombie one by one. Many of the elegantly dressed female zombies were surely affluent ladies who had frequented luxury boutiques before the apocalypse. The onset of the end times was so abrupt that even many powerful individuals failed to survive. Just then, a female zombie lunged at him, claws outstretched. Lin Chen had already swung the steel pipe, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. However, he noticed that this particular zombie appeared quite charming and youthful. Surely, she was a collectible target. System, have you made an oversight? According to the host criteria, this zombie does not meet the requirements. The system replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated to strike. He swiftly dodged the female zombie's attack, seized her collar from behind, and pinned her to the ground. The female zombie struggled wildly, attempting to retaliate. Her strength was comparable to that of Shi Yin and Kai Wei, indicating she was no ordinary zombie. Fortunately, Lin Chen had improved and was able to subdue her. System, provide her information. Name, Wu Xiao Xiao. Species, zombie. Age, 20. Beauty score, 90. Physique score, 84. Occupation, student. Fashion model, heiress. Base attributes, strength enhancement level 2, speed enhancement level 2. Special abilities, none. Collection reward, a luxurious RV for the apocalypse. Lin Chen gazed at the information, relieved that he had refrained from striking. It was merely a point away from being overlooked by the system. What a close call with a beautiful heiress of just 20 years. The system misjudged me. You set the conditions yourself. How was this my fault? Family, I am utterly speechless. The system expressed its exasperation. Lin Chen felt the system was rather unyielding and lacked adaptability. Such a splendid girl must be purified and saved. As for the collection reward of a luxurious RV for the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly prove useful. In the future, conducting certain affairs from within that RV would be incredibly convenient. I must take this girl home. Chapter 37. Capturing another beautiful zombie. Xizan, Kai Wei, I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Chen called out, directly sitting atop the zombie Wu Xiao Xiao, firmly pinning her down, ensuring she could not escape. Shi Yin and Kai Wei accepted their orders, tasked with clearing the remaining zombies. At that moment, a female zombie clad in a uniform miniskirt, presumably a sales assistant from the store, stealthily lunged at Lin Chen from behind, claws outstretched. Stay away from my brother, Kai Wei exclaimed as she leapt forward, shoving the female zombie aside. With sheer force, she delivered a series of powerful blows, easily overpowering the ordinary zombies. Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, observing the two young women as they engaged in battle. He noted that their combat skills required refinement. He resolved that once he collected the zombie son Ling Han, a martial arts coach, she could impart some combat techniques to them. With their strength augmented by additional skills, they would undoubtedly become formidable. After 2 or 3 minutes, all the zombies in the store had been dispatched. Fetch some rope and bind her, Lin Chen commanded, opening a portal home. Shi Yuan and Kai Wei promptly retrieved the rope, wrapping Wu Xiao Xiao like a rice dumpling. Now, Lin Chen could relax, allowing the zombie Wu Xiao Xiao to struggle on the ground, mouth agape in a futile attempt to bite. You must be hungry. Let me give you something to eat, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. He immediately fed Wu Xiao Xiao a freshly fallen brain core. As anticipated, consuming the brain core rendered her significantly quieter, her gaze even regaining a hint of clarity. Lin Chen picked her up, carrying her home. Upon entering, he found Sun Xin Rue and Bai Ning watching television. Their eyes widened in surprise as they saw Lin Chen returning with a zombie in his arms. This guy has brought back another beautiful zombie, just like last time. They exchanged glances, their thoughts undoubtedly aligned. This fellow is truly a cunning one. Don't be afraid of our new member, Lin Chen reassured them with a cheerful demeanor, mistakenly believing the girls were apprehensive about the zombie. He promptly ascended the stairs with the girl in his arms, selecting a room at random. Following his previous actions, he bound the beautiful zombie to the bed, waiting for an opportune moment to purify her. The reward for purification was a luxurious RV, highly practical in the apocalypse, and he was eager to obtain it swiftly. Host, would you prefer to exchange the reward for a complete set of gaming equipment? The system prompted. Absolutely not. Lin Chen rejected the idea outright. The practical value of the RV far outweighed that of the gaming equipment. It was not something to be traded. He would consider exchanging for gaming rewards only when faced with lesser collection rewards. Afterward, he returned to the living room, sitting down to sip some water. Brother, is it your next target? Bai Ning inquired softly, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. She was genuinely intrigued to witness the transformation process of how her brother would purify the beautiful zombie. However, she felt it inappropriate to be merely a bystander in such a situation. I just find her young and pitiable. I couldn't bring myself to kill her. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Clearly, you are swayed by her beauty. As I engaged with other zombies, I noticed you showed no mercy. Sun Xinrui scoffed disdainfully. When I was a colleague of Lin Chen, I never realized this fellow harbored such a serpentine nature. My energy is limited, so I cannot assist everyone. Lin Chen replied with a resigned gesture. He could only choose selectively whom to save. It was an unavoidable circumstance. By the way, Sister Bai Ning, just as I stepped out, I encountered Zhang Bei. That woman is truly hopelessly foolish. Lin Chen continued, feeling it necessary to share this matter with Bai Ning. Is she all right? What happened? Bai Ning's expression grew increasingly worried. After all, they were friends, and she was concerned for her safety. Do you know what that woman said? That silly fool. Lin Chen recounted his encounter with Zhang Bei in complete honesty, without embellishment. How could there be such a woman? Brother, it was right not to save her. I do not want someone like her in our home, Sun Xinrui exclaimed indignantly. She firmly agreed with Lin Chen, deeming Zhang Bei utterly irredeemable, even finding her repulsive. Alas, I'm at a loss for words regarding her. How could you behave this way? It's truly excessive. Bai Ning was equally enraged, left speechless by Zhang Bei's outrageous behavior. It was hard to fathom that a woman could stoop to such depths. Sister Bai Ning, you wouldn't blame me for not aiding her, would you? Lin Chen asked with a faint smile, testing her stance. Surely, this astute woman would provide him with a satisfactory response. Brother, how could I blame you? You acted perfectly. A woman with Zhang Bei's attitude is not worth your effort to save. She is beyond redemption. Let her fend for herself, Bai Ning replied solemnly. Having lost all sympathy for Zhang Bei, now only feeling aversion. Sister, you are a person of understanding. Come, let us step outside and select some clothes you like. Lin Chen said with a satisfied smile, preparing to leave. There are zombies outside. I won't go out. Sun Xinrui shook her head vigorously. The timid girl preferred to remain here for eternity rather than confront the terrifying zombies. Nonsense. The zombies outside have all been cleared. It is perfectly safe. There is a high-end women's clothing store outside, and everything is available for selection, Lin Chen reminded her disdainfully. Only then did Sun Xinrui cautiously follow behind as the three of them arrived at the shop. They found Xiang and Kai Wei still selecting their favorite garments. One was a maid, the other a Lolita, both favoring more youthful and vibrant attire. Yet this upscale women's boutique was somewhat ill-suited to their tastes. Ugh, how disgusting. Sun Xinrui felt fear and revulsion at the sight of the dismembered zombie corpses on the ground. Quickly, she clutched Lin Chen's arm, seeking the reassurance of his presence. She finds zombie movies quite terrifying, so being in the midst of one is understandably fearsome. She believes in taking what she likes, as long as it remains untainted. By the way, gather some silk stockings. They're my preference, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Nothing else is desired, just the silk stockings. These luxurious brands of silk stockings cost several hundred, even thousands. He yearned to discern the difference between them and the cheaper alternatives. If found, he would take them all, for they are consumed quite rapidly. Brother, so you have a penchant for that, do you? Sister understands. Bai Ning smyget. She then proceeded to select clothes, high heels, and silk stockings, all freely available for the taking. She intended to surprise her troublesome brother. Lin Chen secretly delighted, anticipating Bai Ning's reaction. I shall select as well. Do not forget, you promised me last night. Tonight you are mine, Sun Xinrui declared. To secure her own happiness, she needed to be bold. Rest assured, I have not forgotten. Tonight, I shall witness your skills. You may do as you wish, Lin Chen replied calmly. Chapter 38. Clean and usable. Having made a promise, he was bound to fulfill it. It was decided. Tonight's fortunate recipient would be this young lady. She had missed out the previous night, and he must make a mark this time. Hee, you're the best, brother. You can rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Sun Xinrui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This fellow has a fondness for silk stockings, then let him indulge. Lin Chen and the four young ladies lingered in the store for quite some time, bringing home numerous items. Surprisingly, all four girls chose several bags. Even in Apocalypse, a woman's affection for handbags remains unchanged. To them, since they are free, why not take advantage? Spending tens of thousands on these bags before the end of the world seems rather extravagant. In a sense, they appeared quite frugal. Later, Lin Chen discovered a store dedicated to the dreams of young girls, specializing in JK and Lolita skirts. This thrilled Xian and Kai Wei, as it perfectly suited their tastes. Thus, they meticulously selected items to take home. Lin Chen informed them that there was no need to carry too much. In a few days, once he secured Bai Ning and unlocked the clothing formula, he would be able to provide whatever they desired. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zheng Beibei dragged her famished body around her single apartment in search of food. However, after such a long time, she had found nothing edible. In truth, she was quite fortunate to have avoided any zombie attacks. She had long been so hungry that she felt faint, and her body finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. She attempted to rise, but found herself utterly devoid of strength. Zheng Beibei began to panic, fearing she might perish not from hunger, but ultimately be devoured by the zombies. Heavens, I truly do not wish to die, she lamented, her feelings turning to resentment. She loathed that despicable man Lin Chen for not aiding her. She detested Bai Ning, that wretched creature, for witnessing her plight and offering no help. In her heart, she silently vowed that if she were to turn into a zombie, she would ensure that those two scoundrels would meet a most unfortunate end. Just then, 6 figures approached. As they drew near, she discerned that they were 6 men. Help! Zheng Beibei weakly cried out. It turned out to be humans. She almost mistook them for zombies. Oh, what a striking beauty, remarked the leader, leaning in to scrutinize her. Noticing her considerable allure, a sinister smile crept across his face. He was known as Brother Hu, a street rogue, out with 5 companions in search of supplies. Brother Hu, why not take her back for us to enjoy? We have plenty of resources. Accommodating one more woman is no trouble at all. The younger men, having been deprived of good company, also began to harbor lascivious thoughts. Despite Zheng Beibei's disheveled and filthy appearance, her beauty was still evident. No, please, stay away from me, you disgusting men. Zheng Beibei's face was instantly filled with terror, realizing that these lecherous men intended to violate her. There was no way she would allow these men to defile her. How dare you defy us? Brother Hu threatened coldly. If you behave, I will ensure you are well fed. But if you resist, you may very well starve. Never. I would rather perish than allow you to succeed. You bastards. You men are all worthless. Zheng Beibei shouted vehemently. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Brother Hu struck her across the face, leaving her momentarily dazed. You think you can challenge us? We can dispose of you and use you while you're still warm. We'll take you back, and you will obey. Brother Hu bellowed. Unlike Lin Chen, this street rogue had no qualms about resorting to violence against women. His belief was simple. If they did not comply, punishment would follow. 2 of his subordinates immediately moved forward, lifting Zheng Beibei from either side. Let me go. Help. Is there anyone who can save me? She cried in despair, her strength fading as she struggled. Shut it. Brother Hu snapped, tearing a piece of fabric from a nearby corpse to gag her. Lest her cries attract a horde of zombies. A few ordinary zombies would be manageable, but a swarm of over 10 would spell doom for the 6 of them. Ugh! What is that foul stench? Did this woman soil herself? One of the subordinates, holding her legs, noted the offensive odor. No worries. We can clean her up when we get back. The young man in front smirked wickedly. Zheng Beibei found herself at a loss for words, engulfed in utter despair as she listened to the ruffian's taunts. She knew her fate was sealed and that these scoundrels would soon subject her to humiliation. She couldn't fathom why her life had unraveled so tragically. Thoughts of ending it all began to plague her. The 6 thugs, laden with supplies and women, returned triumphantly to their hideout. Lin Chen, having finished his shopping, returned home to rest. The comfort of a portable refuge was indeed a blessing, a home wherever he went, free from the dread of zombies. It was already afternoon, and he felt no inclination to venture out again. The game launched, and he indulged in a domestic masterpiece. Monkey God, before the apocalypse, he had been too preoccupied with work and catering to his ex-girlfriend's myriad demands to enjoy the games he longed to play. Now, however, he had an abundance of time. He could watch films at will, play games to his heart's content, and be accompanied by lovely ladies. This was not the end of the world. It was a life akin to a dream. The girls had retreated to their rooms. After a while, they reappeared in the living room, each adorned in enchanting attire. She donned a maid-style Lolita dress in elegant black and white. The long skirt concealed her legs, which were adorned with petite black shoes and knee-high white stockings. She remained enamored with her maid persona, relishing such charming outfits. Kai Wei emerged in a light golden Lolita dress, complemented by a bodysuit of white silk beneath. Her regal attire transformed her into a veritable princess. Xin Rue sported a sailor suit paired with a blue JK skirt and black knee-high socks, radiating youthful exuberance that transported her back to her 18-year-old self. Lastly, Bai Ning made her entrance in a fitted wine-red gown. The high slit of her skirt revealed her long legs, clad in sheer, delicate stockings that upon closer inspection could easily be mistaken for bearskin. These ultra-thin and translucent stockings boasted remarkable technology, enhancing speed and critical hits in the game. "Brother, won't you pause to admire us?" Bai Ning teased with a playful smile. "What is there to see?" Lin Chen, engrossed in his game, glanced over briefly. He was battling a formidable boss monster, notorious for catching many players off guard at the start. However, upon merely casting his eyes upon the girls, he found himself unable to look away, captivated by their exquisite appearances. His character on screen was swiftly defeated, but he had no mind to care about the game. "You are all so breathtaking," he exclaimed, though it seemed something was still amiss. Lin Chen marveled, from sweet maidens to elegant ladies. "These four girls have truly captured my heart. Yet, they still lack that final touch of perfection." Chapter 39. Let him accompany my son to the grave. Huh, what could be missing? The four stunning beauties exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what could possibly be lacking in their brother's eyes. The makeup was just slightly lacking. A touch more embellishment would render it utterly perfect. Lin Chen promptly provided the solution. These four young ladies were naturally beautiful, their skin in remarkable condition, with few blemishes evident even without makeup. Yet, even the most exquisite beauty requires a hint of cosmetic enhancement to truly shine. "Brother, it's not that we don't wish to adorn ourselves, but rather that we lack cosmetics." Bai Ning expressed the dilemma faced by the four. They had no beauty products at their disposal. "Brother, could you perhaps venture outside to procure some?" Sun Xinrui timidly requested. She thought this demand might be a bit excessive, to send this man out on an errand for cosmetics. However, for Lin Chen, this was not an insurmountable task. It turned out that even the most skilled of artisans cannot create without materials. There was no need to seek cosmetics externally. "I can conjure them for you." Lin Chen set aside his gaming controller and rose, ready to perform a little magic for the ladies. "Conjure them? How so?" Sun Xinrui's face was devoid of skepticism, replaced instead by excitement and anticipation. She believed wholeheartedly that whatever this man spoke of could indeed be accomplished. "Simple, just watch." Lin Chen approached the workstation, operating with deft precision, clicking through categories to select the cosmetic section. Instantly, a dazzling array of products appeared on the screen. He casually selected a lipstick, which materialized before them in an instant. "See? It's that easy." Lin Chen showcased the lipstick, and the four ladies were taken aback with delight, for he truly held a high-end brand in his hands. "Brother, how did you do that? Can you conjure even more?" Bai Ning and Sun Xinrui asked in unison. Their curiosity piqued. They were still somewhat baffled by the sudden appearance of these items in the room. "This workstation can provide a multitude of items. It currently offers a variety of everyday goods," Lin Chen explained. He then inquired of the system whether he could grant these four young ladies access to the workstation. "Permission can be shared, but there may be certain risks. Are you sure you want to grant access to the four?" The system responded. Lin Chen nodded, affirming his decision to share the access. He had grown to trust these young women, confident they would not misuse it. "Access has been successfully shared," the system confirmed. "Feel free to select whatever cosmetics you desire from here. It's akin to using a vending machine. Simply choose what you want without the need for payment." Lin Chen suggested, wishing to avoid the hassle of personally assisting them in selecting their beauty products and attire. The four young ladies immediately huddled together, eager to learn how to operate the workstation. When the cosmetics they selected truly appeared, their astonishment was palpable, especially for teacher Bai Ning, who found the phenomenon utterly unscientific. She had begun to harbor doubts. Perhaps her brother was endowed with a system reminiscent of those frequently depicted in novels. Lin Chen returned to the sofa, gazing at the four striking figures, unable to resist licking his lips. How tantalizing! There was no need to rush. After all, he would have the opportunity to indulge. Thus, he continued to immerse himself in his game. After selecting their desired cosmetics, the four young women retreated to their rooms to enhance their appearances. When they re-emerged, the subtle application of makeup undeniably accentuated their allure. For instance, the elegant teacher Bai Ning, embodying a mature charm, sported a vivid red lipstick that radiated confidence and seduction. The four approached Lin Chen to join him in his gaming endeavors. Meanwhile, in a villa within a wealthy district, Li Xuexue and Lu Xinyue were rendered hesitant to venture outside due to the presence of 3 zombies at the entrance. Initially, they had contemplated seeking refuge with another protector. Suddenly, the roar of engines shattered the stillness. 3 off-road vehicles pulled up to the villa. 8 fully armed men disembarked, adorned with helmets and wearing stab-proof vests. each wielding a sword exceeding a meter in length. The commotion attracted a dozen nearby zombies, which the 8 men swiftly dispatched with ease. Subsequently, a portly man clad in a suit with a slick-back hairstyle emerged from the central vehicle. He strode toward the villa, flanked by his bodyguards for protection. Inside the villa, Li Shue and Lu Xinyue felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing this figure. Shue, that appears to be Li Jie's father. What should we do? Are we in danger? Lu Xinyue recognized him as Li Fengyan, the renowned affluent businessman of the city. What is there to fear? Li Jie is not the one we harmed. This is our chance to reveal the truth and incite him to seek vengeance against that despicable Lin Chen. A glint of cold determination flashed in Li Shue's eyes as she devised a plan for retribution against Lin Chen. That scoundrel dared to humiliate her. He must suffer dire consequences. The two hurried to open the door, feigning deference. As Li Fengyan approached the entrance, he cast a cold glance at the 2 young women, his expression betraying no emotion. He was quite accustomed to the presence of women in his son's villa. "Where's my son, Li Jie?" Li Fengyan inquired, his tone grave, as his gaze swept through the villa, having been unable to reach his son since yesterday. The loss of communication heightened his concern for Li Jie's safety, prompting him to investigate. "Uncle, Li Jie is not here. He has been killed," Li Shuexua responded, her voice trembling with tension. "What? You claim my son is dead? This is impossible. Let me in to search." Li Fengyan's face darkened in disbelief, unable to accept the revelation. Even on his way here, he had sensed that something had gone awry with his beloved son. Immediately, several bodyguards began to scour the villa for any signs of Li Jie. "Uncle, he did not perish here. Rather, he met his demise at the Platinum KTV. We were present at the scene, and it was a man named Lin Chen who caused your son's death," Li Shue hurriedly stated. "Indeed, we witnessed it firsthand. Lin Chen shattered your son's leg and then took his life," Lu Xinyue echoed. Although neither woman had witnessed Li Jie's death directly, they were resolute in their belief that he could not possibly survive after such a grievous injury. "Lin Chen, what on earth transpired? Speak plainly," Li Fengyan inquired through clenched teeth, his face growing increasingly ashen. "How could my beloved son have been murdered?" "Uncle, I shall reveal the entire truth to you." Li Shue immediately recounted the events that transpired at the KTV. Lu Xinyue interjected with embellishments. According to their accounts, Li Jie was inexplicably slain by Lin Chen, while the 2 of them had fortuitously escaped. Upon hearing this, Li Fengyan remained silent, teeth gritted in fury. The bodyguards dispatched to search the villa returned, having scoured every corner yet found nothing. Li Fengyan was compelled to accept the grim reality that his son was indeed in peril. "Tell me, where's that Lin Chen? I shall find him and make him pay for my son's death," Li Fengyan demanded, gripping Li Shuexua tightly. Chapter 40. The commotion depends not on you. "Uncle, all I know is that he resides in a single apartment. I cannot say whether he still remains there," Li Shue answered hastily. She could sense the terrifying, murderous aura emanating from the man before her. She thought to herself that Lin Chen was doomed. The Li family possessed wealth and influence. And even in this apocalyptic world, there were countless ways to deal with that scoundrel. "Once I find him, I shall ensure he is torn to shreds. Tell me, what does that scoundrel look like?" Li Fengyan released his grip, speaking through gritted teeth. "I have his photograph. I will provide it to you." Li Shue promptly retrieved her phone. She had forgotten to delete Lin Chen's picture from her album, and it was now fortuitously useful. Li Fengyan took the phone, gazing at the image of Lin Chen with a fury that threatened to burst forth. "It is this unremarkable wretch who dared to slay his son. Now that we have a photograph, locating him becomes significantly easier." He instructed Li Shue to transfer the image via Bluetooth and departed with his subordinates. "Uncle, wait. I am Li Xiao's girlfriend. I implore you to take me with you." Li Shuexua bleathed, fully aware that aligning herself with Li Jie's father would ensure her safety in the future. "Uncle, I am also Li Xiao's girlfriend. I beg you to take me as well," Lu Xinyue hastily requested, claiming to be a girlfriend as well. "Xinyue, what do you mean by this? I am the only one who is Li Xiao's girlfriend," Li Shue retorted angrily, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at her so-called best friend, appalled that this little vixen dared to contest her status. How dare she? She has no shame whatsoever. By what right does she claim to be Li Xiao's girlfriend? Li Xiao has eyes only for me. "Uncle, please believe me. I am truly your son's girlfriend," Lu Xinyue confidently retorted. Today, she was determined to assume this role. As long as she could attach herself to the Li family, a prosperous life awaited her. Be quiet. You two think you can deceive me? Li Fengniang Gu Li Rabuka. He had no faith in the words of these two women, perceiving them merely as playthings of his son. With that, he turned to leave, unwilling to concern himself with their fates. His singular focus was on avenging his son. Uncle, I genuinely am your son's girlfriend. Moreover, I am pregnant with a child. Li Shue exclaimed, her wits sharpened in a moment of desperation. What? Are you truly carrying his child? Li Fengnian turned back in surprise, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. If his beloved son could leave behind an heir, it would be splendid indeed. Indeed, uncle, I am truly pregnant with your son's child. Li Shue affirmed, her smile betraying her satisfaction, knowing this ploy was effective. Beside her, Lu Xinhue wore a look of astonishment, inwardly lamenting how she had failed to think of such a clever tactic. Li Shue, you scheming vixen, she thought. If she were to utter the same claims now, they would carry no weight whatsoever. Thus, she hastily altered her strategy. Uncle, she indeed carries young Master Li's child. I can vouch for her, Lu Xinhue asserted earnestly. She cast a knowing glance at Li Shue, her message clear. I will assist you, but you must reciprocate. Otherwise, I will expose you. Uncle, for the sake of the child, please take me with you. Bring my good friend along as well. She can care for me, Li Shue implored once more, now compelled to include her companion. Listen closely, if I take you with me, you must ensure the child is born healthy. Li Fengnian finally acquiesced. With his son gone, he yearned for his lineage to endure, to prevent the Li family from dying out. Relying solely on himself was insufficient. If he were capable, he would not have had only one son. Rest assured, I will heed your every word. Li Shue eagerly nodded in agreement, secretly reveling in her triumph. She could now enjoy a life of privilege through motherhood, despite the absence of an actual child within her. Li Fengnian ushered the two women into the vehicle. 3 SUVs departed, heading towards another opulent residence of the Li family. Li Shue and Lu Xinhue had now become allies, exchanging furtive glances. To secure a life of comfort, they needed to perform their roles flawlessly, ensuring no slip-ups occurred. Moreover, Li Shue understood that she had to devise a genuine plan to become pregnant. Otherwise, the truth would inevitably surface over time. The Li family was certainly not lacking in men, and with so many bodyguards around, she only needed to charm one of them. Soon, she would be a lady of high society. Time swiftly progressed into the late hours of the night. It was indeed the hour to rest. Yet, Lin Chen remained engrossed in his game, fiercely battling against the second round of the Tiger Vanguard. After more than 10 attempts, even as an adept player, he found himself on the brink of frustration. Could it be that the plethora of beautiful women around him was disrupting his gameplay? Brother, it's time to rest. Let us play another day, Sun Xinrui urged, shaking his arm. All day long, she had been preoccupied with her thoughts and was growing increasingly impatient. She vigilantly stayed by his side, fearing that another girl might steal him away. No, I must conquer this level. Lin Chen refused to retreat in disgrace. All right, then I shall accompany you, Sun Xinrui replied, her eagerness ignited, yet she could only wait in resignation. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls gradually returned to their rooms to rest. Wu Xiao, the zombie, remained relatively calm after consuming the brain core, refraining from causing any ruckus. Finally, after nearly half an hour, Lin Chen triumphantly defeated the Tiger Vanguard, washing away the shame of his prior failures. It was nothing extraordinary. The Tiger Vanguard exclaimed, yes, I'm truly full now. Let us get down to business. Lin Chen promptly lifted Sun Xinrui into his arms, and indeed, the business referred to her. With his spirits lifted from winning the game, he intended to seize the moment. Sun Xinrui nestled against Lin Chen, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. She believed she was mentally prepared, yet as the moment approached, she felt an overwhelming wave of nervousness and even fear. After all, she truly lacked experience. Lin Chen entered the room and locked the door behind him. Observing the blushing girl, his interest piqued even further. Why are you so shy? You can't possibly have never experienced such a thing? He teased with a playful smirk. She claimed to be a pure maiden, yet he was skeptical. Sun Xinrui huffed in indignation. Though she served as a secretary and often dressed provocatively at work, she insisted she was not at all promiscuous. Lin Chen seemed to judge her solely by appearances. Then allow me to thoroughly assess the situation, he declared, carrying her towards the bed. Not wishing to waste time, he intended to indulge in the moment. Wait, can we discuss something first? Sun Xinrui asked nervously, her heart nearly leaping to her throat. What is there to discuss? Please don't tell me you're having second thoughts, Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly. What I mean is, could we keep the noise down? I really don't want it to be too loud and draw attention. That would be so embarrassing, she explained. Having experienced sleepless nights herself, she did not wish to disturb others. While Xiang and Kaiwei might not mind, she felt such a situation would be socially mortifying. Isn't the volume determined by you? If you can manage to stay quiet, then do so, Lin Chen replied with a mischievous smile. After all, he intended to perform normally. Chapter 41. In Pain and Joy. Very well, I shall endeavor to keep my voice down, Sun Xinrui sighed in resignation, thinking to herself that lowering her voice was a trivial task. The loudness was clearly exaggerated, a deliberate performance, not something that could simply be muted at will. Never mind. It would be futile to explain this to you. Soon enough, you will understand. Lin Chen smirked, amused by this inexperienced girl, who was indeed somewhat naive. I refuse to believe it. You speak as if you possess great prowess. Do not boast. Sun Xinrui huffed, convinced she could withstand and manipulate this man. After all, is it not said that only the overworked ox tires the field? What is there for her to fear? Oh, so you are stubborn, are you? Let me show you whether it is your tenacity or my resilience that prevails. Lin Chen remarked playfully, and without further ado, he leaned in to seal her lips with his own. It was time to showcase his true skills. Sun Xinrui, as if electrified, jolted at the contact, her mind momentarily blank. Overwhelmed with tension, she found herself in a passive state. Yet, under Lin Chen's guidance, she began to respond actively and soon found herself reveling in the experience. Their passionate duel was set to commence. Moments, please be gentle. I'm afraid Sun Xinrui began to plead for mercy. Now that you realize your fear, it is too late. Do not worry, just relax. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. In truth, he had already been quite tender and considerate towards this girl. Brother, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Woe is me. I was wrong, Sun Xinrui lamented, on the verge of tears. Yet in this pain there was also joy. In another room, Bai Ning had yet to fall asleep. Upon hearing the commotion, her entire being stirred with discomfort. Alas, it was destined to be another sleepless night. After tossing and turning for several minutes, she grew restless and rose to seek relaxation. Otherwise, harboring this pent-up energy within her body could lead to grave consequences. She recalled the time Lin Chen nearly discovered her little secret during his visit to her home. It seemed she would need to resort to her secret weapon once more. As a doctor, she understood the science of stress relief all too well. Hopefully, after this release, she would feel better. Meanwhile, in the other two rooms, Xian and Kaiwei slept soundly. Although their hearing was acute, they remained largely unaffected by the disturbances. The reason was simple. They had long since found their satisfaction. As dawn approached before 9 o'clock, Xian knocked on the door, signaling it was time to rise for breakfast. Lin Chen awoke and turned over. Ouch! Oh, that hurts! Sun Xinrui suddenly cried out in pain, half of her body resting upon Lin Chen, who had shifted, causing her to move along with him. As she shifted her body slightly, a wave of pain surged throughout her being, instantly awakening her senses. Is it truly so painful? That seems a bit exaggerated. Lin Chen inquired with concern. Gently moving the young lady aside, he rose from the bed. Before him lay a maiden, half covered by the quilt, her alluring figure obscuring a portion of her form, prompting him to involuntarily admire her once more, despite having thoroughly explored every inch of her before. Exaggerated? It truly hurts, she retorted, her voice laced with a blend of embarrassment and indignation. It's all your fault for being so unyielding. I feel utterly incapacitated, Sun Xinrui exclaimed, yearning to move, but finding that any motion intensified her discomfort. The source of her agony predominantly stemmed from her lower back and abdomen. Even the slightest movement sent ripples of pain coursing through her entire body. Overcome with shyness, she tugged the quilt to conceal her undeniably impressive figure. Is it my fault then? Who was it that spoke defiantly? Will you continue to do so? Lin Chen smirked triumphantly. The state of this young woman was entirely within his expectations, considering even the formidable physiques of Shi Yin and Kai Wei had struggled to withstand his prowess. How much more so for an ordinary human like her? It's definitely your fault, Sun Xinrui retorted, her embarrassment morphing into indignation. Recalling the experiences of the previous night sent shivers down her spine. Had she not endured it herself, she would scarcely believe Lin Chen could exhibit such ferocity. He resembled more a beast than a mere human. Yet, on the other hand, it was indeed an unparalleled experience. One could say it was exhilarating to the point of euphoria. However, the price she now paid was her difficulty in rising from the bed. She longed to leap up and physically chastise Lin Chen, yet her body betrayed her. "Well, you should rest and recuperate," Lin Chen remarked, turning to the bathroom to draw water, while also checking on the system rewards. "Congratulations, host, on successfully collecting the goddess Sun Xin Rue. Reward received. 1 Glock handgun with infinite ammunition." The system notification appeared. In Lin Chen's hand materialized a carbon-based biological tranquilizer, heavy and imposing. Quite impressive. This will serve well against zombies and humans alike. This is the truth. Changes have occurred in goddess information. Name, Sun Xin Rue. Race, human. Age, 23. Attractiveness, 88. Physique, 96. Occupation, secretary. Base attributes, none. Supernatural abilities, none. Cultivation points, 210. The cultivation points were only 2, as he had only engaged in 2 rounds the previous night. When he contemplated commencing a 3rd round, Sun Xin Rue pleaded for mercy, compelling him to relent. After just 2 rounds, she appeared in such a state this morning. Had he forcibly initiated a 3rd, it might have proven fatal. In the room, Sun Xin Rue bit her lip, enduring the pain as she attempted to shift her body, only to discover that not only was she in pain, but she also lacked the strength to move. For her, the intensity of the 2-hour workout last night was exceedingly high. Given her usual lack of exercise, it was only natural that her waist and legs ached. She felt helpless and could only continue to lie there. However, she was in urgent need. Shortly after, Lin Chen emerged from the bathroom. "Lazy bones still not getting up?" he teased, preparing to leave the room. She was unable to move. "Could you please carry me to the restroom?" Sun Xin Rue shyly implored, feeling a tinge of annoyance at his lack of consideration. "Look how pitiful you are," Lin Chen chuckled as he stepped forward to lift her. She felt smooth and fragrant in his arms, making it hard for him to resist the urge to indulge further. "Oh, could you please fetch me a bathrobe first?" Sun Xin Rue's face flushed with embarrassment. "I've seen you before. Why be shy?" Lin Chen replied with a laugh. Sun Xin Rue felt resigned. After all, she had already become his woman, so why not let him look? Lin Chen carried her to the restroom, and after she finished, he brought her back to the bed. "Rest well. I will bring you breakfast," he reassured her. "Well, that is more like it," Sun Xin Rue huffed, feeling warmth spread within her heart. As Lin Chen left the room, he coincidentally ran into Xiyuan, who rushed towards him. "Master, the new girl Wu Xiao seems to be in serious trouble," Xiyuan reported anxiously. She went to check on her, discovered that the girl had collapsed and was unresponsive. Chapter 42. What a pity it would be if such a beautiful girl were to perish. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hurried to investigate. What could it mean that she was in serious trouble? He hoped nothing unfortunate had occurred. Arriving at Wu Xiao's room, Kaiwei was already there. "Brother, she shows no signs of life. Her breathing and heartbeat have completely ceased. I have no idea what the problem could be," Kaiwei stated. "Xiyuan, quickly call teacher by Ning," Lin Chen said, his face etched with concern. Approaching Wu Xiao, he checked for her breath and heartbeat, but found none. What the hell, could she really be dead? That should be possible. I merely tied her here. How could she die? She is a zombie, after all. Not an easy being to kill. Lin Chen examined her thoroughly again, but found nothing unusual. He couldn't untie her. What if this zombie girl suddenly went berserk? Soon, Bai Ning, dressed in her pajamas, hurried into the room. "Sister, please take a look. She is not breathing at all. Can a zombie be revived?" Lin Chen asked, worry etched across his face. He was uncertain whether teacher Bai could indeed treat a zombie. What a pity that such a beautiful girl has met her demise. Allow me to assess the situation. Bai Ning took a deep breath. It was her first experience treating a zombie. She reached out to touch Wu Xiao's neck, testing for a pulse in the carotid artery. Lin Chen and the others beside her held their breath, watching intently. The room was enveloped in silence. There was a faint pulse, barely perceptible. "I am perplexed. Do zombies typically possess breathing and a heartbeat?" Bai Ning had encountered a gap in her knowledge. By her reasoning, it seemed that Xiyin and Kaiwei were not considered zombies. Zombies do exhibit breathing and a heartbeat. "Sister, can she still be saved?" Lin Chen responded with certainty. Having purified zombies before, he was well aware that they did indeed breathe and have a heartbeat. "I will fetch medication and administer a dose of adrenaline." "Brother, you should perform CPR on her first." Bai Ning hastened to find medicine. Among the supplies Lin Chen had previously scavenged, there were the necessary medications, which she had already categorized. It was uncertain whether human medicine would be effective on zombies, but it was worth trying. "I could perform CPR." Lin Chen immediately got to work, first untying the ropes binding Wu Xiaoxiao's upper body. He began chest compressions. The girl's body was cold, and there was no reaction during the compressions. After more than 30 attempts, Lin Chen took a deep breath and leaned down to give her rescue breaths. Fortunately, the girl was quite lovely, making it easier for him to proceed. However, just as Lin Chen exhaled his second breath, he suddenly felt Wu Xiaoxiao move. In the next moment, she let out a blood-curdling scream and lunged at Lin Chen, her claws swiping wildly. Luckily, Lin Chen reacted swiftly, hastily retreating. He escaped being bitten, but his left forearm was inadvertently scratched, leaving 3 bloody marks. Xian and Kai Wei, quick to respond, immediately subdued the frenzied Wu Xiaoxiao. How has she come back to life again? Brother, are you alright? Bai Ning returned to the room just in time to witness the scene. Seeing Lin Chen injured, she rushed forward in concern. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Sister, please step back to avoid getting hurt. Lin Chen promptly grabbed the rope and rebound Wu Xiaoxiao. Blood flowed from the wound on his arm, and the scent of blood provoked Wu Xiaoxiao, making her more violent. Xian and Kai Wei exerted all their strength to keep her subdued. You wish to feast upon me, do you? That cannot be permitted. Here, have a brain core to calm you down. Once Lin Chen finished binding her, he immediately offered her a brain core. After swallowing it, Wu Xiaoxiao calmed down instantly. Brother, let me disinfect and bandage your wound. Bai Ning took out a medical kit. This should prevent any infection from the zombie virus, right? Lin Chen gazed at the bleeding wound, a tinge of worry crossing his face. According to the narrative typical of zombie films, being scratched or bitten by a zombie can easily lead to infection with the zombie virus. That shouldn't happen. Don't say such frightening things. Bai Ning disinfected Lin Chen's wound with hydrogen peroxide. Deep down, she harbored a subtle worry that her brother might truly become infected and turn into a zombie. Otherwise, everything would be over. I doubt it, for I possess the ability to purify zombies. If infection were possible, I would have succumbed long ago. Lin Chen remarked with a smile, reflecting on the fact that he had shared intimate moments with zombies. He pondered whether that would not have made him more susceptible to infection. Yet, he remained unharmed. Thus, there was no need for concern. Before long, the bandaging was complete. Wu Xiaoxiao, bound and restrained, had begun to drift into a stupor, resembling a student desperately trying to keep their eyes open during a lecture. I suspect that this girl was indeed asleep just now, albeit in a deep slumber. Lin Chen speculated as he observed her. It would be a pity if she were dead. Well, there seems to be some merit to that possibility, Bai Ning conceded. All right then, it appears the alarm was unfounded. Subsequently, the group proceeded to have breakfast. After sitting down, Bai Ning yawned repeatedly as fatigue began to overtake her. Last night, she had been the only one at home and had not slept well. Not having seen Xian Rue, she reasonably deduced that the girl was likely unable to get out of bed. After all, she had clearly heard the commotion from the previous night. That girl had surely endured quite the ordeal. Once Lin Chen finished eating, he immediately took a portion of breakfast back to his room. Bai Ning thoughtfully provided him with 2 painkillers for Xian Rue to take. Feed me. Xian Rue opened her mouth, awaiting her offering. No one else gets to enjoy such treatment. Lin Chen teased as he fed her. Who told you to put me in this state? I inform you. From now on, you must take responsibility for me. Xian Rue retorted playfully, exuding a confidence that was almost palpable. All right, I shall take full responsibility for your every need, food, clothing, shelter, and even your health and aging, Lin Chen replied casually. After all, having shared intimacy with a lady, what other course of action could he take? Fortunately, it was not a significant issue. With his capabilities, supporting an entire family was well within his means. I love to hear such words, Xian Rue beamed, her smile radiant, placing her trust in this man. In this despairing, post-apocalyptic world, encountering him was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, in Lin Chen's solitary apartment, 10 equipped men appeared. They were sent by Li Fengyan to capture Lin Chen. The room was empty, and they had come up short. Boss, that kid isn't at his residence. We have no idea where he has gone, a squad leader reported, holding a professional walkie-talkie. Communication networks had been severed, but thankfully, the walkie-talkie could still function within a limited range. Keep searching. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must to unearth him. Li Fengyan roared in response. His subordinates took heed and immediately commenced their search in the vicinity. In the grand estate of the Li family, Li Fengyan, with a darkened expression, commanded, "Send another team to inform the various factions in Tongji with these photographs. I am placing a bounty on Lin Chen life or death, it matters not. Whoever manages to capture that little rascal shall be handsomely rewarded. He was resolute, believing that as long as Lin Chen was alive, he could surely be found. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the mansion, Li Shueshu and Lu Xinyue reveled in their secret triumph. This time, that scoundrel Lin Chen is undoubtedly doomed. They had been relishing a life of luxury within the Li household. In Chapter 43, titled The More Beautiful Zombies, the better, Lu Xinyue inquired, "What do you think Lin Chen might be hiding?" Li Shueshu pondered seriously. That rascal always has women around him. He must have found a place to conceal himself. I suspect he is holed up in a hotel. Her eyes glinted with a cold light, filled with infinite hatred for Lin Chen. That loyal fool dared to betray me. A disobedient dog is better off dead. Let us inform Uncle Li of this speculation. It will aid him in finding Lin Chen sooner, Lu Xinyue suggested. She refrained from speaking herself, feeling her status lacked the necessary weight. However, her close friend Li Shueshu, as the supposed illegitimate child of the young Master Li, held more influence, albeit falsely. Li Shueshu promptly approached Li Fengyan and conveyed the crucial information. Lin Chen was likely hiding in a hotel with a woman. Upon hearing this, Li Fengyan immediately instructed his subordinates to focus their search on hotels. I must have results within 3 days. The mansion was a veritable fortress secured by bodyguards, stocked with ample food and water, and equipped with a generator for power. Apart from the absence of internet, it resembled life before the apocalypse. As the cataclysm commenced, Li Fengyan had acted swiftly, stockpiling substantial resources. During this period, he had constantly sent his subordinates to scavenge and plunder outside. He had warned his foolish son to remain indoors and not to wander, yet the son had disregarded his counsel, leading to his unfortunate demise. Li Shueshu and Lu Xinyue returned to their lavishly decorated room. They had never had the opportunity to enjoy such opulence before the apocalypse, yet here they were, indulging in it now. The two had already discreetly conspired to execute their next plan, to find a bodyguard for Li Shueshu to conceive a child. Although they were reluctant to benefit those unsavory bodyguards, they understood that childbirth necessitated a man. No matter how much they might try, 2 women alone could not produce a child. They had set their sights on a particular bodyguard who had been casting improper glances at them. Though they were uncertain if he possessed the audacity required, they needed to find an opportunity to test him. As afternoon descended, Lin Chen awoke from his slumber and ventured out with Xian and Kai Wei. Seeking supplies was secondary. He primarily wished to explore. He hoped to encounter beautiful zombies that he could collect and nurture at home. The more beautiful zombies, the better. Lin Chen was not driven by mere lust. His primary aim was to accumulate rewards. Indeed, that is the case. He is certainly not a mere old snake. As he traverses the streets, Lin Chen occasionally encounters fellow survivors venturing out in search of supplies, taking advantage of the daytime when the zombies are less active, daring to take risks. If they do not seek provisions, they will ultimately succumb to starvation. In these times, production and supply have come to a standstill, and food resources within the city are exceedingly scarce. However, there is a glimmer of hope. The majority of the populace has transformed into zombies, with only a small fraction remaining alive. The non-perishable food items can sustain the survivors for a considerable duration, provided they can be found. Lin Chen yearns for fresh vegetables. Yet aside from potatoes, radishes, and old pumpkins, he finds little else. To procure vegetables, he likely must venture into the countryside. He is not in a hurry. Once he secures the affections of Teacher Bai Ning, he shall no longer worry about food. He strolls leisurely with the 2 ladies, unperturbed by the threat of zombie attacks. As long as they are not particularly formidable, like the formidable Sun Ling Han he encountered previously. At that moment, the trio turns a corner and encounters a group of 7 individuals. The men, startled, hastily retreat to defend themselves. Upon confirming that Lin Chen and his companions are not zombies, they breathe a sigh of relief. A closer inspection reveals 2 stunningly beautiful women. Their pristine attire and exquisite, flawless features are in stark contrast to the dilapidated and filthy post-apocalyptic world. It would not be an exaggeration to claim they are celestial beings descended to Earth. The gazes of the 7 men are immediately captivated, unable to tear their eyes away from the 2 ladies. Lin Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, scrutinizes the opposing group. They all appear to be ruffians, clearly not of good character. He muses that perhaps the King of Hell has once again bestowed upon him a task. Lin Chen, I never expected to find you here. A woman emerges from behind the 7 men. It is none other than Zheng Bei Bei. Oh, what bad luck. Lin Chen scoffs coldly. How unfortunate to run into this ill-fated woman once more. She is tenacious, still alive, undoubtedly having allied herself with this band of ruffians for survival. Damn it, brother who? This is the Lin Chen you are looking for. You're dead meat today. Zheng Beibei curses vehemently, immediately reporting to the ruffian leader, her expression one of triumph. Though her complexion still appears haggard, it is notably improved from yesterday, thanks to the sustenance that has replenished her strength. However, the cost has been her dignity and body. After falling into the hands of these ruffians, she has been coerced into submission, forced to obey their whims. The scene from the previous night, surrounded by burly men, is all too vivid in her mind. She attributes all her misfortunes to Lin Chen, harboring a desire to eliminate him. Is your name Lin Chen? Ha ha ha. This is too easy. Brother who grins maliciously as he examines Lin Chen, producing a photograph for comparison, confirming that he has indeed found his target. Indeed, it is I. What do you want with me? Lin Chen inquires with an air of indifference. In my heart, I pondered whether these ruffians were affiliated with that notorious figure, Master Qian, seeking vengeance upon him. Lin Chen, you have caused the demise of the young master of the Li family, Li Jia. The Li family has placed a bounty on your head. Your end is nigh. Zheng Beibei seethed with rage, her laughter bordering on madness. It was evident that her mental state had deteriorated, having endured such harrowing experiences. Li, a bounty? Ha! The Li family wields considerable power. They still possess such influence in this apocalyptic world. Lin Chen felt a twinge of astonishment. He anticipated that the trouble would stem from Li Jia. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the Li family had offered as a reward that would compel these individuals to risk their lives in such dire circumstances to capture him. Surely, it must be a reward of greater value than life itself. Surround him. Do not let him escape, commanded brother, who with a vicious grin, his gaze fixated on the two stunning beauties nearby. Such exquisite women must be claimed for his enjoyment. 6 subordinates promptly obeyed, brandishing their weapons to encircle Lin Chen and his companions. Master, shall we engage? Qian inquired with a calm demeanor. There's no need. Lin Chen raised his hand, signaling the 2 lovely companions to refrain from action. No rush. Let us toy with these individuals for a while. Brother Hu, do not waste time. Break his legs first. Zheng Beibei urged impatiently. Silence. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Brother Hu barked, causing Zheng Beibei to immediately retreat, silenced by fear. With arms crossed, she regarded Lin Chen with a smug expression. After all, this scoundrel was doomed. Come here, my 2 lovely ladies. If you serve me and my brothers well, I guarantee a life of luxury ahead. Brother Hu leered at the 2 girls, his salivation nearly palpable. The 6 subordinates had similarly begun to fantasize about being with such beautiful women. Get lost. Qian and Kai Wei retorted in unison, their eyes filled with disdain for the ruffians. Brother Hu, there's not just these 2. This scoundrel has another woman beside him, who is equally beautiful, Zheng Beibei maliciously pointed out. Chapter 44. This is all of your own making. Zheng Beibei harbored immense resentment towards a former friend, Bai Ning. She believed that Bai Ning had betrayed her for this wretched man. The humiliation she endured last night must be inflicted upon that vile woman as well. Only then could her heart's fury be alleviated. What? There's another beauty? Damn it. You truly know how to indulge. Where's she? Bring forth the other beauty at once. Brother Hu exclaimed, his excitement mounting. The prospect of another stunning beauty was indeed fortuitous. Hand her over. Hand her over. The thugs brandished their weapons in a threatening manner. You bastard. Hurry up and deliver that wretched Bai Ning. She is certainly not dead. You must be hiding her somewhere. Zheng Beibei threatened with a sense of pride, thinking that Bai Ning could not possibly escape her fate. Zheng Beibei, a person like you truly deserves to perish. Lin Chen remarked with a cold smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice for teacher Bai, pondering how she could have such a friend. He began to devise a plan. Eager for teacher Bai to witness the true, ugly nature of this woman. It would be rather amusing. Damn it. Where is the beauty hidden? Speak up. If you don't cooperate, I'll end your life right now. Let me be clear. Whether you are dead or alive, I can still collect the reward. Brother Hu threatened in a chilling tone. The thugs surrounding them weighed their weapons, poised to take action. In their eyes, a lone man alongside 2 delicate women presented an easy victory. Fine, I'll oblige you, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Since this group was eager to meet their demise, he would grant their request, but he would not rush into action just yet. Haha, you're quite the clever one. Now lead us there. Brother Hu laughed heartily, believing Lin Chen had succumbed to fear. It's in that building. Let's go. I'll take you to find her. Lin Chen casually pointed ahead and began to walk, with Xiang and Kai Wei silently following him. There must be a reason for their master's actions. So, it turns out you were just a coward, Lin. That wretched Bai Ning actually thinks you're reliable. It's utterly laughable. Zhang Beibei taunted with immense satisfaction, realizing that Bai Ning would not have an easy time either. Ignoring her, Lin Chen soon arrived at the foot of a building. Several corpses lay horizontally at the entrance, and the interior appeared dark and foreboding, ideal for concealing zombies. Go inside and bring the beauty out. I warn you, don't even think about playing tricks. There's no escaping. Brother Hu ordered. Wary of the dangers inside, and unwilling to take risks himself. With no other exits in the building, he felt assured that Lin Chen would not escape. Lin Chen and the two girls entered the building. After turning a corner in the corridor, they encountered 3 ordinary zombies, which they dispatched effortlessly. Once confirming that there were no prying eyes around, Lin Chen felt secure enough to activate the portal home. It was best not to let anyone know about his advantage. Upon returning to the villa, he found Xi and Rui somehow had moved to the living room, watching television with Bai Ning. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Chen asked with a gentle smile. Of course, I feel terrible. Every step is a struggle. Sister Bai carried me out, Xi and Rui replied, feigning anger, which was clearly an act of endearment. There was no way she could truly harbor hatred for this man. If you're unwell, just take some painkillers. Sister Bai, I encountered Zhang Beibei again. She is currently with a group of thugs. She specifically mentioned wanting to see you. Let us go out and enjoy the spectacle. Lin Chen said. There is no concern in taking Teacher Bai out, as there is no danger with him and the 2 young ladies providing protection. They would ensure not a single hair on Teacher Bai is harmed. She wishes to see me? Very well, I shall accompany you. Bai Ning contemplative. Agreed and followed Lin Chen outside, leaving Xi and Rui to watch television alone. Suddenly, Xi and Rui felt an unsettling emptiness in the house, and the thought of Wu Xiao, bound in the room like a zombie, sent chills down her spine. What if that girl went mad and decided to feast on her? It can only be said that her courage was indeed rather feeble. Lin Chen and the 3 young ladies stepped outside, exiting the building. Upon seeing yet another stunning beauty waiting outside, a high-cold and domineering queen, Brother Hu couldn't help but salivate. Good heavens, why are there so many beauties around the Lin? But soon, they would all belong to him, he chuckled to himself. Bai Ning, I knew you were still alive. You never expected that this scoundrel would unhesitatingly hand you over for his own survival. What a joke. This is the man you admire. Zhang Beibei's eyes gleamed with pride and contempt. She was taken aback to see Bai Ning elegantly clad in a red gown, resembling a glamorous star walking the red carpet. In stark contrast, she appeared as if she were a beggar fleeing disaster. This only intensified her jealousy and resentment, and she harbored a lingering question. How could the other maintain such poise in the apocalypse? It was utterly unreasonable. Zhang Beibei, your words are rather harsh. You should reconsider your associations. I advise you not to provoke Lin Chen, or you may find yourselves courting disaster. Bai Ning replied coldly, having long since been disillusioned with his former friend. Ha, don't provoke him. What is he even? Right, Brother Hu? Zhang Beibei scoffed disdainfully while adopting a flattering demeanor towards Brother Hu. Beautiful lady, following him leads to nowhere. Come along with me. If you obey, I guarantee you a life of luxury. Brother Hu leered. He was captivated by all 3 exquisite beauties before him, desiring each one. Get lost. Bai Ning sput. Her disdain palpable, mirroring the earlier reactions of Shi Yuan and Kai Wei. She was fully aware of Lin Chen's prowess and felt no fear of the ruffians before her. How dare you be so presumptuous? Once I deal with this punk, you 3 women will have no choice but to submit. Brother Hu bellowed in anger, struggling to comprehend why these 3 women were so ungrateful. His 6 underlings, receiving the command, prepared to spring into action. This is of your own making. Shi Yuan, Kai Wei, you need not intervene. Lin Chen replied with a cold smile, a glint of frost in his eyes. It was time to send these scoundrels to meet their end. He swiftly executed a sweeping kick, and the 2 ruffians before him, caught completely off guard, were sent flying. The remaining 4 thugs were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Lin Chen did not afford them the luxury of a daze. He advanced and swiftly delivered several kicks. The armed thugs were utterly defenseless, crashing to the ground in unison, blood spewing from their mouths, cries of anguish echoing in the air. Lin Chen's strength and speed had ascended to a new level, clearly surpassing his previous capabilities. Dealing with these thugs was as effortless as crushing insects beneath his heel. Brother Hu and Zheng Beibei stood in stunned silence, their faces pale with terror, unable to comprehend Lin Chen's formidable prowess. It was no wonder that the young master of the Li family had met his demise at the hands of this man. He truly possessed extraordinary skill. The two were consumed by panic, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was over. It was truly over. What was it you said you would do to me? Lin Chen cast a scornful glance at Brother Hu. Chapter 45. I shall be your servant. Brother Hu felt the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Lin Chen, causing him to retreat in fear. His legs weakened, and he stumbled, landing on his back. Brother, let's speak civilly. Please, do not resort to violence. Brother Hu pleaded, trembling as he sat on the ground, his teeth chattering in desperation. If he could not handle 6 lackeys, then confronting Lin Chen would be utterly trivial. Beside him, Zheng Beibei stood frozen in place, paralyzed by disbelief at Lin Chen's strength. Did you think you could capture me for a reward? Do you think you have that much a chance? Let me see how much your head is worth. I suspect it's worth little more than a penny. Lin Chen casually picked up the knife dropped by one of the thugs, toying with it in his hand. Brother, I kneel before you in supplication. I beg you, spare my life. Brother Hu was terrified and hastily knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. From Lin Chen's earlier display, it was evident that this young man would not hesitate to kill him if necessary. In this apocalyptic world, it was not only the thugs who could act with impunity. Spare me your groveling. It is of no use. From a moment you plotted against me, you sealed your fate as a dead man. And you, Zheng Beibei, are no exception, Lin Chen said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at her. This wretched woman, too, deserved to perish. Keeping her alive would only bring calamity. No, please don't kill me. Murder is against the law. How dare you? Zheng Beibei screamed in a fit of panic and rage, descending into a state of frenzy. Do you dare to ask him if I would? Lin Chen scoffed. This foolish woman truly possessed no sense of reason. Shut your mouth, for heaven's sake. Brother Hu wished to cover Zheng Beibei's mouth, utterly exasperated by her foolishness. Brother, I truly realize my mistakes. I implore you to grant me a chance at survival. I'm a member of the Black Dragon Gang. Surely you have heard of us? Please show some mercy. Brother Hu turned, pleading desperately, hoping to intimidate Lin Chen with the name of the Black Dragon Gang. They were one of the 4 major gangs in Haiqing. The name is almost universally known in Haiqing. I have heard of it, which only fuels my desire to eliminate you. Lin Chen scoffed. Previously, he had heard of the notorious Black Dragon Gang, infamous for their acts of bullying and violence. Once, they even made the news for the tragic demise of 2 blossoming female students, victims of their ruthless cruelty. In the apocalypse, such scum would only descend further into depravity. Brother, what must I do for you to spare my life? I can give you all the supplies I've gathered. Would that suffice? Tiger pleaded on his knees, sweat cascading down his forehead in panic. Do you think I lack your meager supplies? Lin Chen retorted disdainfully. However, before I end your wretched existence, I have one question. Where's the Li family? Lin Chen's tone was laced with contempt. Since the Li family had placed a bounty on him, he felt justified in seeking retribution. Eliminating the Li family would finally grant him the peace he sought. Brother, I don't know. Tiger hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. In truth, he was aware of the Li family's mansion's location, but was reluctant to divulge it. A plan was already forming in his mind. If you don't know, then prepare to meet your end, Lin Chen warned, raising his blade. Please spare me. I don't know, but our leader does. I can take you to him. He will reveal the whereabouts of the Li family's hideout, Tiger exclaimed, his fear manifesting in beads of sweat. He was terrified of the gleaming blade poised at his throat. He intended to lure Lin Chen to the Black Dragon Gang's lair. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang, minus. Tiger thought simply. The gang was numerous, and surely they could ambush Lin Chen. Not only could he save himself, but capturing this scoundrel would also be a significant achievement. Very well, lead the way, Lin Chen commanded. He perceived the glint of treachery in Tiger's eyes, but was undeterred, eager to brave the den of vipers. Let's not forget how the men of Money Lord met their end. All right, brother, I will lead you. Tiger nodded enthusiastically, secretly delighted at the prospect of earning favor and praise from his leader for his cleverness. Brother, do not follow him. It's dangerous. Bai Ning warned with concern, recognizing the malicious intent in the thug's demeanor. It's all right, sister, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile, signaling Bai Ning to remain at ease. He assured her that everything was under control and that there was no cause for alarm. Bai Ning, aware of Lin Chen's capabilities, ceased her protests, trusting his judgment. What are you waiting for? Lead the way, Lin Chen commanded coldly. Yes, yes, brother. Tiger quickly scrambled to his feet, eager to guide Lin Chen. Tiger, don't leave us behind. If you abandon us, we will perish. The 6 injured subordinates cried out in despair. Save us, Tiger. They can only lie on the ground and await their demise. How can I save you when I am barely surviving myself? Brothers, take care of yourselves. Brother who feigned a helpless and regretful demeanor, yet he was utterly indifferent to the fate of his 6 subordinates. These individuals, having been injured, held no value in this apocalyptic world. Ah, and then there's this insufferable wretch. Zhang Bei, it's your turn. Lin Chen spoke coldly. What do you intend to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. Brother who? Save me, I am your woman. Zhang Bei retreated in fear, stumbling and falling to the ground in a pitiful manner. Get lost. I have no relationship with you. Big brother, this woman bears a grudge against you. Please do not involve me. Brother who hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. He could afford to abandon his younger brothers, let alone this woman. Bai Ning furrowed her brows, contemplating complicated thoughts. She considered pleading for Zhang Bei, recalling their past friendship. Yet, she found herself unable to voice such a request. Zhang Bei had gone too far, bringing this upon herself. Tell me, should I shatter your mouth or break your legs? Lin Chen looked down at Zhang Bei with disdain. This woman truly held no value, akin to Li Shue, filling him with disgust. No, please, Aning, I beg you to help me. Plead for my life. Do not let him kill me. We are friends. You cannot stand by and watch me perish. Zhang Bei, panic-stricken, turned to Bai Ning for assistance. Friends? Huh? Did your recent actions treat me as one? I cannot save you. Bai Ning replied coldly, with no desire to engage with this treacherous woman. Bai Ning, how can you be so heartless? To curry favor with this scoundrel, you would forsake me in my time of need. I despise you. I curse you to a wretched fate. Zhang Bei, realizing her pleas were in vain, immediately transformed her expression and began to curse. Even now, she believed it was others who had betrayed her, leading to her current predicament. Hopeless. Bai Ning, filled with disappointment, turned away, unable to bear the sight. Lin Chen, I truly know I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. I can be your woman, your servant. I will do anything you wish. Please do not kill me. In her frantic state, Zhang Bei crawled towards Lin Chen, pleading for mercy. Chapter 46. Which man could remain unmoved? Despite her heart being filled with reluctance, she had no choice but to act thus. She could only plead with Lin Chen for her life. She did not wish to die, for the sake of survival. She could even endure the humiliation she suffered last night. When you sought to harm me and Bai Ning, you had already sealed your fate. But fear not. I will not kill you outright. I shall merely break your legs. Lin Chen replied indifferently. Unmoved by a woman's pleas for mercy, he felt no compassion for the weak. Yet he harbored none for fools or miscreants. With that, he forcefully stepped on Zhang Bei's leg, a sharp crack resonating through the air. My leg! Zhang Bei cried out in a piercing wail. Bai Ning turned away, furrowed her brow, letting out a gentle sigh. This was a consequence of Zhang Bei's own actions, and she had no one to blame but herself. Nearby, Hugo shivered in fright, a chill running down his spine, as if he too could feel the pain in his legs. He was filled with dread. Lin Chen was indeed ruthless, showing no mercy even to such a beautiful woman. It seemed he was doomed today. Lead the way, Lin Chen commanded coldly. Big brother, please follow me. Hugo hastily complied. They departed, leaving behind 6 injured ruffians and Zhang Bei. Bastards, son of a dog, I curse you to a miserable death. I will haunt you even as a ghost. Zhang Bei shouted, her voice filled with rage. The foolish woman seemed unaware that her cries would attract the undead. Lin Chen chuckled coldly and walked away. The nearby zombies had already caught wind of the commotion. By the way, I have a question. System, will her collected rewards disappear after she dies? They will not vanish. They will refresh onto another goddess. The host can still utilize the reward replacement function, the system replied. With this reassurance, Lin Chen felt at ease. It would be a pity if the rewards were to disappear. After all, it was a complete set of gaming equipment along with a game library. What boy wouldn't he desire that? Following Hugo, Lin Chen made his way to the Black Dragon Gang's hideout. Along the way, he sidestepped Hugo to escort Bai Ning home to rest. There was a certain danger in visiting the ruffian's lair, and he could not bring his teacher along. Bai Ning appeared somewhat distracted, clearly troubled by the events surrounding Zhang Bei. Her thoughts evidently tangled. You're finally back. Help! I need to use the restroom. Sun Xinrui exclaimed upon seeing the two return, relief flooding her features. She had been holding it in for quite some time and was in considerable discomfort. Shall I carry you? Lin Chen asked nonchalantly, pondering whether this girl's condition was truly as dire as she claimed. After all, it was not as if she had sustained a grave injury. He did not reflect on whether he himself might have been a tad too harsh. No, I'd rather have sister by carry me. Sun Xinrui shyly declined, embarrassed to ask in front of Bai Ning. Sister, I leave her in your capable hands. Make sure you rest well and refrain from overthinking. There is too much psychological pressure on you. Lin Chen consoled her. It's all right, dear brother. I will adjust my state. I'm not that fragile, Bai Ning smiled. As a doctor, she certainly understood how to regulate her mental state. Lin Chen departed with a sense of reassurance, increasingly appreciating Bai Ning, a person of remarkable intellect and clarity. Fortuitously, she had not been led astray by the foolish Zhang Bei. Otherwise, such a stunning beauty would have been wasted. Following Hu Guo, they traversed several kilometers and arrived at a large supermarket. The entrance was shut, devoid of any presence. A few days after the apocalypse commenced, the Black Dragon Gang had seized control of this vast establishment. Although some supplies had been pilfered, a considerable amount remained. They regarded this place as their stronghold, emboldened by their numerical superiority. Brother, our leader is inside, Hu Guo remarked with a grin. Have them open the door. Lin Chen commanded coldly. Hu Guo hastily approached and knocked loudly on the rolling shutter door. Who is it? A voice emerged from within. It's me, Ahu. Open the door. I need to see the boss. Hu Guo called out. Upon verifying his identity, the door was promptly raised. Two blonde guards stood at the entrance. Hu Ye. Who are those three? One asked, while the other exclaimed, Oh my, I see two stunning beauties. The two guards instinctively disregarded Lin Chen, their attention captivated by the two women. Quick, call for backup. Don't let them escape. Boss, I brought Lin Chen. Hu Guo seized the opportunity and rushed into the supermarket, shouting to announce Lin Chenis' arrival. Finally escaping Lin Chen's grasp, he felt a sense of security. Is that Lin Chen? The two blonde guards exchanged astonished glances. Brothers, surround him. Don't let him get away. They were well aware of the bounty placed by the Li family. No sooner had the words left their lips than over a dozen thugs surged out, encircling Lin Chen and his companions. Yet, the trio remained unfazed. They had come here with intention, certainly not to flee. The thugs gazed at Shi Yin and Kai Wei, unable to suppress their salivation. Goodness, they truly are celestial beings descended to Earth. Inside the supermarket, Hu Guo rushed to his boss, panting heavily. Boss, I brought Lin Chen. He is outside. You must gather the brothers and go out. Don't let him escape. Hu Guo's face was alight with excitement, eager for recognition. What? Lin Chen? Well done. I shall reward you handsomely. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang, Long Guo, who was robust and intimidating, bore a dragon tattoo on half of his face. Known on the streets as a formidable figure, he was elated by the news. Immediately, 30 to 40 of his underlings armed themselves and rushed toward the entrance. In no time, they had surrounded Lin Chen and his companions with a throng of 40 to 50 ruffians. Originally, the Black Dragon Gang had numbered in the hundreds, but since the onset of the apocalypse, only this remnant remained. Boss, that is Lin Chen. One of the thugs laughed maniacally. You little rascal. Let's see how arrogant you can be. You're quite bold to follow me to your demise. Today, I shall grant you your wish. Tiger Brother, shedding his previous timid demeanor, now exuded arrogance and mockery. With so many of his men around, he believed that no matter how capable this young man was, he could not turn the tide. Moreover, there were two delicate young ladies to hinder him. I must express my gratitude for your guidance. Lin Chen replied with a calm smile, entirely unfazed by Tiger Brother's taunts, considering it merely an extension of his existence for a few more minutes. Are you Lin Chen? Long Brother inquired coldly. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. Do you intend to give me these two beauties in exchange for your life? Unfortunately, the Li family demands your life, and there is no way for you to escape that fate. But rest assured, I shall take good care of these two lovely ladies. Long Brother scoffed, his gaze fixated on the two women, unable to look away. What man could resist such exquisite beings? You are mistaken. I am here to inquire about one matter. Where is the Li family that has placed a bounty on my head? Answer truthfully, and perhaps you may preserve your life. Lin Chen stated calmly. His kindness allowed him to offer the other a chance at survival, though it remained to be seen if they could seize it. You little bastard, daring to threaten our boss. You truly have a death wish. Tiger Brother erupted in a fit of rage. Chapter 47. An opportunity for the incompetent Tiger Brother. Emboldened by his numbers, felt invincible, convinced that it would be a simple task to eliminate this young man. Hold on, you're already a dead man. Lin Chen remarked coldly, casting a dispassionate glance. How audacious you are. Young man, do you not comprehend your predicament? Tiger Brother retorted with a mix of arrogance and anger, beginning to doubt Lin Chen's confidence. Do you know who I am? Have you heard of Long Brother from Haichen? Long Brother sneered, hands on his hips, adopting a commanding presence. After years on the streets, he had rarely encountered someone so brazen in the face of imminent demise. He signaled to his gang, who immediately brandished their weapons, assuming a threatening stance. Of course, I've heard of you, you scoundrel. Answer my previous question, and this will be your chance to live. Lin Chen contemptuously replied, displaying no fear despite the armed thugs surrounding him. The two young women, Xian and Kai Wei, remained expressionless, merely awaiting their master's command. You insolent fool! I have shown you mercy, yet you still dare to threaten me. Once I deliver you to the Li family, you will understand their whereabouts. I will grant you an opportunity, kneel and beg for mercy, and I may allow you to live a few more hours. Long Brother threatened, dismissing Lin Chen's words entirely. Kneel, beg for mercy. Do you hear me? Kneel, or I will break your legs. Brother Hu and a group of ruffians threatened him, their voices a cacophony of arrogance. Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you prove useless, you'll find yourself on the death list, Lin Chen declared, pointing at the leader of the thugs. And you, the lackeys, if you wish to live, consider this your opportunity. Leave immediately. Those who remain will face certain doom. He cast a stern gaze over the thugs, offering a grim warning. You think you can intimidate me, you worthless scoundrel? Brothers, let's take care of this brat. Leave the two beauties untouched. They're for the boss. Brother Hu shouted, his bravado echoed by the others, with not a single wise soul opting to retreat. Get to work, but be careful not to harm the delicate ladies. Long Gu commanded in a deep voice, his eyes greedily fixed on the two women, fantasizing about possessing such exquisite beauties. To indulge in such company would make even an afterlife as a ghost worthwhile. Alas, you squander your chance, Lin Chen sighed softly. His gaze turned icy as he issued the order to strike. It was these individuals who had chosen their own demise. He could not be blamed for his ruthless resolve. Shi Yin and Kai Wei, responding to the command, sprang into action without hesitation. Their speed was ghostly, and the closest thugs barely had time to react before they were incapacitated. The two women employed techniques suited for dispatching zombies, ensuring no mercy was shown. Lin Chen, unyielding, joined the fray, dispatching the filth with even greater ferocity. Get him! Kill him! Long Gu ordered. Panic etched on his face as he realized Lin Chen possessed considerable skill, and that the two seemingly delicate women were terrifyingly powerful. Yet he thought, with 40 to 50 men against these three, the odds were in his favor. Unfortunately, he had gravely underestimated the combat prowess of Lin Chen and his companions. One by one, the thugs howled in agony as they were flung to the ground, barely clinging to life. Lin Chen and his companions navigated through them as if the battle were mere childish play, while the weapons in the thugs' hands failed to so much as graze them. Soon, the ruffians had suffered significant losses. Observing the tide turning against them, the once arrogant Long Gu began to panic, as did Brother Hu. Damn it! Are they even human? This power and speed are beyond what any mortal could possess. Brother Hu swiftly reached for his waist, discreetly retrieving a dark iron weapon concealed within his sleeve, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. The scene was chaotic, leaving him no opportunity to fire. What are you waiting for? Attack! Long Gu kicked Brother Hu. All right, boss. Though fearful, Brother Hu steeled himself to advance. Clutching a long knife, he stealthily approached, preparing for a surprise attack. Fortune favored him as he found an opportunity, striking towards Lin Chen's nape with a fierce blow. You brat! He bellowed, convinced of his impending victory. However, Lin Chen appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, deftly evading the blade with a swift sidestep. Subsequently, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the heart of Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger coughed up blood and was sent hurtling backward, crashing at Long Gu's feet. Big brother, this bastard is too sinister. He is not human at all. Save me, I'm done for. Brother Tiger sputtered, his words cut short as he succumbed. The force of that kick was such that even the toughest of zombies could not withstand it, let alone his frail human form. Long Gu watched in horror as the situation unfolded, his expression growing increasingly fearful. His cadre of 40 to 50 men had dwindled to a mere 10. Panic enveloped him as he realized that if the battle continued, his side would face total annihilation. Stop. Quickly, cease fire. Lin Chen, we concede, please do not continue. Long Gu shouted desperately. The henchmen, already paralyzed by fear, hastily retreated to their leader's side, their eyes filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably. After the confrontation, they could only perceive one feeling. These three were nothing short of monstrous, utterly terrifying. Is it over already? Why the sudden cowardice? Lin Chen inquired with a cold laugh. Having barely warmed up, the enemy was already seeking to surrender, which he found rather dull. Shi Yuan and Kai Wei returned to Lin Chen's side, reverting to the guise of demure and harmless maidens. Hero, I concede. I failed to recognize your might. I implore you, spare my brothers. Long Gu pleaded, a visage of cowardice. The remaining subordinates, too, echoed their leader's supplications. Opportunities were presented to you earlier. You failed to cherish them. Now that regret has set in, it is too late, Lin Chen replied with a sneer. Having demonstrated his prowess, he could not allow these men to live. Otherwise, they might become a future threat. I'm kneeling before you, genuinely begging for mercy. We bear no enmity. It was merely my greed that instigated our conflict. I will reveal to you the whereabouts of the Li family. Please spare my life. Long Gu, ever the sycophant, fell to his knees, inching forward in supplication. Speak. Where are they? Lin Chen demanded coldly. By your ancestral grave. Long Gu suddenly raised his hand, attempting a treacherous ambush by pulling the trigger. Their essay saying, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, yet precise and swift within 7. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed. Long Gu's face twisted in a malevolent grin. No matter how skilled you are, can you outmatch a bullet? One shot can claim your life. Chapter 48. Avoid strenuous activities. Throughout it all, Lin Chen remained ever vigilant. From the moment the opponent prepared to raise his hand, he reacted instantaneously. With a resounding bang, the bullet was discharged. He unleashed the full potential of his body. Hastily sidestepping, the bullet aimed at his chest ultimately grazed his left shoulder. In that fleeting moment, both Shi Yin and Kai Wei exhibited identical reflexes, attempting to leap in front of Lin Chen to shield him from the bullet. However, the distance was too short, and the two young women were a fraction too late to succeed. In the next heartbeat, both ladies struck simultaneously, kicking the gun from Long Ji's hand and sending it flying. The remaining thugs were swiftly subdued by the two heroines. Damn it, playing dirty. Pain radiated from Lin Chen's shoulder. His clothing was torn, and blood seeped from the abrasion. It was merely a superficial wound, not serious. Master, are you all right? Oh no, you're bleeding. The two girls rushed back, their faces filled with worry and concern. I'm fine, just a little scrape, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Though this body was indeed robust, it still had its limits. Just like now, he could not easily evade a bullet. He speculated that perhaps a speed enhancement of level 4 or above would allow him to dodge effortlessly. You two lovely girls, did you intend to shield me from the bullet just now? You mustn't do that again, do you understand? I do not wish to see you injured or, heaven forbid, in peril because of me, Lin Chen stated earnestly. The image of the two girls willing to take a bullet for him warmed his heart. They had acted without hesitation to save him. Such precious gems must be cherished doubly in the future. Yes, master, Shi Yin and Kai Wei replied in unison, their lips forming a promise. Though they verbally agreed, if danger were to arise again, they would undoubtedly choose to protect their master without a moment's thought. Ignoring the bleeding wound on his shoulder, Lin Chen stepped forward. Indeed, it was merely a scrape, not severe enough to cause any real harm. He retrieved the Glock he had earned as a reward. If they shot at him, then he must retaliate in kind. Spare me. Please do not kill me. The Li family resides at Yunding Villa. Grievances have their sources. Seek revenge from the Li family. Long Gu coughed blood, curled on the ground, pleading desperately. He never expected Lin Chen to evade that shot. This was no mere human. Lin Chen remained silent, merely sneering coldly. Once the location of the Li family was revealed, the man's value was utterly diminished. He then raised his gun, aiming at the man's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed, unmistakably more powerful than the weapon Long Gu had acquired from who knows where. Long Ji's head exploded, collapsing to the ground with eyes wide open, refusing to close. One of the notorious 4 great gangs, the Black Dragon Gang, had been utterly annihilated. Master, the zombies are gathering, Yuan softly reminded. Dozens of zombies are approaching from a distance, swaying as they draw near. Unperturbed, Lin Chen entered the supermarket with the two young women, closing the rolling door behind them. The recent gunfire, coupled with a multitude of corpses outside, would undoubtedly attract a horde of the undead. His act of shutting the supermarket door was not born from fear of an attack, but rather from a desire to prevent the zombies from breaching the premises and ravaging the supplies within. The copious resources left behind by the ruffians could sustain many survivors, provided they could find them while still alive. After conducting a brief survey of the expansive supermarket to ensure no one else was present, Lin Chen felt reassured enough to activate the teleportation portal to return home. "Brother, you're back. What happened to you?" Bai Ning exclaimed upon noticing the injury on Lin Chen's shoulder, rushing forward to inspect it. Sun Xinrui, nestled on the sofa, wore a worried expression, yearning to assist yet finding herself unable to move. She was astonished. Lin Chen was so formidable, yet he had sustained an injury. "Don't worry, Sister Bai, it's just a minor abrasion," Lin Chen replied dismissively. "Quickly, take off your shirt so I can examine it," Bai Ning urged. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Lin Chen promptly removed his upper garment, revealing the wound on his left shoulder more clearly. The injury, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters long, was bleeding and appeared quite serious. "This is a gunshot wound. The assailant had a firearm," Bai Ning deduced, a flicker of fear crossing her delicate features. Fortunately, her brother was still safe. The pain inflicted upon him resonated deeply within her heart. "I will disinfect and bandage it. Bear with the pain," she declared, swiftly retrieving a medical kit and methodically tending to the wound. Although the injury was not profound, improper treatment could easily lead to infection. Lin Chen inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as his entire body tensed. "That truly stings." Puffed. "Ha ha ha. Finally, it's your turn to feel pain." Sun Xinrui chuckled from the sofa, a mix of concern and amusement flickering across her face as she reveled in Lin Chen's discomfort. "Just wait until I get my hands on you next time. You won't be able to stand for 3 days. Lin Chen shot her a sideways glance. "You're just asking for a lesson." "Huh? No. Em sorry." Xinrui quickly apologized, feeling a twinge of pain in her own body. "Brother, take it easy. Being too reckless can lead to serious issues, like a ruptured corpus luteum, which could be life-threatening," Bai Ning cautioned as she continued her disinfection. During her private conversations with Sun Xinrui, they had shared many whispered secrets, including topics of a more intimate nature. After hearing some of Sun S descriptions, she silently sighed. Her brother's antics were indeed exaggerated. "All right, you're the doctor. I'll heed your advice." Lin Chen nodded earnestly. "This body is indeed extraordinarily powerful. He must exercise restraint and moderation. It would be unfortunate if the young lady were to sustain any injuries." Bai Ning operated with utmost seriousness, yet her attention was frequently drawn to Lin Chen's robust physique. Particularly, the scent emanating from her troublesome younger brother was undeniably pleasant, even provoking some rather vivid associations in her mind. If the two were to find themselves alone, she feared she might not be able to resist the temptation to touch him. With others watching, however, she had to maintain decorum. After spending over 10 minutes, she finally disinfected and bandaged Lin Chen's wound. "All right, keep the wound dry. You need to recuperate. Avoid engaging in any strenuous activities. Do you understand?" Bai Ning cautioned earnestly, though her words seemed to carry an underlying meaning. "I'm tough as nails. It's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. I can carry on as usual without any interruptions," Lin Chen replied with a smile, flexing his arms to showcase his muscular build. "How could I rest for such a trivial injury? I have important tasks to attend to tonight." I won't bother with you," Bai Ning huffed lightly, feeling helpless against her troublesome brother. Her gaze lingered on him for a brief moment before quickly averting. Those well-defined muscles were undeniably tempting. "Teacher Bai, why is your face so flushed? And your gaze seems a bit off. Are you perhaps contemplating something indecent?" Lin Chen teased with a mischievous grin, intentionally trying to provoke Bai Ning. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm not thinking anything of the sort," Bai Ning vehemently denied, though her eyes betrayed her as they once again roamed over Lin Chen's athletic form. "Sister Bai, do you wish to experience it firsthand? No charge for that." Lin Chen laughed, now quite certain that Teacher Bai was indeed coveting his physique. It seemed the perfect opportunity to deepen their relationship and seize the moment. "You little brat, you have no shame," Bai Ning retorted disdainfully, turning her head away. She was exasperated by her brother's boldness, suggesting such a thing in public. Could he not reserve such outrageous requests for private moments? His audacity was beyond belief. Thick skin means one can enjoy the feast. Thin Thin skin means one goes hungry. Xin Rue chimed in agreement. Sister Bai, you've missed an opportunity, Lin Chen lamented, having discovered that the otherwise aloof teacher Bai harbored a hint of shyness. However, it mattered not. She would inevitably be his. After resting for another half hour at home, Lin Chen set out alone, eager to assess the situation outside. Approaching the supermarket entrance, he peered through the gap to observe the scene outside. The ground was a chaotic mess, the aftermath unfit for public display. The horde of corpses had dissipated, leaving only a dozen or so latecomer zombies scavenging for remnants. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction, having handled matters with remarkable finesse. He wandered through the supermarket, noting that his home lacked for neither food nor daily necessities, which he preferred to leave for those in need. In a corner where ruffians gathered to play cards, he spotted a poster bearing his wanted photo. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the origins of this selfie. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The image was taken during his time with Li Chenis. It was that vile person who had provided his picture to the Li family. This confirmed that Li Chenis must be with them. The thought of her living comfortably within the Li household irked Lin Chen greatly. Keeping that woman's miserable life was not meant to afford her any luxury. He resolved to take action against the Li family promptly, tomorrow, without fail. Returning home to rest, Lin Chen continued to engage in his gaming pursuits, accompanied by several young ladies. Time slipped away, and night deepened. It's time to rest. Xin Zui, I'll carry you back to your room. He tossed aside the game controller and stretched, feeling the toll of prolonged gaming on his body. The aches in his back and waist called for some movement to relieve his stiffness. What do you mean? Am I still your focus tonight? Xin Rue's voice trembled with nervousness. She was already struggling to walk and could hardly endure any further antics from him. She felt she needed at least 3 days to recover. What are you thinking? Do you really believe I'm that kind of person? I'm merely escorting you to your room for some rest, Lin Chen retorted playfully. He lifted Xin Rue in a princess carry, transporting her to her room. She exhaled in relief, glad it wasn't her turn. Then who will it be tonight? She inquired coyly, a smile gracing her lips. With 3 other ladies in the house. Oh, and not to forget the zombie-like Wu Xiao confined in a room. Who would he choose? Sleep well and refrain from being overly curious, Lin Chen replied, avoiding the question while contemplating who the lucky one might be. After settling Xin Rue, he returned to the living room. Xia and Kai Wei, you two may return to your rooms, Lin Chen instructed. The 2 young ladies complied obediently, retreating to rest without second thoughts about their master's decision. In the expansive living room, only Lin Chen and Bai Ning remained, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Brother, did you create this opportunity for us to be alone with some ulterior motive? Bai Ning inquired, her voice low and laced with a hint of nervousness and shyness. Of course, I have a purpose, an exceedingly clear one. Teacher Bai, do you not have any thoughts on the matter? Lin Chen replied, his gaze locked on hers with a gentle smile. Bai Ning stammered, brother, your sudden questions make me anxious. Bai Ning hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Within her heart, there existed a torrent of fervent thoughts, yet she felt too shy to express them directly. Typically poised, confident, and gracious. At this moment she appeared as vulnerable as an innocent maiden unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Your words suggest that you are not adequately prepared for this. Although I am not fond of placing undue pressure upon others, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. But what? Bai Ning s'inquiète visibly intensifiet. Yet, in her beautiful eyes, there was no trace of fear, only an eager anticipation. She secretly hoped her younger brother would boldly articulate what she found too embarrassing to voice. Sister Bai Ning, I'm determined to have you tonight. Lin Chen leaned in, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace. A distinct fragrance wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his senses. The barrier between them was as thin as a piece of paper. Let him be the one to tear through it. Alricht, I suppose, Bai Ning replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. In that fleeting moment, her mind went blank, leaving her feeling quite lost. Sister Bai Ning, don't be so tense and shy. From your demeanor, could it be that you've never even been in love? Lin Chen teased with a mischievous grin. The impression she gave off was distinctly that of a bashful girl. So what if I have tea? Are you laughing at me, you little brat? Bai Ning retorted, a hint of indignation in her tone, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being exposed. In truth, she had never experienced a romantic relationship. Throughout her life, she had garnered numerous admirers, yet she had never felt affection for any male. The longer she remained single, the more aloof she became, and her cold demeanor only deterred potential suitors, making her chances of finding love even slimmer. It was a vicious cycle. Why would I mock you? I only wish to cherish you, Lin Chen said, stumbling over his awkward compliments. Truth be told, his ability to flirt was abysmal, relying solely on his undeniable charm to succeed. Brothers, do not emulate this approach. It is heavily reliant on sheer luck. Brother I. Bai Ning started, then faltered. Her heart raced, thoughts swirling chaotically. Yet, she suddenly resolved to say nothing more. Rising on her toes and leaning in for a kiss, this naughty younger brother had stirred her restless heart, and she would not hold back. She chose to demonstrate her feelings through action. Lin Chen, taken by surprise by Bai Ning's tender kiss, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, a thick skin yields rewards. He immediately tightened his embrace, reciprocating her affection. He could sense that Bai Ning's movements were rather inexperienced, lacking finesse. However, this was of little concern. He was there to guide and teach her. They kissed for over a minute before parting. Huff, huff, Bai Ning breathed, her impressive figure rising and falling with each breath. Her delicate, fair face was now completely flushed. Let us return to the room and attend to business. Lin Chen swiftly lifted Bai Ning into his arms and made his way towards the room. This alluring woman was noticeably heavier than the other girls. However, in comparison to his robust frame, she still appeared petite. Brother, can we find another place? Being at home might disturb others, and it's rather embarrassing. Bai Ning shyly expressed her concern. Chapter 50, Don't rush, let me take a shower first. Like last night with Xi and Rue, Bai Ning was anxious about the sounds being overheard, fearing the awkwardness that would ensue. After all, such matters were deeply private, living under the same roof. What difference was there to being overheard? She was eager to avoid such embarrassment, yet had no alternative but to remain at home. The outside was a supermarket, which was inconvenient, and looking for another place was even less feasible. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, not halting his pace as he reached Bai Ning's room. It wasn't that he disregarded her feelings or was reluctant to change locations. It was simply impractical. He should have considered finding a high-end hotel earlier in the day, especially since the apocalypse rendered expenses moot. Could you keep the noise down a bit? Brother, you really ought to be gentler. I don't want to end up like Xi and Rue. Bai Ning reluctantly adjusted her request. Having endured several sleepless nights, she was all too aware of her brother's vigor. Even before anything began, her worries surfaced. Nevertheless, amidst her concerns, a greater sense of yearning and anticipation blossomed within her. Tonight, she would finally escape the torment of insomnia. All right, I'll do my best, Lin Chen assured her with repeated nods. With the door locked, they prepared to indulge in their private world. He eagerly flung her onto the bed, unable to contain his excitement. The arrow was drawn. It must be released. Brother, please don't rush. Let me shower first. Bai Ning intervened helplessly. She and T bathed today and feared any imperfections. Not a problem. You smelled delightful regardless of whether you showered or not. Lin Chen replied without a hint of disdain. It was a mere day without bathing. Even if Bai Teacher went 3 days without washing, he would still be unfazed. Oh no, I must freshen up. Please be patient. I'll be quick, Bai Ning insisted, wanting to present her most perfect self. This was a significant moment for her. After all right then, I won't rush you. Lin Chen ultimately acquiesced to Bai Teacher's wishes. With matters reaching this stage, there was indeed no need to hasten through the next few minutes. Be good and wait for your sister. Bai Ning playfully kissed Lin Chen on the cheek, suddenly embodying her commanding demeanor again. She gathered her clothes and headed to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. Bored, Lin Chen sat at the bedside, his curiosity prompting him to open the drawer of the nightstand. To his amusement, he stumbled upon Bai Teacher's little secret, just some ordinary toys. Perfectly natural, he understood. It was then that he remembered he had not prepared any equipment. Resolutely, he left the room to gather what he needed. The roads are numerous, but safety is paramount. A little over 10 minutes later, Bai Ning, the enchanting beauty, emerged from her bath, wrapped in a pristine white towel. Indeed, she was quite swift. Otherwise, according to her usual routine, a minimum of half an hour would be required. From now on, with me around, you won't need your little toys anymore, Lin Chen said with a mischievous grin. You? Bai Ning's eyes widened in shock. How could she have forgotten that little toy still lay in the drawer? Infuriating, being seen by that insufferable younger brother made her feel utterly mortified. You rascal! How dare you rummage through a lady's belongings? I truly wish to give you a good thrashing. Bai Ning, both embarrassed and furious, stepped forward, her delicate fists clenched, ready to strike Lin Chen. Want to hit me? Come at me then. Let us see who ends up hitting whom. Lin Chen taunted, catching her fist and pulling her towards him. Bai Ning stumbled forward, landing in his embrace. With a swift motion, he flipped their positions, leaving him on top. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, he felt no inclination for pleasantries. He leaned in, capturing her lips, indulging in their passion. Bai Ning's long-suppressed heart and body found release at that moment, as she wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Chen's neck, responding with fervor. They became an uncontrollable blaze, their fervent actions producing quite the commotion. However, there was no need to worry about the three other ladies sleeping nearby. They remained largely unaffected. And as for the zombie-like Wu Xiao, she was certainly not disturbed, as she slept like the dead. Meanwhile, within the opulently mansion, Li Shuexiue and her close friend Lu Xinyue secretly summoned a bodyguard into the room. Both donned sheer nightgowns, deliberately unfastening their collars to reveal their alluring décolletage. "Where are the cockroaches?" the bodyguard asked, his expression somewhat tense. His gaze sweeping over the two women, swallowing hard. To speak solely of their appearances, both ladies were indeed beautiful, the kind that could easily stir a man's heart. "In truth, there are no cockroaches. I merely wish to request your assistance," Li Shuexiu purred, stepping closer and placing her hand on the bodyguard's shoulder. Though tall and somewhat handsome, he was not striking. She considered it a minor loss to indulge this insufferable man. "What kind of assistance?" The bodyguard instinctively took a step back, realizing he might have walked into a trap, his demeanor becoming guarded. "She feels quite unwell. Would you be so kind as to alleviate her discomfort? You are a man. Surely you know what to do, right?" Li Shuexiu. Her intentions singular, to entice the bodyguard. To solidify her position within the Li family, she needed to conceive a child swiftly, otherwise her secret would inevitably be revealed. Lu Xinyue observed nearby, her heart filled with disdain. "Good heavens, Li Shuexiu, you are truly audacious. Beautiful lady, please don't go too far. If there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave." The bodyguard stepped back once more, swallowing hard. The intoxicating fragrance and the alluring woman who actively flirted with him stirred a whirlwind of emotions within. However, he maintained his composure. Knowing full well this must be a trap, he refused to be ensnared by these two women. "Halt! You shall not depart. What pretense of propriety is this? Are you not a man? Your gaze towards me was laden with wicked thoughts." Li Shuexiu exclaimed angrily, feeling flustered, confronted by her captivating presence. This insufferable man dare to leave? "My dear lady, I cannot act recklessly. If the master were to find out, it would mean my demise." The bodyguard reasoned with clarity. Indeed, he had cast lustful glances at the two women, but that was merely an observation. Engaging in anything further was out of the question. The master would ruthlessly extinguish him. "What are you afraid of? Why so timid? If we keep our silence, how could that old man possibly know?" Li Shuexiu threatened. "If you fail to meet my demands, I shall scream and claim you attempted to assault me." Resorting to coercion, she declared that if subtlety failed, she would resort to force. Should the master be alerted, she would assert that he had seduced her. "At worst, we shall perish together." Though the bodyguard felt trepidation, his intellect remained unyielding. He recognized that such an opportunity, so conveniently presented, was not one he could dismiss lightly. Yet, another factor deterred him. This woman had been with the young master of the Li family, which utterly extinguished his interest. He had heard tales of the young master's escapades, and the women he had dallied with often fell ill. A woman who had been with the young master was not a prize he would dare claim. "Do you possess no sense whatsoever? I offer you my charms freely, and you fail to seize the moment? Begone! I do not wish to see you again." Li Shuexiu fumed, unable to comprehend how her allure could not sway even a mere bodyguard. It infuriated her. The bodyguard chose silence and hastily exited the room. What is freely given is often the most costly. He had no desire for it. These wretched men truly do not know how to appreciate a good offer. Li Shuexiu seethed, grinding her teeth in frustration. "Shuexiu, do not lose heart. Simply seek a new target," Lu Xinyue consoled her. Chapter 51. I told you to be a bit gentler, yet it has turned out this way. Who else can I find? Those bodyguards are all so unappealing. I cannot bear the thought of them. Li Shuexiu expressed her disdain. The remaining bodyguards in the mansion could not compare to the one she had just encountered. She truly did not wish to lower herself to those insipid men. "Shuexiu, at this point, why do you still concern yourself with such matters? Regardless of looks, finding someone to impregnate, you should be your top priority. Endure a little for now. We could pursue another target soon," Lu Xinyue urged. speaking earnestly while secretly stifling laughter at the thought of Li Shueshu wanting to lower herself to a mere bodyguard. What a fitting turn of events. You believe that being a wealthy lady is an easy endeavor. How vexing. It seems I have no choice but to accept it. Li Shueshu felt a profound reluctance. Yet, for the sake of future happiness, she had to yield. The two began to deliberate, selecting which bodyguard would become their next target. As dawn broke the following day, before 9 o'clock, Lin Chen, still enveloped in slumber, heard a knock at the door. She had urged him to rise for breakfast. He responded with a murmur, feeling a sense of constriction in his chest. How could he not feel stifled with such a substantial presence? Bai Ning, resting upon him. Good morning, teacher Bai, Lin Chen said, gently patting her. Yes, I heard, she replied. Don't move, it hurts. As she attempted to shift her body, a wave of pain coursed through her. Are you uncomfortable? Lin Chen inquired with a faint smile, reaching out to assist Bai Ning in turning over. Such an alluring and delicate figure was truly captivating. You annoying little brother, still laughing? I told you to be gentler, yet here I am in this state, Bai Ning retorted with mock indignation, pinching his waist. She now felt as if every movement sent pain radiating throughout her body, experiencing a sensation akin to that of Xian Rue. Ah, oosh, Lin Chen exclaimed, quickly rolling out of bed. The girl had quite a grip. I was indeed gentle enough. It is merely that your physique is too fragile. Now, rest well while I freshen up. Lin Chen calmly defended himself, vowing that he had truly been gentle. Ah, you've worn me out, Bai Ning sighed in resignation. Having stayed up late the previous night, it felt akin to a night of insomnia. Yet, she now radiated vitality. Her complexion and spirit entirely transformed from the exhaustion of sleepless nights. The reason was undoubtedly the nourishing care she had received. Lin Chen proceeded to the bathroom, washing up while inspecting the system rewards. Congratulations, host, for successfully collecting the goddess Bai Ning. Reward obtained. Workbench unlocking various clothing recipes. Current goddess information is as follows. Name, Bai Ning race. Human age, 28 beauty, 96 figure, 90 occupation, medical university teacher basic attributes. None supernatural abilities, none cultivation points. 2. 10. Lin Chen's lips curled into a wide grin. He could now obtain various garments through the workbench, which meant soaring to new heights. Whatever style he wished to see her in, there would be attire available. And with an unlimited supply, it implied that even if he tore 10 pairs of stockings in a single night, it would be of no consequence. Surely, there would be some more niche clothing as well, and that would bring forth delightful surprises. Life was certainly on the upswing. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Ning, enduring the aches of her body, managed to sit precariously at the edge of the bed. Attempting to stand and walk proved futile, and she ultimately surrendered. Her insufferable little brother showed no mercy whatsoever. However, when she turned to gaze at the bed and noticed the faint dark red mark, recalling the events of the previous night, a blissful and contented smile graced her face. How wonderful it is to have this troublesome little brother. She shifted her body and donned a bathrobe. It was rather chilly, and her concern for catching a cold was certainly not due to a desire to avoid being seen by her brother. A short while later, Lin Chen emerged from his morning routine and promptly carried Bai Ning to the restroom. Afterward, he assisted her with washing up and then took her to breakfast. The condition of teacher Bai was indeed not as severe as Xian Rue's had been the day before. Primarily, teacher Bai was not one to stubbornly resist assistance. This illustrates that stubbornness often comes at a cost. After a night of rest, Xian Rue felt significantly better and was able to support herself against the wall while eating breakfast. The countenance of the 4 young women was remarkably improved, suggesting that they would likely be free from insomnia in the future. Once breakfast was concluded, Lin Chen went to check on the slumbering Wu Xiao. As expected, she was in a deep sleep in the truest sense of the word, with barely perceptible breathing or heartbeat. Lin Chen retrieved a brain core and held it near her lips. Wu Xiao's nose twitched slightly, and then her lips stirred. In the next moment, her eyes flew open, and she swallowed the brain core in one gulp. A look of satisfaction washed over her face, her gaze becoming noticeably clearer. Lin Chen confirmed that the ropes binding her were secure and left the room with a sense of relief, planning to purify her that very evening. Initially, he had contemplated gathering enough cultivation points for Shi Yin to see what effects might arise, but with so many young women around him, he found himself exceedingly busy. Fortuitously, his body was robust. Otherwise, he would struggle to keep pace. He never imagined he would one day face such dilemmas. Lin Chen returned to his workstation. The operating interface now featured a category for clothing. Upon clicking in, he found it subdivided into numerous entries: tops, pants, skirts, undergarments, shoes, socks, and so forth. The classification was exceptionally detailed, akin to a treasure trove for men. It even allowed for the easy selection of outfits, including attire from anime or games. How exhilarating! He could arrange several of his favorite maid costumes for Xian, such as the thigh-high stocking maid, white stocking maid, bridal maid, court style, gothic style, and combat style. Each could be accommodated. He could easily achieve a different ensemble every day. As for Kai Wei, various styles of Lolita dresses would be arranged. Xian Rue suited various JK styles, and of course, secretary-style bodycon skirts would fit her as well. As for Bai Ning, she would undoubtedly require outfits that exude an elegant and mature charm, featuring various sultry, fitted dresses, such as the stepmother dress, complemented by thigh-high heels. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt that his energy reserves were somewhat depleted. Nonetheless, he shrugged it off. After all, happiness is paramount in life. With no pressing matters at home, Lin Chen departed, taking only Kai Wei with him and leaving Xian behind to care for the two ailing individuals. Upon returning to the supermarket, an unexpected crackling sound emanated from somewhere. Following the sound, Lin Chen discovered it was a walkie-talkie. "Boss Long, have you made any progress? Have you found him? Please respond." A voice crackled through the connected channel. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. This must be the Li family reaching out. Indeed, a cold smile crept across his face as he picked up the walkie-talkie. "I am Lin Chen, the person you seek. Let your boss speak with me." "What? You are Lin Chen?" The astonished voice replied. "Just wait. I will fetch the boss." The bodyguard captain, gripping the walkie-talkie, hurried to report to the family head, Li Fengyan. "Boss, there's been an incident with the Black Dragon Gang. A person claiming to be Lin Chen wants to speak with you." Lin Chen. Li Fengyan's expression darkened instantly, rage flickering in his aged eyes. "You little brat, how dare you seek me out? Do you know that I want your life?" He bellowed into the walkie-talkie. Chapter 52. The Emergence of the Young Lady's Abilities. Li Fengyan had never anticipated that Lin Chen, whom he had been desperately searching for, would deliver himself to his doorstep. That little brat was courting death. "You wish to kill me? Do you possess the capability?" Lin Chen retorted with a cold laugh. "How did you end up on the Black Dragon Gang's territory? Where's Boss Long?" Li Fengyan demanda angrily, fully aware that something must have gone awry for the walkie-talkie to end up in Lin Chen's possession. "Boss Long? He has likely been reincarnated, and the Black Dragon Gang has been utterly vanquished. Do not fret. I shall be with you shortly," Lin Chen replied mockingly. "You killed Boss Long and annihilated the Black Dragon Gang? That's impossible. I am coming to the Black Dragon's territory to end you myself. If you have the guts, do not flee. I must kill you to avenge my son." Li Fengyan nearly roared, unable to believe that Lin Chen could have brought down the Black Dragon Gang. With at least 50 or 60 members remaining, there was no way that Brat could possibly defeat them all. "Old man, believe what you wish. You need not come looking for me. I already know where your mansion is. Prepare to welcome me. I am coming to escort you to reunite with your son." Lin Chen sneered. The other side was offering a bounty on him, and he would not feel at ease until he had eliminated his adversary. "You insolent brat, do not speak so arrogantly. If you appear before me, I will kill you on the spot." Li Fengyan shouted furiously. Lin Chen, disinterested in the tirade, switched off the walkie-talkie. He stowed it away, recognizing it would prove useful. With phones rendered useless, the walkie-talkie remained a reliable means of short-distance communication, a true marvel. The workbench at home could not produce walkie-talkies, as they were not categorized among daily necessities. One must unlock formulas for electronic devices or household appliances to manufacture walkie-talkies. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, a certain insolent individual dared to provoke me. I immediately dispatched a team to investigate the situation on the territory of the Black Dragon Gang and ascertain what transpired. Li Fengyan, in a fit of rage, issued the command. Having lived for many years, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was resolute in his belief that this audacious individual would not dare to show up. Should he make an appearance, he would be utterly obliterated. In the mansion's dining room, Li Shue and her close friend Lu Xinyue were indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, oblivious to the fact that the man they both loathed most would soon appear. The scene shifts back to Lin Chen, who pulled open the roll-up door and stepped out of the dimly lit supermarket. The sunlight graced his face, providing a most pleasant sensation. Outside, 7 or 8 ordinary zombies lurked. Upon seeing someone emerge, they immediately lunged forward with gaping mouths. Without question, they were swiftly dispatched by the two. Before leaving, Lin Chen remembered to lower the supermarket's roll-up door to prevent any zombies from sneaking in and contaminating the supplies within. He also found a set of keys on the ground, belonging to a black Jeep Wrangler. This off-road vehicle could very well be the ride of Brother Long. After checking the inside, which was relatively clean and well-functioning, he drove towards the Li family's residence at Yunding Villa. The sound of the vehicle quickly attracted nearby zombies, with 2 to 3 dozen chasing after. The road was cluttered with abandoned cars, yet it was not entirely blocked, allowing him to maneuver left and right. As for the corpses strewn across the road, Lin Chen simply rolled over them, treating them as speed bumps. Indeed, there were far too many of these bumps. The ordinary zombies did not move particularly fast. At a speed of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, he easily left them behind. From a distance, the city's high-rise buildings appeared unchanged from the world before the apocalypse. However, upon closer inspection, the scene was one of utter devastation. As time progressed, the plight of the survivors would only grow more dire. Of course, should any superhumans emerge among humanity, they might alter the course of survival. As of now, Lin Chen had yet to encounter anyone who had awakened such abilities. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, there were already enhanced humans in some distant place. Having driven less than 2 kilometers, the road ahead was completely blocked by vehicles. Lin Chen had no choice but to abandon the car and proceed on foot towards his destination. After walking a few minutes, he encountered a small team of survivors. There were 8 individuals in total, including 2 women. "Hello," greeted a beautiful woman clad in jeans and a t-shirt, waving her hand in a friendly manner. The team behind her halted, watching Lin Chen and his companion with caution. In this environment, one had to be wary not only of zombies, but also of fellow humans. In this perilous world, human hearts have grown increasingly treacherous, warranting caution. "Hello, beautiful," Lin Chen greeted with a cheerful smile. His compliment was not merely a formality. The person before him indeed epitomized beauty. "System, why are you not collecting this? Why have you not prompted me with a notification?" Detected a collectible goddess. Name, He Yuxuan. Race, human. Age, 23. Attractiveness, 90. Physique, 92. Occupation, programmée. Basic attributes, strength enhancement level 5, speed enhancement level 5. Special ability, none. Collection reward, unlock recipes for electronic products and various household appliances. Lin Chen gazed at her attribute panel, astonished. This enchanting woman possessed 2 enhanced attributes. Such a phenomenon had never been observed in other human females, although her levels were only at 5, indicating her attributes were not fully developed. It was evident that she had indeed awakened some form of special ability. Remarkably, what he had pondered had manifested before him, including her collection rewards, which he had only just contemplated. "Are you 2 the only ones here? Out searching for food, I presume?" He Yuxuan inquired with a smile, adjusting her rimless glasses. "Indeed, we are on a quest for supplies. Are you part team?" Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile, scrutinizing her closely. He marveled at the sight before him. The programmer, with her striking physique, caused her white shirt to tautly stretch, nearly straining against its buttons. Her fitted jeans accentuated her alluring curves, and her long legs were perfectly sculpted. Overall, she was beautiful and exuded an air of sophistication, her gaze brimming with intelligence. A lingering curiosity arose in Lin Chen's mind. Was this beauty aware of her newly awakened abilities? He deemed it necessary to probe further. "Indeed, we are survivors. Forming a mutual aid team," He Yuxuan introduced with a smile. This team of 8 comprised 6 men, who were currently assessing Lin Chen and his companion. However, the attention of the 6 men was easily captivated by Kai Wei, who donned a lovely dress. This young woman seemed untainted, her beauty appearing almost surreal against the backdrop of the apocalypse. Among the 2 women, the other wore a tiny spaghetti strap dress, her skin quite fair, yet her appearance was rather unremarkable. Lin Chen estimated her attractiveness to be a mere 75 points, far below the standards he had set for the system, thus deeming her easily overlooked. "Beautiful lady, do you feel any discomfort? Or perhaps experience any unusual reactions?" Lin Chen inquired tentatively. "I feel perfectly fine. There don't seem to be any strange reactions," He Yuxuan replied, a hint of confusion crossing her features as she answered earnestly. "Are you truly not sensing anything?" Lin Chen questioned, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it possible that the enhancement effect is not evident, and this beauty has yet to notice? "No." He Yuxian shook her head. "Why are you asking such questions upon our first meeting? Are you harboring ulterior motives?" "Yuxian, be cautious of this fellow. He does not seem to be a good person, warned a woman named Yang Lu, clutching He Yuxian's arm while glaring suspiciously at Lin Chen. Indeed, what is your purpose in posing such inquiries? Be wary of his intentions. Young man, we caution you against harboring any ill thoughts. Several men echoed, clearly protective, as if they feared the beauty of their group might be taken away. Please, do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. I simply inquired due to her rather poor complexion, Lin Chen explained, using it as an excuse. It could be preliminarily deduced that He Yuxian remained unaware of her burgeoning abilities. It's quite all right. Thank you for your concern. He Yuxian smiled, feeling an inexplicable peculiarity in Lin Chen's gaze upon her. However, her intuition assured her that this man was not malevolent. Still, I perceive your intentions are not pure. Yang Lu interjected, Yuxian, let's disregard him. She placed her hands on her hips, her disdain palpable. Beneath her strapless dress, her figure was indeed statuesque. Do not speak so harshly. He does not seem to be a bad person. He Yuxian signaled to her companions. There is no need for such hostility. You can never be too sure of someone's heart. How can you ascertain he is not a villain? Look at the girl beside him. She stands there motionless and silent, which is quite peculiar, Yang Lu remarked, directing her gaze towards Chu Kai Wei, who appeared almost lifeless. Chu Kai Wei tilted her head, a large question mark seemingly appearing above her. With no orders from her master, she remained still, as expected. Ladies, you're in search of supplies, correct? I recommend visiting the nearby large supermarket. They have an ample stock of goods, Lin Chen kindly suggested. Given that the beauty did not regard him as a villain, he felt compelled to offer assistance. Furthermore, he hoped fervently that this girl would survive and not meet a grim fate. You truly harbor ill intentions. Yang Lu retorted. That supermarket has long been occupied by the Black Dragon gang. Do you think we are unaware? You wish to deceive us into walking into a death trap. Do you not? Yuxian, see, I told you he was a bad person. Yang Lu became instantly agitated, seizing upon this opportunity. The men behind her immediately echoed her sentiments, casting hostile glances at Lin Chen. Their small team was aware that the supermarket had been overrun by thugs from the Black Dragon gang. Anyone daring to seek supplies there would surely meet their demise at the hands of the ruffians. You are misinformed. All the members of the Black Dragon gang have perished. There is currently no one there, and the supplies are freely available, Lin Chen replied coldly, sensing the group's displeasure, particularly from the woman. How dare you spread such slander? When did the Black Dragon gang meet their end? He Yuxian inquired with astonishment. Yesterday? Lin Chen responded. How do you know? I think you're just bragging. The Black Dragon gang had so many members. How could they all be dead? It's impossible. Yang Lu interjected, clearly skeptical of Lin Chen's words. It was hardly her fault. After all, such a claim would be difficult for anyone to believe. I passed by and saw it with my own eyes, Lin Chen stated, opting for discretion and refraining from claiming credit for the incident, revealing that would only bolster their belief in his supposed exaggeration. Are you certain you're not deceiving us? He Yuxian asked earnestly. To deceive you would be trivial, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. You can check for yourselves. Were it not for the presence of such a captivating beauty, he would have been reluctant to share this information with them. All right, I believe you. We'll go take a look shortly. Would you two consider joining our team? There is strength in numbers, after all, and it's good to look out for one another. He Yuxian nodded, smiling as she extended the invitation to Lin Chen and his companion. No. He is an unknown. He earned our trust. Yang Lu immediately objected. I, for one, welcome their addition, one of the men interjected, followed by another who echoed the sentiment. It seemed their welcome was less for Lin Chen and more for Kai Wei. Who could resist teaming up with such a stunning beauty? Stop it. What are you all making a fuss about? Don't let the small fry control the big fish. Yang Lu turned around, scornfully chastising them. Her expression soured further, clearly envious of Kai Wei's beauty. I have my own matters to attend to, so I won't be joining you. Lin Chen declined with a calm smile, subtly attempting to sway the situation. However, he was aware that the enchanting lady would likely refuse his offer. Yuxian, don't be swayed by him. He is a lone wolf. Joining him would bring no advantage. Yang Lu hurriedly intervened, fearful of losing her teammate. The 6 men behind them instantly wore displeased expressions. That scoundrel thinks he can steal our team's only beauty? It seemed that neither side would yield to the other, so it was best to let it go. Thank you for the information, but I must decline, He Yuxian said politely, believing her current team to be the more reliable choice. No need for thanks. Stay safe. I have a feeling we shall meet again, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Departing with Kai Wei, He trusted that their fates were intertwined beyond this singular encounter. Humph. That man truly possesses an unfounded confidence, acting as if he is something exceptional. And that woman beside him looks robotic. Could she have been brainwashed by him? Young Lusco Fett. Let us not dwell on that. Let us head to the supermarket to assess the situation. If we can indeed find supplies there, that would be splendid, He Yushuan planned. Their small team had run out of supplies, compelling them to seek new shelter and resources. Was it truly wise to venture there? If the Black Dragon Gang was still present, as that young man suggested, we would be in grave danger. However, I believe it is worth investigating. For the sake of sustenance, we must take the risk. The men were divided in their opinions. Some were eager to go, while others were hesitant. I don't think we should proceed. That guy is unreliable. Young Lu objected. Without further debate, a show of hand was called for. Those in favor of going, please raise your hands. I will lead. He Yushuan declared as she raised her hand. A group of glances were exchanged. Ultimately, 5 hands were raised, and the majority ruled in favor of heading to the supermarket. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his companion walked along the road. Master, just now I detected a hint of zombie essence on that beautiful girl. Could there be an issue? Gai Wei Suden Li Zima? Are you sure you didn't misinterpret? Lin Chen replied, astonished that such a phenomenon could occur. Absolutely certain, Kai Wei nodded. This shouldn't be the case, Lin Chen pondered. According to the system's information, Missy is undoubtedly human, yet why does she exude a zombie aura? Surely the system's data cannot be erroneous? Chapter 54, Daring to Bring a Woman to Her Doom. Foolish humans. The information provided by this system is infallible. The system responded indignantly. Lin Chen mused that since the system's information was accurate, the girl must remain human. But why then did she possess the sin of a zombie? System, won't you elaborate? This question falls outside the purview of this system. Refusal to answer. Lin Chen was left speechless. He could only hope to clarify this matter at a later time. The girl's emergence of special abilities must be closely tied to the zombies. Perhaps she had been infected with the zombie virus without transforming, resulting in some mutation? Regardless, whether the girl was a zombie or a human was of little consequence. He could simply purify her thoroughly. Over an hour later, at the Li family's mansion in Yunding Villa, Li Fengyan sat at home, his expression dark as he awaited news. His subordinates, dispatched to investigate the Black Dragon Gang's territory, had yet to report back. The longer the wait, the more his unease grew. Was it possible that something had truly gone awry? Would that little brat Lin Chen really come here? Yet, he chuckled at the thought. After decades of commanding respect, he found himself intimidated by a young man. How absurd. Uncle Li, you needn't worry at all. From what I know of Lin Chen, he lacks such formidable abilities. If he dares to show up here, you can simply eliminate him. Li Shue chimed in, seemingly forgetting how Lin Chen had annihilated that group of thugs on Qian Laoda's turf. That scoundrel has caused Li Xiao immense suffering. He must not be allowed to die too easily. He should experience a fate worse than death. Lu Xinyue seethed, her heart filled with animosity towards Lin Chen. The two close friends eagerly awaited Lin Chen's demise. The moment he dares to show up, I will ensure he meets his end without a grave, Li Fengyan declared in a low voice. No sooner had he spoken than the captain of the bodyguards rushed into the living room. Boss, Lin Chen is here, the bodyguard reported urgently. You gotta be kidding me, he actually came? Is he alone? Li Fengyan sprang to his feet, a glint of cold light flashing in his aged eyes. It seems he is accompanied by a beautiful girl. The bodyguard replied. What nonsense is this? That little brat dares to come here with a woman, seeking death. Relay my orders, surround him, and ensure he cannot escape. Li Fengyan's expression turned astonished. Then, a sinister smile spread across his face as he commanded, Today, we shall avenge my son. That scoundrel has come solely to meet his end. This is going to be quite a spectacle. Li Shue and Lu Xinyue exchanged wicked smiles. Rising to witness the unfolding drama, Li Fengyan returned to his room briefly to conceal a handgun on his person, just in case. Outside the mansion, Lin Chen and Kai Wei appeared unarmed, encircled by 15 or 16 bodyguards clad in protective gear and wielding weapons. These bodyguards were well trained, their combat prowess undoubtedly superior to that of mere thugs. Lin Chen surveyed the scene. The bodyguards brandished cold weapons. Without firearms, they posed little threat. Each bodyguard wore a fierce expression, their gazes fixated on Lin Chen and his companion, particularly captivated by Kai Wei. Goodness, such a beautiful and delicate girl. One punch would surely make her cry for ages. They simply could not fathom how this lad, named Lin Chen, dared to appear with a beauty. Does he possess superhuman abilities? Otherwise, how could he be so confident? I am here to seek the head of the Li family. You are of no concern to me. If you wish to avoid losing your lives in vain, I suggest you leave promptly. Lin Chen warned coldly, arms crossed. After all, he bore no grudges against these individuals and did not wish to spill innocent blood. However, should they disregard his warning, consequences would be inevitable. Before the bodyguards could respond, a voice rang out from behind. You arrogant little brat, your audacity knows no bounds. Who gave you the audacity to come here seeking your demise? Li Fengnian Amarja, his beer belly protruding. The bodyguards immediately parted to grant him passage, greeting him with respect. Upon seeing the nemesis responsible for the death of his beloved son, fury ignited in Li Fengnian's eyes. Such an unremarkable boy dared to conspire against his cherished son. Lin Chen, it seems you are tired of living, voluntarily seeking death. You are surely doomed today. Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue mocked with delight. Both eagerly anticipated Lin Chen's swift demise. You wish for my death? Dream on. Lin Chen scoffed. As he had anticipated, those two wretches were indeed at the Li residence. Could it be that, after serving Li Jie, they had caught the eye of his father? Surround him. Do not let him escape. Li Fengnian bellowed in fury. The bodyguards, obeying his command, swiftly blocked Lin Chen's retreat, brandishing their weapons in a menacing display, poised for action. Old fool, do not be hasty. Listen carefully. I shall grant you but one opportunity to depart. You have 3 minutes. Should you choose to remain here and accompany the Li family to their demise, that is entirely your prerogative, Lin Chen warned, casting a vigilant gaze over the assembled crowd. Oh, and you two wretches are not included in this amnesty. He cast a cold glance at Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue. Others may leave, but these two shall not. Enough of your nonsense. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Li auditortet, her destined palpable. Do not heed this brat's threats. He is nothing. Both women exhibited a brazen confidence. You think my men are easily intimidated? Bring on. Let me show you. Li Fengnian sneered contemptuously, signaling to the captain of his bodyguards. The captain stepped forward with determination, his joints cracking as he prepared for the confrontation. A robust fighter, he had even claimed victory in combat tournaments. No ordinary opponent could hope to approach him. Ah, so you wish to be the first to challenge me? Very well. Come forth and let us see what you are made of. Lin Chen scoffed, beckoning with a casual gesture. It was necessary to demonstrate his prowess. Otherwise, these fools would remain oblivious to his strength. By my grandmother, I shall incapacitate you. The bodyguard captain, with a fierce shout, lunged at Lin Chen, wielding two sharp, compact claw knives, aiming directly for his throat to take his life. Lin Chen, however, stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. In an instant, he seized the captain's wrist, halting the attack. The captain's surprise was evident as he strained against Lin Chen's grip, realizing he was utterly immobilized. What tremendous strength, he thought. But before he could react further, Lin Chen exerted a sudden force. With a sickening snap, the captain let out a piercing scream as his wrist bone shattered, causing the claw knives to clatter to the ground. Quick as lightning, Lin Chen caught one of the falling knives and, with a swift motion, slashed across the captain's throat. The captain, clutching his neck, fell to the ground, eyes wide with terror as he struggled for breath. The other bodyguards, witnessing this scene, gasped collectively, their faces etched with shock. The speed was astonishing. They had barely registered the events that transpired. Li Fengnian and the two women shared a look of disbelief as they confronted the unfolding events. Chapter 55. The time is almost up. Is this it? Who will seek death? Step forward. Lin Chen scoffed, his disdain palpable. His piercing gaze swept over the group of bodyguards, who were immediately intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from him, instinctively retreating. They exchanged glances, none daring to advance. The captain of the bodyguards, undoubtedly the strongest among them, was equally shaken. Engaging Lin Chen would be an act of folly. Some began to reconsider, contemplating a hasty retreat to avoid potential demise. Is there no one? You have 2 minutes left to preserve your lives, Lin Chen stated coldly. In reality, barely 30 seconds had passed, his timing rather casual. The bodyguards exchanged anxious glances, their resolve wavering. Little brat, don't get too cocky. What are you all waiting for? Attack him together and finish him off. I will reward you handsomely. Li Fengnian Gumanda. His expression darkened with frustration. Internally, he cursed his bodyguards for their ineffectiveness. How could so many be so easily intimidated? There are too many of you. Surely you can handle him. He is not invincible. Surround him. Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue urged, their panic beginning to surface. They feared what awaited them should they fail to subdue Lin Chen. Some bodyguards were eager to act, but hesitated to be the first to charge forward. Others tactically retreated, shielding their comrades. Just then, Li Fengyan's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Boss, we have a situation. The Black Dragon Gang has been wiped out. Not a single soul remains on their turf, only pools of blood. It's a complete annihilation." The subordinate who had gone to investigate the supermarket reported back. For Li Fengyan, the news arrived too late, while for Lin Chen, it was perfectly timed. "Did you hear? The Black Dragon Gang is dead." "I did it," Lin Chen remarked with a cold smile. The bodyguard were now thoroughly unsettled. "You're talking nonsense. That's impossible," Li Fengyan hastily refuted, striving to maintain morale among his ranks. He refused to believe that one person could single-handedly obliterate the Black Dragon Gang, a formidable force not to be underestimated. 30 seconds remaining. "The time is nearly up," Lin Chen said with a smile, his perception of time contrasting sharply with the mounting tension. "I quit. Whoever wants to stay can." The first bodyguard, unable to withstand the pressure, turned and fled. "I don't want to die. I'm leaving." With one cowardice displayed, others quickly followed suit as more and more bodyguards, gripped by fear, opted to abandon the fray, unwilling to sacrifice their lives. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 15 or 16 bodyguards had fled. "Damn it, all of you, stop right there. Have I raised you for nothing?" Li Fengyan's face contorted with rage as he bellowed. He never anticipated that his subordinates would display such cowardice, lacking even the courage to fight. Beside him, Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, gradually wore expressions of dismay. The situation was failing to unfold as they had hoped. Instead, it was deteriorating. "With only 5 of you remaining, do you plan to leave as well? If the time comes, I shall have to fulfill your roles as loyal hounds." Lin Chen directed his gaze at the remaining 5. There was indeed one who did not fear death, and he could not be blamed for that. "You little brat, you're seeking death. Let's go and finish him off. Bring it on." The 5 bodyguards brandished their weapons, their faces fierce as they launched their assault from 5 different angles. "Heh, seeking death indeed. Kaiwei, take action." A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He swiftly advanced, engaging the 2 opponents in front of him. As for his back, he trusted Kaiwei to handle it. It was not that he could not take on the 5 alone. He simply found a waste of time. Kaiwei, who had been patiently waiting, sprang into action at the command. Finally, she had something to do. Standing idle was dreadfully boring. Lin Chen executed a flying kick, sending one bodyguard hurtling backward, utterly defenseless. A subsequent hook punch sent the bodyguard and his molars flying. Sideways strikes were even more decisive. She pressed the heads of 2 bodyguards together with a collision that left them reeling. As for the last remaining bodyguard, she dispatched him with a single, powerful blow. In the blink of an eye, all 5 bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground, some clinging to life by a thread, while others had already met their demise. Li Fengyan, having lost his most formidable support, was instantly thrown into a panic, his complexion turning ashen. Meanwhile, Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue stood frozen in shock, their eyes filled with terror. They could scarcely believe that the powerful Li family could be so easily vanquished. This was not the Lin Chen they had come to know. "Old man, it's your turn now. You could have lived peacefully, but you chose to put a bounty on my head, seeking my life. Therefore, I must claim yours." Lin Chen sneered as he stepped forward. "You little bastard, go die." Li Fengyan roared in a grotesque manner, suddenly reaching into his clothing. Lin Chen recognized immediately that the old man surely possessed a firearm. He darted forward with lightning speed, seizing Li Fengyan's wrist just as the gun was halfway drawn. With a swift motion, he twisted it gently. "Ah!" Li Fengyan's anguished cries echoed through the air as the gun clattered to the ground. "Old man, still trying to play tricks. I possess this as well, but I have no interest in using it against you." Lin Chen delivered a swift kick, sending Li Fengyan tumbling to the ground, rolling several times. Clutching his chest, Li Fengyan felt as though several of his ribs had shattered. Witnessing this scene, Li Shueshue and Lu Xinyue stood frozen, their hearts sinking. They both realized that it was over, truly over. "Old dang, this will send you to reunite with your son." Lin Chen picked up the gun from the ground, aiming it at Li Fengyan. "Don't shoot. Please, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. Money, this mansion, and these 2 women." Li Fengyan, stripped of his former dignity, lay on the ground, begging for mercy. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he felt as though he had only half a life left. Desperate to survive, he cast aside all other concerns. "I have no need for such things. You might as well seek your son and reunite. In the next life, may you both be good men." Lin Chen responded indifferently, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the air. Li Fengyan's head burst open, his eyes wide in death. Beside him, Li Xuexue and Lu Xinyue trembled in shock, unable to believe that the powerful ally they had just found was gone in an instant. The Lin Chen before them was no longer the person they once knew. "Oh, are you scared?" Lin Chen turned to them with a chilling smile. "Don't worry, it's your turn now. Please, don't come any closer. My dear, I was your ex-girlfriend. I beg you, don't kill me." Li Xuexue, her legs quaking, collapsed to the ground, her face a mask of terror and desperation. Chapter 56. You do not regret your mistakes. Rather, you are aware that you are about to die. Lin Chen, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. We will serve you like slaves. We will do anything you say. Lu Xinyue trembled as she pleaded, nearly unable to stand. Faced with imminent death, she was willing to do anything to survive. "Yes, my dear, I know I was wrong. I apologize. I was foolish before." Crawling on her hands and knees to Lin Chen's feet, hoping to cling to him for mercy. "Get away from me. Don't dirty my pants." Lin Chen kicked her aside, though not with enough force to seriously harm her. "You do not regret your mistakes. You merely realize that you are about to die. Do you truly believe I would spare you?" Lin Chen scoffed. "Why must you be so heartless, my dear? Didn't you once love me?" I was led astray by Lu Xinyue's words. "She deserves to die. If you must kill someone, let it be her. Let us return to the past. This time, I will listen to you and love you wholeheartedly." Li Xuexue, wiping her tears, pleaded desperately and resorted to emotional manipulation in a bid to save her own life. She turned against her closest friend. "How shameless can you be, Li Xuexue? Clearly, you brought this upon yourself." "Lin Chen, I have always disapproved of her actions. I have harbored feelings for you, longing to be your woman. I would do anything you ask of me." Lu Xinyue erupted in a torrent of curses. To survive, she was equally willing to become Lin Chenis' servant. "How utterly shameless you are. You should perish and not vie for my man." Enraged, Li Xuexue lunged at Lu Xinyue. The two women, refusing to relent, began to tear at each other. It seemed that whoever emerged victorious would be granted the chance to live. After a brief struggle, their hair became disheveled, their clothing torn, even their undergarments were exposed. Such a spectacle was indeed fascinating to Lin Chen, though he had no time to indulge in it. The gunshots from earlier had already attracted nearby zombies. "Do you see what lies ahead?" Lin Chen sneered as he reminded them. He had no intention of executing the two himself. He wanted them to fully experience the despair and terror of this apocalypse. If their deaths were too swift, it would be too lenient for them. The two women ceased their brawl, realizing the horde of zombies was closing in, and they felt death looming. They turned, kneeling before Lin Chen, pleading for him to take them away. Lin Chen, however, remained indifferent, waiting for the horde to approach. He wanted to witness these two wretches meet their demise at the hands of the undead. Soon, a throng of 40 to 50 zombies encircled them, excited by the prospect of food. "In my previous life, it was you who caused my demise. Now it is your turn," Lin Chen said coldly. Li Xuexue and Lu Xinyue were left bewildered. What did he mean by previous life? Was this man a reincarnated soul, like in the novels? Unfortunately, there was no time for them to ponder this. The bloodthirsty horde lunged at them. With no escape and no strength to resist, they were soon engulfed, falling under the weight of the zombies, their desperate cries echoing in vain. "Kaiwei, come with me," Lin Chen called as he beckoned Kaiwei to leave, raising his hand to open a portal. The two vanished from the scene. In their final moments, Li Xuexue and Lu Xinyue were undoubtedly shocked to witness this. Could it be a superpower? Alas, knowing this secret was futile. In the next instant, their vision was engulfed by darkness, welcoming death amidst endless terror. Lin Chen returned home, leisurely sipping water. Reflecting on the fate of those two women brought him immense satisfaction, yet he felt it still lacked a certain catharsis. They ought to be trapped by zombies in a desolate place, left to starve in despair. Such an end would be far more tragic. However, Lin Chen thought better of it, dismissing the trouble. He wished for the two vile individuals to vanish and never disturb him again. Joyous occasions invigorate the spirit, and a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Brother, what are you secretly delighted about?" Bai Ning inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much. Merely reminiscing about something joyful," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Observing the beautiful maidens in his home, he felt that this lifetime was truly worthwhile. After resting for half an hour, Lin Chen ventured out with Kai Wei once more, returning to the magnificent Li residence. Apart from bloodstains, nothing remained at the scene. The horde of corpses had dispersed, leaving behind 5 or 6 wandering zombies, which he swiftly dealt with. On the ground lay a walkie-talkie, previously used by Li Fengyan. He pocketed it, foreseeing its potential utility. He then entered the Li mansion to explore. The opulent decor and high security measures rendered it a near-perfect sanctuary for the apocalypse. Inside, a wealth of survival supplies was stored, so abundant that they overflowed the home. With such provisions, the Li family could sustain themselves for quite some time in this harsh world. They need not endure the hardships of the apocalypse. In his previous life, it seemed the Li family had thrived for a considerable duration. Lin Chen refrained from disturbing the supplies, disinterested in relocating them to his home. As he currently lacked for resources and would not in the future, he decided to leave the provisions for those fortunate enough to need them, taking only a few walkie-talkies, knowing that communication devices would prove invaluable. Subsequently, he departed the Li residence, eager to escape the ominous atmosphere. He intended to find a luxurious hotel, suitable for his endeavors that night. Upon leaving the mansion, Lin Chen also took a set of keys for a Rolls-Royce, driving away in one of the luxury vehicles parked in the courtyard. After all, it was a free and wild opportunity. Why not seize it? The sound of the car immediately attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who began to converge from all directions. In a small grove not far from the mansion, a female zombie with a crooked head and slanted mouth approached the noise, her gait peculiar, as if she had recently transformed and was still unaccustomed to her new state. Her body bore numerous bite wounds, bloodied and grotesque, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Yet, now that she had become a zombie, those injuries were of little consequence. As the female zombie mingled with the horde, Lin Chen remained oblivious to her presence in his rearview mirror, driving the luxury vehicle along a treacherous road. No matter where he ventured, he drew the attention of the undead, who could only watch in vain as they failed to keep pace. The experience of driving such an extravagant car, worth several $100,000, was unparalleled, exceedingly comfortable. Even when traversing speed bumps, the jolts were significantly mitigated. After more than an hour, Lin Chen returned to the vicinity of the large supermarket. The reason for his return was the presence of a high-end hotel conveniently located nearby. He also hoped to meet He Yuxuan, intending to gift her a walkie-talkie as a token of their first encounter. If that young lady requires assistance, she can reach out to him promptly. Kaiwei, can you detect the presence of Miss He? Lin Chen casually inquired, wishing to simplify the matter. Master, I am not a dog. My sense of smell is not that acute, Kaiwei replied innocently, shaking her head. Besides, she could hardly recall the scent of Miss He. Indeed, I shall not press you further. Let us search around here, Lin Chen said, gently patting Kaiwei's head. The two began to scour the vicinity of the supermarket. Chapter 57. I came here solely to find you having made a considerable circuit. They found no trace of the small team. This led Lin Chen to question whether those individuals had dismissed the information he had provided and thus failed to arrive. That should not be the case. He Yuxuan trusted his words and was an astute individual, so it was implausible for her not to come. With patience, Lin Chen continued his search. Fortune favored the diligent, and he eventually located them at the entrance of a residential building. Everyone is busy transporting supplies. You cannot afford to be idle. If you cannot carry much, then carry a little, but do not refrain from helping, He Yuxuan urged, pulling the seated Yang Lu to her feet. Oh dear, I truly cannot move another step. Moreover, what sense does it make to have a girl do the heavy lifting? Let the men handle it, Yang Lu complained, reluctant to assist. Her words immediately drew ire from the men in the team. You do nothing and expect to be fed for free. Huh? We toil with the dirty and strenuous work. And if we bring in supplies, you better not eat. A man named Zhou Dazhuang retorted, clearly harboring long-standing resentment toward Yang Lu. Are you even a man? Speaking to a girl like that? Have a little compassion. Look at you, as robust as an ox, who eats more than you. Yang Lu rolled her eyes in disdain. If it weren't for Miss He, I would have long ceased to tolerate you. Zhou Dazhuang fumed. You should refrain from shouting a girl. Let us do a bit more. It won't cost us anything. Another man named Wu Yang interjected, defending Yang Lu against Zhou Dazhuang's ire, adopting a sycophantic demeanor towards her. Despite Yang Lu's appearance being notably inferior to that of He Yuxuan, she was still above average in attractiveness, coupled with the alluring tank top that accentuated her figure. She certainly had the capacity to captivate men. Humph, Yang Lu scoffed, crossing her arms, seemingly unimpressed by Wu Yang's attempts to ingratiate himself. Enough of the arguments. We must prioritize the transportation of supplies, He Yuxuan remarked, exasperation evident in her tone as she regarded Yang Lu. A group of individuals prepared to return to the supermarket to transport supplies. They did not regard the supermarket as a sanctuary, believing it to be neither secure nor conducive for rest. Furthermore, monopolizing the resources there would undoubtedly lead to conflict with other survivors seeking supplies. Thus, they found a nearby residential building suitable for resting. Lin Chen approached and happened to witness the earlier scene, immediately realizing that among this small team, there indeed existed a foolish member who would hinder their progress. If this continued, problems were certain to arise. Miss He, it's a pleasure to see you again. Lin Chen greeted with a smile. What a coincidence. Thank you for the information. It appears there is no one here, and plenty of supplies. He Yuxuan's face lit up with delight, pleasantly surprised to encounter this handsome man once more. It's not coincidence. I came specifically to find you, Lin Chen stated candidly. He preferred to avoid any convoluted exchanges with a clever girl. Huh? You came to find me? Is there something else? He Yuxuan asked in confusion, a smile gracing her delicate face, tinged with a hint of uncontainable shyness. Cut it out, sticking to her like a leech. I see you have ulterior motives toward Yuxuan. Yang Lu, who was seated on the ground, immediately cast Lin Chen a disdainful glance, inwardly cursing. Oh, so charming, huh? I wager it's because he is not charming me that she feels so envious. This is none of your business, so be quiet, Lin Chen said, refusing to indulge her. You little rascal, who are you calling a dog? Yang Lu retorted, her anger causing her to leap up, though her agile reaction belied her earlier claims of being drained of energy. Watch your words, Wu Yang interjected, stepping forward to threaten Lin Chen, finger pointed menacingly. You too. Don't bark, Lin Chen scoffed. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Care to come at me? Now, he held a particular disdain for such timid individuals, having suffered at the hands of a similar type in his past life. Do you want to fight? Wu Yang, furious, rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. However, he was caught by the sturdy and imposing Zhou Dazhuang, who grasped him firmly by the collar. He is our benefactor. Dare you lay a finger on him? Zhou Dazhuang threatened coldly. He then nodded at Lin Chen in acknowledgement, feeling grateful that Lin Chen had informed them of the supplies, which had likely saved them from starvation. Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. This giant was indeed an astute man. With Zhou Dazhuang holding him back, Wu Yang's fury diminished. All right, enough with the noise. We wouldn't want to attract the zombies, He Yuxuan implored, her voice tinged with exasperation. She then turned to Lin Chen, her gaze imbued with curiosity. Lin Chen, you still haven't told me why you were looking for me. For some reason, as she spoke, her heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. I found a few wild walkie-talkies and thought I might bring one for you. Here, take this default channel walkie-talkie. If you need assistance, just call me, Lin Chen offered, handing over a walkie-talkie. The devices in his possession were all set to the same channel, allowing for easy communication. I see, that's wonderful. Thank you, He Yuxian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted the walkie-talkie. She never expected this man to approach her merely to present her with such a thoughtful gift. With this device, she could indeed call for help in case of danger. The thought warmed her heart, and her gaze towards Lin Chen shifted, imbued with a newfound appreciation. No need for thanks. You all carry on. I shall take my leave now. My shelter is nearby, so feel free to reach out if necessary, Lin Chen said, preparing to depart after delivering his gift. All right, I understand. You all stay safe. He Yuxian cheerfully waved him goodbye, her mind still lingering on the encounter as she watched Lin Chen and his companion walk away. Yuxian, that fellow's excessive attentiveness surely harbors ulterior motives. You must remain vigilant to avoid being deceived, Yang Lu advised, feigning concern while her tone betrayed a hint of jealousy. Was it merely because she lacked comparable beauty that she was deprived of such special treatment? How audacious, attempting to undermine us. Wu Yang spat, his irritation evident, as if He Yuxian were some communal possession of the team. Enough with the nonsense. Let us focus on moving the supplies, He Yuxian replied coolly, dismissing their disparagement of Lin Chen. Did you hear? We need to get to work, Zhou Dazhuang nudged Wu Yang, stepping forward to join the efforts. The other 4 men in the group remained silent, quietly following suit to assist. He Yuxian stowed the walkie-talkie in her backpack and proceeded to transport supplies, her spirits lifted and energy renewed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen arrived at a nearby upscale hotel. As he approached the entrance, he was greeted by a horde of zombies filling the lobby, at least 100, seeking refuge from the sun. With such a multitude of undead, it was evident that no one would dare use the hotel as a shelter. Yet, for Lin Chen, this posed no obstacle. He stepped inside as if entering a realm devoid of life. Chapter 58. One should not, at least ought not to, he thought. Kaiwei, just avoid these zombies. There's no need to engage. Let us move. Lin Chen deftly maneuvered ahead. The sluggish pace of the ordinary zombies was no match for their agility, making it easy to evade and outpace them. He chose to leave these zombies as sentinels, preventing unwelcome intruders from disturbing his tranquility. Ascending the stairs, the pair reached the higher floors of the hotel. Typically, the upper-level rooms are more luxurious. Since it was free, they might as well indulge in comfort. As they traversed the corridor, a few stray zombies wandered aimlessly. Lin Chen first dealt with the situation, allowing him to focus on selecting a room. Most of the doors were closed. He knocked on one door, only to be met with the low growl of a zombie and the frantic scratching of claws against the door. It was evident that the occupant had succumbed and transformed into a zombie. He quickly moved on to the next room and knocked again. This time, there was no response, leading him to believe it was vacant. He used sheer force to crash through the door. What an awful stench! A putrid odor assaulted Lin Chen, nearly sending him to meet his ancestors. Before him lay a decaying corpse on the floor, unmistakably female by its attire. Apologies for the intrusion, but I must take my leave. He hastily shut the door. The unfortunate woman had likely cowered in fear of the zombies, ultimately succumbing to starvation within her confines. Such tragedies were undoubtedly countless in this apocalyptic world. After searching through 7 or 8 rooms, Lin Chen finally found a clean, unoccupied room. Aside from the lack of water and electricity, it was satisfactory. He set up some furniture to barricade the door, ensuring no zombies could intrude. Tonight, this would be his battleground. After completing his preparations, he activated the portal to return home. Everything at home appeared normal, with 3 young women engrossed in watching television. She was taking excellent care of the 2 ailing girls. Lin Chen took out his walkie-talkie, checking its functionality, which brought him some relief. Although they were in an alternate dimension, the connection to the outside world remained intact. The system's power was truly formidable. Have you 2 rested enough for your bodies to feel better? Lin Chen inquired with concern. A little bit. No significant changes, Xi and Rui and Bai Ning replied, their tones tinged with a hint of resentment. Their current condition was partly due to Lin Chen's lack of gentleness. Then rest more. There's nothing pressing for you to do anyway. Xia, why don't you start preparing dinner? Lin Chen said with a calm smile, reclining comfortably on the sofa, ready to unwind. Xia immediately went to the kitchen to busy herself, with Kai Wei joining her. The family atmosphere was harmonious. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Lin Chen set aside his game controller. After dying multiple times, he had finally defeated the boss, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Let us all rest early. I have pressing matters to attend to, he chuckled. Upon mentioning serious matters, fatigue vanished from his eyes as he surveyed the 4 delicate beauties before him. Don't look at me or Sister Bai. We wouldn't dare let you take advantage of us, Xi and Rui said nervously. Brother, look for someone else, Bai Ning tactfully shook her head. Given their current state, any further exertion could genuinely lead to dire consequences. Although they harbored a deep yearning, it was wiser to wait until their bodies had fully recovered before indulging. What was he thinking? Was he truly the heartless type? Lin Chen forced a smile, while Shi Yin and Kai Wei looked on with eager anticipation. Could it be that they would once again enjoy the warmth of their master's embrace? You 4 should rest well. I have matters to attend to, Lin Chen said with a smile as he rose. This evening's fortunate recipient was not to be any of them. It was evident. His intention was directed towards that zombie girl. Xi and Rui and Bai Ning furrowed their brows, instantly aware of Lin Chen's intentions. Shi Yin and Kai Wei watched their master depart, their faces betraying a hint of despondence. It seemed they would not have the pleasure of his affection this time. Soon, Lin Chen emerged, carrying the bound zombie, Wu Xiao Xiao. She thrashed about, her gaping mouth attempting to bite him, yet failing to reach her target. To avoid disturbing you, I shall step outside. Good night, my dears. Rest early. Lin Chen cheerfully bid farewell. It was perhaps wise to keep the purification of the beautiful zombie a private affair. Otherwise, he could only imagine the looks those 4 girls would cast his way. Good night, master. Shi Yin and Kai Wei chimed in unison. While Xi and Rui and Bai Ning exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. They longed to voice that a human should not, at least, ought not to, indulge in such actions. Lin Chen carried the girl away from the villa and into a room at the nearby hotel. The room was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a faint glow. He placed the girl on the bed and approached the window, gazing out at the city's nightscape. The entire city lay shrouded in darkness, its towering buildings and streets devoid of light. Compared to the day, this eerie, deathly stillness served as a stark reminder that humanity faced its final days. Wu Xiao shrieked, struggling with all her might to break free from her bindings, intent on attacking the delectable human before her. "Be quiet, my little darling," Lin Chen said, approaching the bed and producing a brain core to feed the snarling Wu Xiao. He hoped her cries would not attract other zombies, lest they jeopardize his plans. After consuming the brain core, Wu Xiao quieted significantly. This presented a valuable lesson. Keep a woman well fed, and she is less likely to exhibit her displeasure vocally. "That's right, behave a little more," he said with a satisfied smile. The dim light obscured her features, yet a certain allure lingered in the air. This must be what they call hazy beauty. No matter how beautiful a zombie might be, there was an inherent frightfulness about them. Now, with her visage shrouded in shadow, he found himself emboldened. Rather than untying her first, Lin Chen leaned in for a kiss. It was safer to gain control before releasing her restraints. In that moment, Wu Xiao trembled at the kiss, her already vacant mind seemingly becoming all the more unfocused. She was uncertain about what to do, but it mattered not. For Lin Chen was well aware. Time was of the essence. He must purify this young lady with fervor. The commotion in the room was considerable. Before long, the noise attracted several ordinary zombies, scratching at the door. Fortunately, Lin Chen had preemptively barricaded the door with a cabinet, preventing the zombies from entering as spectators. With unwavering determination, he pressed on. Half an hour later, tranquility enveloped the space. Lin Chen lay back, taking a moment to catch his breath. Engaging in combat with the beautiful zombie had proved to be quite exhausting. The purified maiden, Wu Xiao, rested upon him, utterly drained and in a state of bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to the events that had transpired. "Dear one, do you remember your name?" Lin Chen inquired, much like before. "I am Wu Xiao, the daughter of the Wu family from Yida Group," she replied with an air of haughty pride. "And do you know who I am?" Lin Chen continued. Chapter 59. "So you're proud, are you? Then I shall conquer you fiercely." The young lady, still referring to herself with such grandeur, undoubtedly clung to the habits formed before her transformation into a zombie. According to the system information, she had once been a student, a fashionable model, and the daughter of a wealthy family. Moreover, the Yida Group Wu family was indeed a prominent name in Haiqing. In the past, such a lady of high status would have been beyond Lin Chen's reach even if he toiled for 8 lifetimes. Yet now, he was able to claim her for his own. "Who are you?" she asked, shaking her head. In her mind, there was likely a colossal question mark. How had she ended up with this man? Then this is easily resolved. "I am your master," Lin Chen said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the role of master was becoming rather addictive. It was not his intention, yet the charming Shi Yin had set a delightful precedent. "How can you be my master?" That is not true," Wu Xiao retorted defiantly. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought. She was a lady of high standing. "I say I am, therefore I am. Do you wish to defy your master?" Lin Chen said with a deliberately serious tone. This noble daughter seemed rather insubordinate, and he felt a pressing need to discipline her. Moreover, her evident pride was intriguing. As a veteran of the second dimension, he thought, "So you're proud, are you? Then I shall conquer you fiercely. I do not wish to defy you." "No, you're not my master," Wu Xiao continued to deny. Yet, beneath the surface, she harbored a peculiar sensation. Deep down, she felt this man was indeed her master. Perhaps this was a consequence of the purification? Did all the purified, beautiful zombies unconsciously develop a bond with Lin Chen? Such stubbornness. "A little slap for you," Lin Chen declared, raising his hand. With a resounding smack, he playfully struck Wu Xiao on her pert backside. The sensation was firm and delightful, a feeling most satisfying. "How dare you strike me?" she exclaimed indignantly. "I shall bite you." Wu Xiao, in a fit of indignation, unexpectedly opened her mouth to take a bite. Such an action, reminiscent of a zombie's instinct, was certainly alarming. "Oh, you wish to bite? Just watch how I handle you," Lin Chen said, swiftly rolling over to seize Wu Xiao by the throat, pinning her onto the bed. Of course, his grip was not that of a foe. It was merely playful mischief. "Let go of me, you scoundrel," Wu Xiao exclaimed angrily. She struggled fiercely, yet her strength was insufficient at that moment. Even at her full capacity, she would undoubtedly be no match for Lin Chen. "Call me master obediently, or I shan't release you," Lin Chen threatened with a mischievous grin. though obscured in darkness. His face likely bore the countenance of a wicked demon. "Humph, I shall not comply," Wu Xiaoxiao retorted, her pride not easily subdued. Lin Chen desired to continue this playful banter with the young lady, yet a sudden warning from the system intruded upon his thoughts. Warning: a dangerous zombie is approaching and is a collectible target. Name: Qin Mingyan. Species: zombie. Age: 27. Appearance: 93. Physique: 95. Occupation: beautiful CEO. Basic attributes: strength enhancement level 3. Speed enhancement level 3. Defense enhancement level 1. Special ability: none. Collection reward: the host gains a quick access inventory, allowing items stored within to be retrieved at will, and the host can bestow this ability upon others. Lin Chen immediately halted, having sensed the imminent danger. A beautiful CEO zombie had emerged. Her strength was formidable, and the collection reward was enticing. However, Lin Chen felt slightly unwell and had no time to engage with the CEO zombie. "Little darling, we must depart," Lin Chen declared, opening the portal and scooping up Wu Xiaoxiao to take her home. At the entrance, several zombies were clawing at the door. Suddenly, a female zombie appeared, exuding a powerful aura that caused the ordinary zombies to retreat in fear. The female zombie charged forward, using all her might to smash against the door. In mere moments, she breached the barricade, entering the room. Yet, aside from leaving behind a trail of fluid and odor, there was nothing within. Lin Chen had already carried the girl back to the villa. "Release me at once." Wu Xiaoxiao struggled, but as the lights illuminated the space, she finally caught sight of Lin Chen's handsome face, momentarily stunned into silence. A hint of blush crept onto her restored complexion. "We've arrived," Lin Chen said calmly, gently placing the girl down. She was indeed quite petite, feeling light as a feather in his arms. Inside the house, for young women were still engrossed in watching television and had not yet retired. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they were taken aback. He had returned again? Their gazes quickly shifted to the beautiful girl beside him. The one zombie Wu Xiaoxiao has evidently undergone a purification process, transforming into a strikingly beautiful young lady. "Let us go and get acquainted with her," Lin Chen suggested, moving to pour himself a glass of water, feeling parched. "Hello. Welcome." Xian and Kai Wei immediately rose to greet him. Their joy was palpable upon encountering a kindred spirit. Even the less mobile Xin Rui and Bai Ning waved in salutation. The four young women extended a warm welcome to the new arrival. "Greetings and thank you." Wu Xiaoxiao smiled as she acknowledged them. As a well-bred heiress accustomed to high society, she exuded grace and poise, never once faltering in confidence. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity with these four. After all, she had encountered them multiple times over the past few days. "Xiaoxiao, why don't you take a shower and change into some fresh clothes?" Lin Chen suggested. "We must ensure this young lady looks exquisite, so she can indulge herself beautifully later." "Humph, why should I heed your commands?" Wu Xiaoxiao pouted defiantly, embracing her rebellious spirit. "Young lady, do not speak disrespectfully to the master," Xian and Kai Wei reminded her in unison. Xian, in particular, was astonished at Xiaoxiao's audacious demeanor towards the master. "Humph, I shall not comply," Wu Xiaoxiao huffed, seemingly forgetting the crucial point that Lin Chen was the master. "Just wait until I decide to discipline you. Then you shall behave," Lin Chen declared confidently, heading to his workbench to select a light blue JK short skirt, complemented by black knee-high socks and stylish shoes. Such a pure and radiant beauty should not be deprived of wearing a JK outfit. "Here, take this, and obediently go shower. The room upstairs is yours." Lin Chen offered the clothes. "Wow, what a beautiful dress." "Thank you, master, thank you." Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly exclaiming master before catching herself and correcting her words. Joyfully clutching the garments, she ascended to the upper room to bathe. "Brother, it seems this girl is a bit resistant to you," Bai Ning teased. "In my opinion, she won TB easily conquered." Xin Rui scoffed, noting how the already spoiled and willful girl now had an even more proud rival. "It's merely a trifling matter. We shall see by tomorrow morning." Lin Chen replied with unwavering confidence. With his formidable prowess, how could he possibly fail to win over a young lady? Chapter 60. Truly, at 20, she is simply delightful. "Brother, you might want to be a bit kinder to her," Bai Ning reminded him with a hint of exasperation. She hoped not to witness the girl falling ill by the next day. "Rest assured, I know my limits," Lin Chen nodded earnestly. Whether he would adhere to that promise was an entirely different matter. Subsequently, he instructed the system to tally his rewards. "Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the goddess Wu Xiao. Reward, a luxurious doomsday RV. The system prompted. In Lin Chen's mind, a white RV immediately appeared, resembling an ordinary recreational vehicle without any apparent luxury. The system explained, the RV's exterior may seem plain, but its interior holds wonders. You will understand once you experience it. A gentle reminder, the RV cannot be placed in the current area. Lin Chen was well aware that the RV could not be stationed within the villa. Thus, he promptly stepped outside to select a placement for the RV. With a swish, a white RV materialized before him. A thorough inspection revealed that it appeared rather ordinary from every angle. Lin Chen eagerly boarded to explore, and indeed, it was lavish. The interior space deviated entirely from the typical RV layout, resembling a tastefully decorated two-bedroom apartment. Spacious and luminous, it was equipped with all necessary furnishings and utilities. Capable of serving as a normal living space, a delightful mobile home. Splendid. With this mobile abode, future accommodations would be effortless, sparing him the need to search for hotels like he did that very night. All right, retract it, Lin Chen commanded the system, wishing to store the RV back in his mind. What are you thinking? Once placed, it cannot be retracted, the system retorted indifferently. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, recalled the alluring zombie CEO he had encountered earlier and realized that collecting rewards utilized a quick item slot. By employing that ability, he could certainly retrieve the RV into his inventory. Ah, so it had been waiting for him all along. The host has successfully collected the beautiful zombie. Attributes have been enhanced. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 24. Base attributes, strength level 3, speed level 3, defense level 1. Abilities, none. Other skills, none. Lin Chen noticed that his attributes had improved in both strength and speed. Since Wu Xiao lacked a defense attribute, his defensive capabilities remained unchanged. Upon testing, he felt a marked change in his body. With his current strength, he could easily confront the beautiful zombie CEO, Qin Mingyun, he had encountered that night. With the assistance of Shi Yuan and the others, he could undoubtedly secure a victory without injury. Tomorrow, if the beautiful zombie CEO remained at the hotel, he would surely bring her home. Additionally, he could also deal with the zombie Sun Linghan he had previously encountered. That girl-esque collection reward was a food recipe, which was extremely valuable. However, he was uncertain whether she had evolved or enhanced her strength in the days since they last met. Furthermore, he pondered how to locate her. He returned to the villa's living room to spend some time watching television with the girls. After more than half an hour, Wu Xiao emerged from the shower, donning a JK skirt. Refreshingly radiant, she appeared as if she were glowing. The youthful, beautiful, and pure-hearted girl was truly suited for the JK style. She is truly a stunning beauty, as if she has stepped right out of a comic book. Previously, it was mentioned that her appearance scored a remarkable 90, while her figure received an 84, nearly overlooked by the system. This young lady possesses a flawless physique, save for a minor imperfection. After Lin Chen's genuine assessment, she is undoubtedly an A. However, despite her slight shortcomings, she is exceptionally suited to the youthful vibrancy of a JK uniform. Deshiong could never evoke the sentiment of a first love like she does. Lin Chen, unpicky in his preferences, reverently admires both the grand and petite forms, provided they do not resemble certain infamous game characters devoid of charm. Indeed, she is breathtaking, truly a testament to her 20 years of life. How delightful she is! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled the adage that men remain youthful at heart, forever enamored with 20-year-old girls. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a piercing gaze filled with intent was directed at him. Brother, Bai Ning said with a smile that concealed daggers. Sister, please don't misinterpret. I harbor no insinuations regarding your age. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a treasure. You certainly know how to cherish others. Lin Chen hurriedly clarified, showering her with compliments. I merely meant to say that I'm off to rest. Good night, brother. Bai Ning replied with a seductive smile, leaning in to plant a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek before retreating to her room. Xian Rui, Shi Yan, and Kai Wei, imitating her, also bestowed a kiss and wished him good night. Wu Xiao gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, seemingly taken aback. In the expansive living room, only she and Lin Chen remained. Let us go rest as well. Time to punish you, my disobedient little girl. Lin Chen rose, swiftly lifting Wu Xiao by the waist. She attempted to evade, but was a moment too late. Hey, let go of me. Wu Xiao protested, struggling, her cheeks turning crimson as her heart raced with anxiety. She was clearly a tad smarter than Shi Yan and Kai Wei, though not by much. If you continue to be disobedient, the punishment will only grow harsher. Lin Chen warned with a mischievous grin, transforming into a villainous figure. What do you intend to do to me? Wu Xiaoxiao's expression grew increasingly anxious. Though she referred to herself as a young lady, she resembled a delicate, helpless canary. What had transpired before would be repeated now. Lin Chen carried her upstairs, expertly closing and locking the door behind them. Disobedience warranted discipline. I shall never submit to evil. Wu Xiaoxiao clutched her body tightly. We'll see how long you can maintain that bravado. Sweetheart, it's best to surrender willingly. Lin Chen grinned wickedly, facing the delicate beauty before him. He could hardly contain his eagerness. He must cleanse her once more. No, don't, Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a mix of indignation and fear. However, despite her verbal protests, her physical resistance was not particularly fervent. Lin Chen, unceremoniously, leaned in and kissed her, just as he had before. In the next moment, Wu Xiaoxiao fell silent, as if a switch had been flipped within her, compelling her to respond involuntarily. Her movements were clumsy, devoid of experience. This was merely her second encounter, and her first had been a confusing blur. What was ostensibly a punishment was, in reality, a reward from Lin Chen to her. Strange noises echoed throughout the villa, yet the other 4 young women remained largely unaffected. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Chen, lost in a sweet dream, was roused by Wu Xiaoxiao prodding him awake. Groggy, he opened his eyes, feeling as though he had not slept enough. It was still early, with only the faintest light filtering through the windows, yet she insisted he rise. He closed his eyes again, hoping to drift back to sleep. Wake up. I need to use the bathroom. Wu Xiaoxiao, unmoving, continued to poke him. Then go ahead. I'm not tethering you, Lin Chen replied casually, unable to fully open his eyes. I feel unwell and can't move. For heaven's sake, help me, Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her tone a mix of irritation and desperation. Chapter 61. You truly are insufferable. Wu Xiaoxiao, though unable to move her body, could still use her hands. With a tight fist, she playfully struck Lin Chen twice, her blows lacking strength, yet the exertion caused her entire body to ache. Can't move, huh? Lin Chen awoke, rubbing his eyes. I am genuinely in a hurry. I beg you, she pleaded, her big, innocent eyes shimmering with urgency. When in need, she no longer referred to herself as the young lady. Ha ha ha. Now you understand the stakes? Call me master, and I shall carry you to the bathroom. Lin Chen laughed heartily, instantly awake. How cunning. But didn't you call me that last night? Wu Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling quite wronged. Indeed, she had called him master the previous night, lest he refuse her any assistance. Last night is behind us. Henceforth, you must address me as such, understood? Lin Chen said with a light smile. In truth, he did not particularly relish the title. He merely wished to tease the adorable girl. Master. Wu Xiaoxiao hesitated, but eventually relented, echoing the title as she had the night prior. Her expression, however, betrayed her unwillingness. That is more like it. Lin Chen nodded approvingly, rising to carry the unclothed young woman to the bathroom. Is this your way of testing me, so early in the morning? Just like Kai Wei, this girl was as pure as snow, and those who understood, understood. All right, let us return, my lady, he said after she finished, her brow now relaxed. She immediately reverted to her previous manner of self-reference. Then you can sit on the toilet. I'll sleep for a bit. Lin Chen turned to leave. Master, come back. Wu Xiaoxiao hastily called out, her cheeks puffed with indignation. In her moment of need, she had no choice but to lower her head. It was only then that Lin Chen embraced her once more, cradling the little darling in his arms. Yawning before drifting back into slumber, his ability to fall asleep unparalleled. While the little darling was still sulking, he succumbed to the realm of dreams once again, sleeping soundly until Xiang arrived to knock on the door, signaling breakfast time. Xin Rui and Bai Ning were already able to walk unaided. Wu Xiaoxiao could also manage to walk, albeit with the support of the wall. Observing this scene, Xiang and Kai Wei harbored no particular thoughts. However, Xin Rui and Bai Ning cast disdainful glances at Lin Chen, their eyes conveying a message. You truly are an unworthy fellow. Lin Chen felt somewhat wronged, as he had given Wu Xiaoxiao a reprieve the previous night. Yet, it seemed that as a member of the zombie race, her constitution was somewhat frail. The cause, perhaps, lay in her lack of defensive attributes. The mystery was solved. It had to be that. Master, I would like another egg, Wu Xiaoxiao requested. The contradiction in her words, addressing him as master while referring to herself as this young lady, was remarkably in line with her tsundere personality. Xin Rue and Bai Ning exchanged glances, their expressions complex. In just one night, this young lady had indeed been conquered by Lin Chen. This was hardly surprising, as they were well aware of Lin Chen's combat prowess. Lin Chen remained impassive, peeling a soft-boiled egg and handing it to her. This was his most silent display of triumph. Wu Xiaoxiao's information underwent a transformation. Name, Wu Xiaoxiao. Race, zombie. Age, 20. Appearance, 90. Physique, 84. Occupation, student, fashion model, heiress. Basic attributes, strength enhancement level 2, speed enhancement level 2. Special abilities, none. Cultivation points, 3, 10. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen called for Xiang and Kai Wei to step outside, allowing the three ailing young ladies to rest at home. Upon returning to their hotel room, they were greeted by a scene of utter disarray, with traces of destruction at the entrance. Two zombies lingered in the bathroom. Regrettably not the alluring CEO zombie from the previous night, who had been effortlessly dispatched by Lin Chen. System, what is the range for detecting collectible goddesses? Lin Chen inquired. Approximately a radius of 10 meters. In open terrain, the range would be even greater. The system replied. 10 meters would suffice. Lin Chen resolved to search the hotel for the alluring CEO zombie from last night, hoping the target had not vacated the premises, lest it become difficult to locate. The trio commenced their search from the top floor, checking every 2 levels, traversing the corridor from one end to the other. Utilizing the system's perception function, they sought their target. Lin Chen silently lamented. Could your search function not be more potent, system? I'm not asking for citywide search, but at least a range of several kilometers? Shall I proceed? The system replied. Wrong. You see, you are anxious once more. We were merely jesting with you. Lin Chen patiently conducted his investigation, fueled by the desire to capture the beautiful CEO. Ultimately, as he scrutinized the mid to lower levels of the building, a notification from the system emerged. Zombie Qin Mingyun detected in the vicinity. Lin Chen's expression brightened with joy. He promptly began to examine each room, urging the two young women beside him to remain vigilant. The strength of the zombie CEO surpassed theirs, necessitating caution against a potential ambush. Soon, on the next floor, Lin Chen discovered the beautiful CEO, Qin Mingyun, clad in a white bathrobe, seated on a sofa, seemingly lost in a moment of tranquility. However, the noise at the door startled her. Ah! Qin Mingyun shrieked, her mouth agape as she lunged towards Lin Chen and the others with astonishing speed and ferocity. Fortunately, Lin Chen had gained enhancements. He was not a mere pushover. He swiftly sidestepped, intercepting Qin Mingyun's wrists. She appeared momentarily stunned, astonished that a human could withstand her assault. In the next instant, she lunged forward, her sharp fangs aimed at Lin Chen's neck. Reacting quickly, Lin Chen evaded her bite, stepping forward to maneuver behind her, executing a chokehold to firmly control her. Xiang Kai Wei, bind her, Lin Chen commanded. The struggling Qin Mingyun exerted all her strength to break free, but could not escape. Her attempts to bite Lin Chen's hands thwarted. Despite their equivalent enhancements, it was evident that Lin Chen's male physique endowed him with greater strength than Qin Mingyun. Xiang and Kai Wei were already equipped with ropes, and upon receiving the order, they rushed forward to restrain her. To them, the speeds displayed by Lin Chen and Qin Mingyun had been astonishing, leaving after-images in their wake. Qin Mingyun howled, of course unwilling to submit easily. With her hands and neck restrained, she resorted to kicking wildly to keep her adversaries at bay. Be careful. Don't approach too closely, Lin Chen cautioned, concerned for the safety of the two young women. He executed the technique of old tree coiling roots, wrapping his legs around hers. Both lost their balance and fell to the ground. Qin Mingyun writhed violently, attempting to escape, but Lin Chen held her firmly in place, and they rolled on the floor. This position hindered the binding process. I'll hold her down. Kai Wei, you bind her. Xiang yelled as she tackled Qin Mingyun to assist. Kai Wei promptly approached with a rope, ready to secure her. However, at that moment, a horde of zombies surged through the doorway, drawn by the commotion. Damn, why are you all here to join the fray? Lin Chen exclaimed. Xiang, Kai Wei, first deal with these zombies, he commanded. As a seasoned gamer, he had inadvertently forgotten the cardinal rule of clearing the minions before facing the boss. This oversight was indeed a grave error. Kai Wei swiftly turned to confront the encroaching zombies, with Xian rising to join her. These were merely ordinary zombies, easily dealt with. However, their numbers proved somewhat overwhelming. Qin Mingyun, invigorated once more, exerted herself fully, tumbling across the floor with Lin Chen. Were this fierce struggle to unfold upon the adjacent grand bed, it would depict an entirely different tableau. Lin Chen held her firmly, entangled, as if to outlast her stamina. Chapter 62. Wicked Master. Surely, as a robust man, his endurance could surpass that of this woman. He merely needed to control the boss while the two ladies dispatched the minor foes. Zombies continued to emerge at the doorway, and Xian and Kai Wei fought with fervor, eager to assist their master. Yet, it took them a considerable 5 to 6 minutes to eliminate the horde, leaving hundreds of zombies sprawled across the floor, effectively blocking the room and corridor. Throughout these moments, Lin Chen remained locked in combat with Qin Mengyun, who was now exhausted and her struggles had lessened considerably. "You two performed splendidly. Well done," Lin Chen praised with a cheerful grin, recognizing the reliability of his capable companions. Xian and Kai Wei beamed with joy, their once elegant dresses now stained with blood. Damn those zombies for tarnishing such pure white silk. They deserve their fate. Xian assisted in restraining Qin Mengyun, while Kai Wei took charge of binding her. Once her limbs were securely tied, Lin Chen finally extricated himself, wiping the sweat from his brow as he leaned against the wall to catch his breath. Such exhausting battles could be quite draining. To ensure absolute security, the two ladies bound Qin Mengyun as tightly as a rice dumpling. Lin Chen rose and opened the portal, carrying the spoils back home. The three ladies at home displayed expressions of surprise, particularly Xen Rui and Bai Ning, who furrowed their brows and cast him complex glances. "Oh, young man, have you brought back another zombie like last time? And this one appears exceptionally beautiful." Lin Chen replied, "If she weren't beautiful, why would I bother capturing her?" Wu Xiao observed the struggling zombie, pondering whether she too had once been brought here in a similar manner. "Wicked Master, another new member, do not be astonished," Lin Chen remarked with a calm smile. He carried the beauty upstairs, preparing a room for her. With the household expanding, their 3-story villa was becoming increasingly cramped. After settling Qin Mengyun, he resecured her to the bed to prevent any movement. Lin Chen then fed her a brain core. Despite the low drop rate of such items, they were not scarce at present, having been in constant battle with zombies. Upon consuming the brain core, Qin Mengyun quieted, her eyes becoming clear and even offering Lin Chen a smile. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. During the earlier confrontation, he realized that this alluring CEO zombie seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Unlike Kai Wei and her companions prior to their purification, who behaved more like ordinary zombies, Qin Mengyun exhibited a certain cleverness. Though her intellect was limited, it was nonetheless present. Contemplating this, Lin Chen inhaled deeply. The emergence of intelligence among zombies was ominous news, particularly as formidable zombies with intellect would become exceedingly challenging to confront. As he had long anticipated, this world was growing increasingly perilous. "Behave, and I shall continually provide you with sustenance," he instructed, seeking affirmation through a nod. Lin Chen tentatively inquired. Qin Mengyun emitted a low sound and shook her head. Lin Chen sighed with a wry smile, realizing he had overestimated the zombie's cognitive abilities. Setting her aside for now, he resolved to purify her thoroughly on another occasion. He needed to change into clean attire. Shiyuan and Kai Wei had already returned to their rooms to change as well. The workbench offered an array of clothing to choose from. The soiled garments, tainted by zombie blood, were discarded without a second thought, as they were quite off-putting. As afternoon descended, Lin Chen reclined on the sofa for a brief respite. At that moment, the intercom on the coffee table crackled to life. "Lin Chen, can you hear me? I require your assistance. Our team has encountered trouble at the supermarket entrance." The anxious voice of He Yuxuan penetrated the static. However, she had barely spoken 2 sentences when another man's voice interrupted, followed by silence. Lin Chen sprang upright, sensing that the girl was undoubtedly in peril, not from zombies, but from humans. He immediately exited. Shiyuan and Kai Wei expressed a desire to accompany him, but Lin Chen insisted they remain at home, assuring them it was merely a matter of dealing with people, and he could handle it alone. Without delay, he returned to the hotel room through the portal. Time was of the essence as he hastened towards the commercial complex. Given the traffic conditions, running proved faster than driving. At that moment, near the supermarket entrance, a burly man clad in a black t-shirt threatened, "You think you can still call for help? Huh? Do you believe I won't take care of you right here? I've never had the pleasure of a woman as exquisite as you." His face, round and flabby, caused his features to appear somewhat disproportionate. Behind him loomed 14 or 15 lackeys wielding makeshift weapons. Stay back. Do not approach me, He Yuxuan retorted fiercely, glaring defiantly at her adversaries. Their small team of 8 had come to the supermarket to gather supplies when they fortuitously encountered this group of thugs. The ruffians had blocked their path, demanding they relinquish their provisions. Among the team, Yang Lu had already cowered in fear at the back. The 6 male companions, visibly tense and armed, were gripped by uncertainty due to the overwhelming number of thugs. You 2 women stay behind. The other 6 men had better flee if they wished to avoid death. The rotund thug smirked, his gaze fixated on the stunning beauty before him, utterly captivated. Such a rare gem could not be allowed to escape. Behind him, a group of lackeys wore malevolent grins, knowing that if their boss feasted, they would at least savor the broth. This gang hailed from a notorious organization in Haicheng, which they referred to not as a gang, but as the Lu Construction Group. They were mere enforcers, tasked with various unsavory jobs, even exhuming ancestral graves, let alone bullying the weak. You shall not lay a hand on her, He Yuxuan exclaimed, furious. This despicable lot did not regard others as human. They sought not only to seize resources, but also to abduct people. If she fell into their clutches, her fate would be sealed. We will not leave. Do not act recklessly. Zhou Dazhuang brandished an iron rod, stepping forward. Despite the intimidation of their numbers, as a man, he could not cower in the rear. With him leading, the other 4 men also brandished their weapons, stepping forth bravely, while Wu Yang remained hesitant at the back, thinking to himself, this is disastrous. What are you all trying to prove? Don't drag me into this mess. Did they not see how many foes they faced? A wise man does not court danger. How dare you take my kindness for weakness? Charge! Beat them to a pulp. The corpulent thug ordered, furious at any hint of defiance. The dozen or so thugs, suddenly invigorated, surged forward with their weapons drawn. In this lawless world, chaos reigned supreme. The skirmish erupted, and Zhou Dazhuang and his companions quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Stop this madness, you scoundrels! He Yuxuan rushed forward to intervene, but at that moment, although she exhibited signs of awakening latent powers, she had not yet succeeded, remaining an ordinary woman, utterly outmatched by the thugs. Get out of my way! Don't be a nuisance! One thug shouted, shoving He Yuxuan aside. She stumbled backward, falling as her current strength paled in comparison to that of the man. You're courting death. Do not lay a hand on my woman. The corpulent thug berated his underlings, fearing for the exquisite beauty's safety, worried it might affect his enjoyment. The group of thugs descended upon Zhou Dazhuang and his 4 companions, and if this continued, their fate would surely be grim. Cease this at once. I will comply with your demands. Please stop, He Yuxuan cried out, desperate to prevent her comrades from meeting a dire end. She wished to delay for a while longer, awaiting Lin Chen's support. Yet, a troubling thought gnawed at her. Was Lin Chen not also outnumbered? Would his arrival truly make a difference against the thugs? Would her actions inadvertently place him in peril? Yang Lu and Wu Yang trembled in the shadows, hardly daring to breathe. They contemplated fleeing, yet courage eluded them. Stop, commanded the burly thug, his lips curling with delight as he fixated on the stunning beauty before him. His gang of henchmen immediately ceased their blows and retreated. The 5 who had been mercilessly beaten lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Ah, beautiful one, this is how it should be. Being my woman would be wonderful. Come into your brother's embrace. He leered, his sinister smile betraying his intentions. Here, none could defy his edicts. The thugs cast their greedy gazes over the beauty, longing for even a taste of her allure. Missy, do not approach, Zhou Dazhuang cried out, filled with humiliation as he watched the girl risk herself to save them, falling into the clutches of the thugs. Shut your mouth, 2 goons shouted, advancing to continue their assault on Zhou Dazhuang. He curled into a ball, shielding his head from the blows. I've already agreed to go with you. Make them stop, He Yuxuan shouted angrily, her fists clenched in frustration, cursing her own lack of strength. If only she were powerful enough, she would surely teach these scoundrels a lesson. The burly thug raised his hand, signaling his men to halt. You are wise to recognize the situation. You are a clever one. You 2 women will stay. The rest of you, get lost. The one in the back, I'm talking to you, come here. He sneered, his gaze locking onto the cowering Yang Lu. Though her beauty was somewhat lacking, her figure was quite commendable. Big brother, please spare me. I am so ugly, far less attractive than her. Just take her, will you? Yang Lu bliadet, trembling as she resorted to self-deprecation to save herself. He Yuxuan turned to Yang Lu, momentarily speechless. She never expected Yang Lu would utter such words. It felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. Spare you? What are you thinking? Though you may not be the fairest, you're still of use, right, brothers? The burly thug found amusement in her plight, and his henchmen joined in the laughter. Beauty or not, it matters not. A mask will suffice. Please, big brother, I beg you, let me go. Yang Lu's legs buckled in fear, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom the hell she would face in the hands of these thugs. Enough chatter. Drag her away. And you, lovely lady, come into your brother's embrace. The burly thug commanded with glee. Who says the apocalypse is a bad thing? It's simply marvelous. I could do as I please. Yi Yuxuan's face burned with rage as she slowly inched her feet, determined to buy even a second of time. A thug approached, seizing the helpless Yang Lu who sat on the ground, intent on dragging her away. No, let go of me. Wu Yang, don't you like me? Come and save me. Are you even a man? Yang Lu cried out in desperation. The only person she could think of to rescue her was Wu Yang. How can I save you? Wu Yang's face was a mask of embarrassment. Even if he had 8 arms, he could not possibly snatch her away from these thugs. Do you want to get beaten? One thug threatened coldly. No, no, no. Just take her away. She has nothing to do with me. Wu Yang hastily denied any connection. A mere woman was not worth risking his own life for. Wu Yang, you are useless. Yang Lu shouted in fury, dragged along the ground. She felt a surge of despair and fear, bursting into tears. Slap. The thug delivered a stinging blow. Why are you crying? Tried to attract zombies and get us killed? He barked. Yang Lu raised her hand to shield half her face, instantly silenced. Drag her away too. This supermarket will be our territory from now on, commanded the burly thug. Their group had come to the supermarket upon hearing rumors that the Black Dragon Gang had encountered trouble, intending to seize their turf. 2 thugs advanced menacingly towards Yi Yuxuan. Overwhelmed by fear, she took a step back, her eyes filled with despair. Could she truly be humiliated by these thugs? She thought that perhaps ending it all would be better. Resolute, she drew a small knife and pressed it against her throat. Even in death, I won't let you succeed. Yi Yuxuan shouted defiantly. Don't, missy. Zhou Tewang, who lay on the ground, cried out in horror. Threatening me? Even if you die, I can still take advantage of it. Go on, die if you dare. The burly thug sneered. A beauty like you shouldn't be wasted even in death. You scum. You will all meet a terrible fate. Yi Yuxuan cursed fiercely, gritting her teeth, prepared to end her life. But just then, a familiar voice rang out from nearby. Missy, I'm here. Don't do anything foolish. Yi Yuxuan turned in surprise. It was that familiar figure. Lin Chen had arrived in the blink of an eye. He let out a sigh of relief, having made it just in time to prevent calamity. With me here, everything will be all right. Lin Chen reached out, removing the knife from Yi Yuxuan's grasp, thinking how fiery her spirit was. Lin Chen, there's so many of them. What should we do? Yi Yuxuan asked, her emotions a tumultuous mix of safety and anxiety. Lacking experience with Lin Chen's abilities, she was uncertain how they could escape the thugs. It's nothing but a bunch of weeds, he reassured her. Lin Chen offered a calm smile, finding solace in the moment. He toyed with a small knife, casting a disdainful glance at a group of ruffians. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to come here seeking death? The burly thug barked, clearly displeased. A flicker of recognition crossed his mind. This young man seemed vaguely familiar. Brother Fat, this is Lin Chen, the one with the bounty from the Leaf family. Look, he resembles exactly the picture. One of the lackeys presented a photo for comparison. So you're Lin Chen? Haha. I never imagined you would deliver yourself right to our door. Brother Fat confirmed with a glance and erupted into laughter. What a stroke of luck. To find you without even searching. Indeed, it is I, your grandfather. Lin Chen retorted with a cold sneer, contemplating how widely the Leaf family's bounty had spread, even reaching these lowly thugs. Perhaps they were not mere trifles. They were as notorious as the Black Dragon Gang. You insolent brat, you're seeking death. Brother Fat roared, commanding his men, brothers, seize this kid and take him to the Leaf family for the reward. Take him to the Leaf family for the reward? Are you not aware that the Leaf family has perished? Lin Chen could no longer contain his laughter. What? The Leaf family is no more? Are you jesting? Brother Fat scoffed, utterly unconvinced. What kind of clowns are you bringing here? The Leaf family's power cannot simply vanish. Lin Chen, disappointed, shook his head. It's rather reasonable to think about it. News travels slowly these days. How dare you insult me? Do you not know how to write the word death? Brother Fat's fury peaked. How could this kid be so audacious before him? If you do not know, I can certainly teach you, Lin Chen replied coolly. You insolent fool. I want to kill you. Grab him alive. He is worth more that way. Brother Fat ordered in a fit of rage. This opportunity must not slip away. He could not fathom why such an ordinary-looking boy would warrant the Li family's attention. Was he not easily subdued? The lackeys, receiving their orders, quickly surrounded Lin Chen and He Yuxuan, their expressions brimming with arrogance. With their numbers, overpowering a single individual should be a trivial task. Lin Chen, I'm so sorry. My plea for help has brought you trouble. He Yuxuan expressed her remorse, fully aware that in this predicament, Lin Chen was certainly no match for these thugs. Do not worry, just enjoy the show, Lin Chen replied with a tranquil smile. His gaze turned icy as he regarded the ruffians. What purpose does your call for him serve? It will only incite the wrath of the boss. I have no relation to him. Yang Lu hastily distanced herself from Lin Chen, fearful that the thug's anger might spill over onto her. Once again, she evaded the truth. Lin Chen cast a glance at Yang Lu, exclaiming inwardly, how utterly despicable. He dismissed her presence, prioritizing the eradication of these ruffians. Confronting such scum, there was no reason to grant them an opportunity for survival. You little brat, hurry up. One thug brandished a knife measuring a meter in length as a threat. However, before he could finish his taunt, Lin Chen suddenly lunged forward, his small blade slicing through the thug's throat. The thug clutched his neck in terror, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. The remaining thugs were struck with fear, astonished by the brutality. Damn it, he is ruthless. Let us take him down. Charge. Dozens of thugs surged forward, brandishing an assortment of weapons aimed at Lin Chen. Be careful, He Xian cried out anxiously. The earlier scene had equally startled her. She hadn't anticipated Lin Chen's decisive action, resulting in a life extinguished so swiftly. The thug had it coming. It's fine, they're merely weeds. Lin Chen scoffed contemptuously. He engaged in combat, ensuring the girl remained shielded behind him. Even against a horde of ferocious zombies, he felt no trepidation, let alone against these ordinary thugs who were no match for him. With a single kick, he could send several flying. With a single punch, he could send them to their doom. He Yuxian crouched down, hugging her body to avoid becoming a target, determined not to hinder Lin Chen. In truth, her worries were unfounded. Simply standing still, these thugs wouldn't dare lay a finger on her. Not far away, Yang Lu, Wu Yang, and the injured Zhou Dazhuang stood as spectators, their faces etched with disbelief. To them, Lin Chen's speed was astonishing, while the thugs appeared utterly inept, easily dispatched. He Peng observed the scene, his palms beginning to sweat as panic set in. He couldn't believe Lin Chen's strength was so formidable, almost inhuman. If this continued, something terrible would happen. He Peng stealthily reached behind him, discreetly retrieving a gun, preparing to strike from the shadows. Lin Chen, be careful. He has a gun. He Yuxian, perceptive as ever, quickly alerted him. Just as she spoke, He Peng, with a sinister grin, pulled the trigger. He roared. You think your skills can outpace a bullet? Look out. He Yuxian's eyes widened in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt forward, determined to shield Lin Chen from the bullet. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, dodging towards He Yuxian, tackling her to the ground as they rolled. Thanks to his quick reflexes and even quicker movements, he managed to evade the bullet. For an ordinary person, such a series of actions would have been utterly impossible. Whiz! The bullet struck a thug instead. The thug glanced down, then looked towards his boss, bewildered. Hey man, this is a bit unfair. Lin Chen released the girl in his arms and immediately sprang into action, seizing the thug by his collar and hurling him several meters away towards the stout man. The stout man attempted to fire his weapon, but was swiftly knocked to the ground. Just as he tried to rise, Lin Chen appeared before him like a specter. With a firm stomp, he crushed the stout man's right hand, along with the gun he held. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the stout man. Reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, his sighs and cries eerily similar to the animal's fate. Lin Chen spared his life for the moment and turned his attention to the remaining thugs. In a matter of moments, he dispatched them effortlessly. He Yuxian rose from the ground, her heart brimming with excitement as she beheld Lin Chen. The previous scenes had rendered him undeniably heroic, akin to a cinematic spectacle. Not far away, Yang Lu and others stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that one individual could possess such prowess. Are you hurt? Lin Chen inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, I wasn't injured, He Yuxian replied, her voice filled with exhilaration. Gazing at the handsome man before her, her heart raced uncontrollably. That's a relief. You should try to shield me from bullets. Such foolishness, Lin Chen remarked with a gentle smile. The fact that the girl dared to protect him made the encounter worthwhile. In the heat of the moment, I didn't think it through, He Yuxian realized. understanding now that even had she not leaped forward, Lin Chen would have evaded danger. The stout man was making his escape. She noticed him rising, intent on fleeing. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stop," Lin Chen commanded sharply. The stout man startled, stumbling and falling to the ground in a comical manner. Lin Chen's voice seemed to shatter his bravado. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Why was he now so cowardly? "You think you can walk away after crossing me?" Lin Chen approached with a cold smirk. "What are you going to do? I warn you, don't act recklessly. I'm under Chang Guo's protection. Try to harm me." The stout man shuffled backward, trembling, as he invoked the name of a powerful figure. "The head of Lu's construction group." "Ah, Mino. I've heard of him," another gang leader, Lin Chen, scoffed. It was common knowledge that the four major underground gangs of Haicheng included a cadre of enforcers under Lu's construction group, with its owner thriving in both the legal and illicit realms. "Just know that. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences." The stout man regained some of his bravado, convinced that Lin Chen would not dare to act against him. "Unable to handle? Are you suggesting that zombies won't consume you?" Lin Chen retorted with a chilling laugh. The gunfire moments ago was deafening, drawing the nearby zombies closer. Chapter 65. Those zombies were surprisingly gentle. Their bites caused no pain at all. "What do you intend to do?" The expression on the dark-skinned man's face turned to one of terror as he caught sight of the stumbling figures in the distance. "Nothing much. Just going to end your life," Lin Chen replied with a cold smile. "Miss He, the zombies are approaching. You all should hurry into the supermarket." He turned back to remind them. "Yes, understood." He Yuxian nodded, feeling anxious as she observed the approaching zombies. She rushed to assist the injured Zhou Dazhuang and the others. Fortunately, their injuries were not fatal, and they were still able to move. "Yang Lu, I'll help you inside." Wu Yang eagerly stepped forward, supporting the relatively uninjured Yang Lu. The two able-bodied individuals abandoned their injured companions, hastening into the supermarket. He Yuxian and the others watched this unfold, feeling quite displeased with the duo. Indeed, it was in times of crisis that one's true character was revealed. They had thoroughly seen through the true nature of these two. "Lin Chen, hurry and come in. The horde is here," He Yuxian called back, guiding the severely injured Zhou Dazhuang into the supermarket. "It's fine, you all go ahead." Lin Chen smiled lightly. "It's just a horde of zombies. They pose no real threat." "Grandfather, ancestor, I beg you spare me." The dark-skinned man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he begged on the ground. His fear intensified as the horde drew nearer. He truly did not wish to become a meal for the undead. "Aren't you supposed to be tough? Why are you so afraid of death?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Don't worry. Those zombies are quite gentle. Their bites don't hurt at all. Ancestor, please don't jest. I will fulfill any request you have if you let me go. Hurry. Time is running out." The dark-skinned man trembled, banging his head on the ground in desperation. The growls of the zombies were now close enough to send chills down his spine. "You might as well pray to the King of Hell. It will be more effective than begging me." Lin Chen then stomped down, breaking the dark-skinned man's leg to prevent him from potentially becoming a zombie and harming others. A creature of such size among the zombies must surely be an elite monster. The dark-skinned man let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the air. The horde, hearing the cry, became even more agitated and quickened their pace. Lin Chen remained calm, standing his ground without a hint of panic. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the supermarket, "The zombies are here. Wu Yang, quickly close the door," Yang Lu commanded, trembling at the sight of the hundreds of zombies outside. "I'm closing it now." Wu Yang obediently moved to shut the glass door. "Don't close the door. Lin Chen hasn't come in yet." He Yuxian quickly intervened. "Lin Chen, hurry inside," she shouted toward the outside. "Where's the time to wait for that fool to come in? Don't obstruct. Step aside." Wu Yang forcefully shoved He Yuxian aside, eager to close the door, fearing that even a moment's delay could invite the zombies inside. "You scoundrel, are you even human? If it weren't for Lin Chen, you wouldn't even have the chance to be alive right now. Utterly ungrateful." He Yuxian, infuriated, hurled curses and rushed forward to intervene. "Wu Yang, for heaven's sake, act like a decent human being. If I weren't incapacitated right now, I would genuinely want to eliminate you." Zhou Dazhuang, sitting on the ground, rebuked him angrily. The other four men shared the same discontent towards Wu Yang's actions. They wished to step in, but found their injured bodies reluctant to cooperate. "Oh dear, what a nuisance. Hurry and close the door. The zombies are coming," Yang Lu urged, her face awash with panic. The sight of so many zombies outside nearly sent her into a frenzy. "I'm also considering everyone's safety. We cannot allow that fool to endanger us all." Wu Yang, with a self-righteous demeanor, advanced to shut the door. Are you even speaking human language? He Yuxuan, beside herself with rage, clashed with Wu Yang. However, her weaker strength proved futile against him. She was once again shoved down, crashing to the ground. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared like a gust of wind. He swiftly caught He Yuxuan just before she hit the floor, steadying her as he cast a displeased glance at Wu Yang. Trash! Get out there and feed the zombies. Lin Chen seized Wu Yang by the collar, effortlessly lifting him up. With a casual flourish, he tossed him outside. Such garbage is no different from those thugs. Keeping him around would only invite disaster. Onlookers stared in shock, their eyes wide. Especially Yang Lu, who could hardly believe Lin Chen had so casually thrown someone out. She began to feel a twinge of panic. Wu Yang tumbled to the ground, disregarding the pain as he scrambled towards the door. He saw the horde of corpses in the distance, already feasting. The hefty black man was letting out desperate screams, buried beneath a mountain of zombies. Fear rendered his limbs weak. He did not wish to meet the same fate. Lin Chen closed the glass door, barring Wu Yang from entering. No, open the door. Please. I beg you, open the door. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Wu Yang clawed at the glass door, his eyes wide with terror and desperation. He never anticipated that in the end, it would be he was left outside. Turning back, he saw the horrifying zombies only a few meters away, sending an icy chill throughout his entire being. Huh. A person like you deserves to die. Lin Chen scoffed, his gaze filled with indifference. No sooner had the words left his lips than the first zombie lunged at Wu Yang, sinking its teeth into him. Yuxuan watched in horror, immediately raising her hands to shield her eyes, unwilling to witness any further. She felt no sympathy for Wu Yang, believing that this coward had brought his fate upon himself. Zhou Dazhuang and the others observed, their expressions devoid of sympathy, even feeling a sense of exhilaration. A splendid job indeed. Why should such detestable scum be allowed to persist? Lin Chen, how can you be so ruthless? This is a human life. Yang Lu stepped forward to admonish. If Wu Yang, on the brink of death outside, could hear this, perhaps he would feel a twinge of solace. After all, he had long played the fool, finally receiving a woman's concern. Why not toss you out to keep him company? Lin Chen advanced, feigning an intent to strike. I don't want to. Don't come any closer. Yuxuan, help me. Yang Lu's face turned pale in an instant, desperately retreating behind He Yuxuan. If thrown outside, she would surely be devoured by zombies. Don't touch me. Get away. He Yuxuan scolded with disdain. At this point, she had seen through this woman's vile nature and could no longer tolerate her. She had no desire to concern herself with this woman's fate. Yuxuan, what do you mean by that? Are you going to watch him harm me? Yang Lu exclaimed in shock, then proceeded to play the victim. Be quiet. I have no desire to converse with you. He Yuxuan turned away, unwilling to engage further with this woman. Zhou Dazhuang and the others looked on, equally indifferent. Their disgust for her had reached its zenith. To have such a petty teammate in the apocalypse was truly a stroke of misfortune. Lin Chen, don't come any closer. I have no quarrel with you. You cannot harm me. Yang Lu warned while backing away. Her legs weakened, causing her to fall to the ground. No quarrel, you say? Are you certain? Lin Chen smirked, inquiring. Chapter 66. To be my woman? You think you're worthy? We indeed have no grievances. I may have spoken harshly, but do not be so petty. Is my apology not enough? Yang Lu insisted, completely oblivious to her faults, instead casting blame. You are correct. I am indeed quite petty. Since you are so magnanimous, why not go outside and feed the hungry zombies? Lin Chen approached slowly, clenching his fists in preparation. No, I truly understand my mistake. I apologize. Please spare me. I will do anything you ask, just don't kill me. I can be your woman. I will serve you well. Seeing Lin Chen genuinely poised to take her life, Yang Lu was utterly panicked, scrambling backward in fear. The dry ground suddenly bore an unnameable liquid. To be my woman? You think you're worthy. I'm not a collector of refuse. Someone like you, I would disdain even if offered for free. Lin Chen scoffed. It was truly beyond comprehension. Did this woman believe herself to be of great value? He would rather starve than consume such filth. Then what do you want me to do? Oh, I truly do not wish to die. Please intercede on my behalf. Are we not companions? How can you bear to watch me perish without extending your hand? Yang Lu cried out in fear, her voice breaking as she turned to the others, her face a mask of despair. Who among us would consider you a companion? Zhou Dazhuang spat dismissively. The four other men cast glances of disdain in her direction, their expressions mirroring his contempt. He Yuxian, turning her head away, wore a complex expression and sighed heavily. Lin Chen, spare her life. Let her fend for herself. To kill her would only sully your hands, she urged, her voice wavering. Yang Lu, you are no longer a member of our team. Do not follow us and hinder our progress. After much hesitation, He Yuxian resolved to speak. She understood that making such a request of Lin Chen was exceedingly unreasonable. Yet, she could not bear to witness Yang Lu meet the same fate as Wu Yang. It would suffice to drive her away. What happened to her afterward was of no concern. On what grounds do you insult me so? Yang Lu retorted, her words dripping with venom towards the only one who had pleaded for her. At that moment, she still believed she was blameless, a victim of unfair treatment. Miss He, it seems she is entirely ungrateful, Lin Chen remarked, exasperation evident in his tone. This is what happens when good intentions are met with ingratitude. I shall not concern myself any longer, He Yuxian declared, her disappointment in Yang Lu palpable. What an insufferable fool. How can one be so hopelessly beyond redemption? Please, Yuxian, you cannot abandon me. Yang Lu pleaded, suddenly aware of her precarious situation. However, this time, He Yuxian chose to ignore her pleas. As Missy suggested, it is best to let you fend for yourself. Whether you survive or not depends on your speed. Lin Chen stepped forward, seizing Yang Lu's arm and dragging her toward the door. He knew that releasing her would likely lead to her demise, and that was precisely his intent. Otherwise, keeping her alive risked the possibility of her becoming another burden, like Zheng Bei. To prevent future troubles, it was wise to act preemptively. Please no, you cannot do this to me. This is murder, Yang Lu exclaimed, terror etched across her face as she cried out for mercy. Lin Chen remained unmoved as he reached the door. Not far beyond the glass doors, a group of zombies was feasting on Wu Yang. He pulled the door open just enough to hurl Yang Lu outside. As she beheld the nearby zombies, she scrambled to her feet, propelled by adrenaline in her fight-or-flight response. She sprinted toward the area devoid of the undead. The zombies, drawn by the sudden presence of a living being, immediately turned with ravenous roars. Ready to pursue their new prey, Yang Lu dashed out, only to find herself exhausted after merely 100 meters. In her haste, she stumbled and fell face-first to the ground. Before she could rise, the zombies had already lunged towards her. Ultimately, her lack of survival instinct would cost her dearly for her foolish behavior. In her final moments, she swore a venomous oath to take revenge, even if she were to become a zombie herself. Alas, the ravenous undead were relentless, and she had no chance to transform. Lin Chen, observing through the glass door, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Death was preferable. Only the deceased posed no threat. He Yuxian, her emotions a tumultuous mix, stepped forward to glimpse the outside world. There's nothing worth seeing. Do not look. Lin Chen raised his hand to obstruct her view, wishing to spare her from potential psychological scars. Thank you for saving us. Without you, I shudder to think what could have transpired today. He Yuxian expressed her gratitude. Suddenly overwhelmed by emotion, she threw herself into Lin Chen's embrace, weeping softly. At last, she could fully relax and release her pent-up feelings. It's all right. There's no need to fear, Lin Chen reassured her, gently patting her back in comfort. Truly, she was a remarkable programmer, the embodiment of strength. Meanwhile, the injured Zhou Dazhuang and his companions exchanged awkward glances, feeling somewhat superfluous in the moment. They pondered whether it might be wise to discreetly withdraw. Despite their initial grievances towards Lin Chen, they now held him in profound admiration. How could one man so effortlessly dispatch a dozen thugs? He was nothing short of extraordinary. 3 minutes later, He Yuxian managed to regain her composure, suddenly realizing she had perhaps lost her decorum. She quickly released Lin Chen and took a step back. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the tall, handsome man before her. Are you all right? Lin Chen inquired with a gentle smile. Witnessing her vulnerable side only heightened his protective instincts. Such a delicate girl was irresistibly endearing. Thank you. I'm fine now. Oh dear. I'm so sorry for getting your clothes dirty, He Yuxian noted, spotting the damp patch on Lin Chen's attire, stained with her tears and mucus. She immediately retrieved a tissue to wipe it away. It's of no concern. What about the rest of you? Your injuries are not severe, I hope? Lin Chen inquired, redirecting his attention to Zhou Dazhuang and the others. I think I may have a broken rib, though several of my cuts are not too serious. My arm is likely fractured, and I received a stab wound to my leg. Zhou Dazhuang and his companions recounted their injuries. While not life-threatening, their wounds were nonetheless quite serious. Fortunately, the brutal assault had only lasted a few seconds. Otherwise, they feared they would have met their demise. Those bastards were truly vicious. We are finished. There is no way to treat our wounds, and we lack even the most basic of medicine. If this continues, we can only await our fate. The day of reckoning for this scoundrel has arrived. Death would indeed be a release, a final resolution. Zhou Dazhuang sighed deeply, having lost all hope for survival. The other four shared his sorrowful expression, contemplating that they had ultimately reached the end of their journey. While lament, I have someone here who can tend to your injuries. Lin Chen stated with an air of calmness. Chapter 67. Collision with the ball is truly a foul play. Is that true, my brother? Zhou Dazhuang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yet a sudden pang of pain surged through his chest, contorting his face in agony. His current injuries forbade any fervent emotions. The other four immediately cast hopeful glances in his direction. Indeed, it is true. I have a doctor on my team, along with medical supplies. I shall summon her to treat your wounds, Lin Chen affirmed with solemnity. It was not convenient to open a teleportation portal here and call for Teacher Bai. He wished to keep the fact that he possessed extraordinary abilities a secret for the time being. That is wonderful. Thank you, Lin Chen. You are incredibly reliable. He Yuxian exclaimed with fervor, leaping forward to envelop Lin Chen in a heartfelt embrace. She perceived this man as nothing short of miraculous. I shall go fetch her now. Lin Chen felt the soft impact of her affection once more, which was somewhat overwhelming. Miss, your method of collision is rather excessive. The wounds of the five brothers continued to bleed, necessitating prompt medical attention. It was perilous to venture outside, with so many zombies lurking. He Yuxian expressed her profound concern. There must be no fewer than 100 zombies outside. Fear not. I run swiftly and will draw their attention away. Lin Chen replied confidently, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped outside. He opened the glass door, emerged into the supermarket's exterior, to further attract the horde's attention. He drew his Glock from his waist and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The horde indeed turned their focus, surging towards Lin Chen like a swarm of locusts. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, jogging leisurely, careful not to outrun the relentless zombies. He Yuxian watched anxiously through the glass door, her palms clammy with sweat, fervently praying for Lin Chen's safety. Lin Chen lured the horde half a kilometer away before swiftly slipping away, effortlessly evading them. The zombies, having lost their target, scattered in search of cool, dark shelters. Soon, Lin Chen returned to the vicinity of the supermarket and opened a portal to return home. Everything was as usual at his residence, where the five young women were joyfully watching television. He briefed Bai Ning on the situation outside and the general extent of the injuries sustained by the five brothers. Bai Ning immediately understood what medications and tools were required. After gathering the necessary supplies, she and Lin Chen departed for the supermarket. Upon seeing the beautiful Bai Ning, He Yuxian momentarily lost her composure. Encountering Lin Chen yesterday, it was evident that the two young women by his side were stunning, and now a third breathtaking beauty had appeared. It only served to reinforce her realization that Lin Chen was truly extraordinary. Bai Ning, displaying remarkable skill, promptly attended to the wounds of Zhou Dazhuang and his four companions, staunching their bleeding to prevent excessive blood loss that could lead to more severe complications. He Yuxian actively assisted her. As a programmer, her dexterity was commendable. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, all the various injuries of the five were addressed. However, more grievous issues remained, specifically the differing degrees of fractures each individual suffered. Upon preliminary examination, it was determined that Zhou Dazhuang's ribs were not completely fractured, likely just cracked. Surgical intervention was unnecessary. A regimen of rest and medication would suffice. In contrast, the brother with the arm fracture had indeed suffered a complete break. Given the absence of surgical facilities, Bai Ning could only attempt to realign the bone, apply medication, and stabilize it with a splint. The injuries of the other three were also managed to the best of her ability, consuming nearly 2 additional hours. Thank you, Teacher Bai, for your tireless efforts, Lin Chen said, deftly wiping the sweat from her brow with a tissue. The familiarity of his actions sparked curiosity in the young observer. She sensed that the bond between them was anything but simple, perhaps even profound. A pang of regret washed over her as she thought of her missed opportunity to meet such a man earlier, and she found herself envying Bai Ning. What are your plans moving forward, Missy? Lin Chen inquired, seeking to gauge her intentions. The shelter we found is nearby. They are injured and unable to move, so they require someone to look after them, He Yuxian replied, her expression tinged with concern for her teammates. They had been surviving together in this apocalyptic world for over a week, relying on their collective strength to endure. With her companions now injured, she could not abandon them. Missy, I believe it is best for you to accompany Brother Lin Chen. We wouldn't want to hinder you, if luck turns against us. Your life could be at stake, Zhou Dazhuang advised kindly, recognizing her desire to remain with Lin Chen while also considering her well-being. The remaining 4 men shared similar sentiments. Although they had received treatment, they understood their injuries would take at least 10 days to heal, and hope for survival in this desolate world was dwindling. Please refrain from such disheartening talk. We have supported each other through thick and thin. I will not leave you behind, He Yuxuan said earnestly, glancing at Lin Chen with a complex expression. Once your injuries have healed, I will seek you out to rejoin your team, if that is agreeable. She gently proposed. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. Rest assured, I will remain in the vicinity, and should any issues arise, I will be there to support you, he assured her. Gather all the medical supplies. If they are insufficient, I have more at home. Lin Chen nodded, respecting the young woman's choice. This devoted and righteous girl is 1,000 times better than that Yang Lu. After all, he is not in a hurry to bring her home. He already has enough girls there to keep him busy. Thank you. You are truly wonderful. He Yuxian expressed her gratitude, colliding into Lin Chen with enthusiasm. One might even suspect that she did it on purpose, skillfully leveraging her advantages. Subsequently, Lin Chen escorted He Yuxian and her 6 companions back to the shelter. Located in a nearby residential building where several vacant apartments had been cleared, they had transported a considerable amount of supplies from a supermarket, sufficient to last them for 10 to 15 days without issue. I shall return first. As always, call me if you need anything, Lin Chen said with a gentle smile as he took his leave. Yes, I understand, He Yuxian nodded repeatedly. The words of this man instilled in her a profound sense of security. Soon after, Lin Chen and Bai Ning departed. Passing by a shopping center, they noticed a car and 4 figures. What is going on? So many living people? The bloodstains and severed limbs on the ground raised the alarming possibility that those individuals had been slain by zombies. Hey, come look, that's Black Fat's gun. One of the 4 men exclaimed. It's over. Those people are definitely in trouble. Standing at the entrance of the mall, they discussed the numerous clues they had uncovered. The thought of Black Fat's group falling prey to zombies sent chills down their spines, making them vigilant as they scanned their surroundings. This place is dangerous. We need to leave quickly. Let's go back and inform the boss about the good news. There's still a wealth of supplies here, one man suggested, urging his companions to get in the car and hastily vacate the perilous area. With only 4 of them, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. From a distance, Lin Chen and his companions conversed and immediately recognized them as Black Fat's associates. Those from that company were actually eyeing the supplies here. How naive they were. Chapter 68. Act decisively. Bai Ning, you head home first. Lin Chen opened a portal right where he stood. Upon returning home, he immediately boarded the luxurious RV parked at the villa's entrance, intending to pursue those 4 individuals. He silently urged the portal to expand. If the opening were too small, the vehicle would not fit through. The size of the portal could be controlled by thought. It truly grew larger as he wished. With a press of the accelerator, the RV emerged from the dimensional space. A white RV appeared out of nowhere. If any passerby witnessed this scene, they would surely think they were seeing things. Lin Chen swiftly set off in pursuit of the small car that had just vanished from sight. This luxurious RV of the apocalypse offered numerous advantages. There was no need to worry about energy issues or the availability of water and electricity inside. Furthermore, it operated with minimal noise, ensuring that nearby zombies would remain undisturbed. Its handling was exceptional, driving smoothly as if it were an off-road vehicle. One could assert that even with just this apocalypse RV, Lin Chen could lead a comfortable life. Naturally, it would be less feasible with more people, as the space within the RV is inherently limited. Soon, Lin Chen caught up with the small car occupied by 4 men. Beep beep, Lin Chen pressed the horn. The vehicle jolted slightly, undoubtedly due to traversing a speed bump. Inside the small car, the 4 men were startled by the horn. Had it been before the apocalypse, they would not have reacted this way. However, in this grim new reality, their nerves were taut. A vehicle was pursuing them from behind, and it was an RV. What the hell, what's this beep for? The driver scowled as he glanced through the rearview mirror. I see just one man driving. One of the men lowered the window to investigate. Beep beep. Lin Chen honked again. With only these 2 vehicles on the wide road, who else could he possibly be signaling? What a fool. Seeking death. The RV appeared quite upscale. Why not seize it? Let us do it. The ruffians quickly reached a consensus. With a sudden application of brakes, they halted in the middle of the road. flanked by abandoned vehicles that blocked their path. The four of them jumped out, brandishing their weapons. "Stop right there," they shouted in unison. Lin Chen was somewhat taken back. These four dared to confront him? Well, that suited him just fine. He drove the RV forward without any intention of stopping. The four thugs hurriedly sidestepped in fear. Just before a collision seemed imminent, he slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt. He leaped out of the RV, a mocking smile on his face as he regarded the thugs. "Who the hell do you think you are? You dare challenge me? Seeking death, are we?" One thug brandished a meter-long machete menacingly. The other three surrounded Lin Chen. This young man was alone. He should be easy to handle. "You're in cahoots with that fat black guy, aren't you?" Lin Chen asked coldly. "How do you know?" The thug's expression darkened. "Did you cause the demise of that group?" "They were devoured by zombies. I merely broke their legs," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "What? You really did that?" The thug snarled. "Do you know who I am? I'm one of the men from Lu's construction group. Dare to lay hands on our people, and you're asking for death." He threatened with his machete. The other three were beginning to show signs of tension. Could this young man truly have dealt with that group of more than 10 alone? It seemed implausible. There must be something amiss. Although that gang had provoked me, they deserve their fate. And you four think you can return to warn them? You too shall meet your end. A smile graced Lin Chenis' face, but a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. "Do you still wish to make a move against us? It would be a simple matter for me to eliminate all four of you." Although the ruffians were gripped by a surge of trepidation, they maintained their brazen demeanor. Confronting a defenseless individual, they believed their numerical advantage would suffice. "Before I dispose of you, allow me to pose a question. Where is the lair of your Lu construction group?" Lin Chen inquired, contemplating the eradication of that gang at a later time. After all, leaving them unchecked would only invite calamity, as they had provoked him. "Go and inquire with the king of hell. Brothers, slay him." The four ruffians brandished their weapons, eager to unleash violence at the slightest provocation. Having committed numerous acts of murder and theft, they were no strangers to brutality. Lin Chen merely scoffed and sprang into action. Although the ruffians possessed a modicum of skill, it was insufficient. Within mere seconds, they lay groaning on the ground. "I shall ask once more, where is your hideout?" Lin Chen asked coldly. "You little bastard, you're as good as dead. Our leader, Brother Chong, will not let you go. Await your demise." The ruffians, aware of their impending doom, displayed a semblance of defiance, resolutely withholding information. They could only hope that their leader would avenge their deaths. "Very well, keep your silence. Embrace death," Lin Chen remarked dismissively. Drawing his Glock, he fired a shot at the ruffian. The gunfire echoed through the otherwise desolate city, and the ruffian met his end instantly. A swift death, they thought, might spare them some agony. The remaining three ruffians, witnessing their comrade's demise, were gripped by fear, their bravado shattered by the specter of death. "I tell you, do not shoot. Our hideout is in the basement of the construction group building," one ruffian hastily divulged. "Understood. You may now proceed to the afterlife," Lin Chen replied with a cold smirk. Observing several zombies approaching, he prepared to depart. These severely injured miscreants would be left to the undead. As he drove away, one oblivious zombie lunged at the vehicle, only to be crushed beneath the tires. In the rearview mirror, he glimpsed the remaining ruffians besieged by zombies, their anguished cries echoing in despair. Lin Chen returned to the vicinity of the supermarket. In an open, deserted area, he activated the portal to the alternate dimension and drove his vehicle back into that realm. This way, he had no need to worry about attacks on his RV. Upon returning home, he settled onto the sofa to rest. "Brother, I still harbor concern for those individuals' injuries. Without surgical intervention, their chances of recovery are minuscule, yet the current circumstances preclude any operation," Bai Ning lamented. "Oh, if only you possessed a superpower that could heal the afflicted." She wistfully imagined having such abilities akin to those found in games, where a single spell could cure all ailments. Perhaps, in time, such a thing might come to pass. "Bai Ning, do not be overly concerned," he reassured her. Lin Chen offered a gentle smile, understanding the sentiments of Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai truly exemplified the benevolence of a healer, a beacon of humanity amidst the apocalypse. He then cast a glance at the adorably naive Xian, having long planned to make this girl the fortunate one tonight. He was eager to discover the benefits that would arise once his cultivation points reached the coveted 10. Perhaps it would grant him supernatural abilities, or perhaps unlock other peculiar rewards. Regardless of what he might receive, he fervently hoped it would not be something utterly useless. "Did you hear that, system? I'm addressing you. Please bestow upon me something truly valuable. The more formidable, the better." Chapter 69. Such a glutton, you'll exhaust yourself. Meanwhile, at the Lu Construction Group. In the depths of the fourth underground level of a towering building, the company's owner, Lu Qiqiang, relished a carefree existence within a highly secure sanctuary. During the construction of this edifice, Lu Qiqiang had designed the fourth underground level as a secret haven. It boasted exceptional protective measures, ample provisions, and energy, crafted entirely to the specifications of a survival fortress for the apocalypse, before the world fell into chaos. This space served as a refuge for Lu Qiqiang's leisure activities and clandestine transactions. Now, by a stroke of fortune, it proved invaluable in the new world. Surrounded by a cadre of thugs and women, he lived a life akin to a local emperor. The other three underground levels functioned merely as ordinary parking lots, accessible only through a concealed entrance leading to the fourth level. Changgu, Heipeng, and the others have been gone for quite some time, without a word. The four brothers we sent to scout the situation have also gone silent. I'm quite worried. Could something have happened? Reported a small leader with long hair and a scruffy beard. He was known as Brother Shan, one of Lu Qiqiang's most trusted subordinates. Is anything amiss with my men? Who would dare to provoke Lu Qiqiang's people? Lu Qiqiang replied nonchalantly, utterly unconvinced that anything could befall his subordinates. Flanking him on either side were two strikingly beautiful young women, their faces betraying an unmistakable fear. They had been captured by Lu Qiqiang's minions, and any disobedience would result in being cast out as fodder for zombies. Very well, Changgu, we shall wait a little longer, Brother Shan reluctantly acquiesced. Though he too harbored doubts, those men should not have encountered any trouble. After all, their numbers were more than sufficient to handle both humans and zombies alike. By the way, have there been any updates from the Li family? Has something truly transpired? Lu Qiqiang inquired next. Indeed, there has been an incident at the Li family estate. It appears deserted. Based on the scene, it seems to have been the work of zombies. The Li family must have met with misfortune, besieged by a horde. Brother Shan responded, I've already dispatched personnel to investigate the ancestral mansion. I told you, what a ridiculous notion of a mansion, utterly unsafe. The safety of my shelter is unparalleled. Not even zombies, nor the might of artillery, can breach its walls. Lu Qiqiang laughed heartily. Choosing to remain in the basement refuge was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Although he possessed grand estates, he found them lacking in security. Strong brother truly had foresight. Those who followed him would surely endure through the apocalypse. Changgu flattered him. Indeed, as my followers, you shall enjoy the finest delights. Let the brothers continue to scavenge for supplies. The more, the better. And do find me a few more attractive women. I have grown weary of the current ones. Lu Qiqiang commanded with a beaming smile, feeling more invigorated than he had before the end of days. Before the apocalypse, he was perpetually occupied with various matters and scarcely had time to relish life. Now, he had ample opportunity to indulge. Understood, boss. The brothers are hard at work. Changgu replied with a smile. By the way, let us investigate the Wu family. Is that old fellow still alive, along with his beautiful wife and cherished daughter? Especially his lovely daughter. Find a way to bring her to me. Lu Qiqiang's eyes darkened with malice at the mention of the Wu family. Prior to the apocalypse, they had repeatedly competed against his company, and he harbored a grudge. Now that the world had fallen into chaos, he yearned to witness their tragic demise. Understood, Qiang Yi. I will arrange for it at once. Changgu acknowledged before departing to set his subordinates in motion. Lu Qiqiang, carefree, continued to revel in the company of the women around him. As night fell, Lin Chen and the girls engaged in games, approaching the time for rest. Master, how shall we proceed tonight? Shiyuan asked sweetly. Such a question, posed without a hint of hesitation, was likely unique to her. Tonight, I have plans for you. Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile, having already devised a scheme to gather enough points for cultivation with Shiyuan. Yay, Master is so kind, Shiyuan exclaimed, her joy radiating as she had not received the Master's affection in several days. Master, what about me? I also wish to rest with you, Kai Wei inquired anxiously, equally in need of the Master's attention. I can only attend to one at a time, unless I can manage another, Lin Chen replied with a smirk, his imagination running wild at the thought of having both girls together. A delightful scenario indeed. Kai Wei's cheeks flushed, feeling shy as she glanced at Shiyuan. Could they truly serve their master together? She hesitated. You naive little brother, aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Said scornfully. Despite her own desires, she felt physically unwell, hesitant to engage further, fearing old injuries might resurface alongside new ones. Let's first allow the body to recuperate before proceeding, at the very least until tomorrow evening. Such gluttony will surely wear you out. Sun Xinrui expressed her disdain in a similar manner. She too was suffering physically and dared not entertain such notions for the time being. Wu Xiaoxiao remained silent, calmly observing the unfolding scene. In her mind, she contemplated whether she could join Shi Yuan and Kai Wei, should the two young ladies be inclined. I immediately suggested, whether you wish to partake is entirely up to you, Lin Chen remarked with a soft smile, continuing his game. As long as the young ladies were willing. His own body was in fine condition. In due time, not only would he relish double the pleasure, but he would also accrue double the cultivation points. A veritable win-win situation. I shall not intrude further. I will take my leave to rest. Dear brother, good night. Do try not to disturb the peace too much. Bai Ning placed a gentle kiss on Lin Chen's cheek, wished him a good night, and retreated to her room. Xinrui and Xiaoxiao followed suit, each bestowing a kiss before returning to their quarters. Only Lin Chen, Shi Yuan, and Kai Wei remained in the living room. The two young ladies huddled together, whispering in hushed tones, deliberating. A few minutes later, they reached a conclusion. Master, I am willing, Kai Wei said shyly. Despite her naturally introverted disposition, she ultimately overcame her shyness, eager to serve alongside Shi Yuan. After all, she and Shi Yuan were already quite familiar with each other, and jointly attending to their master was not an insurmountable task. How splendid! Lin Chen beamed with uncontainable joy. The prospect of double pleasure tonight was assured. He promptly exited the game he had been engrossed in, ready to attend to more pressing matters. After all, what could be more delightful than double the pleasure? He mused that as these young ladies grew even closer and their bonds deepened, who knows, triple or quadruple pleasure might very well be within reach. His only concern was whether his body could withstand it. Surely it could, as it was continuously being fortified. With that thought, Lin Chen rose, embracing both young ladies as they made their way to the room, preparing to indulge in their anticipated double pleasure. Shi Yuan, elder sister, shall we go to your room or mine? Kai Wei asked nervously, her shyness evident as she considered the forthcoming events. Either is perfectly fine. Let's go to my room, Shi Yuan replied with a playful laugh. She was not overly bashful or burdened by excessive thoughts, believing it only natural to serve their shared master. Regardless of the room they occupied, before we rest, I must first attend to the beautiful zombie CEO, Lin Chen remarked, feeling indifferent to the location. As sleep was the ultimate goal, he then made his way to the room where Qin Mingyun was bound. Upon seeing a living person, the beautiful zombie CEO became somewhat agitated, letting out a fierce roar, attempting to break free from her restraints to bite Lin Chen. Be good and listen. I will give you something to eat. Lin Chen produced a brain core. Qin Mingyun's excitement grew upon seeing food, her emotions heightened, driven more by primal instincts than by comprehension of Lin Chen's words. However, once Lin Chen fed her the brain core, she instantly calmed, her gaze becoming clear and her face adorned with a smile. Lin Chen, satisfied, left the room with a sense of relief. Tomorrow night, he intended to thoroughly purify this beautiful zombie CEO. Accompanied by two young ladies, he returned to Xian's room. Once the door closed, they were enveloped in their own world. Undisturbed, no, a trio's sanctuary. They simply needed to replicate their previous demeanor. It was essential to perform well. Disappointment was not an option for Lin Chen, who could hardly contain his anticipation. A double dose of joy awaited him, a rare opportunity indeed. Rest assured, Master, we shall ensure your satisfaction, Xian proclaimed with confidence. Indeed, Master, Kai Wei chimed in, nodding shyly, mentally preparing herself. In truth, it was Lin Chen who needed to perform well. Any shortcoming on his part could significantly diminish the experience for the two girls. In another room, Bai Ning, still awake, heard faint sounds. Initially indifferent, she soon realized something was amiss. What the heck? Are there two girls in there? Did my foolish brother really take on two at once? The once calm Bai Ning became agitated, her imagination conjuring vivid images of the scene in that room. As her fantasies ignited, her body began to feel uncomfortable, reminiscent of earlier sensations. Meanwhile, in two other rooms, Xinrui and Xiao Xiao also detected faint noises. Both were equally shocked, unable to escape the influence of what they heard. For them, this night was destined to be one of restless sleep. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Chen awoke around 10, realizing he could hardly move as a girl rested on either side of him. He gently roused the two lovely ladies. Xian and Kai Wei stirred, blinking awake to see their master, their faces lighting up with joy. They then rose to dress. Their performance from the previous night had been commendable, deserving of praise. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Chen smiled as he observed the two girls getting ready. The previous night had been a delightful experience, one he would not soon forget. "Master is incredible," they exclaimed joyfully. They exchanged glances, their bond undeniably strengthened by their shared service to him the night before. Lin Chen felt a slight ache in his waist, but it was manageable. Rising, he stretched lazily. The joy of the previous night had been doubled, and so had the intensity of their activities. Now a mild discomfort lingered in his lower back, but it was merely a slight strain, nothing more. If it were an ordinary person enduring the intensity he experienced last night, they would likely be incapacitated by this morning. Fortunately, this body is remarkably resilient. Otherwise, it would have been utterly untenable. Speaking of which, system, please expedite the calculation of rewards. Shiyuan's cultivation points must surely be at their maximum. What benefits will ensue? Calculating. Please hold. Zhao Shiyuan's cultivation points have reached a total of 10. All basic attributes will be enhanced. Additionally, a unique ability has been awakened. Freezing. The information has changed as follows. Name, Zhao Shiyuan. Race, zombie. Age, 22. Attractiveness, 95. Physique, 93. Occupation, student, part-time cafe maid. Basic attributes, strength enhancement level 3. Speed enhancement level 2. Defense enhancement level 1. Unique ability, freezing. Cultivation points, 10. Upon reaching the maximum cultivation points, the first effect is to elevate Shiyuan's strength, speed, and defense attributes. Furthermore, she has awakened a unique ability. Shiyuan, you have awakened the ability to freeze. Would you like to attempt its use? Lin Chen inquired, eager to witness the effects. Oh, let me try, Shiyuan mused, raising her hand in observation. She concentrated her attention, and ice crystals began to form in her palm. Freeze! Shiyuan exclaimed, waving her hand. A gust of frigid air emanated from her palm, creating a mist of ice in the air. On the wall before her, several icicles crystallized. The temperature in the room plummeted, and a chill enveloped them. Quite impressive, indeed. This is a very useful combat support skill, Lin Chen remarked with satisfaction. In the future, when encountering troublesome zombies, Shiyuan can provide assistance. Wow, Sister Shiyuan is amazing. Master, what about me? Why don't I have a unique ability? Kai Wei exclaimed in surprise. Do not fret. You need to continue your cultivation, Lin Chen replied with a smile. If all goes well, Kai Wei's cultivation points have increased to 7. Chu Kai Wei's cultivation points increased. 7, 10. The system prompted. I will strive diligently. Kai Wei nodded repeatedly. She was unaware that Lin Chen referred to cultivation as merely sleeping at night, requiring no arduous training on her part. System, if the lady has benefits, what about me? Surely I cannot be left out. Lin Chen questioned the system. Grant me a formidable unique ability as well. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Insight. By utilizing this skill, the host can freely view the attributes of zombies or humans. The current attribute panel is as follows. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 24. Basic attributes, strength enhancement level 3, speed enhancement level 3, defense enhancement level 1. Unique ability, none. Other abilities, Insight. The system responded. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. A skill simply to view attributes? This skill is indeed quite valuable. After all, as the old adage goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Gaining insight into one's opponent's information prevents one from suffering losses or being deceived. System, is that all? Lin Chen inquired further. Of course, that is all. How much more do you desire? Greedy humans, the system retorted disdainfully. Given such generous rewards, he still yearned for more. Then, dear system, how many cultivation points will be required for the next reward after reaching the maximum of 10? Lin Chen shifted his question. 20 points. The current cultivation count resets and does not count towards this. For the subsequent reward, 30 points will be required, and so forth, came the response. Upon receiving this information, Lin Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. As he had suspected, the difficulty in obtaining rewards would indeed escalate. However, 20 sessions of cultivation were not insurmountable. With patience, he could certainly accumulate enough points over a few days. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. If necessary, he could simply refrain from going out and devote himself to relentless practice at home day and night. Chapter 71, The Graceful Ant. Yet, should he truly engage in ceaseless cultivation, Lin Chen might be courting disaster. Such a course would undoubtedly leave him exhausted and destitute. He stretched his aching back slightly, recognizing that moderation was essential for his health. As noon arrived, the family gathered for lunch. It was apparent that Teacher Bai's complexion was somewhat lacking, clearly indicating a restless night. Xin Rue and Xiao fared better, having not suffered much insomnia. However, the way the three girls looked at Lin Chen was decidedly peculiar. They seemed astonished that he could stir up such chaos, yet appear unfazed today. Just where were his limits? Surely he must have some. Lin Chen noticed the girls' gazes, but remained composed. I know you are eager. Be patient. It will come. Master, I wish to return home to find my parents. I am uncertain whether they are safe. Could you accompany me? Xiao asked earnestly. Fragments of her memory lingered, allowing her to recall her parents, albeit vaguely. She had not forgotten entirely. In contrast, Shi Yin and Kai Wei retained only a small portion of their memories, with Shi Yin, upon their first meeting, even forgetting her name. Of course, I will accompany you shortly. Are you feeling well today? Lin Chen readily agreed. This girl had already become his own, so it was only fitting to show concern for her future in-laws. My health has nearly returned to normal. You are truly kind, master. Xiao exclaimed with joy. Though she still preferred to refer to herself with a sense of superiority, she genuinely acknowledged Lin Chen as her master. After finishing lunch, Lin Chen drove the RV out of the alternate dimension, with Xiao and Bai Ning as his companions. Let's first pay a visit to Miss Yuxian. Bai Ning examined the injuries of Zhou Dazhuang and the other four, reapplying bandages with meticulous care. Yuxian fixated on the unfamiliar face of Wu Xiao, a strikingly beautiful young woman, igniting her curiosity and skepticism. How many enchanting women could possibly surround Lin Chen? It seemed every encounter revealed a new beauty. Once Bai Ning concluded her tasks, Lin Chen took his leave, and Yuxian accompanied him outside, where a white van awaited. She could not help but wonder if all the captivating women in Lin Chen's life resided within that compact vehicle. Surely, it could not accommodate them all. Miss He, I must accompany Xiao to find her parents. Please ensure your safety. Those ruffians may return. It's best to remain indoors, Lin Chen advised earnestly. Indeed, I shall be cautious. You all must also stay safe. Yuxian nodded in agreement, warmth blossoming in her heart. The thought of her own parents, lost to her since the onset of the apocalypse, weighed heavily on her mind. She had relinquished any hope of their safety. Subsequently, Lin Chen drove the van away, opening a portal within the vehicle to allow Bai Ning to return home. However, Bai Ning yearned to remain inside the van, to gaze upon the outside world. Having been cooped up at home for too long, she felt stifled. In stark contrast, the timid Xin Rue preferred never to leave the safety of her home, shunning the zombie-infested world outside. Following the address provided by Xiao, Lin Chen navigated towards the Wu residence. The system had indicated that Xiao was an heiress, and the Wu family in Haicheng held power rivaling the now-defunct Li family. As he drove through the convoluted streets, he considered that if he encountered insurmountable obstacles, he could simply retreat the van into the dimensional space, traverse the barriers, and then re-emerge with the vehicle. Such convenience made travel effortless. Yet he mused, if only the van could transform into a tank, the journey would be even more exhilarating. An hour later, he arrived near the opulent Wu mansion. This area was dotted with standalone luxury homes, sparsely populated and correspondingly less plagued by zombies. That villa ahead is my home, Xiao indicated, her memories rekindled by the familiar sight. At last, they had arrived. Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, bringing the van to a halt at the mansion's entrance. Immediately, 8 figures clad in black surged forth from the villa. Dressed in tactical gear, they appeared to be the Wu family's private bodyguards. Vigilant, they encircled Lin Chen's vehicle. Who is inside the car? Step out immediately. If you do not comply, do not blame us for being impolite, commanded the leader of the bodyguard team. It is I. Wu Xiao was the first to exit the vehicle, gracefully revealing herself. Miss, how wonderful. You are alive. Quickly, inform the madam that the young lady has returned. The captain of the bodyguard team recognized the visitor and was instantly filled with excitement. One bodyguard promptly rushed back to the villa to report the situation. Lin Chen also alighted from the vehicle, calmly observing the bodyguards. Much like the Li family, it was entirely normal for the Wu family to have bodyguards as well. The bodyguards cast curious glances at Lin Chen, speculating about the identity of this man. It was evident that he had escorted the young lady back, which indicated he was no foe. Consequently, any hostility dissipated. Before long, A woman in her 40s dashed out from the villa. Xiao Xiao, is that really you? How wonderful. My precious daughter, you are alive. The lady was Yulan, Wu Xiao Zhao's mother. She rushed forward and embraced her dear daughter tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Chen observed this elegant and charming lady with admiration, pondering how Xiao Xiao had inherited such exquisite beauty from her mother. It was no surprise that Xiao Xiao was so stunning. She had perfectly inherited her mother's looks. At 20, this lady must have been breathtaking. It's me, Mom. I'm so relieved you're safe. I was so worried about you, Xiao Xiao sobbed, unable to contain her emotions as she clung to her mother. The touching scene of their reunion brought tears to the eyes of the bodyguards as well, and Lin Chen felt a pang of emotion. However, he soon realized a troubling fact. Where was Xiao Zhao's father? Had he met an unfortunate fate? Mom, where's Dad? Xiao Xiao soon inquired. Your father. He was infected and has turned into a zombie. Sigh. He was bitten while trying to save me, Yulan said, her voice filled with sorrow. Father has turned into a zombie, Xiao Xiao wailed, overwhelmed by the devastating news. It was difficult for her to accept that her beloved father had become a monster. Xiao Xiao, let us go inside. We mustn't attract any zombies. And you, young man, thank you for bringing my daughter back. You should come in as well. Yulan urged as she pulled her daughter toward the villa, casting a grateful glance at Lin Chen. She had not anticipated that a handsome young man would be the one to return her daughter. The group entered the opulent mansion, and the bodyguards promptly shut the door, resuming their vigilant watch. Inside the mansion, there were numerous signs of damage, evidently inflicted by zombies. Mom, if Dad has turned into a zombie, where is he? I long to see him, Xiao Xiao asked, wiping her tears. He is locked in the basement. I will take you to see him. Unfortunately, he is now a zombie and will likely not recognize you. It is also very dangerous, so you must be cautious and not approach him, Yulan said as she led her daughter toward the basement.